Chapter 1. Popularity is a double-edged sword. Konoha Ninja Academy. Within one of the classroom settings, a Chunin instructor stood at the side, holding a sheet of paper. Next, Hatake Furu. At the sound of the Chunin's voice, a calm boy with short silver hair walked up to the podium. With deft fingers, he performed a simple hand sign in front of him. Bang! With a sudden explosion of white smoke, a clone appeared to Furu's left, mirroring his demeanor and movements almost identically. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from several girls in the classroom, not merely due to the successful execution of the clone technique, but also because Furu's striking appearance ranked among the finest in the class. 95 points, quite impressive. The Chunin instructor nodded slightly at Furu and noted the score. Achieving success on the first attempt with minimal flaws, this score positioned him among the top 10 in the class. However, the instructor's gaze revealed little in the way of commendation. The reason was simple. Furu had a younger brother named Hatake Kakashi, who had applied for early graduation at the tender age of 5 and succeeded, ascending to Chunin by the age of 6. His extraordinary talent had garnered him fame in Konoha, and many regarded him as a prodigy who inherited the will of the White Fang of Konoha. In comparison, Hatake Furu appeared quite ordinary. Although Furu also ranked among the top students, excelling in various subjects, the absence of comparison would spare one from harm. At 8 years old, he was still diligently attending Ninja Academy, showing no signs of the remarkable talent exhibited by Kakashi. The Chunin instructor remained non-committal, yet the whispers of admiration began to ripple through the classroom. Furu, you're amazing. 95 points, that's surely the highest score. Numerous girls gazed at the podium with sparkling eyes. Having traversed into this world and inherited the bloodline of the White Fang of Konoha, Furu's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi. However, he disliked wearing a mask and did not possess the same aloof demeanor, thus making him the focal point of attention among the girls in class. Returning to his seat, he smiled at the girl beside him, Yuhi Kurenai, and said, "It's nothing, the clone technique isn't particularly difficult. With a bit of focus, anyone can do it." He had arrived in this world 2 years prior, becoming Kakashi's older brother. Unfortunately, he had arrived just a tad too late to prevent the death of Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. This incident had a profound impact on Kakashi, leading him to apply for early graduation merely a month later. As a bona fide traveler from another realm, endowed with the heritage of the White Fang, Furu was confident he was not inferior to Kakashi. Yet he regarded early graduation as a foolish endeavor, scoffing at such actions. Why rush? Isn't it better to steadily train at the Ninja Academy, gradually honing one's skills? Why the urgency to graduate early? Moreover, given that it was the 42nd year of Konoha, if memory served, the Third Great Ninja War would truly commence next year. The world of ninjas was rife with upheaval during this tumultuous period. In times of peace, graduating early to become a genin might be inconsequential, typically involving mundane tasks. However, in the current pre-war turmoil, even genin would frequently undertake perilous combat missions. Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, an impressive feat, but to Furu, it seemed utterly reckless. Setting aside the dangers of the missions Kakashi would face as a Chunin, merely showcasing such exceptional talent would inevitably attract the attention of rival villages. This was a time of unrest. Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure had all begun to stir against Konoha. A genius like Kakashi would undoubtedly draw their scrutiny, which was hardly a favorable circumstance. If only I possessed Jonin-level strength, early graduation wouldn't be such a concern, Furu mused internally. Regrettably, he did not yet possess Jonin-level prowess. While he believed he could easily best Kakashi, his abilities currently amounted to that of an elite Chunin, and that was only with the aid of a special ability he possessed. After all, at the age of 8, his body was still in the developmental stage. For a ninja, true maturity would not be reached until after the age of 16, entering a stable phase. Ah yes, it is worth mentioning the special ability he had discovered after crossing into this world. It resided in his mind, presenting itself as an enormous, illusory clock whenever he closed his eyes. This ethereal clock bore resemblance to the chronos of the world of Data Live, yet, thus far, he had only unlocked a single capability: time acceleration. It was akin to the unique time manipulation in the Fate universe. It allowed for self-targeted time acceleration. In this accelerated state, all his actions became swifter, encompassing taijutsu, hand signs, and more. This was one of the reasons he could easily outperform Kakashi. Currently, he could achieve a twofold acceleration of time, meaning that in this state, his speed would be twice that of his normal condition. Furu, I brought 2 bento boxes today. Would you like to share one with me later? Just as Furu was lost in thought, a girl seated in the front row turned her head, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke to him. This statement immediately ignited the ire of nearby girls, even causing Yuhi Kurenai, who sat beside Furu, to glance over, and the tension in the air thickened. Seeing this, Furu could only helplessly smirk. He could comprehend why Kakashi wore a mask. Perhaps it was to avoid such situations. However, it also had to do with the other boys in the class being rather easy to provoke. While the class was indeed filled with promising individuals, future figures such as Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma, all notable characters from the original story Obito, was currently lagging behind, and the others, like Asuma, were of average appearance and performance. Uchiha Itachi would not enroll for several more years, while Uchiha Shursui had already enrolled but was 2 years his junior, meaning there were hardly any formidable opponents. Had Kakashi not graduated early, perhaps he would have diverted some attention away from Furu. The burden of popularity can indeed be a source of distress. Furu sighed inwardly. He had once envied such scenes, but experiencing them firsthand left him with nothing but a quiet lament. Moreover, the maturity of the girls in the Naruto world exceeded his expectations. Observing these 8- and 9-year-olds vying for attention and harboring jealousy, one could easily understand the situation. In contrast to the girls, the boys were equally precocious. The atmosphere around Furu had already drawn envious glances from several classmates, with simmering resentment evident, and some even clenched their fists. That jerk, how infuriating, I just want to give him a good beating. But you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Shut up. Among the boys, some grimly gritted their teeth, and Uchiha Obito was among them, as Noara Rin was one of the girls clustered around Furu. Furu paid little heed to the others in class, but he was particularly concerned about Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. However, his interest lay primarily in the darker version of Obito. The pre-dark Obito posed little threat, merely a lagging underachiever. Chapter 2. Triple Speed. As the classroom descended into chaos, with girls igniting tensions and boys seemingly on the brink of confrontation, the Chunin instructor could no longer contain himself and sternly called out, "Silence." Next, Uchiha Obito. The authority of the Chunin instructor remained intact following his command. The class swiftly quieted down. Uchiha Obito shot an irate glance at Furu before striding toward the podium. His gaze flickered briefly toward Noara Rin before he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and silently steeled himself, determined to surpass Furu in this test. Bang! After forming hand signs, white smoke enveloped him. The clone that appeared beside Uchiha Obito appeared somewhat crooked. While it could be classified as a clone, it was evident upon first glance that it was a poor imitation. 50 points. The Chunin instructor cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha clan, often dubbed a gathering of geniuses, boasted many top performers in the academy. Yet Uchiha Obito was an exception. I'll go again. Naturally, Uchiha Obito was unwilling to accept a score of 50 and immediately attempted to perform the technique once more. However, with his mindset crumbling, his second attempt at the clone technique ended in failure. The third attempt fared little better than the first, resulting in a final score of merely 55, while below the passing mark. Furu observed this scene, his thoughts briefly flashing by. The transformation into darkness truly is absurd. After witnessing Noara Rin's death, Uchiha Obito, this underachiever, succumbed to despair and turned dark, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan and acquiring one of the most formidable abilities, Kimyui. Moreover, his combat experience, personality, and determination underwent a complete reversal. Before long, he launched an attack on Konoha, unleashing the Nine Tails and indirectly causing the demise of one of the so-called bug characters, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Utterly ludicrous. Had he not been aware of the original storyline, it would be unfathomable to him that someone who struggled with the clone technique could evolve into one of the future major antagonists in Ninja World. Shaking his head, Furu redirected his gaze. He found himself without any particular thoughts regarding Obito. For after all, Uchiha Madara was the true key lurking in the shadows. Even in the absence of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly conjure another Uchiha, be it Uchiha Dado or Uchiha Daisui. The paramount importance lay in possessing sufficient strength. After all, the onset of the Third Great Ninja War was but a year away, and in times of war, there would be no graduation exams. At the age of 9, one would be compelled to graduate, which meant that even if he wished to linger in the academy, he could only extend his stay by another year. I wonder if I can attain Jonin-level strength within a year, Feng Ye pondered. During the Third Shinobi World War, Genin and Chunin were often mere cannon fodder. Fortunately, he was in Konoha had he been in another village. Even Jonin could find themselves as expendable, especially with the existence of someone like Minato Namikaze, capable of annihilating 50 Jonin in an instant. If he could unlock several more abilities related to time, he might traverse the ninja world solely relying on the power of time. Alas, thus far, he could only utilize one point corresponding to time acceleration. He still needed to rely on ninjutsu and taijutsu for his capabilities. As he contemplated, a sudden, melodious chime resonated in his mind, akin to the sound of a clock crossing a particular point. "Ah!" Feng Ye exclaimed softly, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze as he promptly closed his eyes. Upon shutting his eyes, a vast, silver-white clock, seemingly ethereal, emerged in the darkness before him, with golden hour and minute hands clearly visible. The hour hand remained motionless, steadfastly pointing at 1 o'clock. At the center of the illusory clock's face lay a mechanical dial, seemingly recording dates. However, it documented not dates, but the multiplier of time acceleration. Though no new abilities had been unlocked, Feng Ye mused thoughtfully. Click! With a mere thought, the mechanical text emitted a clicking sound, shifting from the numeral 0 to 1, then to 2, finally coming to rest at 3. Indeed, I can enter a threefold acceleration state now. Gazing at the numbers on the dial, Feng Ye breathed a sigh of relief. When he initially traversed into this world, his capacity for time manipulation ranged merely between 1 and 1.5 times. Approximately a year later, he heard that familiar chime, and the upper limit for time acceleration increased to twofold. Now, that limit had risen to threefold. It seems that last year, around this time, the rate limit was enhanced. Perhaps every year, my capacity for time acceleration will increase. Such a thought flitted through Feng Ye's mind. While he could not confirm it, it appeared to follow a certain pattern. Whether this hypothesis held true would be revealed by the next year. A tinge of regret lingered as he still had not acquired other abilities, pondering when the capability corresponding to the 2 o'clock mark would unlock. Nevertheless, the current time acceleration was already immensely powerful. In the state of time acceleration, the world around him felt as if it had slowed down several times over both his speed and reaction time experienced a harmonious enhancement. If an ordinary Chunin could elevate the flow of time to 5 times, they could easily contend with a Jonin. Conversely, if a Jonin managed to increase the time flow 5-fold, even the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages might not necessarily prevail. This applied to Feng Ye as well. Provided he maintained Chunin-level strength, he could stand against Jonin. With Jonin-level prowess, few could even approach him in the entire ninja world. This premise was merely at 3-fold speed should the illusory clock enable him to reach 10-fold or beyond. Then sheer speed alone would constitute a formidable power. How strong would the 8 gates be at 10-fold speed? Feng Ye envisioned a scenario. It was a colossal air cannon, surpassing 10 times the power of the evening sun, capable of piercing through the clouds and obliterating the moon created by the Sage of 6 Paths into countless fragments in the vacuum of space. At this thought, Feng Ye could not help but inhale sharply, taking several moments to regain his composure. While tenfold acceleration combined with the 8 gates remained a distant prospect, the 8 gates indeed warranted consideration. It was arguably one of the abilities most in tune with time acceleration. As for the others, ninjutsu released would not be influenced by time acceleration to hasten their trajectory. The scope of time acceleration was limited solely to his own body. However, the speed of hand seals and the release speed were also enhanced in this accelerated state, yielding significant effects. It is crucial to note that the speed of ninjutsu release is paramount, much like the Flying Thunder God technique, which instills dread in the ninja world due to its lack of hand seal and release delay. Speaking of which, he had now attained threefold speed previously. In a twofold state, he could effortlessly overpower Kakashi, who had already reached Chunin status. Now, at threefold speed, he should easily be able to defeat an average elite Chunin, though he might still find himself at a disadvantage against Jonin. Am I nearing special Jonin status? Feng Ye assessed his current strength, feeling that he still fell short of the special Jonin level. However, by the same time next year, achieving such a status should pose no challenge. In the world of ninjas, only by reaching special Jonin could one be considered a stronger fighter, as Chunin and Jinin predominantly served as mere fodder in times of war. In the realm of shinobi, there exists a hierarchical structure where the esteemed ranks of special Jonin, and elite Jonin are delineated. Ascending beyond these ranks lies the title of Kage. Yet in this world, such a designation is absent. Thus, within the context of ninja ranks, the elite Jonin stands as the pinnacle. However, from Feng Ye's perspective, formidable figures such as Konoha's White Fang and Danzo possess abilities that far surpass those of the average elite Jonin, warranting their classification as Kage level for the sake of distinction. Chapter 3. Obito's resentment. Feng Ye's movements unfolded under Obito's watchful gaze. Upon witnessing Feng Ye close his eyes, seemingly disregarding him, with his eyelids twitching as if in deliberate provocation, Obito could not suppress his clenched fists. How infuriating! What audacity does he possess, being overshadowed by his own younger brother? Obito seethed with indignation. Moreover, Kakashi was also an insufferable brat, despite graduating early, having spent less than 6 months in training. Both brothers were equally irksome. Rumor had it that Kakashi had recently completed an A-rank mission alongside a Jonin. Though begrudgingly acknowledged, Kakashi was undeniably skilled, having ascended to Chunin last year, and it was plausible that he would soon attain Jonin status. Hearing Obito's words, someone in the class seized the opportunity to interject. Feng Ye consistently ranked within the top 10 of his class, occasionally even clinching first place. That IT was challenging to find a suitable reason to belittle Feng Ye based on his academic performance. However, juxtaposing him with Kakashi conveniently served to undermine Feng Ye's standing. After all, comparing him to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, cast a shadow over Feng Ye's accomplishments, making it difficult to draw any parallels. The surrounding students quickly grasped his intent, casting a glance at Feng Ye before casually remarking, "Though it pains me to admit it, that guy is indeed a genius." Compared to him, some seem rather unworthy of the title older brother. Before Feng Ye could respond, a girl named Yamanoji Hana, seated in front of him, stood up, glaring at the speaker, Inuzuka Kiba. "Hey, what did you just say?" Faced with her fierce gaze, Kiba could not back down, defiantly retorting, "What is wrong? Am I mistaken?" Yamanoji Hana fumed, searching for words to counter, but finding none. Feng, opening his eyes, turned to Hana and replied nonchalantly, "Kakashi is indeed a genius. It's quite difficult for ordinary individuals to compete with him." Hana nodded in agreement, stating, Yes, Feng Ye, you needn't bother with him that a ninja of your brother's caliber is a rarity that appears only once in many years. There's no need to compare yourself to Kakashi." Waihai Kurenai also nodded in affirmation. As long as Feng Ye was not compared to a freak like Kakashi, he had already proven himself to be a remarkable talent within the class, devoid of any blemishes on his record. Before Feng Ye could finish his thoughts, he was interrupted, shrugging innocently and refraining from further argument, instead offering a smile to Kurenai. Observing Feng Ye's disinterest in engaging with him, Kiba felt a pang of dissatisfaction but could only mumble a few words before averting his gaze. Kurenai regarded Feng Ye, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly, and softly remarked, "Having a brother like Kakashi must be quite the pressure." "Huh, nay," Feng Ye replied, glancing at Kurenai with a smile. "Why should there be pressure? The stronger my brother is, the better it is for me. It's not like we're from the Hyuga clan." Kurenai blinked, asking, "What's wrong with the Hyuga clan?" "Oh, you're unaware." Feng Ye briefly explained the circumstances surrounding the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Leaving Kurenai astonished, she glanced toward a figure in the corner of the classroom, silently contemplating. "I had no idea the esteemed Hyuga family was like this." The person in the corner was Hyuga Hayashi, a member of the branch family and a nephew of the clan leader. Hyuga Hayashi, as a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, he harbored a sense of pride and looked down upon Feng Ye, who often found himself surrounded by admirers. Ranking consistently within the top 2 of the class, he regarded only Kakashi as his rival. In truth, he could have graduated early as well, but the elders of his clan advised him against it, urging him to follow a steady path of cultivation, which he complied with. Upon overhearing Feng Ye mention the Hyuga clan, Hayashi turned to glance at Feng Ye, his brow furrowed slightly, though he could not discern what was being said. While he could not catch the words clearly, he could surmise that Feng Ye had referenced the Hyuga clan. His gaze flickered momentarily. It was a tad too arrogant, wasn't it? Although he felt a twinge of discontent at the attention Feng Ye received from girls, it did not particularly bother him. However, mentioning the Hyuga clan was an entirely different matter. Should he seek to warn him after class? Hayashi's eyes glimmered. Feng Ye was, after all, no Kakashi. In his eyes, only Kakashi among those of similar age could surpass him. As Hayashi pondered, the last student completed their shadow clone technique test. The Chunin instructor recorded the final results and, glancing at the score sheet, announced, "Today's testing has concluded. Those who did not pass include Uchiha Obito, Aburame Shino, and a few others. I expect you all to practice diligently after class. Tomorrow, we will conduct a simulation test. Be prepared. In 4 days, the formal advancement assessment will take place. Those who fail will remain at school during the winter break for remedial lessons until they can pass." With the instructor's words echoing through the classroom, many students exhaled deeply. The faces of those who failed, including Obito, turned grim. Naturally, no one wished for a winter break filled with makeup classes, not to mention the embarrassment of failure. "That concludes today's session. You may leave early," the Chunin instructor said, placing the score sheet into a folder and preparing to dismiss the class. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the students stood and bowed respectfully. After receiving a nod from the teacher, they hurriedly dispersed, using the excuse of "I have matters to attend to, so I'll be heading home first to escape the company of Kurenai and Hana." Feng Ye swiftly returned home. Observing the rivalry among the precocious 8- and 9-year-old girls was quite amusing, yet Feng Ye had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, adapting swiftly to the triple speed state. The triple speed state corresponds to double speed, enhancing his velocity further. After a quick dinner, Feng Ye headed to the backyard, entering the triple speed state to train against the specially designed wooden posts situated there. To accelerate his physical growth, Feng Ye not only activated the speed state during training, but also while sleeping, allowing for faster cellular division and metabolism. What took others a day was equivalent to 2 for him. So although he was 8 years old, his physical age had effectively reached 9 due to nearly 2 years of accelerated growth in his dreams. If he maintained the speed state continuously, his physical development would progress even more rapidly. However, the monotony of constant acceleration made routine activities tedious. Attending class felt akin to playing at half speed, elongating every inflection of the teacher's voice, triggering his compulsive tendencies. Moreover, if he remained in the speed state, he would have to consciously slow down his speech and movements to appear normal, which was quite cumbersome. Thus, Feng Ye opted to use his regular state during school hours. Chapter 4. Daily training for 72 hours. Bang! 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 Feng Ye's fists relentlessly struck the wooden post, producing a dull thud, while the resilient structure bore the distinct impressions of his punches. He was dedicated to honing his physical techniques. The ability of time acceleration currently served 2 primary functions for him. One was to bestow him with a speed that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals during combat, with the ability to stack this effect at will. The second function was to enhance the speed of his training, effectively extending the duration of practice, while in a state of time acceleration. For every 3 hours of training he undertook, only 1 hour would pass externally. It is worth noting that whether in combat or training, the advantages of time acceleration appear to pertain solely to speed. However, in reality, strength is included within this equation. According to Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, a principle that holds true even in the world of Naruto. Feng Ye vaguely recalled a character from another realm stating that speed equates to power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? If under the effects of time acceleration, speed could indeed reach the speed of light, then the force behind a single blow could potentially be cataclysmic. Shadow clone technique. After a brief acclimatization to the triple speed state, Feng Ye ceased his movements, swiftly forming hand seals and executing the shadow clone technique. Bang! Bang! Amidst a haze of smoke, 2 identical figures of Feng Ye emerged, one to the left and one to the right. Naturally, he could not overlook the shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu renowned as the most potent training aid. Long ago, he had procured the method of its cultivation from Kakashi. Should this technique be employed within the confines of the academy, it would undoubtedly leave spectators agape, for the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, a staggering 3 tiers above the E-rank ordinary clone technique. Even among some chunin, mastery of the shadow clone technique is not a given. The mere proficiency in this technique would suffice to overshadow the vast majority of students, enabling an early graduation from the Ninja Academy. Whoosh, whoosh, upon the appearance of the 2 shadow clones, they darted towards the opposite sides of the courtyard. One clone seized a short blade from the left side of the yard, a ninja sword known as White Fang, bequeathed by Tsukumo Hotake, which he, as the eldest son, had inherited. Feng Ye had long been training in the famed Hotake swordsmanship, as it intertwined chakra with physical techniques, rendering it exceptionally compatible with the ability of accelerated time. It could be said that should he master the Hotake swordsmanship to the level of Konoha's White Fang, traversing the ninja world would be a trivial pursuit. In an accelerated state, he could even contend with those who surpassed the level of Hokage. The other shadow clone, meanwhile, focused its chakra into the palm, shaping it into a spherical form. Indeed, it was the Rasengan. The essence of the Rasengan lies in the transformation of chakra, and as a close combat ninjutsu, it too harmonizes seamlessly with the ability of time acceleration. Most importantly, training in the Rasengan aids in enhancing chakra control. Currently, Feng Ye had already progressed through tree climbing and water walking training to further refine his chakra control. The Rasengan was undoubtedly a commendable method. However, due to his chakra reservoir being far less prodigious than Naruto's, his progress was rather slow, and after several months, he had only completed half of it. In a state of triple acceleration, it would take approximately another month for his body to mature to around 10 years of age, which should suffice to barely meet the standards for training in the 8 gates. While practicing, Feng Ye pondered his future direction. The 8 gates held great significance for him, due to its considerable side effects. It was ill-suited for someone of his tender age. Thus he refrained from attempting to pilfer knowledge from Might Guy. Nonetheless, acquiring the training method for the 8 gates remained imperative, despite its severe drawbacks. Its efficacy was beyond dispute. Feng Ye was acutely aware of the core of his training, to enhance his abilities in as many aspects as possible. In doing so, he could unleash 3-fold or 5-fold strength in a state of accelerated time. After all, for him, the illusory clock's effect was akin to an almost side-effect-free intrinsic temporal manipulation that could be activated regularly, a more advanced version of the capabilities found in the Holy Grail world. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow clone wielding the White Fang continued to swing the chakra-infused short blade on the eastern side of the courtyard, while shadow clones could not partake in the state of time acceleration. This did not hinder Feng Ye from utilizing them for training. All he required was the experience and proficiency in the Hotake swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the other shadow clone concentrated chakra into luminous, swirling tendrils, forming an ethereal, spherical halo. After some time of training, both shadow clones depleted their chakra and dissipated into wisps of white smoke. Feng Ye ceased his movements, feeling the experiences and memories from the clones flooding into his mind, which he rapidly absorbed and integrated. After taking a deep breath, Feng Ye formed hand seals once more. Bang! Bang! 2 more shadow clones materialized, Upon releasing the shadow clone technique for the second time, a bead of sweat appeared on Feng Ye's forehead, as he could distinctly sense his chakra waning. The issue of chakra quantity was ever present. Feng Ye sighed inwardly that Naruto's ability to train with dozens, even hundreds of shadow clones was indeed monstrous, a true anomaly beyond reason. After all, he belonged to the Uzumaki clan, a lineage that combined a robust physique with the power of the Nine Tails, resulting in an unfathomably vast chakra reserve that was simply impossible to replicate. After another brief interval of training, the two shadow clones once again transformed into white smoke. Feng Ye refrained from summoning more clones, for his own body had been continuously exerting itself, depleting chakra. After 2 uses of the shadow clone technique, each summoning 2, he was nearing his limit point 1377, 1378, repeatedly executing side kicks against the designated wooden post. Feng Ye mentally counted until he sensed his body nearing its breaking point, prompting him to halt. Without deactivating the time acceleration, he maintained the enhanced state, approached the side of the courtyard, and slowly lifted a cup of water. Taking a sip before munching on 2 biscuits, in a state of time acceleration, recovery also occurred at a swifter pace. If he were to keep the triple time acceleration active, it would mean that for Feng Ye, each day equated to 72 hours, during which he would need to consume 9 meals and sleep 3 times. Whether one could train with fractured bones or a fever of 49 degrees was uncertain. But training for over 25 hours a day was indeed feasible. Feng Ye mused with a silent chuckle. Chapter 5. Kakashi's Challenge. Just as Feng Ye was about to resume his training, he suddenly sensed something amiss and looked up toward the top of the outer wall of the courtyard, remarking, "It seems you've developed a habit of avoiding the front door." The figure that appeared atop the wall was a familiar silhouette. Silver hair cascading down, a mask concealing his face. It was none other than Kakashi Hitaki. "No, I merely happened to return from that direction," Kakashi replied, leaping down from the wall and landing gracefully in the courtyard. Standing in close proximity, the differences between Kakashi and Feng Ye became evident. Kakashi's hair was slightly longer, he wore a mask, and his stature was noticeably smaller than Feng Ye's. Kakashi addressed Feng Ye. "As you surmised, the friction between villages has escalated. Our recent missions have been primarily focused on mutual ambushes and investigations that I see." Feng Ye responded nonchalantly. After all, his arrival in this world had only slightly altered events within the Ninja Academy. Beyond that, he had little influence over the broader trajectory of the world. It was evident that the next year would inevitably witness the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. "Then aren't you planning to graduate?" "Remaining in the academy yields little in the way of new knowledge," Kakashi observed, glancing at Feng Ye. While others might be oblivious, Kakashi was acutely aware of the strength possessed by his elder brother. Thus far, he had never emerged victorious in their duels. Keep in mind, he had already been promoted to Chunin last year and had sought Feng Ye for a challenge post-promotion, yet he still could not best him. Feng Ye's speed was almost unnaturally swift. Moreover, Feng Ye was formidable not only in strength, but also in mental fortitude. Despite being only a year older, his insights regarding various situations were nearly on par with those of an adult. Feng Ye smiled at Kakashi and replied, "Indeed, I have learned little more from my teachers, but remaining at the academy affords me ample time for personal training." By the way, have you had the opportunity to practice those techniques I mentioned? Given that Kakashi had already achieved the rank of Chunin, he had access to a far broader array of ninjutsu than Feng Ye. Many of the techniques Feng Ye had acquired from Kakashi, and he had encouraged Kakashi to focus on 2 specific techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 Gates. The 8 Gates needed no elaboration. It was a technique he was determined to acquire. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, if he could manage to master it, it would become an invaluable skill for survival. If not, it was of little consequence, as for someone capable of manipulating time. The significance of space ninjutsu was not paramount. Those techniques are sealed within a forbidden scroll. It's not as simple as you might think. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Though he had attained the rank of Chunin and could access numerous ninjutsu, techniques like the Flying Thunder God and the 8 Gates, which belong to the realm of forbidden arts, remained elusive. "There will always be opportunities," Feng Ye replied indifferently. Once Kakashi became a Jonin, accessing those techniques would become significantly easier. However, it was worth noting that Kakashi had attained Jonin status at the age of 12, and Feng Ye might surpass him. After all, next year would necessitate forced graduation, followed by the impending ninja war, where there would be no room for holding back. Confronting countless dangers would demand absolute commitment. Kakashi shook his head. I can't believe you can endure this. After his father succumbed to the villagers' scorn and took his own life, he was profoundly affected, unwilling to endure the weight of their peculiar gazes. Consequently, he unveiled his extraordinary talents, graduating at 5 and advancing to Chunin by the age of 6, thus achieving a state where no one could regard him with disdain. In stark contrast, Feng Ye was diligently studying at the Ninja Academy, creating a vivid juxtaposition with his 6-year-old counterpart who had already ascended to Chunin. During that period, discussions echoed throughout the village. Kakashi was acutely aware that Feng Ye's prowess surpassed his own. Yet, Feng Ye remained unfazed, dismissing the criticisms entirely and attending classes with unwavering composure, never expressing a desire to graduate early. With a sigh, Feng Ye remarked, "You still do not comprehend. The renowned Konoha White Fang, Hokage Tsukumo, who achieved great feats during the Second Great Ninja War, was he truly driven to take his own life solely because of a single mission? Nonsense. Perhaps in my past life, I would have hesitated to assert this. But having come to this world and witnessed these events, I am certain that there are higher-ups in Konoha orchestrating this affair. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, has not intervened at any point. Otherwise, suppressing a failed mission would merely require a few words, especially when it was to save a comrade that the mission faltered." Though Feng Ye could not ascertain the specifics, he could surmise that Danzo was undoubtedly involved, for Tsukumo posed a threat to Danzo's position. Given Tsukumo's formidable strength and accomplishments, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to succeed the fourth Hokage, which likely served as Danzo's rationale for his actions. Since Tsukumo's demise was inextricably linked to Danzo, both he and Kakashi found themselves under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. While it was acceptable for Kakashi to display his exceptional talent alone, even if Danzo sought to recruit him into route for training, Hiruzen would not acquiesce. However, if Kakashi were to reveal astonishing abilities as well, the situation would change dramatically. Understanding Danzo's character, Feng Ye knew he could concoct a myriad of reasons to persuade Hiruzen to allow either him or Kakashi to join route. Naturally, Feng Ye would never consent to join route, and he certainly could not permit Kakashi to undergo Danzo's indoctrination. "What do you understand?" Kakashi inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Feng Ye. Feng Ye shook his head, unwilling to elaborate on such matters to Kakashi, who was still too young and impulsive. It was better for him to remain oblivious to Konoha's darker undercurrents. However, it was nearly time that a contemplative expression crossed Feng Ye's face. The tension preceding the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War had already set in, and in such circumstances, revealing his strength would pose little risk. Danzo was unlikely to divert his attention towards expanding route at this juncture, as he would be focused on other villages instead. The Third Great Ninja War represented both a crisis and an opportunity. Kakashi would ascend to Jonin amidst the conflict, and Feng Ye would follow suit. Once both attained sufficient standing, they could extricate themselves from Danzo's shadow. Even after the war concluded, Danzo would have no justification to meddle with the formally recognized Jonin of the village, for Hiruzen would not tolerate such interference. As for contemplating further, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to train and surpass Jonin during the Third Great Ninja War, attaining strength comparable to that of a Kage, especially given his possession of the illusory clock, which bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate time. Speaking of which, I wonder how your training has been progressing lately. Kakashi said, glancing toward the wooden stakes set up in the courtyard before abruptly turning to Feng Ye, his eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. Although he had yet to secure a victory over Feng Ye, he had never relinquished the ambition to surpass him. Particularly in recent times, after enduring continuous battles, he felt his strength had significantly improved. If Feng Ye had grown complacent in his training, perhaps this time he could actually defeat him. After all, since becoming a ninja, he had never slacked off, consistently dedicating himself to rigorous training and engaging in countless battles, steadily enhancing his abilities. Feng Ye raised an eyebrow. He understood Kakashi's implication halfway through his statement. "Well, I too am curious to see how much you have improved recently." Chapter 6. Kekei Genkai. In the back mountains of Konoha, Kakashi had already attained the rank of Chunin, while Feng Ye's strength exceeded that of a Chunin as well. Thus, a spar between the two could not possibly take place within the confines of the small courtyard, as it would be too constricted for their abilities. Are you ready? Kakashi, positioned in an open area, held a kunai in each hand, gazing intently at Feng Ye, his body slightly leaning forward, already in a battle stance. Feng Ye stood his ground, wielding the Chakra short blade, white fang, and calmly observing Kakashi. Come at me. Whoosh! The moment Feng Ye's words fell, Kakashi's figure surged forward. The two kunai transformed into blurs, slicing through the air from either side, yet Feng Ye remained unhurried, deftly wielding his Chakra blade to deflect Kakashi's onslaught. Clang! After fending off several strikes, a glimmer flickered in Feng Ye's eyes as he brought his Chakra blade crashing down, forcefully shattering Kakashi's kunai defenses, leaving a gash across Kakashi's chest. In an instant, Kakashi's figure dissipated into smoke. Shadow clone, fire style, great fireball technique. In the next moment, a voice resonated from behind Feng Ye, accompanied by an intense heat, as a colossal fireball hurtled toward Feng Ye's back. Maintaining his composure, Feng Ye stepped forward, launching himself a distance away to evade the fireball's direct assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the following instant, 7 or 8 shurikens spiraled out from the fireball, engulfed in flames, completely sealing off Feng Ye's escape route. The skillful combination of ninjutsu and shuriken was already quite adept, Feng Ye chuckled. His short blade white fang transforming into a blur, moving with an uncanny speed, tracing lines through the air. The fiery shuriken were effortlessly repelled by Feng Ye in an instant. Swish! Almost simultaneously, as Feng Ye deflected the shuriken, Kakashi's figure erupted from the ground, less than a meter behind him, thrusting his kunai toward Feng Ye's back, halting just at the point of contact. I've wondered a bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, his eyes shimmering with a glint of triumph. It was the first time he had ever bested Feng Ye in their sparring matches. However, at that moment, Feng Ye turned his head, offering Kakashi a faint smile. Do you truly believe so? Bang! As the words left his lips, Feng Ye's body leaned back, intentionally colliding with Kakashi's kunai, instantly transforming into smoke and vanishing from sight. This scene left Kakashi standing there in stunned disbelief, a hint of incredulity playing across his features. A clone. How is that possible? Before Kakashi could fully process this revelation, a gust of wind swept from behind him, but he pivoted, swinging his arm to block, but still received a powerful kick that struck his arm that a heavy force bore down upon him, rendering Kakashi unable to withstand it, and he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before barely regaining his balance. Was that a shadow clone? Kakashi gazed at Feng Ye with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Throughout the encounter, he had not seen Feng Ye utilize the shadow clone technique, and how could such a technique be executed so silently, without his awareness? No. Feng Ye shook his head, stating that was merely a standard clone. Kakashi blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend. Impossible. Clones lack offensive capabilities. How could they possibly deflect my fiery shuriken? When I deflected the fiery shuriken, it was still the real body. Feng Ye smiled faintly, merely stating it may not suffice for your understanding. See for yourself. As the words left his mouth, Feng Ye gripped the hilt of white fan with one hand while his other hand moved with an astonishing speed, akin to an afterimage, executing 2 hand seals in almost an instant. Clone technique, body replacement technique. This left Kakashi momentarily speechless that he too was familiar with the clone technique and body replacement technique. These were fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy and hardly astonishing. What truly astonished him was Feng Ye's speed in performing the hand seals, single-handed seals. Moreover, the speed of his seals was faster than the conventional 2-handed seals, though he had known for quite some time that Feng Ye was considerably faster than him. This time, the speed of Feng Ye's finger seals had reached an absurd level, almost defying comprehension. How is your finger speed even possible? That is not something a normal person can achieve, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Feng Ye was not surprised by Kakashi's reaction. After all, he had utilized a 3-fold speed. While double speed seals might still seem normal, triple speed seals appeared entirely abnormal from a typical perspective, bordering on surreal. Who knows? Feng Ye shrugged. Perhaps my motor nerves are simply extraordinary. Kakashi regarded Feng Ye with a gaze reminiscent of a dead fish, as if to say, are you jesting? Even with his extraordinary athletic prowess, it was implausible for him to exhibit such exaggerated feats as before. I recall that you weren't this swift long ago. It seems that your speed has been increasing ever since 2 years past, Kakashi mused, reflecting on some peculiar images he had occasionally witnessed in Feng Ye. A frown creased his brow as he pondered. This situation is clearly abnormal. It approaches the realm of bloodline limits. If you can become even faster bloodline limit, this term is well known among ninjas, and many varieties exist in the world. The most commonplace are those derived from chakra nature transformations, such as dissolution and incineration. Others include the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiako. The speed exhibited by Feng Ye, while not extraordinary before Jonin, appeared distinctly unnatural, as if he existed in a state of acceleration that was disjointed from the world around him. The only plausible explanation that came to Kakashi's mind was a bloodline limit. The Hokage clan has historically only inherited the Hokage swordsmanship, with no recorded bloodline limits. However, there are numerous instances of ordinary ninjas awakening their own bloodline limits, although Feng Ye's unique state may not yet qualify as a bloodline limit. Should he achieve even greater speed, it would undoubtedly represent a special bloodline limit. It does seem plausible, Feng Ye remarked thoughtfully, that in the realm of the Hokage, various abilities are bizarre, and even techniques like Izanagi, which border on the realm of the absurd, exist. Thus, a bloodline limit that enhances speed is not entirely out of place. Kakashi regarded Feng Ye and said, "If you believe that to be the case, it must hold some truth. However, I have no recollection of any records regarding such a bloodline limit, nor do I have similar impressions." Feng Ye stroked his chin and replied, "If there are no records, then I must be the first to awaken it. Let us call it the bloodline of the demon." Demon release, is it? Kakashi mused. Such inhuman speed does indeed resemble that of a specter, fitting the description rather well. Inwardly, Feng Ye scoffed at the notion, considering it merely a superficial disguise. If one were to truly regard this ability as a bloodline limit, it should be referred to as the time bloodline. Chapter 7. Kakashi and Might Gaiet. This hardly seems fair, Kakashi remarked, his gaze fixed on Feng Ye, akin to that of a dead fish. No wonder I can never win against you. Utilizing a bloodline limit is tantamount to cheating. Feng Ye chuckled lightly, replying, "Since when has it been deemed cheating for ninjas to battle using bloodline limits? However, given your assertion, I shall refrain from employing this ability in our next match." Kakashi is indeed a prodigy. Despite sharing the heritage of Konoha's White Fang, Feng Ye's innate talent in ninjutsu does not quite measure up to Kakashi's. Yet this does not hinder him from being stronger than Kakashi, as he has dedicated significantly more time to training. The effects of time acceleration are not limited to battles. They extend to training as well. Since his arrival in this world, Feng Ye's training duration has at least doubled that of Kakashi. No, perhaps it is best to reconsider. Kakashi shook his head after some contemplation. While bloodline limits are indeed inherent abilities of ninjas and not classified as cheating, even if he were to triumph over Feng Ye without resorting to bloodline limits, it would not signify much. The ninja world has never heard of a prohibition against others utilizing their bloodline limits. However, even with a bloodline limit, it does not guarantee perpetual superiority over me. Should I be careless, I could easily surpass you. Kakashi observed Feng Ye, displaying no signs of defeatism. From the ninja realm, bloodline limits do not confer invincibility. The third Hokage, Arisen Sarutobi, possessed no bloodline limits, yet his reputation instilled fear throughout the ninja world, and he was regarded by Konoha ninjas as the strongest among the 5 Kage. Then I shall await your surpassing of me. Feng Ye smiled, reaching out to pat Kakashi's head, only for Kakashi to scowl and evade. Just as Kakashi was about to chide Feng Ye for his childish antics, an exuberant voice rang out from nearby. "Ah, Kakashi, there you are. I've been searching for you." Feng Ye turned to see a youth clad in a green jumpsuit bursting forth from the underbrush. His identity immediately recognizable. Might Guy. The exuberant Might Guy disregarded Feng Ye entirely, leaping toward Kakashi with a swift kick, exclaiming, "Let us settle this once and for all, Kakashi. Here comes the Leaf Hurricane." Kakashi regarded Guy with a gaze devoid of ambition, bemusedly raising his arm to block and countering with a swift kick. Guy absorbed Kakashi's counterattack, a surge of vitality seemingly emanating from him. "This time, I shall emerge victorious," Kakashi, prepare yourself. In an instant, the two were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. As in the original narrative, Guy had regarded Kakashi as his rival since their school days, tirelessly striving to challenge him. Observing the clash between Guy and Kakashi, Feng Ye shrugged and leaped onto a tree branch to watch. Detached from the fray, Guy, who had mastered the eighth gate of the Eight Gates technique, was undoubtedly gifted in taijutsu. However, at this stage, he had yet to learn the Eight Gates. While he could dominate Kakashi in pure taijutsu, should Kakashi employ ninjutsu or other techniques, the disparity would become glaringly evident. Crack, crack, crack. Due to his earlier defeat by Feng Ye, Kakashi was in a foul mood, and after exchanging a few blows with Guy, he resorted to using lightning release ninjutsu. A bolt of lightning sent Guy flying backward, his hair standing on end as he emitted a foul odor. How infuriating! Guy lay on the ground, aware that he had been defeated once more. Yet refusing to concede, he shouted through the smoke, "Next time, I will win." Kakashi crossed his arms, shaking his head at Guy. "You should concede sooner. Your chances of defeating me are even slimmer than my chances of defeating Feng Ye." "Thank you for your encouragement." Guy rose from the ground, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. However, he paused, pondering Kakashi's previous statement. "Kakashi, what did you just say?" "Nothing of consequence," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Guy furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting toward Feng Ye, who was perched on a nearby tree branch, a hint of suspicion creeping into his expression that Kakashi's words seemed to imply that he could not win against Feng Ye. Although Feng Ye was Kakashi's elder brother, Guy had never contemplated who was stronger between the two, as there was no basis for comparison. After all, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and became a chunin at 6, whereas Feng Ye merely ranked among the top students in their class. I must have misheard. Kakashi likely meant that Guy's chances of defeating him were slimmer than Feng Ye's chances of defeating Kakashi. After some reflection, Guy's furrowed brow relaxed. With a leap, Feng Ye descended from the tree. Addressing Kakashi and Guy, "Are you planning to continue training, or shall we grab a bite to eat?" Since Guy frequently challenged Kakashi and often trained with him, Feng Ye and Guy had become somewhat acquainted. Although Guy and his father, duel, attracted peculiar glances wherever they went, Feng Ye held no intention of mocking them. One had unleashed the Eighth Gate, decimating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, instilling a psychological scar in those who had narrowly escaped, such as the likes of Suigetsu. The other, not to mention, had nearly toppled Kagaya Tsutsuki with a single kick. The most embarrassing part was that he had been fixated on mastering the Eight Gates technique. That said, the Eight Gates technique is a curious one. It is simultaneously challenging and straightforward. Nearly any ninja can grasp the basics, marking it as one of the most brutally simplistic forms of taijutsu. However, perfecting it to its utmost potential is exceedingly difficult, requiring years of grueling, nearly hellish training. Thus, only individuals like Guy and duel possess the tenacity to endure the monotonous and arduous training required to master this technique. Having just lost to Kakashi, I shall complete 3,000 squats before indulging in a meal. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Guy promptly began performing squats, completely disregarding Kakashi's exasperated expression. Yet, witnessing Guy's immediate dedication to training, Kakashi shook his head and turned to Feng Ye, saying, "I'm not hungry yet. I shall continue training." He was not influenced by Kai, but rather provoked by the distance between him and Feng Ye, who possessed the bloodline limit, widened significantly. If he did not devote himself to rigorous training, he risked being left further behind, a prospect he could not possibly accept. "All right, I shall take my leave for a meal. You all continue your practice." Feng Ye remained indifferent. The normal schedule of an average person was utterly incompatible with his own, as he possessed the ability to accelerate time. Consequently, he required at least 5 meals a day, and his actual training time was likely greater than the combined total of Kai and Kakashi. Chapter 8. Class allocation determined in the Hokage's office. A document detailing Kakashi's recent missions and actions lay on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Kakashi had clashed with his new team for the 3rd time, resulting in a strained relationship that hindered normal task execution. The assistant Danzo, leaning on his cane, stood before Hiruzen's desk and gravely remarked, "It seems you are unable to find a suitable position for that child." Hiruzen, "If so, why not entrust him to me?" Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, glanced at Danzo and replied, "Do you intend to mold Shumo's child into an emotionless tool?" Danzo, with an impassive expression, stated, "Leave his training to me. He will not repeat Shumo's mistakes and will become a ninja who surpasses Shumo." Hiruzen snorted, rising to his feet. "Don't tell me you specifically sought me out for this matter, Danzo." Danzo cast a penetrating gaze at Hiruzen and said, "No, I merely happened to hear about Kakashi's situation, that I came to inquire about your forthcoming stance regarding the Mist Village. Are you preparing for war? Or—" Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke. He stood and approached the window, gazing at the distant sky. After a brief pause, he solemnly replied, "We shall undertake some measures of intimidation. The recent provocations have been excessive. I leave this matter in your hands." "Understood." Danzo nodded and headed toward the office exit, adding, "Hiruzen, do not squander that child's talent. As for the two sons of Itachi Shumo, while Feng Ye could be overlooked, Kakashi's displayed talent certainly piqued Danzo's interest. Otherwise, he would not have casually mentioned it." However, if Hiruzen did not agree, he lacked the time to specifically address such matters. Hiruzen remained silent until Danzo departed, then turned to glance at the direction Danzo had vanished. He shook his head, the figure of Hitachi Shumo surfacing in his mind, and sighed that Shumo's death had significantly impacted Konoha. The various ninja villages were now frequently probing Konoha, partly due to the absence of the formidable White Fawn. Kakashi was also affected by Shumo's demise. Regardless of the team he was assigned to, conflicts with his seniors ensued. It had been over 2 years since his graduation, yet he had not been successfully integrated into a suitable team. Danzo's suggestion held merit. "Your child is an outstanding ninja, Shumo, but he is still rather immature in his dealings," Hiruzen pondered. Among Shumo's 2 children, if Feng Ye could be deemed excellent, then Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius. Seemingly inheriting Shumo's talent, potentially becoming the next Konoha White Fang. The question of how to allocate Kakashi remained. Hiruzen had already attempted to assign him to several teams, yet each time he could not stay long, leading to disturbances that reached Hiruzen. Handing Kakashi over to Danzo was out of the question. Although the root organization indeed suited Kakashi, such a decision would be a disservice to the deceased Shumo, who had been at odds with Danzo during his lifetime and would never wish to see his son transformed into a tool by Root. Very well. After a myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind, Hiruzen ultimately made a decision, whispering to the empty rooftop, "Summon Minato." Ordinary Jonin would struggle to manage Kakashi, and the few suitable Jonin he had previously considered did not mesh well with Kakashi. Thus, the final candidate remained, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Following Shumo's death, the most suitable successor for the 4th Hokage was one of the legendary 3, yet neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade harbored aspirations for the position. Minato, however, recommended by Jiraiya, was indeed promising that if Minato were to inherit the title of 4th Hokage, he would certainly need to nurture his own disciples, making it quite apt to entrust the genius Kakashi to him. Understood, the Umbu on the rooftop acknowledged and swiftly vanished from sight. Hiruzen returned to his seat, took another drag from his pipe, and shook his head that I never anticipated that I would end up relying on Minato. Due to the tense situation in the ninja world, many regions required Minato's involvement. Hiruzen had contemplated this for some time, but had hesitated to make a decision. Now he found himself back at square one. He had no concerns about entrusting Kakashi to Minato, as he was the favored candidate for the 4th Hokage, and mentoring a talented youth was a trivial task. As he contemplated, Hiruzen retrieved a document detailing the current students of the Ninja Academy. Arranged according to their proximity to Kakashi, the top was Feng Ye's personal information, but Hiruzen merely glanced at it before setting it aside, that it was inappropriate to place siblings in the same team. Especially considering Minato was the successor to the 4th Hokage, that if Feng Ye possessed talent akin to Kakashi's, it might have been feasible to overlook such considerations for the sake of nurturing the next generation of elite. But he also had to take into account the village's sentiments. Might Guy, Uchiha Bito, and Noera Rin. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen made his choice. First, he would assign Uchiha Bito, a member of the Uchiha clan, to Minato. This would ensure that the Uchiha clan would not vocally oppose Minato's succession as Hokage. Lastly, he needed to select a civilian child, and while Guy was a male and thus eliminated, Rin was a fitting choice, achieving balance from all angles. With a decisive clap of his hands, Hiruzen finalized his selection, taking a drag from his pipe and chuckling softly. The esteemed Hokage was preoccupied with the placement of a single ninja, even personally intervening in the class allocation for next year's graduates. However, Kakashi's talent undeniably warranted attention, and Minato was certainly capable of making the decision himself, providing reassurance that there would be no significant issues. After resolving Kakashi's placement, Hiruzen lost interest in the other students, returning the documents regarding Feng Ye and the others to the side, no longer regarding them. He hoped that Danzo's actions would stabilize matters with the Mist Village. Hiruzen gazed up at the ceiling, exhaling a plume of smoke. His true headache lay with the state of the ninja world. Tensions among the major villages were unrelenting, unfolding in a manner centered around Konoha. The reason was clear. The Land of Fire was the most resource-rich nation, and Konoha had emerged victorious in the Second Ninja World War, claiming substantial benefits. This was why all the villages had their sights set on Konoha. Yet he could not afford to concede in matters of interest in the world of ninjas. Yielding once would only lead to further demands. One must employ a firm hand against external covetousness to maintain peace, a lesson Hiruzen understood all too well. Thus, if the situation could not return to stability and a third ninja world war were to erupt, Konoha would have no choice but to confront it head-on, letting war do the talking. With that thought, a glint of cold determination flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Having secured ample resources during the Second War, Konoha's core strength remained solid and vast. Despite the loss of one Konoha White Fang, his disciples Orochimaru and Jiraiya had grown into formidable ninjas in their own right, and rising talents like Minato Namikaze added to their ranks. If war were to break out, Konoha would not shy away from other villages. Chapter 9. Obito and Shiden Ninja Academy. Not yet time for morning classes, the playground was filled with a cacophony of noise, with numerous boys of varying heights congregating there to the center, surrounded by the crowd. A chaotic brawl was underway. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A boy formed hand seals and directed a breath toward a few individuals, startling them momentarily, but only a tiny flicker of flame emerged after a brief pause. The boys facing him erupted into laughter. That even ninjutsu? Go, beat him up. Idiot, show me your moves. A group of approximately 7 or 8 youths engaged in a chaotic brawl, seemingly all of them younger students. Lacking any real mastery of ninjutsu and merely resorting to straightforward fisticuffs. Among them, 2 slightly older boys exhibited a semblance of skill in their combat, displaying techniques such as the shadow clone technique and a few other forms of ninjutsu. The onlookers were a mix of enthusiastic cheerers and those reveling in the disorder, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos, as it was too early for any Nin instructors to intervene. "What are you watching?" Feng Ye appeared not far from the playground. Casting a glance at the melee before taking a few steps closer, he lightly tapped a figure on the shoulder at the periphery of the crowd. Xie Hong jumped in surprise, turning to see Feng Ye, and immediately sighed in relief. "Good morning, Feng Ye." "Good morning," Feng Ye replied with a smile. Let us head to the classroom. He had no interest in observing the children's scuffle. Xie Hong glanced at the center of the fray, hesitated for a moment, and said, "That, Feng Ye turned to her. Xie Hong, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Yang is over there. It seems he's getting beaten up." Feng Ye raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Yang?" Xie Hong pointed to one of the boys in the midst of the conflict and explained, "That's him. Named Si Yang, my uncle's cousin. I haven't heard of him." Feng Ye shrugged, expressing his disinterest in a character that left no impression on him, not even as a mere background figure. "Boys fighting is perfectly normal. You girls should stay out of it. Besides, the Nin teachers are surely watching from over there, so there's no need to worry." However, Xie Hong felt somewhat helpless. She grappled with the dilemma that ignoring it seemed unjust, yet intervening appeared unwarranted. Noticing her inner conflict, Feng Ye smirked, stepped forward, and formed a simple hand seal. Gently pressing his hand to the ground, "Doton, dearth technique? Upon witnessing Feng Ye's action, Xie Hong was initially taken aback, then felt the ground beneath her tremble. Thankfully, she had anticipated it, preventing her from losing her footing. However, the crowd on the playground was thrown into disarray, toppling in all directions, while the boys embroiled in the brawl were separated by the unexpected tremor. Xia Hong steadied herself, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw Feng Ye placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence with a grin. All right, this should prevent any further fighting. Let us go. The multitude of students, momentarily bewildered, were unsure what had transpired, assuming it to be an earthquake, which only added to the confusion and completely interrupted the earlier brawl. Yet, not all students were caught up in the chaos. One boy amidst the throng furrowed his brow, eyeing Feng Ye with discernment, clearly realizing that the tremor had been a result of Feng Ye's ninjutsu. Truly reckless, the boy muttered, shaking his head. He appeared slightly younger than Kakashi, adorned in attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. Despite blending into the crowd, his name carried significant weight: Uchiha Shursui. Unlike Uchiha Bido, Shursui was a prodigy, nearly rivaling Uchiha Itachi's prowess. Even before awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, he had already earned a formidable reputation on the battlefield of Mist. And once he opened his eyes, he gained access to the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodoha Tsukumi. Among those who noticed Feng Ye employing the earthquake technique were not only Shursui and Xia Hong, but also Noera Rin, who had been observing Feng Ye from the playground. Feng Ye, you've gone too far this time, Rin approached, mumbling, but you're quite impressive. The earthquake technique is classified as a C-rank Doton ninjutsu. I assent to it. Having overlooked Rin's presence, Feng Ye gestured for silence again, smiling as he replied, I picked it up from Kakashi. It's just a little trick. Uchiha Shursui observed the unfolding scene with a dismissive expression, not intending to intervene further, prepared to turn away. However, just as he took a few steps, he halted abruptly. Not far off, another boy, similarly attired in Uchiha clan apparel and wearing goggles, stood before Feng Ye, raising a fist in challenge. Hey, Feng Ye, let us settle this. The challenger was none other than Uchiha Bido. Having miraculously avoided any mishaps on his way to school, he arrived early and, upon reaching the playground, immediately spotted Feng Ye and Rin chatting animatedly, causing his temper to flare. With the atmosphere of a brawl brewing, Bido clenched his fist and stormed over. Boring. Feng Ye cast a brief glance at Bido. He had no interest in the pre-darkened version of Bido, who was still a kind-hearted, sunny boy, and thus harbored no intention of bullying a child. Damn it, stop right there. Yet upon seeing Feng Ye's lack of response, Bido could no longer contain himself and leapt directly in front of him. Whoosh! Bido's clumsy attack came barreling towards Feng Ye. With a sigh, Feng Ye sidestepped the assault, placing a hand on Bido's shoulder and gently pulling, causing Bido to lose his balance and awkwardly tumble backward. Witnessing this unfold, Rin buried her face in her hands. Xia Hong was momentarily speechless. Was this fellow truly a member of the Uchiha clan? The disparity in reputation was quite stark. Adults often spoke of the Uchiha clan with reverence, as its members were typically regarded as geniuses, each ranking among the best in their classes. Yet, the contrast with Bido was strikingly jarring. Just as Xia Hong finished her thought, a voice interjected from the side. I cannot simply overlook such remarks. Uchiha Shursui had approached, calmly addressing Xia Hong. Though Bido shared his Uchiha lineage, their connection was distant, and thus Shursui felt little concern. However, when it came to the reputation of the Uchiha clan, he could not remain silent. Xia Hong stared at Shursui, momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Shursui? The name Uchiha Shursui resonated strongly within the Ninja Academy, renowned for his exceptional grades, consistently ranking first in all subjects, and having recently triumphed over a lower-ranked ninja. Such prowess undoubtedly positioned him for early graduation, and many regarded him as the only student of this generation whose talent approached that of Kakashi. Noticing the commotion surrounding Xia Hong, Feng Ye turned his head. The instant he recognized Shursui, he tilted his head and remarked, Hong likely did not intend to question the Uchiha clan's esteemed reputation. Moreover, it seems rather one-sided to judge a prestigious clan based solely on individual actions, for the Uchiha clan indeed boasts numerous geniuses. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Shursui's expression softened slightly. He had no intention of meddling in Feng Ye's affairs, seeking to avoid unnecessary conflict. He merely wished to caution Xia Hong regarding her slightly overstepped comments. However, In the next moment, Shusui's pupils constricted in sudden realization that a hand had silently settled upon his shoulder, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. The owner of that hand was none other than Feng Ye. How could this be? Shusui's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Ye flashed him a harmless smile, said nothing, and retracted his hand, heading towards the classroom. Behind him, the Feng Ye engaging with Shui instantaneously transformed into a plume of white smoke, dissipating into thin air. A clone. The figure left behind was but a shadow clone. In that fleeting moment, Feng Ye had created a clone while his true self had swiftly moved beside Uchiha Shui. As a genius, Shui comprehended the unfolding events almost instantaneously. Yet, even with his understanding, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The clone technique and body flicker technique? How could he be so fast? The speed at which Feng Ye's true form transitioned into a clone and appeared next to him was astonishing. This implied that, had they been in a combat scenario, he would have been eliminated in an instant, without even grasping the situation. Xia Hong and Noura Rin were momentarily stunned as well. They could not immediately process what had transpired, nor had they fully grasped how Feng Ye had left a clone behind while his true self appeared beside Uchiha Shui in the blink of an eye. Two women exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. Once they regained their composure, they cast a look at Shui, who remained stationary, and promptly pursued the direction in which Keed had departed. Shui inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within his heart, before turning to gaze in the direction of Keed's exit, his eyes still reflecting a trace of agitation. That Kakashi's reputation as a genius was well known. While Keed had been labeled with terms such as mediocre, ordinary, and lacking talent that moment, Shui could only respond to such judgments with one word: blind, although he was unaware of Kakashi's true strength. Based solely on the fleeting display of skill he had just witnessed from Keed, Shui was convinced that Keed would not be far inferior to Kakashi and could even potentially surpass him. Such prowess could not have been acquired overnight. That individual had evidently been concealing his true abilities, never intentionally showcasing any extraordinary talent, remaining steadfast even in the face of criticism. Shui murmured to himself, realizing that his assessment of Keed was formidable. Compared to the youthful arrogance of Kakashi, Keed, as an elder brother, possessed not only remarkable strength, but also a demeanor that was calm, restrained, and mature, qualities that undoubtedly rendered him more formidable than Kakashi. Shui took another deep breath, feeling the weight of the title genius he bore become significantly heavier. In his youth, Shui of the Uchiha clan was likely no less exceptional than Itachi, though he was uncertain of the precise moment he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and acquired the ability to use Kodo Emetsukami. Back in the classroom, Keed stroked his chin in contemplation. Being one of the geniuses in the original story, Shui Uchiha's somewhat arrogant attitude towards Yuhi Kurenai had prompted Keed to employ a slight display of skill. Curious to see if this future instantaneous Shui could catch on, yet it appeared he was still a tad short. Keed, you just... As Keed entered the classroom, Kurenai and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they settled beside him, Kurenai couldn't help but speak up. Although she was unsure of what had transpired, it seemed that Keed had startled Shui Uchiha, as she had distinctly observed the stiffness in Shusui's expression and gaze. Just exchanged a greeting with Shui. Nothing to be concerned about, Keed replied with a smile. After all, they were an intense prelude to the Third Great Ninja War, and revealing a bit of strength was not an issue. Kurenai looked at Keed with wide eyes, stating, "But he clearly was frightened by you." Keed retrieved his textbook and placed it on the desk, pondering, "Well, I suppose so. After all, I have a couple of years more experience with ninjutsu than he does." While Keed's response seemed casual, Kurenai was acutely aware that what had just occurred was anything but simple. Shui Uchiha was a renowned genius throughout the school. To frighten someone of his caliber was undoubtedly a matter of pride. Yet, Keed appeared completely unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter, as usual, which only served to deepen Kurenai's admiration for him. In contrast to those who flaunted their accolades at the slightest opportunity, Keed's personal charm was undoubtedly at its peak. Noticing Kurenai's gaze, Keed sighed inwardly. Her expression seemed to suggest she was already envisioning a future with him. Perhaps he should temper his demeanor a bit, though he felt he hadn't done anything excessively outrageous. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Keed yearned to immerse himself in the life of a ninja at the Hidden Leaf School, to relish the carefree and sunlit days of his youth, which he had intended from the very beginning. Unfortunately, he found it impossible to do so, and no matter how hard he tried to forget, thoughts of the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine-Tails invasion, and Pain's destruction of Konoha would occasionally resurface. A perilous world, one that required sufficient strength to enjoy peace. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched his body and gazed out the window, murmuring how splendid it would be if this were a slice-of-life world. Kurenai tilted her head, asking, "Did you say something, Keed?" "No, just lost in thought," he replied, shaking his head, and then chuckled to himself. Even if he were to traverse into a world akin to that of Kaguya Otsutsuki, various pressures would still propel him forward. Unless he were born at the pinnacle, T.O. possessed the ability of time manipulation in this world, especially at the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. In a relatively peaceful Konoha was already a moderately challenging beginning if he had landed in the blood-soaked Mist Village, where students were pitted against one another, even killing their comrades, and stripped of the time manipulation ability. It would undoubtedly be a hellish ordeal. As he contemplated this, Keed awaited today's test while refining his chakra to flow within him. Speaking of which, the training method for the 8 gates should not be overly difficult. He mused, manipulating the chakra within him to seek out the specific locations corresponding to the 8 gates as he recalled them. He aimed to see if he could discover the training method for the 8 gates on his own. The true challenge of this forbidden technique lay in the gradual mastery of each gate, requiring years of accumulation, rather than in its initial development. Otherwise, Might Guy would never have been able to uncover it. In simpler terms, the 8 gates could be likened to repeatedly writing a character. With perseverance and determination, one could master it through countless repetitions, while techniques like the Reaper Death Seal and Flying Thunder God were akin to world-class mathematical conjectures, requiring innate talent to even approach. Chapter 11. Flow of Chakra. Though the 8 gates are relatively accessible to even lower-ranked ninjas, it does not mean that Keed could completely deduce it in a brief moment. He did identify the 8 corresponding locations for the 8 gates within his body, but the true key lay in how to train them to open and close freely. Still requires practice and experimentation. Keed pondered. He considered whether he should seek a shortcut from Might Guy, reasoning that it would be wise to consult him for a more stable approach, for even the most straightforward techniques could harbor risks during their development. The morning test involved a comprehensive assessment of physical techniques, including tree climbing, weighted running, and various combinations of tasks. However, for the students of the Ninja Academy, these challenges were relatively easy. Even Obito passed the test without much difficulty. After the test concluded, Keed returned home. After tidying up briefly and having a meal, he set out again, searching for Might Guy and Might Die within the village. Unfortunately, it seemed that Might Die was on a mission, leaving only Might Guy training alone in their usual spot. Unable to find Might Die, Keed felt no urgency and returned to his residence. Grasping his chakra blade, White Fang, he made his way toward the back mountains of the village. This should suffice. Upon arriving at his usual training ground, Keed grasped the chakra blade White Fang, took a deep breath, and began training directly with his true form rather than using shadow clones. After his encounter with Kakashi the previous day, while continuing to practice the Hokage swordsmanship at home, he sensed he was on the verge of grasping the concept of chakra flow. The formidable Hokage swordsmanship, renowned throughout the ninja world, consists of 2 stages. The critical essence of the first stage is chakra flow. Chakra flow refers to the ability to channel one's internal chakra onto a weapon, enhancing its sharpness and offensive capacity. Once this capability is mastered, the power of the Hokage swordsmanship would experience a significant surge. The core of the second stage, on the other hand, is an advanced version of chakra flow, namely the transformation of chakra's form. This allows the flowing chakra to solidify, taking on a naturally sharp shape, which would further amplify its potency when employing the Hokage swordsmanship, regardless of the practitioner's inherent strength. Mastering the first stage guarantees one the power of Ch-Nin, while attaining the second stage ensures one possesses the prowess of Aj-Nin. Beyond that, it relies on personal talent. Do not underestimate the Hokage swordsmanship. It may seem like one must fully master it to be considered a genin, yet the techniques that surpass it are mostly forbidden arts and secret techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God, which are not within the reach of ordinary practitioners. Keed had never slackened in his training of the Hokage swordsmanship, as its utilization of chakra was an exceptionally potent form of manipulation. Moreover, the Hokage swordsmanship did not conflict with the vast majority of physical techniques, allowing its use even in states such as the Eight Gates or Sage Mode. Swoosh, swoosh, Feng Ye relentlessly wielded his blade, each strike revealing a faint, luminous sheen upon the white edge, which quivered and traced arcs in the air as he executed his movements. This rigorous training persisted for several hours before Feng Ye finally came to a halt. After returning to the village for a meal, he promptly resumed his practice 0.7 hours, 0.8 hours, 0.9 hours, in a state of tripled time acceleration. Feng Ye diligently honed the fundamental techniques of the Kikamoto swordsmanship, skillfully integrating the flow of his chakra into the motions. As time elapsed, what began as rough gradually smoothed into finesse, and unfamiliarity transformed into mastery. A pivotal moment. Feng Ye suddenly struck out with his blade, sensing that the chakra coursing along the edge had achieved a near-perfect harmony with the direction of his cut, prompting him to pause. Yes, a glimmer flickered in his eyes as he savored the sensation of that moment, and he followed up with another strike, achieving yet another flawless cut. After numerous attempts, confirming his proficiency had finally reached the desired level, Feng Ye exhaled deeply, allowing his body to relax slightly. The first stage of Kikamoto swordsmanship training was complete. Calming his emotions, Feng Ye approached a wooden post. With a glint in his gaze, he took a step forward and swung his chakra-infused short blade, creating a white arc that cut through the void. Swoosh! The stout wooden post, roughly the size of a man's embrace, fell before Feng Ye's strike as if it were mere tofu, effortlessly cleaved in twain, with half of it silently sliding away to the right. Truly formidable, paired with the chakra blade, White Fang, it could undoubtedly sever the kunai of any opponent who had yet to master chakra flow. Observing the power of his strike, Feng Ye murmured to himself in admiration. The potential of White Fang was beyond question. With the completion of the first stage of Kikamoto swordsmanship, he indeed possessed the strength of a chunin, and might even hold an advantage over ordinary chunins. Feng Ye's prowess had already reached chunin level through ninjutsu and taijutsu, and now with the mastery of the first stage of Kikamoto swordsmanship, he could be considered an elite chunin even in a normal state. Next came the acceleration state. After taking a deep breath, a spark ignited in Feng Ye's eyes. The strike that had severed the post corner was executed in a normal state, undoubtedly in the tripled speed condition. Kikamoto swordsmanship could unleash even greater power. Without a sound, Feng Ye entered the state of triple speed. From a distance, one could observe Feng Ye appearing to enter a peculiar fast-forward mode, his every movement, including his breathing, exhibiting an abnormal rhythm. In this state, gripping the chakra blade, White Fang, and releasing the flow of chakra, he suddenly aimed at the wooden post and struck. Swoosh! In this tripled speed state, his strike was so swift that it left behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, one could see the fleeting arc of white, akin to a sword's gleam, piercing directly through the stout wooden post. A glint of shock crossed Feng Ye's eyes. In the time-accelerated state, the range of his attack had astonishingly expanded beyond the blade's edge, delivering a cut nearly a foot long. This was a feat only achievable in the second stage of Kikamoto swordsmanship. Suppressing his astonishment, Feng Ye circled around the post to its backside, clearly observing a line that bisected the post, leaving a mark on the ground. While the power may not rival that of a true second-stage Kikamoto swordsmanship strike, the reliance on chakra flow and Kikamoto techniques in a time-accelerated state undeniably allowed for an extended range of cuts. After taking a breath, Feng Ye gained a clearer understanding of his power level. Special Jonin, a special Jonin adept in speed. Against those skilled in illusion techniques or possessing forbidden jutsu, it might be a different story, but against ordinary chunins or even elite chunins, his overwhelming speed could suffice to eliminate opponents in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the true strength of speed lies in the ability to face multiple adversaries without fear. Generally, Those proficient in illusion techniques or certain forbidden jutsu might struggle against a coordinated assault of 3 or 4 elite units. But for him, even if he couldn't swiftly eliminate his foes, his speed would allow him to maneuver in and out at will. Chapter 12. Setting a small goal, the elevation of his power level undoubtedly brought joy. However, this joy was short-lived as Feng Ye gradually returned to a state of calm, for he understood that while special jonins bore the title of jonin, they occupied a rather awkward position, due to an imbalance in their overall abilities. They fell short of truly attaining jonin status, rendering their self-preservation capabilities in battle significantly inferior to that of genuine jonins. Lacking endurance, Feng Ye pondered. Without the physique of the Uzumaki clan, and without the seal of a tailed beast within him, his current chakra level barely reached that of an elite chunin, leaving a considerable gap to true jonin status. As for stamina, there was no need to elaborate. How much endurance could a 10-year-old body possess? In a time-accelerated state, stamina was also consumed at an accelerated rate. If he were to learn the 8 gates technique, he would truly become a 5-second man. With this thought, Feng Ye displayed a hint of helplessness. Until he attained the sage body, stamina and chakra would likely remain his weaknesses, and the sage body was not something he could contemplate at this juncture. However, upon reflection, as long as the power he could unleash in a fleeting moment was sufficiently formidable, the lack of endurance would matter little. Much like Minato Namikaze, who could swiftly eliminate 50 jonins in a heartbeat. Even if his chakra was a shortcoming, it did not hinder his reputation as the yellow flash of the ninja world. It seems my future combat style will revolve around swiftly resolving battles, Feng Ye silently mused. Regardless of whether endurance is a weakness, it is imperative to practice the 8 gates technique. With the combination of the 8 gates and the time-accelerated state, he would finally possess the capability to resolve battles with the speed of light. As long as his speed reached its zenith, what did it matter if his stamina was lacking? Combat would not require much time at all. In his normal state, he should not be inferior to elite chunins. With a tripled speed state, he could be considered a special jonin. To make further advancements, 3 paths lay before him. Feng Ye contemplated. The first enhancement path is the most conventional, involving systematic training in taijutsu and chakra cultivation, utilizing time acceleration to facilitate faster physical growth. When his body matures to around 12 or 13 years of age, he would likely possess the chakra and taijutsu level of a jonin. Additionally, learning a jonin-level standard ninjutsu would render him a quintessential jonin in his normal state. The second enhancement path entails continuing to refine Kikamoto swordsmanship. If he can achieve the second stage of Kikamoto swordsmanship, even with deficiencies in chakra and taijutsu, he would still possess jonin-level strength through the power of White Fang. Lastly, the third enhancement path is the 8 gates technique. Ideally, he would pursue all 3 paths concurrently. Feng Ye concluded. For an ordinary person, focusing on one enhancement path would be the prudent choice, as they lack the time to pursue multiple avenues without risking a lack of mastery in any, resulting in an overall mediocre strength. However, he was different. With the ability to accelerate time, he had ample opportunity to train. As the capabilities of the illusory clock continued to improve, perhaps he could even achieve quadruple or quintuple speed, at which point he would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to pursue all 3 routes simultaneously. Let us set a small goal, to become a jonin in 6 months. Feng Ye clenched his fist and inhaled deeply. A jonin. Here, jonin refers to one possessing jonin-level strength in a normal state. With such power in a normal state, perhaps under tripled, quadrupled, or even quintupled time acceleration, he could emulate Minato Namikaze, slaying jonins as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Only by reaching such a tier could he have a modicum of self-preservation in the impending Third Great Ninja War, not succumbing easily to the whims of fate, having departed from his training grounds. Feng Ye returned to the village. The vigilance had indeed escalated a notch. In comparison to the previous days, the presence of patrolling ninjas on the streets today has noticeably increased, along with a heightened frequency of their rounds. This is merely the overt manifestation. Behind the scenes, the Konoha Umbu, the inspection force directly under the Hokage Sartobi Hiruzen, is likely keeping a close watch on every corner of the village, searching for any enemy spies that may have infiltrated. Feng Ye can sense that he is being scrutinized, as if undergoing an examination to ensure that he poses no threat. Only after this assessment does the feeling of being monitored gradually dissipate. The sensation of being covertly observed is certainly unpleasant, yet it is an inevitable aspect of this tense period preceding the Great Ninja War, as every village dispatches spies to gather intelligence by any means necessary. Due to the accelerated consumption of resources during training, the ingredients in the refrigerator are depleting rapidly, necessitating a replenishment every couple of days. Thus, Feng Ye heads towards the marketplace to procure more supplies. After walking a short distance, he hears a somewhat familiar voice emanating from the adjacent meat shop. Turning his gaze, he spots a familiar figure holding a bag, standing before the shopkeeper selling beef. Glaring with wide eyes, "What? The price of beef has risen to 450 Rio? This is outrageous," Mado Dai exclaims in disbelief. The shopkeeper shrugs helplessly, replying, "The wholesale price is already quite high. It's not as if I wish to extort anyone." The tense situation within the ninja world has undoubtedly led to an increase in prices. Although Konoha remains relatively stable, the channels through which supplies are procured have grown strained, and in light of potential attacks from enemy ninjas. Large shipments require the escort of shinobi, further straining resources. Too expensive. Mado Dai rakes his fingers through his hair, momentarily vexed. As a lower-ranked ninja, he struggles to find willing partners for missions, resulting in a limited number of tasks he can undertake. The rise in prices is undoubtedly a harsh blow for him, especially since his son, Mado Kai, is in a critical growth phase where a daily serving of meat is nearly essential. After some deliberation, Mado Dai decides to purchase a piece of beef, albeit in a reduced quantity, reasoning that he can manage with a smaller portion. What a difficult situation, Feng Ye mutters, observing Mado Dai's predicament. His own circumstances are relatively favorable. Although Shumo has passed away, he left behind a substantial inheritance sufficient to sustain both him and Kakashi for several years. Moreover, Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin, allowing him to be self-sufficient. And for the time being, they're not troubled by rising prices. However, considering Mado Dai's capability to unleash a formidable assault against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, one would assume that upon opening the 7th gate, he would possess strength at the level of a jonin. Yet, the missions Mado Dai undertakes rarely involve combat. They typically consist of menial tasks such as cleaning up litter or searching for lost cats, leaving little room for him to showcase his abilities. Consequently, the true extent of Mado Dai's strength remains largely unknown within Konoha. After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Ye quickly procures several items and returns home. After preparing a simple meal and eating, he departs once more in search of Mado Dai. Before long, Feng Ye finds Mado Dai as he had anticipated. Upon returning from his mission, Mado Dai, after sharing a meal with Kai, has begun training, and the two are currently running laps around Konoha. Feng Ye ponders for a moment before heading in another direction to also commence his own run. After a brief period, he naturally synchronizes his pace with that of Mado Dai and Mado Kai. "Your training as well, Kai," Feng Ye greets the young boy. Kai, noticing Feng Ye, give him a thumbs up while continuing to run, exclaiming, "Of course, after dinner we must complete 50 laps to adjust our condition. This is what youth is about." Mado Dai mimics the gesture, enthusiastically endorsing Kai's sentiment, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth. This peculiar scene elicits strange expressions from the onlookers along the streets. Feng Ye feels somewhat exasperated. Could we not be so eccentric? It draws the attention of others, and he can faintly hear murmurs of, "Can you believe someone is mingling with that father-son duo?" which prompts a wave of powerless exasperation within him. While running, Kai turns to Feng Ye and inquires, "By the way, where is Kakashi? Aren't you two training together?" Kai's interest in Kakashi continues to surpass his curiosity about Feng Ye. He is probably training alone. Feng Ye responds, aware that Kakashi has been avoiding missions for several days. If he isn't at home, he must be off training somewhere, as he seldom practices alongside Kakashi. Kai gives Feng Ye another thumbs up as he grins. "Oh, I didn't expect you to engage in such fundamental training. Basics are crucial." Feng Ye smiles and reflects, "I've been focusing on physical techniques recently, and I feel as though I'm on the brink of breaking through some limits." "Have you sensed anything similar?" Kai looks at Feng Ye in confusion, asking, "Limits? Are you referring to the point of physical exhaustion? No, Feng Ye glances casually at Mato Dai beside him and continues, not that kind of limit, but rather a sense of restraints binding my physical strength. Upon hearing this, Kai's curiosity deepens, but just as he is about to ask further, Mato Dai interjects with a hint of amazement in his voice. As expected of Kakashi's older brother, you can perceive the existence of the 8 gates at such a young age. That is not something one can achieve merely through hard work. 8 gates? Feng Ye feigns ignorance as he looks at Mato Dai. Mato Dai, with a straightforward nature, does not hold back and cheerfully explains, once your physical training reaches a certain level, you can sense the presence of these restraints within. I refer to these restraints as the 8 gates. Once broken, extraordinary power can be unleashed. Kai gazes at Mato Dai in astonishment, having never heard of such concepts before. Even the ninja instructors at school had not taught him this. Dad, do you really practice this technique? Absolutely. Mato Dai give a thumbs up, exclaiming, this is the culmination of my 20 years of hard work, and I plan to teach it to you once you've matured a bit more. Feng Ye turns to Mato Dai and inquires, while you can sense these restraints, forcibly breaking them could potentially lead to injury, correct? Indeed, Mato Dai nods, his expression growing serious as he looks at Feng Ye. To be honest, I wouldn't recommend attempting to open the 8 gates at your age. However, since you can perceive their existence, it indicates that you have reached the threshold for training in the 8 gates technique. Mato Dai has not even considered the need to keep such knowledge a secret. Rather, he has always wished to pass on the technique of the 8 gates. However, as a mere chunin, he finds that apart from his son Kai, no one is willing to learn from him. 8 this moment. Hearing Feng's inquiry, Mato Dai enthusiastically shares several key points about training in the 8 gates technique, enlightening Feng Ye instantly. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, Feng Ye halts, expressing his gratitude with a smile and a respectful bow toward Mato Dai. Seeing Feng Ye's demeanor, Mato Dai laughs heartily, saying, there is no need for such formality, if my experience can assist you. That is enough. After all, you're Kai's classmate, that I never expected someone would be interested in hearing a lower ninja like me share insights on physical training. What a moment for my youth. While the first half of his statement is relatively normal, the latter half veers into absurdity, prompting a silent sigh from Feng Ye. Mato Kai, half perplexed and half inquisitive, looks at Mato Dai and asks, Dad, what is the 8 gates technique? Can I learn it? Kai. Mato Dai, recovering from his emotional high, firmly pats Kai on the shoulder and proclaims, your training isn't sufficient yet. Let us finish those 50 laps first. And then I'll tell you about the 8 gates. As he speaks, Mato Dai resumes running, taking Kai with him as they quickly distance themselves amidst the curious gazes of passersby. Feng, initially intending to run a bit longer, shakes his head in resignation. Well then, I've finally acquired the training methods for the 8 gates technique, and it has indeed proven to be quite accessible, though I feel a bit guilty. I'll find an opportunity to repay this kindness later. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Ye returned home, drawing upon the key points mentioned by Mato Dai and his own explorations of physical techniques. He meticulously organized the training methods for the 8 gates of duenjia. The crux of mastering the 8 gates lies in breaking the 8 internal shackles within the body. However, forcibly breaking them would inevitably cause damage to the body's meridians, thus necessitating preliminary training and exercises to facilitate adaptation, which involves load-bearing training. The initial stages of practice can be aided by various props, such as weights, keeping the body in a state of constant pressure. Consequently, once the pressure is alleviated, the body's adaptability to breaking the 8 gates will significantly improve. The practice of the 8 gates of duenjia is essentially a repetition of this process. Therefore, it is imperative to procure some weights. Feng Ye rummaged through the ninja tools at home and unearthed some weights, although their mass was rather negligible, suitable for ordinary training but not for the foundational practice of the 8 gates. The lack of weights was not a substantial issue, as the ninja village was abundant in ninja tools. With the funds left behind by Shuamao, purchasing a set of weighted equipment posed no problem. Soon, after expending a considerable sum, Feng Ye acquired a set of weights. Unlike the weights used by Xiao Li in the original narrative, the ones he purchased were separate pieces, comprising a vest, wrist weights, and leg weights, forming a complete ensemble. He was uncertain about the materials used, The weight seemed rather unscientific. Once fully donned, he could distinctly feel the heaviness enveloping his entire body, to the point where even walking felt somewhat unsteady. Requiring a while to gradually adjust. Chapter 14. Slaying a Chunin. Having procured the ninja tools and acquired the training methods, everything was in place. Feng Ye first indulged in a brief slumber, and upon awakening approximately 2.5 hours later in the real world, he had a meal before heading to his usual training location. The site where Feng Ye practiced was situated in the back mountains of Konoha, a favored spot for many practitioners. However, it was now nighttime, enveloped in an eerie silence with no one around. Beneath the moonlight, Feng Ye commenced his arduous training. The essence of mastering the 8 gates of Duenjia lies in diligent practice. Shortcuts are non-existent, and any fanciful notions of perpetual openings or reverse training are mere fallacies. Wholly impractical. 4 hours elapsed. At some point, Feng Ye had removed the weights and was now resting against a boulder, his garments thoroughly drenched in sweat, resembling someone pulled from water. The training for the 8 gates was far more grueling than the typical ninja or physical training, despite having the ability to accelerate time. This only pertained to his perception relative to the outside world. The entire training process offered no shortcuts whatsoever. This marked his 7th rest. Although his body had nearly recovered, Feng Ye remained reclined, reluctant to rise. 4 hours, under triple time acceleration, equated to approximately 12 hours of effort. It was about time to return, rest, and continue later. Feeling a mental fatigue creeping in, he abandoned the idea of persisting, stood up, tidied the discarded weights, and resolved to head back for some rest. However, at that moment he suddenly froze, halting his actions as he set the weights aside and perked up his ears. Crackle, crackle, he could faintly hear sounds emanating from the woods, as if someone were moving through the thicket. Given that it was now midnight, encountering another person in the woods at this hour was likely ominous. Feng Ye furrowed his brow, his expression gradually sharpening with vigilance. Although he was unaware of the identity of the individual, he wished to avoid a confrontation. From the sounds, it seemed the person was approaching his direction, likely to pass by. Feng Ye gauged the intruder's position, circled around the rock to the rear, where he believed he could remain hidden. The footsteps brushed past him, gradually fading into the distance, seemingly oblivious to his presence as they hurried by. However, almost instantaneously after the footsteps vanished, several flashes of silver abruptly flickered in the night sky, accompanied by the sound of whistling air as 7 or 8 shuriken precisely descended upon Feng Ye's concealed position, cutting off all possible avenues for escape. Damn! Feng Ye silently cursed, swiftly grasping the chakra blade already in his right hand. In a fluid motion, he deflected the incoming shuriken while simultaneously leaping atop the rock, gazing in the direction for which they had come. In that direction, he clearly discerned a figure, illuminated by the moonlight. The emblem on the forehead protector was not that of Konoha, yet Feng Ye recognized it well. Mist hidden, a ninja from the village hidden in the mist. It turned out to be a mere child. Lin Qinyu, also known as Lin Qinyu, regarded Feng Ye with a glint of coldness in his eyes. The next moment he charged toward Feng Ye, drawing a short sword and slashing at him. He was a scout from a mist village, an elite Chunin with sensory abilities who had made considerable effort to infiltrate the Land of Fire, intending to sneak into Konoha. However, he had sensed Feng Ye's presence. Initially startled, he believed he had stumbled into an ambush, but upon further inspection, he realized that only Feng Ye was present, and his chakra fluctuations were not particularly strong. In an instant of contemplation, he decisively created a shadow clone to generate footsteps that drew attention and launched an ambush on Feng Ye. Feng Ye successfully parried his attack, surprising Lin Qinyu. Yet upon seeing that Feng Ye appeared to be a mere child of around 10 years old, he felt a slight relief and resolved to act swiftly. I must be quick. We are very close to Konoha. Any significant noise or prolonged battle could be perilous. I need to eliminate Feng Ye swiftly and then attempt to infiltrate. The area near the village is no longer safe. Observing Lin Qinyu's clear intent to kill without any desire for dialogue, Feng Ye's mind raced as he wielded the ninja blade, White Fang, to defend against the assault. Clang, clang. The sound of Feng Ye's blade clashing with Lin Qinyu's short sword echoed in the night, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce exchange. in a fleeting moment. They had exchanged over a dozen strikes. Lin Qinyu, initially brimming with murderous intent, began to feel astonished after this flurry of attacks, realizing that the child before him was far from the easy target he had anticipated. Could this silver-haired child wielding a chakra short sword be the son of White Fang mentioned in the intelligence reports? Lin Qinyu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It must be him. The genius name of Hokage Kakashi is well known in Konoha. Undoubtedly on our assassination list in a mist village. And one wishes to see another White Fang emerge from Konoha. If I eliminate this child, it will be a significant accomplishment, even if I gather no intelligence. I can return to the village directly. Eliminating a mere child is a far more favorable option than risking infiltration into Konoha. Moreover, he has already discovered me. If I do not eliminate Feng Ye, I will never be able to infiltrate Konoha. Whoosh! With this thought, Lin Qinyu's murderous intent surged as he made his move without hesitation. After a clash, he leveraged the momentum to leap backward, gripping the short sword in his mouth while his hands swiftly formed seals. Ninjutsu, mist hidden technique, wind release, gale technique. Before the white mist could fully envelop the area, Feng Ye seemed to predict the move, synchronously releasing a wind technique of his own that a gust of wind instantly scattered the nascent mist, significantly reducing its obstructive effect, although it still slightly impaired visibility. Lin Qinyu frowned, yet he continued to advance through the mist toward Feng Ye. For Feng Ye, this was the first genuine combat experience, one that posed a real threat to his life. While an ordinary person might falter under such circumstances, unable to harness even half of their potential, Feng Ye remained utterly composed in this moment. The reason was simple. On one hand, he had assessed the opponent's strength. On the other, in the state of triple-time acceleration, everything around him felt as if it were moving 3 times slower, including Lin Qinyu's movements. The blade of the ninja sword, White Fang, shimmered with a glint. White Fang, unleash! As Lin Qinyu advanced through the faint mist, Feng Ye's eyes glimmered with cold determination. He instantaneously amplified his previously restrained speed to its utmost limit. In Lin Qinyu's eyes, he witnessed Feng Ye move with an almost otherworldly velocity, the chakra short sword seemingly leaving behind afterimages as it sliced toward him. Lin Qinyu's expression shifted. How can he be this fast? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet there was scarcely time to entertain any other notion. Faced with the near terrifying speed that Feng Ye exhibited in an instant, he could only muster all his strength and brandish the short sword in his grasp to meet the oncoming attack. Clang! Lin Qinyu barely managed to parry Feng Ye's short blade, White Fang, just before its edge descended upon him, producing a resounding chime. The thought that had flickered in Lin Qinyu's mind existed for but a moment. Then, he became utterly frozen in place, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Before him, a distinct line of blood traced its way along the center of the Mist Village forehead protector, extending from his forehead to the nape of his neck. His short sword had blocked the tangible blade, yet he had not anticipated that Feng Ye's strike would extend beyond the blade itself, possessing an additional foot of cutting distance. This was the renowned Konoha sword technique. Countless ninjas had perished under this very move during the Second Great Ninja War. Even with knowledge of its efficacy, one found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. In a final fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Lin Qinyu recalled the countless ninjas who had been dominated by that very chakra-infused short blade, White Fang. He had never imagined that Feng Ye, such a mere child, had already mastered the legendary technique that once struck terror into the hearts of the ninja world. Silently, Lin Qinyu swayed slightly, and his lifeless body began to descend. Chapter 15. Kakashi's confusion. Eager to quietly cultivate himself to the level of a jonin, Feng Ye found himself reluctantly compelled to take a life, disrupting his training rhythm, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was it even possible to erase all traces? It was likely too late. Whoosh! Without checking Lin Qinyu's corpse, Feng Ye leaped forward, gathering his belongings, and swiftly departed into the distance. He could surmise that Konoha's Umbu would soon be rushing to the scene. Feng Ye had no desire to cross paths with the Umbu ninjas. Almost immediately after Feng Ye's departure, several figures clad in various animal masks appeared at the site of the earlier battle. unmistakably the Umbu ninjas directly under the command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Over there, one sensing ninja's gaze flickered as he spotted Lin Qinyu's corpse. Rather than approaching directly, he swiftly threw a shuriken, pinning it to Lin Qinyu's body to confirm the individual's demise. The other two Umbu swiftly moved in from the sides. He is dead. One of them crouched down, confirming Lin Qinyu's death, then turned the body over to face upward, revealing the forehead protector of the Mist Village adorning his forehead. The three Umbu ninjas exchanged looks of astonishment, initially believing that a Konoha ninja had been attacked and killed, only to discover that it was an enemy village ninja, likely a scout, though they remained uncertain who had dispatched him. This individual must have been an elite chunin from the Mist Village. The crouching ninja hastily examined the body, a flicker of unusual color passing through his eyes as he turned to his companions, inquiring, "From the moment you sensed the battle here, barely a minute has elapsed, correct?" Indeed, the sensing ninja furrowed his brow, stating, to eliminate an elite scout from the Mist Village in such a brief span of time. It must have been a jonin from our village. However, I have no recollection of that Chakra signature, and it seems he departed immediately after dispatching the Mist Ninja. It appears he had no intention of meeting us. The examining ninja wore a contemplative expression, but suddenly he froze, scrutinizing the wound on Lin Qinyu's head with keen interest that a look of surprise flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "What is this wound?" Both of his companions turned to look. The Umbu ninja who had been inspecting the body hesitated for several seconds before tentatively stating, "This type of wound I have seen before. It should be a mark left by Lord Tsukumo's sword technique." "Impossible. Lord Tsukumo has been deceased for 2 years. The two other Umbu ninjas reacted almost in unison. The inspecting ninja also found it hard to believe, carefully verifying several times before asserting, "This wound is undoubtedly inflicted by Lord Tsukumo's technique. Yet it likely wasn't his handiwork. Otherwise, this forehead protector would have been severed as well." Upon hearing this assessment, the Umbu ninjas exchanged glances. The Konoha sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the Hitaki clan, akin to the Nara clan's shadow techniques or the Yamanka clan's mental arts. Since Tsukumo's demise, only a handful had the capability to wield it. Let us gather our findings and report to the Hokage. Agreed. After reaching a consensus, the Umbu ninjas made their way back to the village. The death of an enemy scout amid such heightened tensions was not considered a significant matter, warranting the need to awaken Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle of the night. Thus, it was not until the following morning that Hiruzen learned of the events that transpired. A Mist Village elite scout had fallen to the Konoha sword technique, and the battle had concluded in no more than a minute. Upon receiving the Umbu's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's surprise was palpable. An elite scout from the Mist Village could infiltrate the vicinity of Konoha only if they were at least a chunin, and to slay such a formidable opponent in under a minute would necessitate the prowess of a jonin. However, Konoha should not currently possess any jonin skilled in the Konoha sword technique. Could it be him? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind conjured the image of Kakashi. His heart trembled momentarily. When had Kakashi grown to such an extent that he could eliminate a Mist scout in a mere minute? He couldn't be more than 8 years old, though it was difficult to fathom. Upon further reflection, no other candidates seemed to fit the criteria, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to inhale sharply and state, "Where is Kakashi? Bring him to me. I have matters to discuss with him." Understood. The Umbu beside him acknowledged and swiftly vanished. Moments later, Kakashi appeared outside the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, approaching Kakashi with a warm smile that bore admiration in his gaze, saying, "It seems you've made significant strides in your training recently. I hadn't anticipated that at your age. You would delve so deeply into Tsukumo's sword techniques." Kakashi was taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Kakashi on the shoulder, adding, "Seeing you's akin to witnessing a younger Suko. Do you not have anything to report to me?" Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with confusion, hesitating before replying. "Hokage-sama, what do you mean?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, but then chuckled. It appeared that the youthful and impulsive Kakashi had learned to conceal himself. It seemed he had finally matured. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Kakashi could genuinely shoulder the responsibilities of Jonin. Had he known this would be the case, he wouldn't have needed to send Minato to mentor Kakashi. With a flick of his wrist, Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed a forehead protector toward Kakashi. Kakashi caught it, revealing it to be the forehead protector of the Mist Village, stained with remnants of blood and marked with a white line, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. Confounded by the unexpected delivery of the forehead protector, Kakashi became even more perplexed, engulfed in a state of bewilderment as he looked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Still not remembering, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his teacup and took a sip. Understanding the importance of discretion is commendable, yet given that he was already aware of the situation, it was time for Kakashi to report the specifics to him. The Hokage. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi's mind raced, but he struggled to recall anything related to the forehead protector. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally couldn't contain himself. Hokage-sama, what exactly is the significance of this forehead protector? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly, surprised that Kakashi still felt the need to withhold information, and replied coolly, "You should clarify the details regarding last night's battle for me." Last night? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then immediately adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "Hokage-sama, I remained at home last night and did not engage in any battle." Chapter 16. Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonishment in that instant, Kakashi's first thought was whether someone had disguised themselves as him and infiltrated the village to commit some act. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be grave, yet he remained unperturbed, for he had indeed been at home. Even if something had occurred, he could withstand any investigation, home the entire time. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering slightly as he observed Kakashi, sensing that Kakashi's demeanor did not appear to be one of feigned ignorance. After a moment of shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured, and an Umbu ninja promptly appeared in the office. He turned to the Umbu, speaking in a low voice. "Summon the patrol team. I need a report on last night's patrol activities." Understood. The dark ninja swiftly vanished. Moments later, several masked Umbu appeared in the office to report. Kakashi occasionally exchanged words with the reporting Umbu, and after some verification, confirmed that he had not left home the previous night. Once it was established that the Mist Village scout was not slain by Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a look of confusion. He pondered deeply, as he did not recall any instance of Itachi Sakumo imparting his swordsmanship to another. Had Kakashi ever received any disciples or taught sword techniques? Uncertain, Kakashi shook his head. Itachi Sakumo had once been the captain of Konoha's Umbu and the frontline commander during the Second Shinobi World War, rarely engaging in discussions of such matters with him. Kakashi inquired, "Lord Hokage, what exactly has transpired?" Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before briefly recounting the earlier events. Upon hearing Hiruzen's description, Kakashi was initially taken aback, but quickly realized something, his eyes widening slightly and his mouth parting in surprise. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, Hiruzen asked, "What have you deduced?" Kakashi hesitated, having already guessed it was likely the work of Kazuhaya, and weighed whether to disclose this. Observing Kakashi's evidently knowing expression, Hiruzen frowned, saying, "Please report to me in detail what you know." Kakashi recalled that Kazuhaya had not mentioned this matter to him yesterday, perhaps not intending for him to assist in concealing it, and replied, "If that is the case, I might know who is responsible." "Who?" Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Kakashi's brother, Kazuhaya. Kakashi replied softly, inwardly reminding himself that it was not his concern. Upon hearing Kakashi's response, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Who did you say?" Kakashi silently repeated his words. At this revelation, not only Hiruzen, but also an Umbu squad leader standing nearby, and 8J Nin about to report, appeared visibly astonished. "Kazuhaya." Hiruzen looked at Kakashi in disbelief, saying, "Are you certain?" "Kakashi, he is an elite scout from the Mist Village, and the battle concluded in under a minute." Having already implicated Kazuhaya, Kakashi straightforwardly stated, "Though I am unaware of the specifics of the battle. It is indeed within his capabilities. My brother's strength has always surpassed mine." Coughing softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a seat. In this situation, it was unlikely Kakashi would lie, as deception would serve no purpose. Merely summoning Kazuhaya for straightforward verification would suffice. Though Hiruzen needed a moment to absorb this information. Kazuhaya is stronger than Kakashi? It is quite common for an elder brother to surpass a younger sibling, but in the case of Kazuhaya and Kakashi, it was an extraordinary revelation. One must understand that Kakashi is a rare talent in Konoha, akin to the youthful Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. If this is all true, it implies that the 8-year-old Kazuhaya eliminated an elite nin from the Mist Village in under a minute, suggesting his talent may even exceed that of Kakashi. Sir Toby Hiruzen picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and after exhaling the smoke, finally instructed, "Go summon Kazuhaya." "Yes," and Umbu acknowledged before vanishing in a flash. At the Ninja Academy, today marked the final day before the end-of-term examinations that in the class where Kazuhaya was situated, students gathered in the playground, forming lines that on an open space before them. 2 students were engaged in an intense duel. The sound of clashing kunai echoed, accompanied by the sharp sounds of sparks flying. Uchiha Obito shouted with all his might, forcefully bringing down his kunai to drive his opponent back, then throwing the kunai from his hand. Forcing the other to retreat yet again, he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. This time, the jutsu was successfully executed, and a massive fireball surged forward, causing the other student to display a look of horror. Realizing there was no escape, swish, the nin instructor, witnessing this, swiftly moved, forming hand seals with great speed. Water style. Water barrier. With a rush, water surged forth, colliding with the fireball, producing a sizzling sound as it extinguished the flames. After dousing the fireball, the instructor sighed, straightened up, and declared, "Uchiha Obito is the victor." "Oh!" Uchiha Obito exclaimed joyously, finally feeling he had redeemed himself. Turning around, he noticed Noera Rin and other students applauding him, filling him with satisfaction as he returned to the crowd. Casually nodding toward Kazuhaya, in response to Obito's provocation, Kazuhaya offered no reaction, calmly standing there, clapping his hands, his eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "Kazuhaya, are you feeling unwell?" Yuhi Kurenai, having noticed Kazuhaya's unusual demeanor early on, couldn't help but whisper a question after the applause subsided. "Not at all." Kazuhaya shook his head, saying, "I am merely lost in thought." Just as Kazuhaya gazed into the distance, the nin instructor took out a list and announced the names of the next pair of combatants. Next up, Hatake Kazuya versus Hokage Hayashi. Upon hearing this, the nearby students' attention immediately shifted to Kazuhaya and Hokage Hayashi. Hokage Hayashi stepped forward from the crowd, stating casually, "This matchup is quite favorable. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of the esteemed Hokage clan." Kazuhaya. While he held a slight grievance towards Kazuhaya for previous incidents, he did not intend to confront him childishly. This simulated battle was certainly the best outcome for him. Chapter 17. The Hokage summons. Kazuhaya glanced at Hokage Hayashi. Lacking any interest, he had no intention of responding, yet he walked out from the crowd to the open space in front of the nin instructor. Noticing Kazuhaya's silence, Hokage Hayashi frowned slightly, snorting, "Have you grown a bit too arrogant? Hatake Kazuhaya, surely you do not believe you possess your brother's prowess?" "How could that be?" Kazuhaya shrugged. If Kakashi had the ability to manipulate time, he would surely ascend to the heavens. The nin instructor made no comment regarding the animosity between Hokage Hayashi and Kazuhaya. After all, this was a ninja academy, and conflicts among students were entirely normal. In fact, instructors often encouraged a certain level of rivalry to stimulate a competitive spirit among students. "Kazuhaya, you can do it. Go for it. Go Kazuhaya." At this moment, numerous girls from the audience began to cheer, including Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin. Although Kazuhaya was not the top student in the class, his popularity was undoubtedly the highest, a point that was vividly evident. Such a scene naturally provoked the ire of the boys, who shouted at Hokage Hayashi in the arena. "Damn it, Hayashi, show him your strength. Give him a good beating." The voices from behind made Hokage Hayashi's expression grow sharper. The nin instructor paused for a few seconds before waving his hand. "Begin." Almost as soon as the instructor's voice fell, Hokage Hayashi dashed toward Kazuhaya, activating his Byakugan and immediately launching into the family's signature gentle fist technique. Kazuhaya, expressionless, grasped a kunai, swinging it up and down, each movement perfectly intercepting Hayashi's strikes. forcing him to interrupt his actions. This guy. After a brief exchange, Hayashi became serious. Though he could not fathom how Kazuhaya managed to read his movements, it was evident he had seen through them. However, he was undeterred. Just as Kazuhaya could perceive his actions, with his Byakugan, he too could discern Kazuhaya's movements. He had no fear of Kazuhaya utilizing ninjutsu in close combat. Continuing their engagement, should Kazuhaya reveal even a single opening and be struck by the gentle fist technique. The unique nature of the gentle fist would inflict significant damage upon him. Truly, as a descendant of that clan, he could even withstand the gentle fist of the Hokage clan. The middle ninja instructor watched with admiration from the sidelines. Although Feng Ye could not be compared to Kakashi, he was indeed an exceptionally talented student in the class, capable of withstanding the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan even in close combat. However, if things continued this way, the situation would inevitably become increasingly unfavorable for Feng Ye. After all, the Byakugan possessed by the Hyuga clan endowed them with a level of observational acuity that ordinary eyes lacked, and the gentle fist technique could inflict debilitating injuries with a single blow. The encouraging shouts had also faded away. Both Yuhi Kurenai and Uchiha Obito, among others, were now fixated on the fierce confrontation between Feng Ye and Hyuga Hyuzai. This is the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. While defending against Hyuga Hayashi's attacks, Feng Ye attentively observed his opponent's techniques, recognizing that the gentle fist had its merits. Despite the original work portraying the Eight Gates as overwhelmingly superior to the gentle fist. In reality, when the gentle fist is mastered to its ultimate form, it can produce terrifying techniques that rival the Eight Gates, such as Kagaya Otsutsuki's 80 Gods vacuum attack. A complete Susanoo could be effortlessly obliterated. The distinction between the gentle and hard fist lies in the fact that the hard fist unleashes chakra explosively from within to enhance the body's speed, resulting in pure physical techniques, whereas the gentle fist employs chakra as bullets, demonstrating a sophisticated manipulation of chakra. Without the Byakugan, it is indeed impossible to unravel the mysteries of the gentle fist, Feng Ye mused. Merely observing from the surface cannot reveal the intricacies of the gentle fist. Moreover, chakra manipulation was not his forte. Had he possessed the physical constitution of Naruto Uzumaki, or been a Jinchuriki like the Nine Tails, the gentle fist would have suited him better than the hard fist. However, under the current circumstances, the hard fist was undoubtedly more fitting. Hyuga Hayashi relentlessly pressed the attack, his Byakugan capturing every movement, forcing Feng Ye into a position of apparent disadvantage. It seemed that defeat was imminent for Feng Ye. Naturally, his opponent was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Witnessing this scene, many began to murmur among themselves. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared at the side of the clearing, causing many to momentarily freeze, their gazes drawn to the newcomer. The individual wore a cat-faced mask and a cloak, their identity unmistakable as a Konoha Umbu ninja. The Umbu ninja cast a glance at the battle between Feng Ye and Hyuga Hayashi. Disregarding the other students and the middle ninja instructor, it directly addressed Feng Ye in a low voice. Kiki Feng Ye, the Hokage wishes to see you. With a swift motion, Feng Ye flicked his kunai and stepped back 2 paces. Gazing at the Umbu ninja, a sigh escaping his lips, revealing no hint of surprise. Finally, it has come. Once the events of last night were investigated, it would be difficult not to trace back to him. Especially since he had employed the Kiki sword technique in the end. He had previously contemplated whether to let Kakashi take the blame, but upon further reflection, it seemed pointless. On one hand, it would be easily unraveled, and on the other, it could put Kakashi in danger. The appearance of the Umbu left the middle ninja instructor and the other students momentarily stunned. The Hokage summoned Feng Ye? What could have happened? Many cast uncertain glances at Feng Ye. Hyuga Hayashi was also taken aback. He had not anticipated such an occurrence just as he was about to defeat Feng Ye, causing him to furrow his brow slightly and state, "The battle is not over." He did not continue his thoughts. The Hokage summoning Feng Ye was undoubtedly far more significant than the combat assessment. There was no choice but to interrupt. This left Hyuga Hayashi somewhat displeased, as defeating Feng Ye was merely a matter of time. And now it had abruptly become inconclusive. The middle ninja instructor, understanding the sequence of events, nodded at Feng Ye. "You should go meet the Hokage. If there is time upon your return, the battle can resume. However, upon hearing this, Feng Ye shook his head and replied, "No need. Since the matter from last night had already been traced back, there was no point in continuing the pretense of an evenly matched fight with Hyuga Hayashi." As his words fell, Feng Ye's figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing silently at Hyuga Hayashi's right side. Hyuga Hayashi's expression changed, and without hesitation, he launched a punch. Bang! The blow interrupted Feng Ye's movement, striking him squarely in the chest. Yet it felt devoid of any real impact, as the Feng Ye struck transformed into white smoke and dissipated. It was merely a shadow clone. "This is bad," Hyuga Hayashi internally cursed, although his Byakugan could see through shadow clones. The suddenness of the situation had forced him to act almost reflexively, and he had not anticipated that Feng Ye could cast a shadow clone at such speed. By the time he truly registered what was happening, it was already too late to retract his punch. Silently, Feng Ye's true form emerged behind Hyuga Hayashi. Bang! A simple knife hand strike landed on Hyuga Hayashi's back, causing him to lose his balance and crash face-first to the ground with a thud. "Let us go." Feng Ye retracted his fist and turned to the Umbu Ninja. The Umbu Ninja regarded Feng Ye intently for a moment before leaping away towards the Hokage's building, with Feng Ye following suit. Leaving behind a stunned middle ninja instructor and a group of bewildered students, all enveloped in silence. What just transpired? Chapter 18. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Astonishment. Hokage Office. The Umbu who brought Feng Ye did not enter, but instead vanished at the doorway. Feng Ye, unfazed, stepped inside. Upon entering the office, he saw Nin organizing documents beside the desk, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind it, with Kakashi standing in front. Upon noticing Feng Ye's arrival, Kakashi did not lift his gaze. Instead, keeping his head bowed, appearing indifferent, Feng Ye cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi before approaching the desk to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite possessing the strength of a special Nin, and perhaps even surpassing ordinary Nin in speed, Feng Ye still felt pressure in the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at the pinnacle of his power as Hokage. In terms of chakra, physical prowess, ninjutsu, and experience, he stood at the apex of the current ninja world. Even the third Raikage, capable of facing 1,000 foes alone, would find Sarutobi Hiruzen equipped with various forbidden techniques, such as the dead demon consuming seal, to counter him, and no need to be nervous. "I called you here merely to inquire about something," Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly to Feng Ye. "Last night, did you eliminate the Mist Village's scout near the village?" "Yes, since the matter had already been uncovered." It was more meaningful to admit it than to feign ignorance. After all, his strength was sufficient to warrant Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. As long as he received adequate recognition, he could ensure his safety. For the only threat within Konoha was Danzo, and as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him with importance, Danzo would not dare act openly. Hearing Feng Ye's acknowledgement, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already surmised this, displayed a hint of astonishment. After all, that was an elite scout from the Mist Village. At Feng Ye's age, he possessed the capability to slay an elite scout, suggesting that his talent might even surpass Kakashi's. A genius surpassing Kakashi. "Please elaborate on the details," Sarutobi Hiruzen urged Feng Ye. Feng Ye recounted the events succinctly, omitting only the aspect of his time acceleration ability, detailing his training and the battle. "You were able to outpace the Mist Village's scout?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise. Scouts are typically either adept at speed or perception, yet even those skilled in perception would not lack in speed. The fact that Feng Ye could surpass the scout in speed and eliminate him in such a short span was indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that Feng Ye was only 9 years old at this point. "Yes," Feng Ye affirmed, nodding that my talent in ninjutsu and chakra is average, but my athletic reflexes in taijutsu seem to be exceptional, which allows me to adapt well to the sword techniques taught by my father." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted between Feng Ye and Kakashi, realizing that Feng Ye might resemble the youthful Tobirama Senju more than Kakashi. After a moment of astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and asked Feng Ye, "Since your strength has always surpassed Kakashi's, why have you remained in the Ninja Academy? Surely, there is nothing left for you to learn there that would be beneficial." "I believe that being excessively ostentatious in one's performance is not a commendable trait," Feng Ye responded. He cast a glance at Kakashi and remarked, "The behavior of being overly competitive is rather juvenile. A ninja is perpetually in peril. Concealing oneself is the safest approach." This response largely reflected Feng Ye's own thoughts, devoid of any falsehood, merely concealing his apprehensions towards the higher-ups of Konoha, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Upon hearing Feng Ye's reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but exhibit a hint of approval in his gaze, stating, "Though you are merely a year older than Kakashi, you exhibit far greater maturity at such a young age. Being able to extricate oneself from the clutches of competitive spirit and possessing a composed and mature mindset, regardless of one's abilities, indicates that Feng Ye surpasses Kakashi intellectually." Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to Hatake Tsukumo, and he could not suppress a sigh. Unexpectedly, both of Tsukumo's offspring displayed such extraordinary talent, each surpassing the other. Surely, Tsukumo would feel gratified. Given your circumstances, you are already fully capable of graduating from the academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, redirecting his attention to Feng Ye. Feng Ye pondered, "I am merely half a year away from normal graduation, and after graduation, there will be class assignments. Transferring mid-graduation could be quite cumbersome." Indeed, that is the case. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. If Feng Ye were to graduate now, integrating him into the previous class would be problematic, as the placements had already been established, and this current class still had 6 months remaining until graduation. However, upon learning of Feng Ye's talent and strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to allow him to graduate early, to become a full-fledged ninja and participate in the formal training of ninjas. After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached a decision. "Since you do not wish to graduate early, I shall respect your wishes and allow you to graduate with your class." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Feng Ye bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tsukumo has indeed raised 2 fine sons." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed once more, smiling kindly at Feng Ye. "You may return now." After nodding, Feng Ye exited the Hokage's office, vanishing from sight. Kakashi remained in place. Once Feng Ye had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of tea. Gazing at Kakashi, "I did not expect your older brother, Hatake Feng Ye, to be capable of contemplating matters with the wisdom of an adult at such a young age. Kakashi, you ought to learn from him that if Kakashi could emulate Feng Ye's composure, he would not have to grapple with the complications arising from Kakashi's class placement, which he had specifically entrusted to Minato Namikaze. Sometimes, my brother's prudence is excessive." Kakashi could not help but retort. "He dismisses all the mocking voices as if he hears nothing." "That is where you differ from him," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head, increasingly admiring Feng Ye. Though he is yet to graduate, he already possesses the qualities of an exceptional ninja. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's instruction, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, his gaze betraying a desire to interject. "I have never heard anyone praise Feng Ye for his steadiness before. Hence, strength must be the focal point." Kakashi concluded this must be the correct interpretation. Regarding Feng Ye, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decreed that information should not be widely disseminated, and the news of Feng Ye having slain an elite scout from the Mist Village was to be sealed and concealed. Kakashi's displayed genius had already placed him on the assassination list of enemy villages. Should Feng Ye's talents be revealed, it would similarly pose a danger. For geniuses like Feng Ye and Kakashi, who were rooted and upright, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally adopted a protective stance. Only when Feng Ye graduated and became a formal ninja would it be time to showcase the brilliance of Konoha's talented ninjas. Chapter 19. 2 months of training in the Land of Fire. At the border, within a modest inn room, Danzo sat cross-legged on a cushion, a map of the Land of Fire spread before him. Recently, he had engaged in several skirmishes with the ninjas of the Mist Village, delivering ruthless counterattacks against their probes into Konoha, showing no mercy and annihilating them entirely. Under such circumstances, war was inevitably looming. Sarutobi's stance was still too lenient that, in times like these, taking the initiative was the most prudent course of action. Danzo mused quietly while studying the map. To him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions appeared excessively conservative, merely retaliating against other villages' provocations. However, given the current situation, it would be more advantageous to instigate war proactively and crush a ninja village first. With Konoha's current strength, it would be far from difficult to obliterate a single ninja village. Conversely, Should they face coordinated assaults from multiple ninja villages, it would devolve into a protracted conflict, fraught with complications. In Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was simply unwilling to bear the blame for instigating war, yet this was a necessary path toward unifying the ninja world, requiring sacrifices to be made. Suddenly, as Danzo meticulously examined the map and contemplated strategies to deal with the Mist Village, a root ninja appeared silently in the room. Without glancing up, Danzo continued to study the map and asked, "What is the situation in the village?" Although situated at the border of the Land of Fire, he had retained a portion of root ninjas in Konoha to monitor the village's circumstances, reporting back to him periodically. The root ninja answered in a tone devoid of emotion. Hokage-sama's stance has not changed significantly. He still allows you, Lord Danzo, to maintain the current situation. Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, bringing intelligence regarding the Sand Village, though specific details remain unclear. The root ninja detailed the recent intelligence he had gathered, presenting it in order of significance. Danzo listened with a calm demeanor. After nearly half an hour of reporting, the root ninja continued. Kakashi's older brother, Hokage Feng Ye, has slain an elite scout from the Mist Village, suspected of possessing talent and strength surpassing Kakashi. Danzo paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This matter was not particularly significant compared to the previous intelligence. However, all other reports had aligned with his expectations. Except for this one, which had caught him completely off guard. Is the information accurate? Indeed, the root ninja responded solemnly. Danzo narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, pondering, the eldest son of White Fang possesses such high talent as well, and has been concealing it all this time. The death of Feng Ye's father, Hokage Tsukumo, was indeed directly linked to him. Though he had not intended for Tsukumo to perish, Tsukumo had sacrificed his mission for the sake of his comrades, which had merely been an unfortunate accident. However, the villagers' attitudes had indeed been manipulated by him. Even the comrade whom Tsukumo had saved had been subtly guided by him to cast aside their guilt and direct blame at Tsukumo. The purpose of such actions was to undermine Tsukumo's standing at that time. Tsukumo had been virtually designated by Sarutobi Hiruzen as the successor to the fourth Hokage, and Danzo could not allow Tsukumo to ascend to that position. Ironically, Tsukumo had fallen into self-doubt due to this incident and ultimately took his own life. This had never been Danzo's intention. After all, no matter how much they clashed, Tsukumo was still a formidable asset to Konoha. Should he have become the fourth Hokage, Tsukumo would have been a valuable tool. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo addressed the root ninja. Continue your report. Although Feng Ye's situation had prompted him to consider various issues, he was currently focused on the border of the Land of Fire and the impending confrontation with the Mist Village, leaving no room for distractions. The root ninja nodded and resumed his report. In the back mountains of Konoha, 2 months had elapsed since the slaying of the elite scout from the Mist Village. During this time, Feng Ye continued to attend classes at the academy, as usual. However, following his previous swift defeat of Hinata Hayashi, the students regarded him with an added sense of reverence. The girls, including Yuhi Kurenai, admired him even more fervently, given that he could effortlessly defeat Hinata. It was presumed that Feng Ye's strength had likely reached the level of a Chunin. Even if he fell short of Kakashi, he certainly would not be far behind, dispelling the rumors surrounding him. Such infatuation has led these precocious young maidens to engage in some rather excessive behaviors, leaving Feng Ye somewhat helpless, often eliciting a mixture of laughter and tears due to their tender age. Over the span of 2 months, the results of his training have been remarkably significant. Despite possessing the ability to accelerate time, his actual age has just surpassed 9 years, while his physical maturity has gradually approached 11. Both his physical techniques and chakra have steadily improved, elevating him from merely meeting the elite genin standard to standing out among elite jounin. Furthermore, although he has yet to master the second stage of the Konoha sword technique, he has successfully unlocked the first 2 gates of the 8 gates. While the initial 2 gates do not provide explosive enhancements, they still represent a tangible increase in Feng Ye's overall strength. In a clearing within the forest, Feng Ye diligently engaged in his training. He was still a tad short of unlocking the 3rd gate. After a bout of intense panting, he ceased his exercises, murmuring to himself as he sensed the chains of the third gate within him remained unyielded to the point of easy breakthrough. For the 8 gates, the third gate signifies a qualitative transformation. The first gate allows for a complete exertion of bodily power, yielding a commendable increase, albeit not substantial enough. The second gate relates to recovery, squeezing bodily energy to swiftly combat fatigue. It is only upon reaching the third gate that one truly experiences an explosive surge of power, should he succeed in unlocking the third gate. In that state, coupled with the Konoha sword technique and the ninja blade, White Fang, he would undoubtedly possess the prowess of a special jounin, even without resorting to time acceleration. Feng Ye mused quietly to himself. After training in the 8 gates, his strength became challenging to quantify with simple rankings, as any adversary unable to respond to his speed would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a few of his strikes. Only the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, and the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan, could barely manage to put up a defense, but even they could only do so at a superficial level, for merely seeing does not equate to keeping up. Chapter 20. A summons once more. Aside from the training in the 8 gates and the Konoha sword technique, Feng Ye has also made strides in ninjutsu. After a brief respite, he utilized the trees as imaginary foes, his eyes gleaming momentarily before he abruptly vanished, reappearing on the eastern side of a tree. Swoosh. The Chakra blade, White Fang, sliced through the air, tracing a white arc. A tree trunk, thick enough to be embraced, was cleaved in two, crashing down with a resounding thud. Whoosh. Feng Ye flickered again, his figure disappearing, only to materialize behind another tree, his right hand gripping the air, a potent wave of chakra coalescing in his palm. Spiraling sphere. After extensive training, he had finally mastered this jutsu, capable of forming it at remarkable speed while in the state of time acceleration. Boom! The spiraling sphere struck the center of the trunk, erupting with a thunderous roar, causing the middle of the trunk to collapse inward, shattering under the onslaught of chakra, obliterating a vast area. After felling a tree, Feng Ye's figure flickered once more, returning to the rear of the first tree. With his left hand, he formed a single seal, while his right hand gripped the chakra blade, White Fang, which suddenly crackled with arcs of lightning. Lightning release. Thunder slash. This was a self-created ninjutsu by channeling chakra with an enveloping layer of lightning. It further enhanced the sharpness and speed of his attacks, representing Feng Ye's strongest offensive technique at present. Swoosh. As he swung the blade, a tangible arc of slashing energy emerged, extending nearly 3 feet, gradually fading from close to far. With one decisive strike, he cleaved the entire stump in half, leaving a deep trench in the ground as well. After executing this series of attacks, Feng Ye halted his movements. Taking a moment to catch his breath, the spiraling sphere was undoubtedly taxing on chakra, and the thunder slash, in conjunction with the Konoha sword technique, consumed an immense amount of chakra. Currently, he could only perform the thunder slash once due to the combined strain of the sword technique and chakra flow. The Thunder Slash was the name Feng Ye bestowed upon this lightning release technique, which could be considered a semi-finished version of the Chidori. Feng Ye had been developing it toward the direction of Chidori. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, while the Thunder Slash is at best a B-rank. With the addition of time acceleration, the speed of the Thunder Slash, along with the 8 gates and Konoha sword technique, could potentially instantaneously eliminate even a jounin if they were not careful. Gazing at the devastation caused by a strike, Feng Ye murmured softly to himself, though the attack's range was not extensive, barely qualifying as mid-range. When unleashed at close proximity, its speed would be exceedingly challenging to counter or evade. If he could develop a higher-level Chidori, its speed and power would be even greater. Moreover, aside from ninjutsu and physical techniques, the illusory clock residing in Feng Ye's mind underwent a transformation. This change did not alter the time acceleration multiplier, but instead presented the entire ethereal clock in a new form. Closing his eyes, he perceived that the clock's hue had shifted from illusory to a hint of substance, displaying a faint golden sheen, with the clock's hands moving from the 1 o'clock position closer to the 2 o'clock mark. He could vaguely discern that a mist enveloped the 2 o'clock numeral, and once the clock pointed to it, it would become clear. Feng Ye understood what this meant. The clock's indication at 1 o'clock represented the activation of his time acceleration ability, which had remained stagnant for nearly 2 years. And now, upon attaining triple speed, the clock's hand began to move once more. If all goes as expected, when the hand points to 2 o'clock, the mist will dissipate, granting him a second time-related ability. He wondered what that ability might be: time deceleration, time reversal, or perhaps even time stasis. Feng Ye felt a surge of anticipation. Abilities related to time are all extraordinarily powerful, especially time stasis. In a world like Naruto, where most individuals possess low defensive capabilities, wielding time stasis would allow one to rampage through the ninja realm, unless one were a monstrous existence like the Third Hokage or a being of the Six Paths tier. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could be dispatched with a mere kunai. Observing the speed of the hand's movement, he realized that acquiring a new ability would still take some time, and during this period, he must continue his regular training in other areas without slackening. His upcoming training focus would remain on the development of Chidori, the 8 gates, and the Konoha sword technique, as all 3 areas still held potential for further enhancement. After assessing his recent training accomplishments, Feng Ye clarified his subsequent training path, opting to maintain his previous course. The 8 gates require no further elaboration. The Konoha sword technique is equally essential, as it could wield tremendous power in combat, especially before surpassing the level of a shadow, and it aligns perfectly with him today. As for the importance of Chidori, it cannot be overstated. After all, developing Chidori would not only enhance his attack power, but also his speed. In the original narrative, Sasuke, after merely a month of training Chidori, approached the speed of a weightless Rock Lee, making lightning release a core focus of Feng Ye's offensive strategy. In truth, compared to Chidori, Feng Ye yearned to acquire the lightning release Chakra secret technique of the Fourth Hokage. However, that technique is a long-held secret of the Hokage lineage in the village hidden in the clouds, likely absent even from the sealing scrolls of Konoha, rendering it a mere fantasy for him, impossible to obtain. Ultimately, Feng Ye's pursuit revolves around the pursuit of ultimate speed, faster, swifter, and the swiftest. When speed reaches its zenith, no adversary would escape instant annihilation. If there were, it simply meant one could not contend and should retreat. It was time to return. Feng Ye organized his pockets, having consumed all the rations he brought. He typically carried 2 meals and a bento for his training sessions, which lasted approximately 12 hours, due to being in a state of time acceleration. Only about 4 hours had elapsed in the outside world. Presently, he only trained in the back mountains during the day, reserving the evenings for basic exercises like weighted push-ups and squats within his small courtyard. Just as Feng Ye approached the village and neared his home, a figure suddenly appeared in his path, obstructing his way. "The Hokage wishes to see you." The figure blocking his path was a masked Umbu ninja, who spoke in a low voice before vanishing like a specter. "Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to see me." Feng Ye was momentarily taken aback. In his recent memories, there should not have been anything significant enough to warrant a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, since it was a call from the Hokage, it was clearly impossible to decline. After taking a brief detour, he proceeded towards the Hokage building, soon arriving at the door of the Hokage's office. Upon entering the office, Feng Ye immediately sensed a stark contrast in the atmosphere compared to his previous visit. It felt somewhat tense and oppressive. Furthermore, seated on one of the chairs beside the desk was a man leaning on a cane, exuding a dark and foreboding aura simply by his presence. It was Danzo. Feng Ye was not privy to Danzo's recent activities, but had not faced any disturbances from him in the past 2 months. To unexpectedly encounter him in the Hokage's office tightened his chest slightly. Surely, he would not be assigned to Danzo for training. Would he? In an instant, Feng Ye's mind raced with various thoughts, including how to respond if he were indeed appointed to join Root. While Feng Ye's thoughts whirled, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. "Feng Ye, you have arrived." "Lord Hokage." Feng Ye bowed respectfully and inquired, "What matters require my attention?" Holding a pipe, but not smoking, Hiruzen gazed at Feng Ye intently and asked, "How has your training been of late?" At the Hokage's question, Feng Ye's brow furrowed ever so slightly, casting a subtle glance at Danzo, who sat not far away. Could it be that he was truly being considered for Danzo's route? Such a prospect was quite difficult to accept. With this thought, Feng Ye adopted the demeanor of a confident prodigy and replied, I have made some progress. I have developed a B-rank lightning release technique that, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed mild surprise. A B-rank technique could be considered the pinnacle of ordinary ninjutsu. Advancing to A rank would categorize it as forbidden techniques, while S rank was referred to as ultimate level techniques. Even Jonin would possess only a limited number of B-rank techniques, making Feng Ye's achievement at such a young age truly remarkable. You have indeed inherited your father's talents well. To develop a B-rank technique at your age is impressive, Danzo remarked from his seat. Though his words were ostensibly complimentary, his tone remained eerily calm. Neither he nor Sarutobi Hiruzen doubted the veracity of Feng Ye's statement. The creation of a B-rank technique was not something one could fabricate without immediate exposure. Feng Ye met Danzo's gaze and said, You flatter me, Lord Danzo. It appears you exceed even my expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, unable to suppress his admiration. Then he added slowly, Although this may come as a surprise to you, I have a task to assign at a task. Feng Ye felt a jolt of surprise within. If this were to lead him to join Danzo's route, he doubted it would be framed as a task. Before he could ponder further, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. The task I am assigning is to apply for early graduation and participate in the Chunin exams in 5 days. The Chunin exams? Feng Ye's expression reflected astonishment. Early graduation was one thing, but since there was a task involved, it clearly required him to act as a full-fledged ninja. But what sort of task involved graduating early to take the Chunin exams? Allow me to clarify the situation. You should be able to grasp it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, rising from behind his desk and walking towards Feng Ye. Ninjas from the Cloud Village and the Mist Village will arrive in Konoha the day after tomorrow. Their participation in the Chunin exams in 5 days means that this event is not merely to select outstanding Chunin. It is in fact a prelude to a conflict between Konoha, Cloud, and Mist. The implications of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words took Feng Ye by surprise. The current state of the ninja world was evidently becoming increasingly tense, with the third great ninja war looming on the horizon. In such a climate, it was audacious for the Mist and Cloud to send their ninjas to Konoha for the Chunin exams. Likely intending to make a statement or negotiate, it became clear why Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned him such a task. Given that this Chunin exam served as a demonstration and negotiation, it necessitated a serious approach. Random lower-ranked ninjas could not be selected to participate. Having quickly grasped the situation, Feng Ye addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understood, Lord Hokage. Very well, prepare accordingly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, signaling that Feng Ye could take his leave. After bowing to the Hokage, Feng Ye exited the office. Once Feng Ye had left, Danzo turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly, He is more exceptional than I had anticipated. After the Chunin exams, I wish to take him under my wing. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Let us not revisit this matter, Danzo. Danzo frowned but did not relent. Instead, he stood and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking in a low tone. I do not oppose Kakashi being trained by Minato, but it is essential to have a ninja who operates in the shadows, bearing the weight of darkness. Thus, entrusting Feng Ye to me is the most prudent choice. I trust you understand this. To impose the burden of darkness upon Feng Ye, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. There was no denying that Danzo had a point. The prosperity of Konoha was due to the balance between Sarutobi Hiruzen as the beacon of light and Danzo managing the shadows, which was why he often turned a blind eye to Danzo's numerous actions that the Hokage, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood well that where there is light, there are shadows. Darkness would never vanish. If Namake's Minato were to succeed him as Hokage, a ninja adept in the shadows would indeed be necessary to assist him. After contemplating, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and said, I shall need to reflect further on this. Danzo regained his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's response was entirely within his expectations, as long as it was not a firm rejection, but rather a suggestion to consider. It indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already quite swayed. There was no need for excessive pressure. He could achieve his objectives through subtle manipulation of the details. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Feng Ye let out a somewhat helpless sigh. Ultimately, he could not graduate in the conventional manner. However, being granted early graduation and participating in the Chunin exams was a far more favorable outcome than being cast into route under Danzo's tutelage. In comparison, this was something he could accept with a degree of satisfaction, as whether he graduated early or not was of little concern to him. Yet, with such a task assigned, it would be challenging to remain low-key. Sarutobi's intent was undoubtedly for him to perform at his utmost in the Chunin exams, ideally defeating the ninjas of Mist and Cloud decisively, reflecting on the simple exchange within the Hokage's office. Most individuals in this world would likely fail to perceive its significance. However, for Feng Ye, who understood Danzo's character perhaps even better than Danzo himself, he was nearly certain that Danzo had set his sights on him. Truly, he was the ultimate disruptor in the world of Hokage. Feng Ye could not help but lament. Since the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, Danzo's shadow had loomed over the intrigues of the ninja world. First, he orchestrated Yahiko's death, hastening the formation of the Akatsuki. Then he manipulated the circumstances surrounding the death of White Fang, collaborating with Orochimaru in countless schemes, now that he had revealed his talents and abilities. Feng Ye was inevitably entangled with Danzo. In any case, if this man were to perish prematurely, the ninja world might still descend into war, but at least the duration of peace could be prolonged significantly. The next day, Feng Ye submitted his application for early graduation to the Ninja Academy. Following the directive from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the academy promptly approved his request and scheduled the early graduation assessment for that very afternoon. The assessment for early graduation included the standard foundational techniques and written examinations, but it also featured an additional practical examination, requiring him to withstand attacks from a Chunin instructor for 3 minutes. For Feng Ye, who possessed the capability to slay elite Chunin, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Even without utilizing his accelerated state, he breezed through the assessment. Ultimately, Feng Ye passed the early graduation assessment with a perfect score across all categories. Chapter 22. Commotion on the 14th day of the first month in the 43rd year of Konoha. Hatake Kid graduated from the Ninja Academy with a perfect score in all subjects, earning the title of Genin, with the Ninja Identification Number 010034. This news spread throughout the academy, eliciting considerable astonishment. Although it could not be compared to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. Achieving full marks is no small feat for Kid to accomplish. Such a remarkable achievement is enough to deem him a genius. Within the classroom, numerous students buzzed with excitement upon hearing the news. Full marks? Kid is truly impressive. Given his caliber, he should have graduated long ago. Perhaps he could even reach Kakashi's level. He just hasn't chosen to do so yet. The girls, including Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, displayed expressions of admiration. A prodigy, exceptionally handsome, with a sunny disposition, mature demeanor, and a multitude of admirable qualities concentrated in Kid, few in the class could ignore his brilliance. Most could only feel a sense of inadequacy, lacking the courage to pursue him. What is there to be arrogant about? Uchiha Obito, overhearing the chatter and observing Rin's demeanor, felt a surge of anger and could not help but scoff at a nearby boy echoed his frustration, saying, "Hey, don't exaggerate too much. If he could have graduated early, why has he stayed in school all this time? ISNT that a waste of time." Exactly. Others chimed in. One girl, catching their conversation, snorted dismissively and remarked, "If you're dissatisfied, why don't you apply to graduate early and compete with Kid?" Since the last time Kid had overwhelmingly defeated Hyuga Hayashi, his strength had become an undeniable asset that silenced dissent. The words of Yamanka Ino left many boys, including Obito, momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a response to that moment. Inazuka Kiba burst into the classroom, shattering the atmosphere with an almost frantic shout. "I just heard the teacher discussing in the office that Kid actually applied for the Chunin exam in 3 days. Huh. Kiba's announcement plunged the classroom into silence for a brief moment before erupting into chaos. Many gazes turned in his direction. "Applied for the Chunin exam? You must be mistaken." Yamanaka Ino frowned, expressing disbelief. "What's the Chunin exam? Kid just passed the early graduation assessment. Is he out of his mind or blindly confident in his abilities?" Kiba glared at Ino, insisting, "How could I possibly be wrong? You can doubt my grades, but not my hearing. As a member of the Inazuka clan, This statement carried significant weight. If Kiba's eavesdropping was indeed accurate, it meant that Keed had genuinely applied for the Chunin exam immediately after passing his graduation assessment. Was he attempting to surpass Kakashi? However, applying for the Chunin exam right after graduation seemed excessively audacious, especially since Kiba had heard from his family that this Chunin exam would involve ninjas from other villages, making it no ordinary test and potentially quite perilous. Many present exhibited expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend why Keed would dare to apply for the Chunin exam. Obito could not help but question Kiba. In this situation, they should reject the application, right? No, Kiba shook his head. I don't know why, but they didn't reject it. That I even confirmed it. Keed's name is on the latest list of participants for the Chunin exam. Upon hearing Kiba's confirmation, someone gasped. That guy is too bold. Does he even know what the Chunin exam entails? Just because he graduated early with full marks doesn't mean he can casually participate in the Chunin exam. Perhaps he is overly confident in his abilities. The revelation sent shock waves through the group, prompting fervent discussions. Meanwhile, those who had previously admired Keed for his perfect graduation score, including Kurenai, suddenly changed their expressions. Listening to the nearby chatter, Kurenai's face shifted, and she could not help but gasp. How could Keed sign up for this Chunin exam? Typically, Konoha's internal Chunin exams posed little danger, serving primarily to assess a ninja's various qualities. However, the joint Chunin exam with other villages was entirely different. The ninjas from different villages would not hold back in their battles, and casualties were inevitable. This time, the Chunin exam was particularly perilous due to the tense situation in the ninja world, making its dangers comparable to a war. Noera Rin hesitated. Contemplating, Keed wouldn't he overlook these factors. Would he? Perhaps he considered all of this before making his choice. Kurenai's expression grew grave as she asserted. No, he might not realize that this Chunin exam involves ninjas from other villages, that I need to find him and urge him to withdraw from this exam. With that, Kurenai dashed out of the classroom. She knew this information because her father, Yuhia Kane, was the chief examiner for the Chunin exam, and he had mentioned it during dinner the previous evening. Red. Seeing Kurenai rush out, Rin called after her. When Red did not respond, she hesitated for a moment before following her out a Keed's doorstep. After hearing Kurenai's breathless and anxious series of warnings, Keed could not help but smile and said, "You all came to remind me about this. I'm serious," Kurenai exclaimed with urgency. "This is information I got from my father, who is the chief examiner for this Chunin exam. The news is reliable." Rin also looked at Keed earnestly, urging, "I know your strength is likely on par with a Chunin, but this Chunin exam is still too dangerous. There's no need to take such risks. You should participate in the one scheduled 6 months later instead." All right, I understand. Come inside, and we can discuss it further," Keed said, shrugging in resignation, gesturing for them to enter. Kurenai did not step inside. Instead, she stomped her foot in frustration, saying, "Keed, do you even understand what I'm saying?" Keed did not respond but glanced around the street to ensure no one was watching. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled both Kurenai and Rin in the hallway, swiftly shutting the door behind them with a decisive thud. Chapter 23. Finally not human anymore, eh? Suddenly pulled into the house by Keed, Kurenai and Rin froze momentarily, their young minds racing like a train, hurtling towards distant thoughts. What was Keed intending? Did he bring them in here, too? But Rin was also present. Was he planning something with both of them? How scandalous. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet this could also be an opportunity. On the other side, Rin's thoughts mirrored Kurenai's. Both girls momentarily stiffened in their expressions and actions. That it's not a confidential mission, so there's no harm in telling you, but it's best not to let anyone else know. Participating in the Chunin exam is a mission entrusted to me by Lord Hokage. In this peculiar atmosphere, where both girls hesitated to speak, Keed walked towards the living room, continuing, "You see, I'm serious." Keed's words momentarily stunned Kurenai. She exchanged glances with Rin, both sharing a fleeting look of embarrassment before quickly averting their eyes, the earlier hostility waning. Seeing their reactions, Keed could not help but chuckle. If they were adults, one might sense the palpable tension, but with two girls not yet 9 years old, the scene could only be described as adorable. But just what were these two 9-year-old girls thinking moments ago? Keed reached the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and pointed to the refrigerator, saying, "There's milk and soda in the fridge. Feel free to take whatever you want." Hearing Kii's words, Kurenai and Rin gradually regained their composure. Kurenai looked at Kid, her eyes wide with astonishment, asking, "Did you just say it's a mission from Lord Hokage?" "Indeed," Feng Ye nodded and remarked, "it's quite similar to what you know. This Chunin exam resembles a war, and the outcome could potentially impact the negotiations between Konoha and the Mist Village. Even the slightest influence holds great significance, which is why we from Konoha will spare no effort in our preparations. I'm also one of those specially designated to participate in the exam." Upon hearing this, Rin was briefly taken aback and inquired, "So, does that mean the matter of early graduation was also an instruction from Lord Hokage?" "Indeed," Feng Ye affirmed, shrugging in resignation. "If it weren't for this mission, I would have preferred to remain in school for a few more months alongside you all." Why Kurenai, still in shock, pondered for a moment before gazing at Feng Ye with a sense of astonishment. "How could Lord Hokage designate you for the Chunin exam? Does this imply that your prowess has gained his recognition?" Rin also regarded Feng Ye with incredulity. Such declarations sounded almost too fantastical to believe. Had anyone other than Feng Ye spoken them, they would likely have dismissed it as an attempt to deceive them. "Well," Feng Ye chuckled, "if I were to say that Kakashi has never been able to defeat me, would you believe it?" Regarding this assertion, both Kurenai and Rin shared a nearly unanimous thought. Absolutely. They instinctively believed it. It was something Feng Ye could achieve, even though Feng Ye had not displayed particularly remarkable feats recently. They still held a degree of belief, especially after witnessing him effortlessly defeat Hyuga Hayashi. Their skepticism regarding such a claim was almost non-existent. That Kurenai, slightly stunned, remarked, "So those rumors are all false?" "Feng Ye, you have never denied them. Kakashi is my younger brother. Must I compete with him?" Feng Ye laughed lightly. "Moreover, if I graduated early, I wouldn't have had the chance to become friends with you all. Wouldn't that be quite regretful?" Both Kurenai and Rin nodded in agreement, expressing their strong concurrence with this viewpoint, and an unnoticeable blush crept onto their cheeks. Thinking further, it was remarkable how Feng Ye could remain so composed amid such chatter. Attending classes daily with laughter, unaffected by it all, the impulsive and immature boys in their class simply could not compare. Feng Ye seemed devoid of any such shortcomings. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be entranced. Their gazes upon him began to overwhelm Feng Ye, prompting him to cough lightly and break the peculiar atmosphere. If one were 15 or 16, or even 17 or 18, such gazes might not pose a concern. In the world of shinobi, where life expectancy is relatively short, that age could be considered adulthood. Yet now, such scrutiny felt perilously dangerous. Dangerous enough to rival that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. I didn't expect to visit your home under such circumstances." "My apologies." Kurenai quickly averted her gaze, attempting to shift the conversation. Rin, coming back to her senses, gazed at Feng Ye with admiration, saying, "No wonder you were chosen by Lord Hokage to participate in the Chunin exam. But do take care. There will surely be formidable opponents from other villages that I will be cautious," Feng Ye replied with a smile, then turned to Kurenai, saying, "It feels somewhat impolite to have brought you both in so abruptly. But I'd rather not explain the mission details at the entrance." As he spoke, Feng Ye subtly cast a glance towards the entrance, but continued his discourse with a smile. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Kakashi, who intended to enter, paused upon hearing the commotion within and quietly withdrew his hand, muttering, "1 or 2, you finally stopped acting like a human." Although he was aware of Feng Ye's popularity at school, this was the first time he encountered him bringing 2 girls home. After a moment of hesitation, he decided against entering. Kakashi mumbled to himself, struggling to comprehend Feng Ye's actions that owe him. Girls were exceedingly troublesome creatures, especially during previous missions where they tended to hinder progress. It was frustrating to see teammates lose their composure and abandon their duties to protect troublesome girls, nearly compromising their missions. That a recent incident had sparked a fierce argument with one such teammate, nearly escalating into a fight, only to be quelled by their supervising Jonin. One girl was already quite the hassle. 2 would undoubtedly double the trouble. In a sense, this was admirable. At least Kakashi felt he could never manage it. What worried him most was that, should this trend continue, he might end up with numerous sisters-in-law, which would surely become a headache. Chapter 24. Chunin exam. Naturally, Feng Ye was oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts. He only knew that Kakashi had returned. Paused at the door for a moment, and upon hearing the activity inside, seemed disinclined to engage with Waihai Kurenai and the others, quietly slipping away. Even if he were aware of Kakashi's thoughts, Feng Ye would dismiss them as utter nonsense. After all, he was merely 9 years old. Were they not thinking too far ahead? After bidding farewell to Waihai Kurenai and Noera Rin, Feng Ye immersed himself once more in training. With only 3 days until the Chunin exam, it was impractical to elevate his swordsmanship to the second stage in such a short time frame. Nor was it feasible to develop the I-rank jutsu. Chidori. The only attainable goal was to unlock the third gate of the 8 gates, the entry gate that, if he could achieve the third gate, even without using time acceleration, he should be able to easily dominate the Chunin exam. As time flew by, Feng Ye spent the last day before the Chunin exam basking in the fading rays of the setting sun. Exhaling, he stretched his body and ceased his training. That should suffice. Tomorrow marks the Chunin exam, my first mission as a ninja. How did that line go again? Ah yes, ready perfectly. Feng Ye clenched his fists, a smile gracing his lips. After tidying up, he made his way home, refraining from activating time acceleration. Following a hearty dinner, he fell into a deep slumber until the next morning. Kakashi was not at home, seemingly having left early. Feng Ye paid little mind. After finishing breakfast, he proceeded to the location of the Chunin exam. At that moment, the classroom for the exam was already bustling with a fair number of participants that a rough count revealed around 60 individuals, the vast majority being ninjas from Konoha, with only a handful hailing from other ninja villages. Feng Ye glanced briefly at the Konoha ninjas without much interest, his gaze primarily scrutinizing those from the Cloud and Mist villages. Upon noticing a ninja from the Mist village, Feng Ye was slightly taken aback. For he recognized one of the 3 ninjas from the Mist team that, if he was not mistaken, that individual was Kisame Hashigaki, one of the future 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a member of the Akatsuki organization, and partner to Itachi. However, at this moment, Kisame appeared to be merely around 10 years old. It seemed he sensed Feng Ye's gaze, as Kisame turned his head slightly, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. His shark-like eyes emanating a chilling aura. The young Kisame Hashigaki, I wonder how strong he is now. Feng Ye observed him for a second before diverting his gaze, muttering to himself as he continued to scan the other ninjas from the Cloud Village and others. Feng Ye remained unaware that his presence was also attracting attention. Who is that guy? Is that silver-haired fellow Kakashi Hitaki? Some Konoha ninjas whispered among themselves. Kakashi, having graduated at 5 and become a Chunin at 6, was virtually a household name in Konoha. Feng Ye's resemblance to Kakashi in both hair and stature immediately drew numerous curious glances that no, that's not Kakashi, someone interjected, shaking their head. That is Feng Ye, Kakashi's older brother. He is nowhere near Kakashi's caliber. Nearby, Inazuka Kiba stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, when did he become a genin? I have no recollection of him. Is he attending the Chunin exam all by himself? Seems so. Another replied, not particularly gifted, but daring enough to come to the Chunin exam alone. That takes some guts. This marks his 3rd participation in the Chunin exam, and he vividly recalls the scene from his inaugural attempt when he narrowly escaped elimination. The Chunin exam is a vastly different entity from the graduation test for genin at the Ninja Academy. Kazuki Kiya, he is not a member of the Hyuga or Uchiha clans. He must be of little consequence. The 2 Mist Village genin overheard the nearby murmurs and cast a fleeting glance in Kiya's direction. Their commanding jonin had instructed them to remain particularly wary of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. For both the Sharingan and Byakugan possess formidable abilities that warrant caution. Aside from these 2 clans, the rest are hardly worth concerning oneself with. Yet they may not be entirely insignificant. Kisame Hashigaki bared his shark-like teeth, scrutinizing Kiya's direction, and remarked, that guy noticed me the moment he entered. He must possess some skill that that's so. A nearby Mist ninja's eyes flickered momentarily before he smirked coldly, saying a bit of skill is just what we need to prevent this exam from being too dull. Just as everyone engaged in their respective discussions, a ninja entered the room. The foremost figure was a jonin from Konoha. Silence. Yamashita Kaichi's voice resonated through the classroom, carrying an authoritative weight that silenced the multitude of ninjas almost instantaneously. I am Yamashita Kaichi, the chief examiner for the first round. Please submit the personal information forms I provided earlier in order, then collect your number plates and take your assigned seats. The exam papers for the first round will be distributed shortly. Leaning against the wall near the entrance, Kia cast a glance towards Yamashita. If memory serves, he is Ino's father, one of the original trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. It seems Konoha is indeed taking this Chunin exam seriously, appointing Jonin rather than special Jonin as examiners. Soon after, Kia received his number plate and settled into his designated seat, given his task of eliminating mist and cloud ninjas during this exam. He had already familiarized himself with the exam content the previous day. The first round, akin to the Chunin exam attended by the Konoha 12, is a written test assessing intelligence, albeit without the so-called 10th question. The second round involves a competition for the Heaven and Earth scrolls in the Forest of Death, culminating in one-on-one combat. The exam papers were swiftly distributed. With a flurry of movement, Kia began to write fervently. Being aware of the exam content beforehand rendered the test nearly effortless for him. Prior to entering the classroom, he had dispatched a shadow clone to use transformation jutsu, masquerading as an invigilating Chunin, and confidently strode in alongside the other proctors. Moreover, he could easily tackle most of the exam questions himself, rendering any need for cheating moot. In no time, he had completed the entire paper. Submitting early? Yamashita's gaze flickered as he locked eyes with Kia, accepting the exam paper. After a brief inspection confirmed that his answers were largely correct, he nodded and said, "Well done. You have passed." Chapter 25. The Death Cavern. Kia's early submission elicited expressions of astonishment among the other candidates for the Chunin exam, many of whom looked up in disbelief. Passed? How could he possibly have solved such difficult questions? Some students, still grappling with the exam's emphasis on cheating, exhibited incredulity in their eyes. They struggled with every single question. Yet Kia had completed the entire exam in record time. Surely, even a top student could not be that extraordinary. A few narrowed their eyes at Kia's departing figure. That guy is suspicious. He had long sensed that the crux of this examination lay in deception. Yet the Chunin hidden among the crowd, who were diligently working on their papers, had not finished. Kia had astonishingly completed his work already. It was somewhat absurd. Could it be that he knew the exam questions and answers in advance? Damn it! With this thought, he could not help but mentally curse, casting a malevolent glance at Kia. Under the watchful, unfriendly gazes of numerous candidates in the classroom, Kia exited the examination hall. Upon stepping out, Kia halted. Kakashi, having appeared outside the examination room at some point, was lazily leaning against the wall, wearing that signature expression of indifference as he surveyed his surroundings. Kia glanced at Kakashi and tilted his chin slightly. Asking, "What brings you here?" Invigilating, Kakashi replied, crossing his arms over his chest, that "I'm responsible for escorting candidates caught cheating 5 times, but it appears the quality of candidates this time is rather good." Just as he finished speaking, a voice from within the examination room rang out. "Candidate number 51, disqualified." Kia shrugged. Kakashi raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, entering the examination room to escort the 3 disqualified candidates out. Watching Kakashi walk away, Kia yawned and made his way to the venue for the second round of the Chunin exam, quickly arriving at the predetermined location. The second round of the Chunin exam did not take place in the Forest of Death, but rather in the 31st training ground, known as the Death Cavern. As he surveyed the area, he noted that the exam site, enclosed by barbed wire, was nearly devoid of vegetation, the terrain rugged and treacherous, reminiscent of the complex landscape of a land of rain, shaped by the relentless flow of water. Various small hills dotted the landscape, and numerous interconnected caves could be seen in the distance. This is the venue for the Chunin exam. No approaching allowed. A nearby ninja, stationed to guard the area, approached Kia and firmly blocked his path. Kia withdrew his gaze, produced his examination permit, and stated, "I'm a candidate for the Chunin exam. I have completed the first round and arrived early." The guard, slightly taken aback by the examination permit Kia held, replied, "Then please wait here for the chief examiner to arrive. Entry is prohibited until the start." Understood. Kia stepped aside to wait. Akati wasn't long before the first round concluded, with over 60 genin being filtered down to just over 30. The 3 genin from the Mist Village and the 3 from the Cloud Village had all passed the examination. as they were elite ninjas dispatched from their respective villages. Such a rudimentary examination posed no challenge for them. So, this is the venue for the second round. The mist genin surveyed the barbed wire enclosed death cavern. A sinister smile creeping onto his face as he licked his lips. Tisich, it's practically tailor-made for us. The cavernous terrain would undoubtedly be advantageous for them, as those skilled in water release would find it exceedingly comfortable. A single water release jutsu would make evasion nearly impossible. Kisame Hoshigaki also revealed a grin, commenting, "It is indeed quite fitting, perfect for your burial ground." An unwelcome voice interjected, causing Kisame to halt his smile. And the two mist ninjas immediately turned their sharp gazes toward the source. The speaker was a muscular man clad in coarse linen, his dark skin glistening, adorned with the Cloud Village forehead protector. Whose burial ground that may be is yet to be determined, that he warned, his tone brusque. "Be cautious, Cloud Ninja." The two mist genin shot icy looks at the Cloud Ninjas. This terrain may suit them, but it also favored the Cloud Ninjas adept in lightning release. Moreover, lightning release counters water release, often placing mist ninjas at a disadvantage. The three Cloud genin were clearly aware of this fact, displaying disdain at the threat posed by the three mist ninjas, adopting a brutish demeanor as if daring them to engage in battle. That moment, a voice rang out, "Silence." The chief examiner for the second round, Akatsuki Shinju, stepped forward, stating in a grave tone, "Before we commence the second round of the exam, you must first sign this consent form, as there may be fatalities during this round. Those unwilling to sign may leave now." The ninjas exchanged glances. Those who had made it this far were certainly not ones to retreat at the last moment, and they quickly signed the consent forms one by one. Now, we will move on to the examination rules. Akatsuki Shinju addressed the assembled genin who had signed the forms, stating, "There are 34 participants in the second round of the Chunin exam, comprising 12 teams, including those acting independently. You will each receive 2 types of scrolls. The objective of this exam is to acquire both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and successfully reach the central observation tower of the Death Cavern within 3 days. Now, please proceed to collect your scrolls." As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, it spoke in a deep voice, gesturing for the multitude of candidates to approach and claim their scrolls. With only 12 teams remaining, the distribution of scrolls was conducted openly. The 6 teams that received the heavenly scroll stood on one side, while those who obtained the earthly scroll faced them from the opposite side, their gazes rife with hostility. Both Yunin and Munin had acquired the earthly scrolls. "There's no gain in defeating you for a scroll that holds no value for us," one remarked with a chuckle. After exchanging cold glances, the ninjas from Yun and Mu chose to ignore one another, turning their attention instead to the teams that had secured the heavenly scroll. Among them, the most captivating figure was Feng Ye, who stood alone, clutching the heavenly scroll. That fellow truly dared to participate solo. He must possess some confidence. He likely isn't to be trifled with. Yet, the combat power of a trio is fundamentally different from that of a lone individual. Many ninjas cast predatory glances at Feng Ye. Chapter 26. A misguided choice. The ninjas who possessed the heavenly scroll also regarded Feng Ye with indifference. Their sights were set on the ninjas holding the earthly scrolls. "All right," the deep-voiced exam proctor announced. "The scrolls have been distributed. Next, follow the proctors to different entrances, and after 30 minutes, we shall enter the cavern together." With his hands clasped behind his back, the proctor, Jinri Jinhong, addressed the candidates in a grave tone. Whoosh, whoosh, the proctoring Chunin appeared before the teams, signaling them before leading each squad in various directions. The Chunin accompanying Feng Ye was none other than Kakashi. Arriving at entrance number 5, Kakashi opened the door and warned Feng Ye. "Both Munin and Yunin have set their sights on you. Be cautious of their coordination. Moreover, the cavern is under constant surveillance. The Jonin from both the Mist and Cloud villages, along with our Konoha examiners, will be monitoring from the central lookout tower. The Hokage should also be present." Kakashi, well aware of Feng Ye's strength, felt no concern for his safety in a one-on-one scenario. No one could possibly defeat Feng Ye alone. However, the potential for coordinated attacks necessitated a warning, as Feng Ye likely lacked experience against multiple opponents. "Rest assured," Feng Ye replied with a faint smile, "if you're untroubled, why should I be?" Kakashi's lips twitched at the retort. Feeling both vexed and unable to refute the logic, Shortly thereafter, the second round of the Chunin exam was announced. Kakashi nodded at Feng Ye, who then stepped into the arena. Almost simultaneously, two teams of ninjas closest to Feng's entrance hurried towards him. He must have gone through entrance number 5. One speculated, he is either 5 or 4. Either way, we're headed in the right direction. Inuzuka Joie, his eyes glinting with determination, raced ahead, followed closely by a ninja dog. Although Feng's solo participation in the exam suggested he had some confidence, he was undeniably the easiest target among the three-man teams. Yamanaka Shimi remarked from behind, I believe it's unnecessary to target him. After all, he is Kakashi's brother, he might have some hidden abilities, and besides, he is one of our own from Konoha. Perhaps it would be more fitting to choose someone from the grass village. What are you saying? Inuzuka Joie shot back, casting a glance at Yamanaka Shimi. Without the strength, there is no qualification for advancement to Chunin, that if he dares to participate alone and lacks the strength. Isn't it better to eliminate him early? Securing his scroll is preferable to letting it fall into the hands of the Yun or Munin. Yamanaka Shimi shook his head, asserting, my instincts tell me we shouldn't choose him. Your instincts based on bugs? Inuzuka Joie scoffed. Hey Kuro, tell him what your instincts are. Kuro barked in response. Inuzuka Joie smiled slightly, saying, Kuro means battle. I trust its instincts far more than yours. Yamanaka Shimi frowned, deciding not to continue the argument. Despite his feeling that Feng Ye might be formidable, it was merely a hunch. Since both Inuzuka Joie and Kuro had reached this conclusion, they could not allow discord to arise among them. Before long, the group arrived at the path Feng Ye had taken. After sniffing the air, Kuro quickly identified Feng Ye's direction and barked a few times before racing off toward it. Found him! Inuzuka Joie and Yamanaka Shimi immediately followed suit. Sprinting through the caverns in pursuit of Feng Ye as they followed, Kuro suddenly halted, lowering its voice to convey a message to Inuzuka Joie. He is just ahead. Understanding the signal, Inuzuka Joie gestured for Yamanaka Shimi to split up. They swiftly ascended a nearby hill, encircling Feng Ye from both left and right. Soon, they spotted a figure at the base of the hill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them landed almost simultaneously, surrounding Feng Ye in the center. Yet, instead of launching an immediate attack, they displayed expressions of shock, for there was more than just Feng Ye present. To the left and right of Feng Ye lay several figures sprawled on the ground, identifiable as members of another team that moment. Feng Ye, with an air of calm, was searching the fallen ninjas, retrieving a scroll from one of them. You defeated all three of them? Inuzuka Joie exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was unaware of the fallen ninjas' strength, they were still a three-man team, and Feng Ye had taken them down single-handedly. Was he truly as formidable as Yamanaka Shimi's instinct suggested? Indeed, Feng Ye replied. I initially had no intention of engaging them, but they pursued me too closely. He tucked the earthly scroll into his belongings and glanced at Inuzuka Joie and his companions. Are you all considering taking my scroll as well? Inuzuka Joie hesitated, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. However, Yamanaka Shimi, standing beside him, spoke up decisively. Attack. He has just fought. We mustn't give him time to recover. The very individual who had initially opposed targeting Feng Ye now saw an opportunity and acted swiftly. Waving his hand forward as a cloud of black insects surged toward Feng Ye. Inuzuka Joie quickly realized the gravity of the situation, and I almost let this guy intimidate me. Beast mimicry technique. Fong over Fong. As Inuzuka Joie shouted, he and his dog spun through the air, resembling a drill as they aimed to converge on Feng Ye's position. Feng Ye, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at the trio. Whoosh! In the next instant, he vanished from sight, moving with a speed that eclipsed Inuzuka Joie's attack, appearing like a mere afterimage as he darted toward Yamanaka Shimi. Yamanaka Shimi's face paled as he quickly extended his arms, unleashing the cloud of insect in an attempt to counter Feng Ye's assault. Yet, Feng Ye's speed was unfathomable. In a mere flicker, he bypassed the insect cloud and positioned himself behind Yamanaka Shimi. How is this speed even possible? His pupils constricted beneath his sunglasses. At that moment, he could do nothing. Feng Ye's ninja blade, White Fang, sliced through the air, swish, though the insects absorbed some of the blade's edge. The strike still grazed Yamanaka Shimi's back, eliciting a sharp pain and causing him to collapse, blood gushing forth. Shimi! Inuzuka Joie exclaimed in horror. He began to grasp how Feng Ye had single-handedly taken down a three-man team. Such speed was beyond that of a mere genin, bordering on the unbelievable. Whoosh! In the next instant, Feng Ye transformed into another afterimage, charging toward Inuzuka Joie in a swift exchange. Inuzuka Joie also fell, gravely injured. The last member of their team attempted to flee, but Feng Ye had no intention of letting him escape, and with another flash of his blade, he struck him down. Making a misguided choice comes at a price. Feng Ye glanced back at the 6 fallen ninjas. All were from Konoha, and he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely incapacitating them. After all, a poor decision could not go unpunished. Enemies on the battlefield would show no mercy. Thus, the aspiration to become a Chunin would have to wait for another day. Though he had delayed slightly, it should not significantly impact his progress. After sheathing the scroll, Feng Ye directed his gaze towards the center of the death cavern, murmuring softly before his figure swiftly vanished. Chapter 27. An incident at the death cavern. The very heart of the cavern stood a towering hill, its shape oddly bizarre and indescribable. The summit of this hill lay a hollow interior, adorned with skylights on all sides, revealing a vast space containing multiple rooms. Within one of these chambers, numerous proctors, predominantly elite jonin, were intently observing the surveillance feeds that enveloped the entirety of the death cavern. Given that the second round of the Chunin exam was to last 3 days, the proctors took turns overseeing the proceedings. However, among them were also ninjas from the Mist and Cloud villages. Leading jonin who had brought their teams, was it truly the prowess of this boy that allowed him to so easily defeat 2 small squads, or did the other ninjas from Konoha simply lack strength? The leading jonin from a Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu, stood watching one of the screens, slowly beginning to speak. The Konoha ninjas were taken aback by Feng Ye's performance. Most were unaware that his participation in the Chunin exam was mandated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They merely perceived Feng Ye as Kakashi's brother, assuming he possessed some level of skill, yet they were astonished by his ability to dispatch Inuzuka Zaku and his team in such a brief span of time. My disciple's strength is not to be underestimated, remarked Inuzuka Zaku's supervising jonin, his expression grave as he observed the screen. The combat capabilities displayed by Feng evidently exceeded his expectations. Suigetsu cast a sidelong glance in their direction, revealing a sharp grin that showcased his fangs that, I see. This Chunin exam should prove to be rather entertaining for Kisame. Upon hearing Suigetsu's words, many Konoha ninjas in the room shot him hostile glances, their eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Such arrogance was utterly intolerable. It was tantamount to belittling their lower-ranked ninjas. Just wait and see, huffed a nearby Konoha jonin. With that, everyone refocused on the screen. However, as time passed, the expressions of Konoha's ninjas gradually shifted, for in less than 3 hours, Kisame's team had annihilated 2 squads from Konoha. The entire process was a seamless and decisive obliteration. The strength exhibited by Kisame was far from that of a mere genin. His B-rank jutsu were unleashed with casual ease, and his chakra reserves appeared to rival those of a jonin, resembling that of a monstrous being. What sort of chakra is this? Is that kid a Jinchuriki? Exclaimed a Konoha ninja, fixating intently on the screen. Suigetsu chuckled lightly. Fool, there's no way we would send a Jinchuriki to participate in your Chunin exam. Kisame is no Jinchuriki. He possesses an inherently extraordinary physique. Suigetsu's words left the Konoha ninjas with a pallid countenance. Although Konoha had the largest contingent in the second round of the Chunin exam, with a total of 8 teams, it was now only half a day in, and 4 teams had already been eliminated. What darkened their expressions further was the fact that Kisame's team, having already secured enough scrolls, showed no intention of heading to the finish line. Instead, they continued to hunt down other teams within the death cavern, seemingly intent on eliminating everyone in this round. Don't look at me like that. Our Mist Village's assessment system is far more brutal, Suigetsu remarked, noting the scowls of the Konoha ninjas. There are no qualifications to be a ninja for the weak without strength. He continued solemnly, as he perceived Konoha's evaluation system as overly lenient that, in Mist, graduates were required to eliminate their comrades. Only one of 2 could survive, and the Chunin exam was fraught with bloodshed and brutality. Ensuring that only the elite emerged alive, Is this the style of the Blood Mist Village? Inquired the leading jonin from the Cloud Village, casting a glance towards Suigetsu, his eyes flashing with intrigue before he withdrew his gaze. Arms crossed in front of him. This won't intimidate our Cloud ninjas. Then let us continue to observe, Suigetsu replied nonchalantly, glancing at the jonin from the Cloud Village. Time swiftly passed, in the blink of an eye. A day and a night had elapsed. On the morning following the commencement of the second round of the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just awakened when a ninja appeared outside his chamber to report. Lord Hokage, there has been an incident. In an instant, the drowsiness vanished from Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, which gleamed with intensity as he rose swiftly, donning the mantle of the third Hokage, and proceeded to exit his quarters. What has happened? It concerns the Chunin exam. The Umbu ninja followed closely behind as he rapidly briefed Hiruzen on the situation, causing the Hokage's expression to shift. Just a day and a night. 6 of Konoha's teams had been eliminated. Only 2 remained. The other small ninja villages had also suffered significant losses, leaving only 4 teams in the exam venue, including teams from the Cloud and Mist villages, as well as the Konoha team, led by Uchiha Kyuda and Feng Ye's solo team. How could so many teams be eliminated? Hiruzen pondered, his mind racing with possibilities as he hurried towards the Chunin exam venue, directing a solemn inquiry to the Umbu by his side. The Umbu's response confirmed his suspicions. The ninjas from the Mist and Cloud villages had no intention of merely passing the second round of the Chunin exam. Instead, after obtaining sufficient scrolls, they continued to hunt other teams. Whoosh whoosh. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastened to the Chunin exam venue, soon arriving at the central watchtower and entering the monitoring room. Lord Hokage, upon seeing Hiruzen enter. The numerous Konoha ninjas in the monitoring room immediately bowed in respect. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room, landing on one individual. When did you arrive? Orochimaru. In the center of the monitoring room stood the unmistakable figure of Orochimaru. Nearby, Konoha ninjas, whether Chunin or Jonin, regarded him with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, while Suigetsu and the jonin for the Cloud Village no longer exhibited their earlier arrogance, casting wary glances at Orochimaru. A little earlier than you, sensei, Orochimaru replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. I heard that some particularly exceptional genin have emerged in this Chunin exam, so I decided to come and take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped further into the monitoring room, his gaze fixed on the screens. At a time like this, do not entertain any ill intentions. Orochimaru, as Orochimaru's former teacher, Hiruzen was acutely aware of Orochimaru's character. His interest in exceptional genin could easily signify a potential threat, and now was certainly not the time to instigate conflict with either the Mist or Cloud villages. Such actions would amount to a declaration of war. Understood, sensei, Orochimaru responded with a smile. Yet both Suigetsu and the Cloud jonin felt a palpable pressure. It was impossible to discern Orochimaru's true intentions, leading them to cautiously assume that he would refrain from any actions without Hiruzen's directive. After all, he was one of the most dangerous individuals among all the ninjas in Konoha. Chapter 28. The instantaneous elimination of one. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew tense, a sudden image on one of the screens captured everyone's attention, including that of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The screen displayed the last remaining 3-man team from Konoha, encountering Kisame and his group as they approached the central tower. You must have gathered enough scrolls by now. Uchiha Kyuda, the focal point of this genin team, stood at the forefront, his expression stern as he addressed the ninjas from the Mist. Step aside. Kisame shrugged slightly. We've more than enough scrolls. Then make way. Uchiha Kyuda replied, his voice low. Kisame chuckled softly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. You seem to have misunderstood something. While we have enough scrolls, I have no intention of letting you pass. After all, we will inevitably clash in the third round, so why not let you all fall here instead? By the way, just to remind you, I've already acquired 6 scrolls. Kisame's declaration caused Uchiha Kyuda's expression to shift. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan, the tomo within his eyes beginning to spin as he gripped a kunai, vigilantly fixating on Kisame. Make your move. With a decisive opening, Kakashi Kisame immediately sprang into action. The 3 Mist ninjas clashed fiercely with the 3 from Konoha, and relying on the power of the Sharingan, Uchiha Jutan managed to briefly stabilize the situation. However, as time wore on, his chakra reserves dwindled significantly. While it seemed that Kakashi Kisame experienced no such depletion, it appears your chakra is running low. Maintaining that Sharingan must consume quite a bit of it, Kakashi Kisame remarked with a grin. He then swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Jiotian's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that, at this stage of the battle, Kakashi Kisame would still possess enough chakra to execute a B-rank technique. In a moment of urgency, he could only attempt to evade. Yet in this terrain, evading such a wide-ranging water release jutsu proved nearly impossible, ultimately resulting in him being struck. The chakra levels are rather abnormal. Indeed, a peculiar physique, Orochimaru observed from the monitoring room, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha ninjas wore expressions of restraint, for with the elimination of this small team, Konoha's trio had effectively been annihilated. Only a solitary team remained, or rather, just one individual. Hitaki Kid-Ya-So this is the Uchiha clan Sharingan, Kakashi Kisame mused as he approached Uchiha Jutian. A flicker of intrigue in his gaze as he crouched down. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is indeed a valuable asset. However, just as Kakashi Kisame intended to seize Uchiha Jutian's Sharingan, a Konoha Umbu ninja appeared silently. Although the participants of the second round of the Chunin exams had signed a death warrant, Konoha could not simply overlook the theft of a Sharingan. TCH, realizing that he no longer had the opportunity to claim the Sharingan, Kakashi Kisame retracted his hand, stood up, and said, "The hunt should come to an end. Let us depart." The other two mist ninjas nodded in agreement and left alongside Kakashi Kisame. The Umbu ninja cast a glance at the fallen Uchiha Jutian before shifting his gaze toward the departing Kakashi Kisame and his companions, his expression somber. With even the Uchiha clan's lower ninjas capable of wielding the Sharingan being eliminated, it was evident that the mist had dispatched formidable lower ninjas this time. This Chunin exam might very well become a laughingstock. In the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was stern as he observed the footage. After a brief pause, he turned to the proctoring ninja beside him and inquired, "Where's Kid-Ya? Has he passed?" "Well," the proctoring ninja hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to respond. After several seconds, he finally said, "How should I put it? He should be considered to have passed. He acquired enough scrolls early on to reach the tower, yet he has not entered." Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, glancing at the monitoring screen. "Not entered?" "Yes," the proctoring ninja confirmed with a nod. The main examiner, Yuhi Kirin, approached, looking up at the screen. Perhaps he does not intend to enter directly, wanting to probe the strengths of other ninjas. He can enter at any moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured in acknowledgement. This was indeed something Kid-Ya might do. Yet with all other lower ninjas eliminated, the pressure of the third round rested solely upon him. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shake his head. He had anticipated that the ninjas dispatched by the Mist and Cloud would be elite, yet the situation exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had designated Kid-Ya to participate in this Chunin exam. Given Kid-Ya's abilities, once he entered the third round, he would surely perform admirably. Ultimately, the situation would still be manageable at this moment. Kid-Ya sat motionless on a protruding rock face outside the central observation tower, covered in a layer of yellow dust, making it difficult to discern his presence without a keen eye in the stillness. He suddenly opened his eyes and gazed in a particular direction, a spark of light flickering in his gaze as he murmured, "At last, someone has arrived that he had been waiting there for quite some time." Not far from the central observation tower, Kakashi Kisame and his companions, having eliminated the last Konoha team, hurried toward the finish of the second round of the Chunin exam. Moving in a triangular formation, with Kakashi Kisame leading the way, one of the two behind him chuckled, "I never expected that the Uchiha clan, whom teacher Fugu warned us to be cautious of, would prove to be so lacking. We have overestimated Konoha's ninjas." Tongwaya grinned, continuing, "With a total of 12 teams, we have eliminated 6, and the Uchiha clan has taken out 1, making it 7, if the Cloud ninjas have also dispatched a team." Then only 3 teams should remain in the third round. If 2 teams are eliminated, it will come down to a showdown between us and them. Such an achievement would surely fulfill Teacher Fugu's orders. However, just as Tengwaizu was satisfied with his self-assessment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. That's so. The voice sent a jolt through Tengwaizu's heart, causing his body to erupt in cold sweat. An overwhelming sense of dread flooding his mind, he attempted to react, but it was already too late. In an instant, blood splattered at it was as though he had collided with an invisible, razor-sharp thread. Tengwaizu's body was cleaved in 2 at the waist. His upper and lower halves separating neatly, a flicker of terror and disbelief lingered in his eyes. Swoosh! Kakashi Kisame and the other mist ninja sensed the sudden change behind them, their expressions shifting in alarm as they halted in unison. Turning to look, they could see only the corpse of Tengwaizu and a calm figure standing nearby, a silver-haired youth wielding a short blade. Hataki Kidya. Chapter 29. Shock. Tengwaizu. The mist lower ninja, standing beside Kakashi Kisame's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mix of horror and disbelief as he involuntarily gasped in shock. Tengwaizu had been the perceptive ninja, responsible for tracking down other teams. It was his sensory abilities that had allowed them to hunt effectively. Logically, he should have been the quickest to react to ambushes and sneak attacks. Yet now, Tengwaizu had been eliminated in an instant. He hadn't even had time to employ a substitution technique or body flicker. Cough, cough. Severed in 2, Tengwaizu did not die immediately but spat out blood, his upper body lying there as he gazed in Kidya's direction. Disbelief etched on his face. Having approached the finish line and engaged in conversation with Kakashi Kisame and the others, he had indeed grown somewhat careless, failing to maintain full concentration on his sensory abilities, which led to his abrupt demise at Kidya's hands. However, the most critical factor was the sheer speed. Kidya's movements were astonishingly swift, so much so that Tengwaizu could not muster any form of resistance. Such speed was far beyond that of a lower ninja. Even a higher-ranked ninja would struggle to match it. Caught off guard by a surprise attack from a higher ninja, and without being in a fully alert state, Tengwaizu's instant annihilation was undoubtedly an inevitable outcome. It's you, Kakashi Kisame gazed at Kidya, his expression revealing no sign of rage or distress over his fallen companion. As if the loss were of little consequence, a grin spread across his face, revealing a set of sharp, shark-like teeth. It seems that not all of Konoha's lower ninjas are worthless. Kidya cast a glance at Tengwaizu's severed body, noticing the small pile of scrolls that had fallen from him. I see now. Having collected so many scrolls, it is evident that he did not enter this Chunin exam with the intention of simply passing, but rather to hunt and assert dominance. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the infamous tactics of the Blood Mist Village. Kidya raised his ninjato, lightly wiping the blade with one hand as if polishing it. But in the next instant, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Kakashi Kisame's expression altered, and without hesitation. He leaped backward while swiftly forming hand seals, pressing down in the air. Water release. Water surge. A torrential wave of water erupted, cascading down like a flood. However, this onslaught did not strike Kidya immediately, for his target was not Kakashi Kisame, but rather another lower ninja from the mist. Water release. Spiral water blade. The misty figure of the lower ninja nearly unleashed his jutsu at the same moment that Kid disappeared. He opened his mouth and expelled a spiraling thread of water, emanating from him in all directions. Each strand was a highly pressurized jet of water, and upon touching the nearby, protruding rocks, they were instantly severed and twained. In the very next moment after he released this technique, Kid's silhouette materialized to his right. Faced with the rapidly slicing threads, Kid did not evade. Instead, he suddenly revealed an almost uncanny speed, executing a mid-air rotation and slipping through the narrow gaps of the spiraling water blades. Oh no! The expression of the mist ninja changed dramatically, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes as he failed to comprehend that Kid had the audacity to charge headlong into the danger zone of the spiraling water blades. And yet he had indeed navigated through the gaps, lacking sufficient speed and keen dynamic vision. Such an act was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could spell disaster. Swoosh! The mist ninja drew a kunai, lunging towards Keed. Clang, clang. The white Feng in Keed's hand sliced through the air with remarkable swiftness, seemingly unleashing 7 or 8 strands of white light in an instant. Subsequently, he flashed past and landed behind the mist ninja. The mist ninja stood rigidly in place, struggling to turn his head to glance at Keed, his eyes betraying a mixture of disbelief and terror. Instantly, countless lines of crimson emerged on his body, and amidst the splatter of blood, he collapsed to one side. The spiraling water blades had failed to hinder Keed, and upon closing the distance, the outcome was all too evident. Had a member of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan and possessed sufficient speed, perhaps they could have withstood Keed's blade techniques in close combat, but he clearly lacked such capabilities to eye in the blink of an eye. 2 mist ninjas lay lifeless. To be so brazen in another's village must come at a cost. If one cannot slay others, they shall be slain instead. Such is the creed of your mist village. Is it not? I see no harm in adhering to it. Keed stood upon the water's surface, gazing at the last remaining figure, Kisame Hoshigaki, and spoke in a calm voice. From a distance, Kisame regarded Keed, his composure now faltering. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he slowly remarked, "It seems you are indeed the strongest lower ninja from Konoha." There was a slight error in the intelligence. But it should not matter much. As words fell, Kisame suddenly formed hand seals. Water style, water shark bomb technique. Splash. The surface of the water beneath Keed erupted violently, as several water-formed sharks surged towards him with ferocious intent. Seeking to rend him into pieces, whoosh, Keed leapt directly from the water's surface, descending toward Kisame. Unfazed, Kisame raised his right hand, extending it toward Keed as torrents of water surged forth, morphing into a shark that lunged at him. With the white Feng in hand, Keed plunged the blade into the water-formed shark, his entire being trailing a phantom-like afterimage as he sliced through it in a spiraling arc, cleaving both the water shark and the figure of Kisame into fragments. Splash! Kisame's body shattered, but did not bleed. Instead, it transformed into water, surging upward in an instant to envelop Keed in its center. Water prison technique. Emerging from below the surface, Kisame pressed a hand against the water sphere, maintaining the prison while eyeing Keed within, stating, "Your speed is indeed quite troublesome, but within my water prison technique, it shall be rendered ineffective." Despite being trapped within the water prison, Keed exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly replied, "The water prison technique, a signature technique of the mist ninja. However, knowing you possessed this move from the start, how could I so easily fall for it?" This statement caused Kisame's expression to shift. In the next moment, his body suddenly twisted to one side, yet a blade of white light grazed past him, accompanied by a spurt of blood as one of his arms was severed and fell into the water. Remarkable! In the control room at the heart of the Death Rock Cave, Orochimaru observed the scenes on the screen, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration as he commented. Beside him, Sarutobi Risen watched the unfolding events. Unable to suppress his astonishment, "I initially thought he merely relied on speed, but I never anticipated he could apply the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique to such an extent. Even you, at his age, could not have achieved this." Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru marveled at Keed's displayed talent and strength during this brief skirmish, and the other Nin and Nin were equally awestruck. Figures like Yu Shinhong were left in a state of shock. It is worth noting that the strength of Kisame and his companions have been assessed through their combat observations over time. Both mist ninjas demonstrated elite Nin capabilities, while Kisame's exceptional chakra level positioned him as a special Nin. Yet such formidable figures from the Mist Village were swiftly reduced to 2 dead and 1 injured before Keed. Whether it be Keed's exhibited prowess or his judgment and choices in battle, there was naught to critique. He bore no semblance to a mere 9-year-old lower ninja, but rather appeared as a seasoned and battle-hardened elite shinobi. Chapter 30. Overly reckless, Kisame's figure appeared a dozen meters away from Keed. His right arm had been severed at the shoulder, and he was currently pressing his left hand against the wound. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as he endured the pain. His initial composure, now a distant memory, as young. Keed regarded Kisame's state and sighed inwardly. I could see this stage. while Kisame was indeed remarkable in Chakra. Lacking the formidable sword, Ch rendered his prowess less exaggerated, and his battle experience was nowhere near that of the Kisame, who would later slay the likes of the Watermelon Mountain's Fugu and join the Akatsuki. The techniques Kisame had previously unleashed, including the water clone that had drawn him in and the ensuing water prison technique, could have ensnared another individual. Yet, Keed had anticipated these from the very beginning. The disparity in information was stark. Had both parties possessed equal understanding, perhaps Kisame could have engaged him in combat. However, with the imbalance in intelligence, it was a one-sided crushing defeat. Just as Keed prepared to strike again and finish off Kisame, his gaze suddenly flickered, and he turned to look in a specific direction. There, three figures were rapidly approaching. More arrivals. Keed cast a glance at Kisame, formed a single-hand seal, and vanished with a soft poof. The three incoming figures were lower ninjas from the Cloud Village. Unlike Kisame and his companions, these Cloud Village ninjas did not deliberately hunt other lower ninja squads, but had nonetheless decimated two. In contrast to other villages that would prioritize securing enough scrolls and nearing the finish line, the hot-headed nature of the Cloud Village ninjas led them to unanimously decide to rush toward the commotion. After all, they would have to engage in battle by the third round, so why not eliminate some competitors in the second round? It must be the water-style jutsu. It should belong to the Mist Village ninjas. Unexpectedly encountering ninjas from the Mist Village, they could conveniently dispose of them here. Konoha, with his dark complexion, subtly crackled with arcs of lightning on his right arm as he spoke, flexing his fist with a slight grin. The Cloud Village was perhaps the least intimidated by the Mist Village ninjas. On one hand, lightning style countered water style, and on the other, the Cloud Village's style was predominantly aggressive, while the Mist Village leaned toward an assassin approach, creating a significant tactical advantage. However, just as the three approached the battlefield, one of them suddenly changed color, perceiving something amiss, and shouted, "Be careful!" Konoha's expression shifted, and in an instant, a layer of lightning cloaked his body as he swiftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading a knife that sliced upward from the ground. Whoosh! The attack missed, and Keed retreated 2 steps, eyeing Konoha. As expected of the ninjas from the Cloud Village, their speed and reaction times are indeed impressive. Whoosh whoosh! The other 2 Cloud ninjas swiftly surrounded Keed, while Konoha coldly regarded him, a smirk creeping onto his face as he remarked, "I thought you were a Mist ninja, but turns out you are from Konoha." The moment his words fell, Konoha performed a hand seal and pressed down toward the ground, a surge of lightning racing along the earth toward Keed. Whoosh! Keed leapt into the air, retreating. The 2 Cloud lower ninjas charged from either side, and Keed, caught between them, exhibited a bizarre speed, weaving through the gaps of their attacks with remarkable agility that I didn't expect a lower ninja from Konoha to possess such speed, but with just this, you will find it hard to escape. Konoha's gaze was frigid as he charged toward Feng Ye. The other 2 individuals, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, flanked him on either side, intent on subduing Feng Ye together. Inside the central observation tower, Shiri Junhong furrowed his brow at the screen and remarked, "This is too reckless." Having eliminated 2 members of the Mist Ninja team and severely injuring Kakashi Kisame. That should suffice for Feng Ye. There is no need to engage the Cloud Ninja squad. Now to AKT this moment, Feng Ye's displayed speed was noticeably reduced compared to his earlier battle against the Mist Ninja, indicating a decline in his condition. He was no longer at his peak point. One of the Cloud Ninja appeared to possess speed comparable to Feng Ye's, while the other 2 managed to keep pace with some difficulty. Under such circumstances, it was not merely a challenge to defeat the Cloud Ninja. Even escaping would prove daunting. The other proctors from Konoha wore expressions of tension. Although Kakashi Kisame's arm had been severed, and he had not been killed by Feng Ye, the destruction of his scroll meant his elimination. Should Feng Ye falter here, the 3rd round of the Chunin exam would be rendered moot, allowing the 3 from the Cloud Village to pass directly. Such impulsiveness was unwarranted, that if he could enter the 3rd round normally, in a one-on-one match, he should not lose against any of the Cloud Ninja. Shiri Junhong spoke gravely as he observed the screen. Beside him, Sarutobi Hisashi also frowned slightly. Previously, he had praised Feng Ye's ability to assess the situation, noting that he did not resemble a mere 9-year-old boy. Yet now, things had changed. After slaying two mist ninja and heavily wounding Kenkishi Kisame, Feng Ye seemed to have grown overconfident, abandoning the most prudent course of action. Indeed, despite his capacity to think like an adult, he was still only 9 years old. Having achieved some victories, he had become somewhat conceited. Hizashi mused inwardly. From this distance, there should be an opportunity to reach the goal. Yamashiro Hachi observed the screen. Contemplating his judgment, as long as he could reach the end, the situation would not be dire. The subsequent third round would be a one-on-one contest, and in a solitary duel, Feng Ye would have a substantial advantage against anyone he faced. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded slightly. This misstep offered Feng Ye a chance for redemption, and his ability to vanquish the Mist Ninja team had already showcased remarkable prowess. He had accomplished his mission. However, at that moment, a voice with a starkly different opinion emerged. No, IT should not be as simple as reaching the goal. Teacher Sarutobi. Orochimaru, with his arms crossed over his chest and serpent-like eyes gleaming, regarded the screen and stated, I believe you may be underestimating that child. Even from behind the surveillance screen, not witnessing the battle live, I still sense that Feng Ye would not recklessly provoke the Cloud Ninja after his encounter with the Mist Ninja. Notably, despite being besieged by 3 Cloud Ninja, he has not exhibited the slightest hint of panic. To me, it appears he is merely observing his opponents. Chapter 31. Annihilation. His reaction speed is astonishing. Konoha, having failed multiple attacks against Feng Ye, let out a cold snort and swiftly drew a line along the edge of his longsword, unleashing crackling arcs of lightning along the blade. If that is the case, let us see how you fare against this. Ninja technique, Cloud Flow Slash. With the incantation, Konoha surged forward, his sword slicing through the air, tracing a bolt of lightning aimed at Feng Ye. The speed of this attack was markedly faster than before, enveloped in the crackling arcs of lightning. As the swift strike descended toward Feng Ye's head, it seemed he would be cleaved in two, unable to react in time. Yet, in that fleeting instant, a glimmer flickered in Feng Ye's eyes. As if an ethereal clock had shifted a tick, clang, his already rapid arm moved like a phantom, retracting with greater speed as he blocked Konoha Ye's strike with the ninja blade, White Fang. Konoha Ye's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of shock. Having utilized the Cloud Flow Slash, his attack speed was nearly a third faster than his normal state. Under such speed, Feng Ye should have been unable to defend. Whoosh! Whoosh! After parrying Konoha Ye's assault, Feng Ye transformed into a shadowy wisp, darting backward in 2 quick flashes, evading the trio's encirclement. Having escaped the trap, Feng Ye, gripping the White Fang, regarded the 3 from the Cloud Village and murmured softly to himself. This is not the same lightning technique used by the 4th Raikage. It must be a weaker variant. If only I had Byakugan or Sharingan, I could fully comprehend its intricacies. The lightning techniques from the Cloud Village had long been coveted by him, prompting him to observe while engaging in combat. Regrettably, without the Byakugan or Sharingan to discern the Chakra application, fully understanding the technique remained elusive. After watching for so long, he had only managed to glean a fragment of experience. Forget it. Continuing this way is futile. Shaking his head, Feng Ye sighed lightly before looking back at Konoha and his companions, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Chakra surged within him, coursing through his meridians. First gate of the 8 gates, open. Buzz. The first gate of the 8 gates, located in the brain, burst open with a surge of chakra, although there was no apparent change on the surface. Feng Ye felt as though his body had become significantly lighter, each muscle and bone capable of exerting 100% of its power. Opening the first gate of the 8 gates was merely a fleeting moment. The trio, stunned by Feng Ye's tripled speed state, hesitated only briefly before launching another fervent assault, each employing their most potent techniques. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure flickered, with the first gate of the 8 gates activated and at full speed. Konoha and his companions could barely perceive him. One moment he vanished, and in the next he had already exchanged places with one of them. What? That individual's pupils dilated in shock, frozen in place. As he turned his head to glimpse Feng Ye behind him, a searing pain shot through him, a crimson line extending from his right shoulder to his left hip. Thud! Accompanied by a spray of blood. The body collapsed to the ground. Feng Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene. Astonishment and incredulity etched upon his face. Impossible! What speed is that? To attain such velocity, he would need to elevate his lightning technique to the second stage, which is the level of a Janin. Whoosh! Amid Feng Ye's shock, Feng Ye's figure darted past once more. The remaining Cloud Ninja, now stricken with terror, swung his kunai wildly, but his frantic attempts failed to create a perfect defensive barrier. In an instant, Feng Ye slipped past him. All that could be heard were the nearly overlapping sounds of blades clashing. Thud! In a gory spray, the second Cloud Ninja crumpled to the ground, witnessing the last of his companions fall to Feng Ye's terrifying speed. Feng Ye's expression morphed into one of dread and disbelief. Impossible! This is not the speed or capability of a mere genin. This guy must be a disguised Janin from Konoha. How could he possibly be a genin? Ninja technique! Cloud flow slash. Seeing Feng Ye's gaze fixed upon him, he gritted his teeth and called out, once more enveloping the blade of his long sword in crackling arcs of lightning. Yet, standing opposite him, Feng Ye also formed a hand seal with one hand, tracing his finger along the edge of White Fang, as arcs of lightning danced upon the blade. Lightning release. Lightning slash, whoosh. In an instant, the silhouettes of the two individuals intertwined and passed by each other. Kamoi's figure stood rigidly in place, the arc of lightning on the blade in his hand dissipating as the sword shattered at its center, with a portion of the blade clattering to the ground a distance away. Producing a resonant sound, he struggled to turn his head, gazing at Feng Ye, his eyes still reflecting a hint of disbelief, and uttered, "You." Kamoi's throat convulsed twice, seemingly attempting to articulate further, but ultimately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Accompanied by a splatter of crimson, he collapsed with a thud onto the desolate earth. Within the surveillance room at the heart of the Death Rock Cave, an eerie silence prevailed. The previously smirking and slightly arrogant Jonin from the cloud-hidden village now wore a frozen expression. Disbelief etched upon his face. How could this be? On the other side, the setting sun's crimson glow cast its light upon the shinobi of Konoha, led by the esteemed Jonin Yahi, alongside numerous Chunin proctors, all of whom were enveloped in a profound stillness, their eyes betraying shock and incredulity. Due to the nature of the surveillance projection, the specific details were obscured, yet it was evident that Feng Ye had employed some extraordinary technique, surpassing not only his previous speed during the battle with the Mist Shinobi, but even exceeding that. With a speed bordering on the terrifying, he had turned the tide in an instant, swiftly eliminating two Cloud Shinobi in succession before dispatching the last with a combination of lightning release and the Konoha sword techniques. Indeed, Orochimaru gazed intently at the images on the screen, his voice low and contemplative. However, such speed cannot be wielded under normal circumstances that I don't recall the White Fang possessing such abilities. Has he resorted to some forbidden technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and replied, "It is unclear, but that child has mentioned his reflexes are extraordinary." Extraordinary. Even from behind the screen, it was impossible to ascertain the exact velocity with which Feng Ye moved. Yet that speed was likely unattainable by most Jonin. No wonder Feng Ye was able to slay an elite scout from a mist. No wonder the prodigious Kakashi had always fallen short against his elder brother. Extraordinary. Orochimaru allowed a sinister smile to creep onto his lips as he echoed Sarutobi's words, pausing briefly before adding, "Abnormality signifies talent. Viewed through this lens, that child may indeed possess a gift that surpasses that of the White Fang." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. Feng Ye not only inherited the bloodline of Hatake Sakumo, but also possessed an innate talent for speed. If he were to continue to grow, he might indeed surpass Hatake Sakumo. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his pipe, took a puff, and glanced at the Jonin from the cloud and mist villages, exhaling a plume of smoke, stating, "Regardless, the Chunin exam concludes here." Standing beside him, Yahi restrained his astonishment, casting a sidelong glance at the Jonin from the mist, saying, "Indeed, with only one participant remaining, there will be no third round. The Mist Shinobi likely aim to eliminate all other teams in the second round, intending to conclude the Chunin exam before the third round to display the terror of the Blood Mist Village. However, Their objective was achieved at the cost of their entire squad. This was undoubtedly an outcome no one had anticipated. Yahi gazed at the screen, where Feng Ye had collected all the scrolls and was now making his way toward the central lookout tower, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, well done. Son of the White Fang, ninja of Konoha. Outside the central lookout tower, Feng Ye arrived at the entrance, carrying 2 scrolls as he stepped inside. Awaiting him was Yahi, the chief examiner of the second round. Congratulations on passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. It should also be the final stage, he remarked. Feng Ye replied, it seems the Mist and Cloud Shinobi have eliminated all other teams that I have collected all the scrolls. Yahi, already aware of the situation, displayed no surprise, though he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh as he watched Feng Ye carelessly discard the other scrolls in the second round of the Chunin exam. Only one participant had passed. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of the exam system. It was unexpected that Feng Ye, who had remained in Kakashi's shadow, possessed such extraordinary talent. His strength, mentality, and resilience were all superior to Kakashi's. Indeed, your assessment is correct. There will be no third round. After a moment of reflection, Yahi nodded at Feng Ye and said, follow me. The Hokage is waiting for you to... Oh, Sir Toby Hiruzen has indeed arrived, Feng Ye thought. Not surprised. Nodding, he followed Yahi and soon entered the central hall on the second floor of the lookout tower, where Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the center. To Feng Ye's astonishment, Orochimaru stood beside him. Orochimaru is the chief examiner for this round? No, that cannot be, Feng Ye mused, dismissing the thought. The high-ranking Jonin overseeing this Chunin exam would not allow Orochimaru to serve as the chief examiner. With that notion cast aside, Feng Ye approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and bowed respectfully. Hokage-sama. As Feng Ye paid his respects, he sensed 2 hostile gazes directed at him. These menacing stares belonged to the Jonin from the Mist, Sujitsu Hozuki, and an unidentified Jonin from the Cloud. Upon meeting Sujitsu's gaze for a fleeting moment, Feng Ye returned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feeling no fear towards the 2 adversarial shinobi present, it would indeed be difficult for him to defeat a Jonin, particularly one like Sujitsu, who was among the 7 ninja swordsmen. A figure of nearly Kage-level prowess. Yet, this was Konoha. Not only were numerous Jonin present, but both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were also here. Sujitsu and his companions could only cast cold glances in his direction, not daring to unleash any killing intent. As for the future, if they were to meet on the battlefield, given his rapid growth, he might not be weaker than either of them. Perhaps by that time, he would have surpassed the Jonin and achieved true Kage-level status. Congratulations on passing the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, a warm smile illuminating his face. You performed admirably. From this day forth, you are a Chunin of Konoha. Always remember the duties of a ninja. Yes, Feng Ye replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Orochimaru, observing Feng Ye from the side, lifted the corners of his mouth slightly and remarked, in his lifetime, your father bestowed upon me certain favors. Do you recognize me? Hatake Feng Ye. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed somewhat interested in him, Feng Ye's thoughts raced, and he replied, bowing respectfully, you must be the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru smirked, extending his arms wide. If you are aware of who I am, then this should make our conversation easier. Given your caliber, it is challenging for an ordinary Jonin to serve as your mentor. What do you think about becoming my disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. His brows furrowed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly made a decision. In that case, Feng Ye, you shall study under Orochimaru. Feng Ye, what is happening? I haven't even spoken yet. The corners of my mouth involuntarily twitched, and a wave of helpless sarcasm surged within me. Undoubtedly, becoming a disciple of Orochimaru is a perilous endeavor. One only needs to observe that nearly all of Orochimaru's disciples bear cursed seals to grasp this reality. However, conversely, this period does not seem entirely unfeasible. That on one hand, becoming Orochimaru's disciple would allow me to extricate myself from the troubles posed by Danzo. On the other hand, from Orochimaru, I might acquire an abundance of ninjutsu I yearn to learn. To conspire with a tiger is one thing, but to conspire with a snake is another. With this thought, I sighed. Hiruzen Sarutobi had made his decision, leaving no room for further consideration that I could vaguely surmise why Hiruzen Sarutobi would arrive at such a conclusion. Currently, he has not definitively settled on a candidate for the fourth Hokage. Although Orochimaru's character is somewhat treacherous, Minato Namikaze is still rather young, lacking the achievements and experience that Orochimaru possesses, while Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart leans towards Minato. He cannot openly express his stance at this juncture. Should he refuse to entrust me to Orochimaru and designate Kakashi as Minato's disciple, it would not only incite dissent among certain villagers, but would also surely displease Orochimaru. The ninja world is currently in a state of heightened tension, and maintaining sufficient stability within the village is paramount. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words elicited a faint smile from Orochimaru. At this moment, he still harbored ambitions regarding the Hokage position. Proposing to take me as a disciple was, on one hand, a recognition of my talent, and on the other, a subtle test of Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude to become Hokage. One must possess a successor. A single individual cannot manage the myriad responsibilities nor maintain the village's stability without a capable aid. By entrusting the talented ninja Kakashi to Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi subtly indicated that Minato is a candidate for the fourth Hokage. Upon realizing that Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude had shifted, Orochimaru seized this opportunity to conduct a probe. Should he take me as a disciple and be thwarted by Hiruzen Sarutobi, it would imply that the latter has dismissed Orochimaru's potential to succeed the fourth Hokage. Yet, as it stands now, Hiruzen Sarutobi's stance remains ambiguous. I wonder whom you will ultimately choose, Teacher Hiruzen. Orochimaru mused quietly as he gazed at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 33. The Art of Cellular Activation. Having met with Orochimaru, I offered him a respectful bow. The matter had been settled, leaving no alternative but to tread this path and contemplate some countermeasures. Orochimaru chuckled with a somewhat sinister laugh as he regarded me. This matter has concluded. Come with me. With that, Orochimaru's figure flickered and vanished from the hall. That I glanced back at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who nodded in affirmation. After bowing once more to him, I too flickered and disappeared. Following Orochimaru, whoosh whoosh, the two of us swiftly departed from the central lookout tower. I trailed behind Orochimaru. Contemplating how to navigate my relationship with this new teacher, we arrived at a certain location within the Death Cave. Where Orochimaru came to a halt, I surveyed the surroundings. This was the very place where I had previously battled Kisame Hoshigaki. The water had nearly receded, yet the ground remained damp and muddy. Orochimaru's gaze scanned the area, and soon he located an arm amidst the muck, Kisame Hoshigaki's severed limb. Ugh! A smirk crept on Orochimaru's lips as he suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a viscous scroll. With a flick of his tongue, he ensnared the arm, retrieving it and placing it upon the scroll. With a pop, white smoke enveloped the area, and the arm vanished, sealed within the scroll. After completing this task, Orochimaru turned to me, holding the scroll and saying, "This unique physique is unlike anything I've encountered before. It serves as valuable research material, in the future, if you encounter any special types of ninja. Do try to bring me some samples." I twitched slightly at the corners of my mouth and nodded. Understood. Let us proceed, Orochimaru said, retracting the scroll into his mouth and continuing onward. Must we really do this? It's quite revolting, I internally lamented, feeling even more fatigued than after my battle with Kisame. Nevertheless, I had no choice but to follow Orochimaru, and the two of us soon exited the Death Cave. Upon nearing the vicinity of Konoha, Orochimaru formed a hand seal with one hand, causing a passageway to suddenly appear, leading underground. This must be Orochimaru's secret base, I surmised as I followed him inside. Once within the base, I was greeted by an ambience steeped in darkness. After traversing a silent tunnel, we entered a hall filled with various curiosities, strange insects submerged in some liquid, as well as organs like hearts and livers. Fortunately, my previous life as a medical student had endowed me with a robust psychological tolerance for such sights, and I felt no discomfort. In fact, I silently critiqued some of the specimens for their crude craftsmanship. Indeed, you are quite adaptable to the conditions here, being the child of White Fang, Orochimaru observed, a smile gracing his face as we walked further. This is the research facility of Teacher Orochimaru? I inquired, glancing around with feigned ignorance. Orochimaru nodded. Approaching one of the vacant glass containers, he spat out the earlier scroll that had sealed Kisame's arm, retrieving the limb and tossing it into the glass jar. Afterward, he consumed the scroll once more and turned to me, his snake-like eyes glinting with interest. You should have inherited many taijutsu techniques from White Fang. Some of my methods may be unnecessary for you. However, given your level, you should be aware of your own needs, correct? I pondered for a moment before presenting a crucial inquiry. My chakra reserves are insufficient. That I wonder if teacher Orochimaru possesses any methods to enhance my chakra capacity. Chakra capacity, you say? Orochimaru chuckled softly. In your case, after a few more years of growth, your chakra reserves will rival those of a Nin. However, it seems you desire even greater chakra. Well, there's certainly ways. My eyes lit up as I focused on Orochimaru, awaiting his elaboration. But Orochimaru's gaze drifted from me to the specimens scattered throughout the room. Chakra is extracted from the 13 billion cells within the human body, combined with mental energy. Methods to enhance mental capacity are rare, and I lack particularly effective means in this regard. However, I do possess a method to enhance cellular energy. This. Orochimaru produced a scroll. Extending it towards me with his tongue, I accepted it, suppressing my inner revulsion. This hand cannot be taken. Yet my yearning for the technique outweighed my disgust. I unfurled the scroll. The first line caught my eye. Cellular activation. This technique enhances the vitality of all cells in the body, not only boosting chakra capacity, but also possessing remarkable self-healing properties. Orochimaru, arms crossed before him, continued, this technique serves as the foundation for many of my arts. However, with your mastery of White Fang's sword techniques and your affinity for lightning release ninjutsu, my subsequent techniques may be of little use to you. You seem rather disinterested in learning them. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words and perusing a portion of the scroll, I comprehended the essence of the technique. It is fundamentally a method to enhance cellular recovery and vitality, if I am not mistaken. This technique likely underpins Orochimaru's arts, such as shedding, skin, and regeneration. Only with robust cellular vitality can one perform feats bordering on immortality. Thank you, Teacher Orochimaru, I said, closing the scroll and bowing respectfully. This technique is indeed suitable for me. Even extraordinarily so, conventional methods of physical training may only mitigate the negative effects of the 8 gates, failing to eliminate them entirely. However, the cellular activation technique should, to some extent, counteract the adverse effects of the 8 gates. Its essence lies not in enhancing cellular strength, but in increasing cellular vitality, life force, and recovery. Go forth and train. If you wish to observe my experiments, you may do so from the sidelines. Orochimaru gazed at Feng Ye with a slight smile, choosing to disregard him as he proceeded into the laboratory, preparing to study the arm of the recently acquired Kisame. Feng Ye held a modicum of interest in Orochimaru's experiments. Yet this curiosity paled in comparison to his fervent desire to master the technique of cell activation. After bowing once more to Orochimaru, Feng Ye departed from the latter's research facility. Chapter 34. Mind and body upon leaving Orochimaru's base. Feng Ye exhaled deeply. Although Orochimaru was unlikely to turn him into a test subject on his very first day, approaching such a perilous individual under the circumstances of his insufficient strength was undeniably a risky endeavor. However, it appeared that the situation had not taken a sudden turn for the worse and remained on a stable trajectory, additionally granting him the technique of cell activation. Swish, swish. Feng Ye navigated through the forest until he reached a stream, where he meticulously cleaned the newly acquired scroll and attentively studied its description of the cell activation technique. After thorough examination, he found no issues with the technique. Even Orochimaru had not concealed any details, clearly outlining both its advantages and disadvantages within the scroll. The annotations included, the human body is a balance. Mental energy and cellular energy jointly construct this equilibrium. A certain degree of imbalance has minimal impact. Yet if the disparity between the two becomes excessive, it can incite severe consequences. The technique of cell activation forcibly enhances cellular vitality without elevating mental aspects. Thus, if practiced excessively, it may lead to a scenario where the mind can no longer control the body, resulting in bodily collapse and wild growth, transforming into a monstrous entity. Therefore, it is crucial to avoid overexertion during the training process. Several similar annotations were present. These notes harmonized with the knowledge Feng Ye had previously acquired. For instance, the concept of balance between mind and body was familiar to him. While he had not heard of bodily imbalance before, he was aware of mental imbalance, that a simple example being that an ordinary person who undergoes transplantation of the Rinnegan would suffer from mental imbalance, as their body cannot sustain the immense mental energy that the Rinnegan possesses, leading to a swift collapse. Even Nagato, who possesses the Uzumaki clan's physique, a significantly robust body, could not withstand the power of the Rinnegan. Only a more formidable sage body could genuinely bear the power of the Rinnegan, achieving balance between mind and body. That Orochimaru's technique of cell activation was no different, without a powerful mental force to maintain balance. Excessive enhancement of cellular energy would lead to bodily imbalance, likely resulting in an explosive outcome. The technique of cell activation could be considered a method of cultivating a pseudo-sage body, although it hardly reaches that standard at most. It achieves merely half of half. Feng Ye pondered to himself. The sage body of Hashirama Senju was not solely about enhancing the body. It also involved the cultivation and enhancement of mental energy. In contrast, the technique of cell activation encompasses only half, and this half's efficacy pales in comparison to that of a sage body, lacking the cultivation of natural energy if one were to train in sage mode alongside the technique of cell activation. The amalgamation of the two would indeed constitute a pseudo-sage body. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto Yakushi likely existed in such a state. Only by advancing further could one attain the true sage body. Thus, it seemed that both the body and mind were categorized into three tiers. On the bodily side, one finds cell activation, the pseudo-sage body, and the true sage body. On the mental side, there exists the Sharingan, the Mangekyou Sharingan, and the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Feng Ye believed his assessment to be accurate. The fusion of the eternal Mangekyou and the sage body results in the Rinnegan. When infused with immense natural energy, or when one becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, one can attain the body of Sage of Six Paths and enter the Six Paths mode. In summary, with the technique of cell activation as a foundation, the fog that clouded his path was nearly dispelled. After traversing the thicket, Feng Ye returned to the village. After dining, he returned home, entering his bedroom, sitting cross-legged, and placing the scroll before him. Now, let us commence. Underground of Konoha, root base. Danzo leaned on his cane within a chamber, listening to his subordinate's report. His expression remained unchanged, yet his fingers tightened around the cane, leaving noticeable imprints on the hardwood. Orochimaru's sudden decision to take Feng Ye as a disciple had caught him off guard. He had anticipated that Feng Ye's future path would either involve being designated by Hiruzen Sarutobi to join the Umbu or being incorporated into his root organization. With a few strategic maneuvers, it should have been easy to cultivate Feng Ye within root. However, Orochimaru's actions disrupted his plans. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi's ambiguous stance suggested he had not entirely abandoned the idea of having Orochimaru succeed him as the fourth Hokage, which only fueled Danzo's frustration. How did the negotiations proceed? The Hokage has signed a contract with the Mist Village, but discussions with the Cloud Village did not reach an agreement. The elite ninja from the Cloud Village is expected to depart shortly. The root ninja responded solemnly. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo tightened his grip on the cane once more. Given Konohagakure's current strength, even facing 2 or 3 other villages simultaneously would not pose a challenge. Annihilating a village would not be difficult. Yet, under these circumstances, Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated to initiate war. Now is an opportune moment for Konohagakure to unify the ninja world. However, negotiating with the Mist Village is acceptable. Danzo squinted slightly. Currently, the Mist Village would not recklessly tear up the contract and provoke war without perceiving substantial benefits, if he could devise a method to incite conflict between the Rock and Cloud villages. It would create an unprecedented opportunity for Konohagakure. Danzo inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he looked upward, murmuring to himself, "Since you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, are unwilling, I shall take it upon myself to instigate war." Compared to war and the unification of the ninja world, even Feng Ye's situation, let alone Orochimaru's issues, are trivial matters. Everything can be addressed after the war. I end the chaos of war. Everything is manipulable. Home, in his bedroom. Feng Ye engaged in an uninterrupted 4 hours of training that in a time-accelerated state of thrice the normal speed. 12 hours had elapsed. After approximately 4 hours of familiarizing himself with the training methods of the cell activation technique, the remaining 8 hours were dedicated to the most fundamental practice. This what the technique of cell activation entails. Feng Ye opened his eyes, having undergone nearly a full day's worth of training in essence. He sensed subtle changes within his body, imperceptible to an ordinary person, yet distinctly noticeable to a ninja like him. It felt as though every cell in his body had become slightly more vibrant. The most immediate sensation was that his body seemed lighter than before. The energy expenditure required to refine chakra had diminished. Under normal circumstances, after such an extended training session, even without practicing physical techniques, merely refining chakra would render the body fatigued due to the strain of chakra extraction. Yet now, his sense of fatigue was considerably less pronounced. The effects were apparent. However, he seemed to grow hungrier more easily. Necessitating greater sustenance, Feng Ye rubbed his stomach. Until he fully mastered the technique of cell activation, he would likely transform into a voracious eater, needing to consume meals 9 times a day to satisfy his appetite. One wonders if Orochimaru, during his training, consumed several days' worth of food at once, then trained for several days in one go. Feng Ye mused to himself that it seems quite plausible. Chapter 35, didn't he make it through? Remarkably, you eliminated all your opponents in the second round. Sitting at the dining table, Kakashi looked at Feng Ye, who had just emerged, and tilted his head. But now you can no longer conceal your strength. Can you? That remains to be seen. Feng Ye yawned, retrieved a few rice balls from the refrigerator to heat them, and walked over to the table, saying, "The current strength is mostly exposed, but I doubt there will be any urgent tasks for me in the near future. I merely need to continue my training." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Feng Ye and replied, "No urgent tasks in the near future. I think you may be mistaken. After becoming a CHNine, you will frequently be assigned tasks." At this point, Kakashi leaned back his chair, arms crossed behind his head, and added, "Speaking of which, I have a mission tomorrow. Would you like to join me?" Feng Ye looked at Kakashi with mild curiosity and asked, "Free team formation? Did you accept a commission?" There are 2 types of tasks in the village. One type consists of optional commission tasks received at the commission office, which allows for the freedom to form teams and invite others to join in the execution. Upon completion, one can receive a record of the task completed in the village along with a corresponding reward. The other type is mandatory assignments designated by superiors, which generally come with a variety of requirements, and the personnel involved are often specifically appointed by superiors or even the Hokage himself. Indeed, Kakashi gazed pensively at Feng Ye and remarked, "I've recently taken a liking to a ninja blade, but my savings fall short, so I need to undertake some high-reward commission tasks. The ninja blade, whom had I not traversed into this world?" The White Fang's ninja blade would belong to Kakashi, seemingly having unintentionally seized what rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, I find the White Fang's blade quite user-friendly, and I shall seek an opportunity to procure a Kusanagi sword to compensate Kakashi in due course. With this thought, Feng Ye addressed Kakashi, "If you're looking to purchase a ninja blade, I still have some funds at home. Should you find yourself a bit short, I could offer you some assistance." Kakashi appeared to have been waiting for Feng Ye's words, stating, "After completing this task, I will probably still need around 2,000. Feng Ye promptly replied, "No problem." Kakashi nodded, then suddenly reminded Feng Ye, "The expenses after becoming a chunin will be greater than before, even if the village does not assign tasks and you refrain from taking commissions. The money left by my father will eventually run out." Feng Ye calculated his remaining assets and thoughtfully remarked, "If I refrain from purchasing consumables like ninja tools and explosive tags, I should manage for the next few months. However, if I am to undertake missions, I must train for a while longer and prepare adequately." As Feng Ye contemplated whether to teach Kakashi the technique of cellular activation, he considered that while Orochimaru might not mind, it would be prudent to obtain his permission to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Preparation is key," Kakashi remarked, a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth as he retorted, "With your strength, undertaking some D or C rank commissions should pose no danger." Feng Ye sighed, replying, "You don't understand. A traveler. My propensity for trouble and unexpected attributes are undoubtedly at a staggering 99. Even while executing rank missions, there is a significant chance of encountering unforeseen circumstances that could escalate into B rank or even higher level dangers. Therefore, I must consider not only the tasks themselves, but also the potential for accidents. My current strength is far from sufficient. Kakashi nearly blurted out, "How can you, who have never undertaken a mission, tell me, a ninja who has completed dozens of C-rank missions, that I do not understand? What gives you such confidence?" Yet he managed to suppress his thoughts, remembering that he was no match for Feng Ye. And as the elder brother, he swallowed his retorts, his frustrations coalescing into a brooding gaze that, "I'm off to bed," he declared. After dinner, Feng Ye entered a state of threefold speed and fell into slumber. After approximately 2 hours, he awoke, consumed a piece of bread, and resumed his training in his room. By the time Kakashi left for breakfast the following morning, Feng Ye had engaged in over 12 hours of training without stepping outside, continuing his endeavors within the confines of his chamber. The development of Chidori, the 8 gates, and the Hatake sword techniques were temporarily set aside, as cellular activation was currently the most crucial skill he required. It was an essential foundation that, once mastered, would aid considerably in the development of Chidori and the training of the 8 gates. Through relentless practice at triple speed, while only a single day and night had passed in the outside world, Feng Ye's actual training results equated to 3 days of training for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, discussions regarding the Chunin exams had become the focal topic of the past 2 days. Typically, students at the Ninja Academy did not exhibit much interest in the Chunin exams. However, once Feng Ye, a highly regarded student, graduated early and participated in the exams, the attention surged significantly that a group of girls gathered. And Shizen pondered aloud, "If I recall correctly, the Chunin exams are usually divided into 3 stages, right? The 3rd stage of the exams seems to be open to the public, so we can attend." "That's the usual process." Yuhi Kurenai nodded, though her demeanor appeared somewhat distracted. While she believed in Feng Ye's strength, her father, Yuhi Zenku, had specifically mentioned the dangers of this Chunin exam, leaving her unable to feel completely at ease. Just then, Inuzuka Kiba, passing by, overheard Shizune and Kurenai's conversation and smirked, "You're thinking too much. Whether Feng Ye can pass the first 2 stages is still uncertain. This Chunin exam includes ninjas from other villages." Yamanaka Ino adjusted her sunglasses and solemnly remarked, "My father mentioned that the highest elimination rate historically occurs in the 2nd stage of the Chunin exams." Nara Shikamura chuckled, displaying his usual laid-back demeanor. "I think Feng Ye will definitely pass, that's rather uncertain." Uchiha Obito interjected, mumbling, "I don't think Feng Ye will make it to the 3rd stage." Just as Obito finished speaking, a voice suddenly chimed in from the side. "You guessed correctly. Feng Ye indeed did not advance to the 3rd stage." This statement stunned the group, and they turned to see that the speaker was Yamanaka Ino, who had just entered the classroom, her eyes sparkling with an enigmatic gleam. Kurenai gasped. "Feng Ye didn't make it to the 3rd stage." Yamanaka Ino averted her gaze and glanced at Kurenai, retorting, "Isn't your father one of the examiners? Don't you know the situation of the Chunin exams?" Kurenai frowned and shook her head. Her father, Yuhi Zenku, had not returned the previous day, and she had not had the opportunity to inquire about the specifics of the exams, only knowing that Feng Ye had passed the 1st stage. Inuzuka Kiba burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I told you after graduating early and jumping straight into the Chunin exams, how could he possibly pass? That guy was indeed overconfident." Others who harbored animosity toward Feng Ye also wore satisfied expressions. Yet at that moment, Yamanaka Ino shot a glare at Inuzuka Kiba, saying, "Who told you that Feng Ye didn't pass the Chunin exams?" Kiba's smile faltered as he looked at Yamanaka Ino in puzzlement. "But Feng Ye didn't even make it to the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams." Hyuga Hayashi, looking over, calmly remarked, "Could he have performed so exceptionally in the 2nd stage that he was promoted to Chunin directly?" Snap! Yamanaka Ino snapped her fingers, smiling as she said, "You got half of it right. It wasn't an exceptional performance that led to a promotion, but rather that only Feng Ye passed the 2nd stage. Thus, the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams was cancelled." This revelation left Hayashi and the others momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Kurenai, who was concerned for Feng Ye's safety in the second stage and was attempting to inquire with Yamanaka Ino, was equally taken aback, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment that you're saying only Feng Ye passed the second stage. Shizune, in disbelief, stared at Yamanaka Ino, as she was somewhat familiar with the content of the Chunin exams. It seemed improbable that only one person could pass a single stage. Inazuka Kiba, still stunned, blurted out, "Hey, do you think we're all idiots? Only Feng Ye passed the second stage. That's absurd." Most others shared similar expressions of skepticism. Just then, the Chunin instructor entered the classroom, surveying the students before him, and stated, "Well, Ino is correct. Only Feng Ye passed the second stage of this Chunin exam. All others were eliminated by him," as he spoke. He felt a surge of emotions within him. Despite having learned this news the night before, even today, it remained difficult to process. Graduating early, perfect scores across the board. A few days later, participating in the Chunin exam single-handedly and eliminating every other team in the second stage, resulting in the cancellation of the third stage. Such a performance could only be described as extraordinary. Feng Ye's usual performance in class had not been particularly remarkable, yet achieving perfect scores to graduate early and eliminating all others in the second round of the Chunin exams was evidently not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. This implies that Feng Ye's talent may very well rival Kakashi's. In this context, Feng Ye maintained a steady demeanor in school, never displaying any astonishing behavior, which was equally striking. Had he been an adult ninja, it would have been one thing, but he was merely 9 years old. A hidden genius indeed. The Chunin teacher sighed in admiration. Much like the legendary Orochimaru and Kakashi Hitaki of yore, the talent and disposition exhibited by Feng Ye undoubtedly mark him as a rare prodigy, one not seen in decades. The classroom fell into a profound silence. "All right, everyone, return to your seats and prepare for class." With the teacher's words, the stillness of the classroom was shattered. The students, including Inazuka Kiba and Uchiha Obito, moved awkwardly to their respective places, their eyes reflecting an incredulous disbelief. Could it truly be that Yamashiro always' words were accurate? The second round had eliminated all the others. How could this be possible? Might Guy was momentarily dazed as well. He had always believed that Kakashi's talent and strength far surpassed that of Feng Ye, yet it appeared that the reality was quite the opposite. Having graduated early and then passing the Chunin exams almost immediately, achieving such remarkable feats, Feng Ye was likely not inferior to Kakashi at all. For an entire morning, hardly anyone could focus. The undeniable truth lay before them, and as they emerged from their shock and disbelief, the emotions of Inazuka Kiba and his peers became exceedingly complex. Jealousy and disdain lingered, yet had dulled significantly, replaced by a sense of loss that it was not so much that they accepted Feng Ye's existence, but rather that an insurmountable distance had suddenly opened between them, rendering their feelings of jealousy and defiance almost ethereal. Graduating from the Ninja Academy early, becoming a genin, and then passing the Chunin exams within just a few days created an almost surreal impression. Only a handful, including Might Guy, managed to maintain their spirits. They could see this moment. Guy regarded Feng Ye as nearly equal to Kakashi, viewing him as a target to surpass. The competition had transformed from one opponent to two, igniting a fervor within Guy's youth. Clenching his fists, determination sparkled in his eyes. Soon, news of Feng Ye's ascendance to Chunin spread throughout the Ninja Academy. Students from all grades were astonished, for Feng Ye had become a Chunin merely 2 days after his early graduation. "He has truly become a Chunin," murmured Uchiha Shursui from a corner of the classroom. Listening to the discussions around him that as he had anticipated, Feng Ye had surged forward after revealing his talent. S8 genius of the Uchiha clan. The title of genius now seemed somewhat inadequate for him, that I must strive harder to keep pace with Feng Ye and Kakashi. Time flew by. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Feng dedicated himself to mastering the cell activation technique. Finally reaching the current limit of his progress, he could distinctly feel vitality coursing through every cell. If he were to cut himself, the wound would heal at a speed several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Though this self-healing ability paled in comparison to the healing jutsu and sage mode, its effects were nonetheless evident under accelerated time. As one could visibly witness wounds healing at a slow pace, Feng Ye refrained from further experimentation. He had no desire to engage in self-harm. It sufficed for him to know that his body possessed a healing ability far exceeding that of the average individual. Minor wounds could heal without bandaging, while deeper cuts could rapidly recover with simple dressing, alleviating concerns of infection. The eighth gate, the opening of life, in the forested mountains of Konoha. Feng Ye took a deep breath, and his chakra surged, breaking through the third gate of the 8 gates located just above his chest. After completing the cell activation technique, overcoming the bottleneck of the third gate became effortless, and he began progressing towards the 4th gate. Buzz! As he opened the third gate, Feng Ye was enveloped in a soft green glow, feeling the explosive power of his chakra, the energy within him surging. Both his speed and strength had increased dramatically compared to when he opened the first gate that I see now. After opening the third gate, my chakra enters a rampage state, making it difficult to control. Feng Ye murmured to himself as he sensed his newfound strength. It seemed his previous assumption had been somewhat naive. He had thought he could still utilize techniques such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Substitution Jutsu while in the state of the 8 gates. But the reality was that with the chakra in a rampaging state, control became exceedingly challenging. With his training in the cell activation technique, his chakra had now surpassed that of an elite Chunin, approaching the level of a Jonin, making it even harder to manage during a rampage. 0.3 times speed. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, focusing his intent, entering a state of triple speed. In this heightened state, he clenched his fists and suddenly swung forward, his arm becoming little more than a blur, generating scorching sparks as it grazed the air. Chapter 37. Fire Fist and Moon Flash. Boom! With a punch, the wooden post before him shattered into splinters. The ability to create sparks ignited a thrill within him. Before the 6th gate, the 8 gates did not permit long-range attacks, but upon reaching the 6th gate, his fist would ignite flames through friction with the air, allowing him to unleash fiery air blasts akin to the peacock. Ha! With a low shout, Feng Ye unleashed a flurry of punches rapidly. Flames erupted beneath his fists, yet he still fell short of producing a projectile of fire. After delivering dozens of punches, he finally stopped, just a fraction short. Feng Ye thought as he exited the state of the 8 gates, calming his chakra. Although he took a deep breath, his eyes reflected no signs of disappointment. Instead, a spark of excitement glimmered within. The enhancement brought about by the 3rd gate was far greater than he had anticipated. The combined effects of the triple speed state and the 3rd gate had propelled him to speeds approaching those of the 6th gate, enabling him to achieve the effects of a half-formed peacock. Though he was unable to execute a true long-range attack, the power of his fiery punches was estimated to be about a third of that. Feng Ye inhaled deeply. The friction of his fists against the air, creating flames, resembled a fiery fist and could indeed be classified as a form of taijutsu. However, naming this technique posed a challenge. An incomplete peacock? What could it be likened to? It didn't seem fitting to associate it with any animal. Perhaps it would be best simply to call it the fire fist. By the way, after activating the cells. His physical resilience and vitality were indeed formidable. The side effects of the 3rd gate were reduced to a mere hint of muscle fatigue. After stretching his body, he felt no pain, and his limbs quickly regained their strength. It was noteworthy that this was his first time opening the life gate. With further training, as his body adapted to the life gate, the side effects would diminish even more, potentially allowing the recovery power from the cell activation technique to fully counterbalance them. The genius of Orochimaru was undeniable for developing such techniques. Feng Ye couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Building upon the cell activation technique, there were also soft body modifications and shedding techniques, yet he had little interest in those. Transforming his body to resemble a snake did not suit him. The most fundamental cell activation technique was the only one that resonated with him. Just then, an idea suddenly struck Feng Ye. He drew his ninja blade. White Fang formed a hand seal with one hand, and in an instant, infused it with chakra, producing crackling arcs of lightning along the blade's edge. Lightning release. Lightning slash. After unleashing the lightning slash, Feng Ye took a deep breath and once again broke through the 3rd gate. The 3rd gate of the 8 gates burst open once more, and his chakra surged violently, maintaining the unstable arcs of lightning along the blade of White Fang. Yet, they did not dissipate immediately. It is indeed possible to release the lightning slash before entering the third gate, Feng Ye's spirit sword. Without hesitation, he activated the life gate and entered the triple speed state, gripping the white fang. He swung it fiercely forward. The combined speed from the life gate, the time acceleration, and the enhancement of the lightning release. Lightning slash created a crescent-like arc that soared through the air. Whoosh! The crescent arc, approximately 3 feet long, sliced through the ground before him, carving a deep trench that extended 5 meters before fading into nothingness. I've done it. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Ye could not help but break into a smile. This was an effect achievable only at the second stage of the Kiki blade technique, harnessing the power of Raijin, the state of the third gate of the 8 gates, and the enhancement of triple time acceleration. He had forcefully breached into the realm of the second stage of the Kiki blade technique through sheer speed and power. The might of his attack had fully met the standards of the second stage of the Kiki blade technique. Such an assault could erupt in an instant, making it exceedingly difficult for even a high-ranking ninja to evade. With the possibility of being struck down in a single blow, Feng Ye assessed the potency of this strike. While it might be challenging to contend with elite Geinin whose speed and ninjutsu approached that of a shadow, he was confident that a typical Geinin would stand a significant chance of being instantaneously annihilated by this move. At last, he had developed a technique that could barely be deemed worthy of the name that he decided to call this maneuver Moon Flash. Taking a deep breath, he closed the third gate. The side effects of consecutively opening the third gate twice in quick succession were naturally considerable. Even though all the cells in his body were in a state of activation, he could not completely withstand the strain. This time, Feng Ye distinctly felt the soreness in his limbs and lower back muscles. However, the pain was not overly intense and was bearable, gradually improving and recovering after about 10 minutes. That said, his current level of power seemed somewhat nebulous. Typical special Geinin would likely not last more than a few exchanges against him. Should he employ Moon Flash, he would most likely achieve a one-hit kill. Against ordinary Geinin, he similarly felt assured of gaining the upper hand, even defeating and slaying them in an extremely short span of time. Yet, facing elite Geinin posed a greater challenge that if he could not eliminate his opponent swiftly, there was a risk of being defeated himself. Nevertheless, as long as he avoided chaotic forbidden techniques, escaping from most adversaries would prove difficult. He surmised his strength to be somewhere between that of 8 Geinin and an elite Geinin. With the power surpassing that of a Geinin, what could he accomplish? The answer was simple: to continue his training. The ninja world was far too perilous. The strength of a Geinin was insufficient for reckless adventures. Next, he aimed to unlock the fourth gate. If he could master the morning peacock upon doing so, his strength should rival that of a shadow. There was a considerable gap between elite Geinin and shadow-level ninjas. While the number of elite Geinin within a village was substantial, shadows were few and far between it. In Feng Ye's view, once one reached the pinnacle of Geinin in all aspects and acquired some unique secret techniques, they could be deemed shadow-level or close to it. This ambiguous position could be tentatively defined as quasi-shadow, situated between elite Geinin and shadows, akin to certain members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The strength levels among the 7 ninja swordsmen varied. Some, already at the elite Geinin tier, could attain quasi-shadow levels upon wielding a ninja sword, such as Suigetsu's mastery of the sword Kubikirib Seik. Moreover, even among shadows, there exists a disparity in strength. If one were to differentiate, they might categorize them into general weak shadows, somewhat stronger shadows, and those standing at the pinnacle of shadow power. For instance, Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage, could be classified as a weak shadow, while Orochimaru during his defection from Konoha exhibited strong shadow capabilities. In his prime, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at the apex of shadow strength, capable of defeating Orochimaru even at that moment. To possess a certain degree of self-preservation during the Third Great Ninja War. One must at least reach the level of a shadow, if not the standard of a strong shadow, to be considered relatively safe. However, even that would only afford a semblance of safety, given that even a monstrous third Raikage was ultimately worn down by Inoki and thousands of IWA ninjas. In the world of ninjas, absolute safety does not exist unless one surpasses Kaguya Otsutsuki. There remains a long road ahead. Feng Ye sighed. Chapter 38. the nature transformation of lightning release in an underground research facility. Feng Ye was inquiring about ninjutsu and taijutsu with Orochimaru. The drawbacks of apprenticing under Orochimaru were clear. This master was quite dangerous and could lead one into peril. However, the advantage lay in Orochimaru's extensive knowledge of ninjutsu, coupled with his frequent experimentation, rendering him nearly unparalleled in understanding ninjutsu and the human body, a veritable fountain of knowledge. During the Chunin exams, his encounter with the Cloud Ninja had sparked some ideas regarding Chidori. Yet his practical attempts had repeatedly failed, as he seemed to deviate from the correct path. After several attempts, Feng Ye resolved to seek Orochimaru's guidance. Nature transformation of lightning chakra. Orochimaru, resting on a damp stone chair, pondered Feng Ye's question briefly before extending a hand. Crackle, chakra gathered in his palm, swiftly transforming into lightning nature, with arcs of electricity intertwining and pulsating dangerously. This was not ninjutsu. It was merely the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Having been taught by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with Orochimaru's own extensive research in ninjutsu and taijutsu, he had mastered all chakra natures: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and even yin-yang release. Techniques involving cellular activation fell under yang release, while forbidden techniques like Edo Tensei pertain to yin release. The characteristics of lightning chakra are concentration and paralysis, distinctly different from the ferocity associated with fire chakra, with the key difference being concentration. Large-scale lightning release ninjutsu is far less common than their fire or wind counterparts, and even those that are large-scale are typically released in a linear manner. The lightning release technique, Kirin, is an exception that manipulates weather conditions. Feng Ye contemplated aloud, so, during usage, one must pay attention to maintaining the concentration of chakra. However, achieving precise control over lightning chakra is exceedingly challenging. Unlike fire or earth release, once lightning chakra undergoes nature transformation, the arcs are continuously flickering rather than fixed at a single point in such cases, achieving concentration becomes extraordinarily difficult. Even for someone with high chakra control like Feng Ye, he found it consistently challenging. Ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled softly, leaving Feng Ye unable to discern his current mood from the laughter. After a brief chuckle, he spoke. You seem to have lost your way. Why strive for fine control? Lightning release chakra does not move in a predictable manner like wind release. It is inherently chaotic. The key point does not lie here. With that, Orochimaru slowly lowered his right hand, the lightning chakra in his palm dissipating gradually. He stood up, looking down at Feng Ye, and uttered a simple phrase. Feng Ye was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The concept of being blinded by a single leaf and failing to see Mount Tai encapsulated this feeling perfectly. He had mastered the Rasengan, yet his methods of chakra manipulation had been overly reliant on the control techniques suited for it, which are more applicable to wind release, ultimately proving counterproductive for lightning release. I understand now. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Are you seeking to further develop a lightning release technique that aligns with the Kiki blade technique? Orochimaru inquired as he moved aside to examine the results of his recent experiments. Feng Ye nodded, replying, indeed. After completing his training in cellular activation, he resumed his previous method of syncing 3 lines simultaneously, with the development of Chidori still ongoing. Previously, he had to rely solely on his own thoughts and deductions. But now, with Orochimaru as a mentor, it was far more efficient than spending countless hours trying to deduce everything from scratch. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to glance at Feng Ye. With a swift motion, Orochimaru vanished from his position and reappeared at Feng Ye's left side, resting a hand on his shoulder, revealing a look of mild surprise that, in just over half a month, you have progressed this far in cellular activation. Orochimaru was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot overreach in their training. Even for a prodigy, it is feasible to cultivate multiple ninjutsu simultaneously, provided their natures are closely aligned and thus mutually reinforcing. However, cellular activation and the nature transformation of lightning release are fundamentally distinct techniques. In a mere fortnight, Feng Ye approached him with inquiries regarding the nature transformation of lightning, prompting Orochimaru to perceive a lack of focus in Feng Ye. To his surprise, a cursory investigation revealed that Feng Ye's cellular activation had reached a profound level. At this juncture, even engaging in his soft body modification training would suffice. This pace was approximately 3 times faster than Orochimaru's own initial training. Indeed, this was likely not Orochimaru's limit. He acknowledged the considerable gap that remained between himself and such an existence. Even having mastered the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of opening, he found it prudent not to become complacent, for he had yet to earn that right. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Feng Ye's mind. Yet he maintained his composure as he replied, "This technique is not particularly difficult to master. I recall you mentioned that the key lies in controlling the pace, correct?" Indeed, Orochimaru remarked, his interest piqued as he scrutinized Feng Ye for several seconds. It was unclear whether his indeed referred to Feng Ye's accurate response or to the commendable progress in his cellular activation. "Having reached this level, you may begin learning some of my techniques. However, my methods conflict with the swordsmanship of Hokage. They may not suit you. The Hokage swordsmanship is characterized by its brute force, renowned for speed and lethality rather than subtle assassination techniques, and thus does not align with his soft body modification. Engaging in soft body modification would not only fail to complement the Hokage style, but might even yield adverse effects." Feng Ye was cognizant of this fact. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru declared, "Your training poses no issues. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to approach me again." Feng Ye turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru-sensei, may I impart the cellular activation technique to my brother, Kakashi?" "Certainly," Orochimaru replied with a light chuckle, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his serpentine eyes. "That it is only natural to care for your brother. However, he lacks your ambition and may embark on a path starkly divergent from your own." This statement abruptly altered the atmosphere. No need to conceal it. Orochimaru observed Feng Ye bow his head, seemingly attempting to mask his emotional fluctuations. He let out a somewhat hoarse chuckle and continued, "Your performance in the Chunin exams, as well as your long-standing restraint, betray an undeniable ambition. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was certain of it, though I remain unaware of the nature of your ambition. Might you share what it is that you desire?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Feng Ye appeared momentarily startled, yet he remained composed within, fully aware that Orochimaru, unlike Danzo, lacked an overwhelming desire for control and would not mind if his disciples harbored ambitions that I in fact. Orochimaru viewed ambition as a commendable trait, indicative of stronger convictions worthy of cultivation. The Feng Ye's body swayed slightly as he hesitated for several seconds, inhaling deeply before raising his gaze to meet Orochimaru's, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "What I seek is power." It was impossible to entirely conceal his true self before Orochimaru. Thus, Feng Ye had contemplated various ways to navigate this situation, ultimately deciding to embrace his ambition openly. Different individuals necessitate different approaches. In the past, Feng Ye had even strategized multiple responses to the worst-case scenario of being ensnared by Danzo's schemes and compelled to join the route. "I believe my father's demise stemmed from his weakness. Had he been sufficiently powerful, he wouldn't have had to forsake his mission to save his comrades. He could have achieved both." Feng Ye's voice grew louder, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his surging emotions. This was not merely a fade. It was indeed a reflection of his innermost thoughts, devoid of falsehood, leaving no room for anyone to perceive any flaw. Yet his aspirations transcended merely surpassing the leaf's white fang. He aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, standing tall at the apex of the 6 paths. "I see," Orochimaru mused as he regarded Feng Ye, a smile gracing his features. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, seemingly recovering from his brief loss of control, casting a slightly anxious glance at Orochimaru. "Your aspirations are not misplaced," Orochimaru interjected, his serpentine gaze fixed upon Feng Ye, a smile that seemed capable of piercing the heart and ensnaring the mind gracing his lips. "With sufficient strength, one can indeed achieve anything and navigate any circumstance. Such ambition is never deemed erroneous. Though you currently remain quite weak, if you stay by my side, continually striving forward, you will grow ever stronger. You shall inherit the name of White Fang and surpass it in such moments. Displaying a touch of emotion would be most advantageous. Yet it also posed the risk of revealing inconsistencies, having previously unveiled his true intentions to deceive Orochimaru. It would be a grave error to squander that effort now. Therefore, Feng Ye donned a confident demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru-sensei, he began, Imichim, you are remarkable and brimming with confidence. I too believe you can surpass your father. Orochimaru responded with a smile that seemed somewhat at odds with his usual demeanor, a hint of warmth shining through. Now, continue your training. Should any questions arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yes, Feng Ye replied respectfully before turning to depart. Yes, he left Orochimaru's research facility. Feng Ye maintained a calm exterior while internally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Intentionally exposing his yearning for power before Orochimaru would likely afford him some safety in the short term. And such perilous discussions would probably not resurface soon today as for the long term. That was of little concern. The Shinobi World War was imminent, and once it commenced, everything would revolve around the conflict. Throughout the ensuing years of war, he would continually enhance his strength. With sufficient power, he could surpass Orochimaru, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, enabling him to navigate any scenario with ease. His next objective was to ascend to the rank of Kage. Feng Ye's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Ninja Academy finally welcomed the graduation and class divisions of this cohort. With all students, including Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, successfully passing their graduation exams at this moment. Within Feng Ye's home, Yuhi Kurini gazed in astonishment at the silver-haired youth seated on the sofa. You mean to say that Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, has taken you on as his disciple? Upon reviewing the graduation and class division list at the Ninja Academy, she had not found Feng Ye's name. In her shock, she had come to inquire, only to learn that Feng Ye had indeed become Orochimaru's disciple. Indeed, it seems that Orochimaru-sensei does not intend to form a 3-man team. Feng Ye affirmed with a nod and a smile, fully aware of Kurini's thoughts. Her concern that his apprenticeship under Orochimaru would prevent him from being placed in the same class as her. Feng Ye too felt a twinge of regret. Initially, he had envisioned a standard graduation, a typical class division, and a normal life as a Leaf Chunin, joyfully undertaking missions while fostering a bond with the girl on his team, savoring the vigor and beauty of youth. Yet unexpected events had unfolded with relentless frequency, rendering the prospect of being placed in a 3-man team impossible. After recovering from her shock, Kurini expressed her disappointment. Then it appears I won't be able to be on the same team as you. Under different circumstances, she could have attempted to persuade her father to alter the class placements, but when it came to Orochimaru, no such changes were feasible. Ino Yamanaka has also been taken on as a disciple by Lady Tsunade. Noera Rin chimed in from the side. Considering that, it seems Lord Jiraiya is the only one without a disciple. Feng Ye remarked leisurely. Noera Rin smiled adorably. Although Lord Jiraiya may not have taken on a disciple, his sole apprentice has. Your brother Kakashi, Lord Minato, the Jonin. Feng Ye replied with a gentle smile. Let me guess, one of the other two is you. And the last is Uchiha Obito. Noera Rin looked at Feng Ye in astonishment. Feng Ye, have you seen this issue's class division list? No, Feng Ye shook his head. Kakashi informed me that I don't recall mentioning it to anyone. Kakashi muttered, having seemingly appeared in the living room out of nowhere. He then sighed. Why must it be like this? One is a slacker, and the other is a troublesome girl. This team feels like it will be more chaotic than before. As Kakashi mercilessly mocked her, Rin revealed a somewhat awkward smile. Upon hearing Kakashi's remarks about his solitary existence, Feng Ye curled his lip and glanced at Rin, gesturing toward Kakashi with a sideways thumb, saying, Did you hear that, Rin? He finds you bothersome, so from now on, you needn't waste your healing jutsu on him. Let him bandage himself. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Feng Ye's words. Seeing this, Rin couldn't help but chuckle and remark to Kakashi, I will strive to learn medical ninjutsu. I won't be a hindrance. Chapter 40. Temporary team formation. Feng Ye chuckled to himself for a moment before standing up and announcing, All right, I'm headed out to buy some ingredients. Would you like to join me? Sure, I also need to purchase some ninja tools. Rin clapped her hands in agreement. Coming from a civilian family, although the Ninja Academy provided some equipment, becoming a fully fledged genin necessitated additional purchases that, on the other hand, Yuhi Kurini didn't need to buy any tools, as her father, Yuhi Kaku, was a jonin of Konoha, and their home was well stocked with shuriken and kunai. However, she certainly couldn't just stand by and watch Feng Ye and Rin shop together. I have things I want to buy too. Seeing both Rin and Kurenai in agreement, Feng Ye turned to Kakashi, who was about to retreat to his room, and said, "Kakashi, you should come along as well." Kakashi replied lazily, "I don't need anything." Feng Ye raised his chin and said, "Precisely because you have nothing to buy, I'm asking you to help carry things. We need to stock up on ingredients." With graduation from the Ninja Academy, it indicated that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. It was only logical to hoard supplies before prices surged, especially since he had always relied on time acceleration for training, leading to a far greater demand for resources than the average person. Huh. Kakashi's expression soured. He looked at Feng Ye with a gaze that seemed to say, "Where is your conscience?" Observing Kakashi's helplessness, yet feeling compelled to obey Feng Ye's elder brotherly command, Rin bit her lip to suppress her laughter, while Kurenai wore a somewhat comical expression, though Kakashi was merely a year younger than Feng Ye. The latter's accelerated growth from time manipulation made him appear as if he were already 12 or 13 years old, towering over Kakashi by more than half a head, resembling someone who was frequently bullied. Enough with the chatter. Let's go. Feng Ye playfully tapped Kakashi on the head before heading toward the door. Kakashi did not evade. He merely displayed an expression of utter disillusionment, following along as if he had lost all hope. The quartet soon arrived on the streets. Feng Ye had another reason for inviting Kakashi along. It seemed rather odd to be out with two girls by himself, and encountering Kurenai's father or Rin's father might lead to complications. Although these two men likely couldn't best him, it was not merely a matter of strength. With Kakashi present, the four of them appeared perfectly normal together, even if they encountered scrutiny along the way. In no time, Feng Ye procured a substantial amount of supplies, filling 4 bags. With him and Kakashi each carrying 2. Rin and Kurenai attempted to assist Feng Ye with carrying things, but he cheerfully declined, prompting yet another urge in Kakashi to tease him. As the group continued down the street, they were drawn to a commotion ahead. "Yes, I'm sorry. I won't make the same mistake again. Please take me on this mission." Mado Dai stood nervously before Chunin, his words laden with apologies as he repeatedly beseeched the man. However, the Chunin frowned and replied, "This isn't the first time that you've lost all credibility. You can't be taken on missions anymore." "Please, don't say that." Mado Dai, seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, bowed deeply on the street, saying, "I will work harder than ever to prove myself. Please trust me just one more time." The Chunin, witnessing Mado Dai's desperate kneeling, hesitated for a moment, a flicker of sympathy passing through his eyes, but after a brief pause he said, "I'm sorry, find someone else." With that, he departed briskly. "Please don't do this. Give me another chance." Mado Dai reached out to block the man's path, but the Chunin leapt away swiftly, disappearing from sight. Kurenai and the others happened to pass by and witnessed this scene. Kurenai looked at Mado Dai and hesitated before whispering, "Isn't he Kai's father?" "No era," Rin murmured. "It seems he's in trouble." They could surmise that he had likely been kicked out of his team, but Rin, being a newly graduated genin herself, couldn't think of how to assist him. Kakashi, observing Mado Dai, recalled his own past instances of conflicts within ninja teams, although his situation was different from Mado Dai's. What puzzled Kakashi was that Mado Dai was merely a genin, particularly clumsy and prone to causing chaos. While Kai had entered the academy as a reserve student, persistently challenging Kakashi as his target, it baffled him how Mado Dai could believe that his son could surpass him. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Kai's talent in taijutsu was indeed astonishing, making him the strongest genin he had faced. Even with poor ninjutsu talent, Kai still had a chance to promote to Chunin. Just as Kakashi pondered this, Feng Ye suddenly approached Mado Dai, drawing the attention of Kurenai and Rin. "Hey, Dai-senpai, it seems you've encountered some trouble." Feng Ye addressed Mado Dai as he approached his side. Mado Dai, still gazing in the direction the Chunin had departed, turned to Feng Ye upon hearing his voice, quickly recognizing him. "Oh, it's you. You've grown quite a bit since we last met. You're even taller than Kai now." His tone carried a hint of surprise, but his expression remained somewhat strained. With the rising cost of living, it was becoming increasingly difficult to make ends meet without taking on missions, and, as a genin, securing tasks independently was nearly impossible. Being ousted from his ninja team was undoubtedly a blow to him. With a sigh, Mado Dai explained, I made some mistakes before and was expelled from my team by the Chunin that I had hoped to plead for another chance today, but it seems I still haven't been forgiven. I apologize for making you a spectator to my misfortune. Feng Ye regarded Mado Dai thoughtfully and asked, Dai Senpai, are you in need of forming a ninja team? If so, I might be able to assist. Mado Dai looked at Feng Ye with slight surprise, saying, You've just graduated, right? Shouldn't a team led by a Jonin not take someone like me? Feng Ye shook his head with a smile, saying no, my situation is quite unique. I'm currently without a team that if you don't mind, we could form a temporary team. Having previously learned many key points about the 8 gates from Mado Dai and successfully trained in them, Feng Ye felt he couldn't turn a blind eye to Mado Dai's predicaments. Since Kakashi, Rin, and Kurenai's team couldn't accommodate him, it fell to Feng Ye to form a team with Mado Dai. Of course, repaying Mado Dai's kindness was one aspect, but teaming up with him for missions also offered a considerable degree of safety. In some respects, it might be safer than accompanying Orochimaru at present. Orochimaru had not yet reached his peak strength, and facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone would be nearly impossible. However, Mado Dai could manage that. With all 8 gates opened, while his power might not match Kai's, it would certainly surpass that of Hokage. Thus, going on missions with Mado Dai would provide a fighting chance, even against formidable opponents like the 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage, making survival a possibility. The likelihood of such encounters occurring was extremely low. In most circumstances, with Mado Dai opening the 7th gate, he might not reach Kage level, but would at least possess the strength of a Jonin, more than sufficient to handle ordinary situations. As Feng Ye concluded his thoughts. Nearby ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. Did someone actually wish to actively team up with the eternal Jin and Mado Dai? Chapter 41. Mission Request Office Kakashi's expression soured upon hearing Feng Ye's proposal to Mado Dai, revealing a look of disbelief. What on earth was the logic behind teaming up with Mado Dai? Even if one wishes to assist Might Guy, it hardly warrants such an extreme measure. It is abundantly clear that Might Guy's circumstances render him exceedingly prone to errors during missions. Having already been dismissed by other squads, undertaking missions independently and allocating a portion of the commission to support or lend to Might Guy seems a far superior option than teaming up with him. Alas, both Kurenai and Rin were somewhat astonished. They had not anticipated that Feng Ye would propose an invitation to collaborate with Might Guy, evidently striving to aid him, merely because he is the father of a fellow classmate? How illuminating. Perhaps Feng Ye is destined to become Hokage. This notion simultaneously occurred to Kurenai and Rin, who found it increasingly plausible that such a future might indeed unfold. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Might Guy too was taken aback, hesitating without discerning the meaning behind special circumstances, and instead murmured, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I might cause trouble. Had an adult been present, they would have immediately expressed profound gratitude and assured they would exert their utmost efforts. Yet, with Feng Ye, he hesitated. After all, Feng Ye was a student alongside Akai, and Might Guy was acutely aware of his own situation, which often led to complications. He feared that partnering with Feng Ye could potentially hinder the younger ninja's endeavors. I trust you, Senpai, Feng Ye stated earnestly. If even a Might Guy who could open the 8 gates could not place his faith in others, then few in the current Konoha would be deemed trustworthy. Now, Might Guy was capable of opening all 8 gates and could overpower the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Danzo, with relative ease. Sensing the genuine trust emanating from Feng Ye's tone, Might Guy felt a lump in his throat, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward and embraced Feng Ye, exclaiming, Thank you, my youth shall continue to burn brightly. This scene drew peculiar glances from several nearby ninjas. Kurenai and Rin's expressions stiffened, forcing awkward smiles. Kakashi, standing nearby, merely smirked and shrugged at Feng Ye, conveying a look of I knew this would happen. You brought it upon yourself. Feng Ye's lips twitched in truth he had intended to evade the embrace. But after a moment's hesitation, he found himself ensnared. He had previously endured odd stares due to Kakashi's dazzling performance. And while he had grown somewhat immune to such scrutiny, Might Guy's flamboyant display of emotion, coupled with the peculiar gazes around them, was simply overwhelming. Feng Ye discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from Might Guy, and offered a somewhat sunny yet clearly awkward smile, stating, "Senpai, let us proceed to accept a mission." Collaborating with Might Guy on a mission, under circumstances where safety was not a pressing concern, would indeed serve as valuable experience for him. Although he was aware of his own abilities, he understood that practical experience differed greatly from theoretical knowledge. It was akin to how Hokage, even after unlocking the 8 gates, could potentially end up in dire straits if he were to misstep against Uchiha Obito. A slight miscalculation could lead to complications that not only failed to resolve the issue, but exacerbated it. My apologies. In the heat of the moment, Might Guy seemed to realize he had inadvertently caused Feng Ye distress, hastily apologizing while wiping away the tears of emotion streaming down his face. Feng Ye sighed inwardly, calming his emotions before turning to Kurenai and Rin, saying, "Kurenai, Rin, I shall accompany Senpai Dai to seek a mission and could you kindly return these to Kakashi?" As he spoke, Feng Ye placed 2 large bags he had been holding before Kakashi. Kakashi's expression soured as question marks seemed to pop above his head. "Serves you right for gloating earlier." Feng Ye shot Kakashi a glance, knowing that having a younger brother was advantageous, and waved at Might Guy as they made their way to the mission assignment office in Konoha. For ninjas, missions and assignments are of utmost importance for survival and the very essence of existence. Thus, the significance of managing mission assignments is self-evident. The mission assignment office in Konoha is located on the 1st floor of the Hokage building. Ninjas seeking B-rank missions or higher must report to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for approval, while C-rank and D-rank missions are directly handled by the managing jounin, who merely record the outcomes into the ninja's personal files for reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "There are still no D-rank missions," Might Guy remarked as he entered the assignment office, glancing at the D-rank mission board, which was conspicuously empty. D-rank missions typically involve tasks such as locating lost cats or assisting in harvesting taro, which are common during peacetime. However, with the looming threat of war, even the basic necessities of life require careful consideration, leading to a scarcity of such assignments. Noticing the D-rank board's desolation, Might Guy turned his attention to the C-rank mission board. "Ah, you're back again." A chunin responsible for processing missions, sitting beside the board, remarked with a hint of impatience upon noticing Might Guy's approach. "If you're alone, I cannot allow you to undertake a C-rank mission. That's village policy. Didn't your previous team refuse to accept you?" These words left Might Guy feeling somewhat embarrassed, and just as he was about to respond, Feng Ye addressed the chunin, calmly stating, "Excuse me, this ninja is currently part of my team." "Huh." The chunin at the mission office looked mildly surprised. Feng Ye's words indicated "my team." Only jounin can form teams, while genin must join existing teams. Therefore, it dawned on the chunin that Feng Ye must be a jounin, having never seen him come to accept missions before. "Wait a moment, silver hair." After staring at Feng Ye for a few seconds, the chunin recalled the previous chunin exam, where it was said that the only candidate to pass was a boy with silver hair. "You are that Hokage Feng Ye?" The chunin inquired hesitantly. He had not met Feng Ye before, but had seen his profile and knew he was around 10 years old, while the youth before him appeared to be 12 or 13. "Yes," Feng Ye nodded, providing his ninja identification number. The chunin stated, "Please hold on a moment," as he quickly searched for the corresponding records and soon confirmed Feng Ye's identity. After verification, the chunin looked at Feng Ye with a hint of surprise, asking, "According to the records, you're only 10 years old, yet you appear to have matured quite rapidly." "Just a bit of accelerated growth," Feng Ye replied casually with a smile, "that am I eligible to accept missions now?" The chunin's gaze flitted between Feng Ye and Might Guy, assessing, "You may proceed, but are you certain you wish to team up with this ninja? His failure rate on C-rank missions is the highest among genin, and he has a record of repeated errors." The information provided by the chunin made Might Guy feel somewhat ashamed, and as he prepared to assure Feng Ye that he would do his utmost not to hold him back, Feng Ye preemptively spoke up. "It's all right. Senpai Dai possesses exceptional strength and can handle many situations." Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Might Guy was once again moved to tears, instinctively yearning to embrace Feng Ye once more. But he restrained himself, remembering the potential inconvenience it might cause. Exceptional strength, the chunin's lips twitched. It was the first time he had heard someone refer to Konoha's perennial genin in such a manner, especially coming from Feng Ye, a talented ninja, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this is the essence of a genius's training, where performing arduous tasks no longer suffices for self-improvement, and they must also carry someone who may hinder their progress. Well, there aren't many C-rank missions available either. Feng Ye observed the board, noticing that only 1/3 of the space was occupied by C-rank missions, leaving a significant portion vacant. Although the number of assignments was limited, each carried a substantial reward, typically around 100,000 Rio, most of which were escort missions. Escorting a merchant convoy from the land of grass back home, with a commission of 150,000 Rio. This one will do. Feng Ye scrutinized the options for a while before selecting the one with the highest commission. The primary objective this time was to assist Might Guy in earning some money, while he himself also required funds to replenish his resources, lest he fall short of his daily expenses. Given that Might Guy was lacking in various aspects except for his formidable strength, embarking on reconnaissance missions together would be rather ill-advised. Thus, escort missions were the most suitable choice. I hope nothing unexpected occurs, Feng Ye murmured internally. Although being in the company of Might Guy would allow them to address any unforeseen circumstances, it was undoubtedly more reassuring to avoid such incidents altogether. Very well. The ninja at the mission office took the commission form, checked the information, and registered it before stating, "The individual who commissioned the task is currently residing at the Konoha Inn. You may find them there." Feng Ye nodded and called out to Might Guy, "Let us proceed, senior." The two departed the mission office under the watchful gaze of curious onlookers. After Feng Ye stepped outside, a few ninjas nearby, who were exchanging tasks, glanced towards the chunin at the mission office, and one remarked, "Hey, is this really appropriate? Allowing him to lead that perennial genin on a mission, and no matter how talented he may be, it seems to be his first task, right? It's all according to regulations." The chunin replied with a hint of resignation, shrugging that I cannot prevent it here, although the grass country merchant caravan is unlikely to accept them. They will probably request a replacement. That makes sense. The ninja nodded thoughtfully that it was not just a question of whether the grass country caravan was aware of Might Guy's status as a perennial genin. Even if they were oblivious, it would be evident at first glance that Might Guy appeared rather unreliable and weak. As for Feng Ye, despite being a chunin, his youthful appearance did little to inspire confidence. It was highly probable they would be rejected and asked to send someone else. Konoha Inn. After leaving the mission office, Feng Ye and Might Guy made their way directly to the inn, where they soon encountered the merchant caravan that required escorting. The caravan comprised only 7 individuals, reportedly having transported goods to the land of fire for sale, which had now been successfully sold. And they were preparing to return to the land of grass. "You're saying you've accepted the escort mission?" A younger boy from the caravan stared at Feng Ye and Might Guy in astonishment. "Just the two of you?" "Yes," Feng Ye affirmed with a nod. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Hey, what is going on? Konoha ninjas, can you really handle an escort mission?" Might Guy stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety." The boy remained unconvinced, about to voice his concerns when a middle-aged man with graying facial hair suddenly leaned in and whispered something in his ear. The boy's expression shifted slightly. The man halted the boy from speaking further and turned to Feng Ye and Might Guy with a smile, saying, "I am Yureichi Daiki, the captain of this caravan. We trust in the strength of Konoha's ninjas, so we shall rely on you for our safety moving forward." Feng Ye raised an eyebrow, contemplating briefly before responding, "Very well. Then let us proceed with preparations. I trust everyone is ready. We shall meet at the village entrance tomorrow." "Thank you." Yureichi Daiki nodded. Feng Ye signaled to Might Guy, and the two exited the inn. Shortly after their departure, the young boy turned to Yureichi Daiki and questioned, "Why didn't we request a replacement from Konoha? These two ninjas look like third-rate." "The less conspicuous, the better," Yureichi Daiki replied with a serious tone. "Currently, our funds are scarce, even if we spend all our resources. We could only afford a team of Konoha's jounin for escort, which might draw unwanted attention. It's better to proceed discreetly. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to return you to your territory safely." The boy's expression wavered before he finally sighed in resignation. Outside the Konoha Inn, Feng Ye spoke as they walked. "By the way, Might Guy, let us split the commission evenly." "Huh." Might Guy was taken aback. Feng Ye added apologetically, I'm facing a bit of financial shortfall myself, but if you find it unacceptable, then you can take 60%. No, that's not what I meant. Might Guy quickly waved his hands. Splitting it evenly is already quite outrageous. You are the Chunin leader. Seeing his reaction, Feng Ye smiled. Then it shall be an even split. You needn't worry too much. There may be opportunities to earn additional commissions from this task. Might Guy, still astonished at the prospect of an even split, asked with a hint of confusion. More commission? Yes, but it's merely a possibility. Feng Ye nodded, due to the activation of his cellular abilities. His hearing was 2 to 3 times sharper than that of the average person, allowing him to catch a snippet of Yureichi Daiki's whisper to the boy. Though brief, it suggested that the boy held a status akin to a young master, indicating that the merchant caravan was more complex than it appeared. It would be prudent to consider a different task. However, with his current level of training and Might Guy accompanying him, he felt adequately prepared. Even if some unexpected events arose, they could manage, and should anything occur that contradicted the task as description, they could demand compensation commensurate with a higher tier commission. Perhaps the commission earned from this mission would suffice to cover his expenses for the next 6 months or more. Additionally, once the war period commenced, supplies would be distributed regularly from above, providing ample resources. Might Guy, on the other hand, would have lesser expenses. Completing such a task would likely alleviate his livelihood concern for the next 2 to 3 years. After weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that this task was indeed worth undertaking. Chapter 43. Departing the village mission office, Shiranui Hanji, who had entrusted the mission to Feng Ye, had been waiting until evening. He had neither received a request from the grass country caravan for a replacement, nor had Feng Ye and Might Guy returned to select another mission. The prolonged silence suggested that the grass country caravan had accepted Feng Ye and Might Guy for the escort. The grass country caravan did not demand a replacement. As time passed, Shiranui Hanji became increasingly perplexed. Though Feng Ye was a talented chunin, he had never undertaken a mission before, and Might Guy was even less competent. The combination of these two to execute an escort task felt rather precarious. Such escort missions, if failed, could tarnish Konoha's reputation. After a moment of hesitation, he decided it was best to report the situation. Generally, C-rank missions do not require reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but given the current circumstances, it warranted notification. Soon, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents in his office, he received the report, a C-rank escort mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed mild surprise, puzzled by Feng Ye's partnership with Might Guy. Given Feng Ye's temperament and strength, he should have no trouble completing a C-rank mission. However, the uncertainty of potential complications due to Might Guy's presence was concerning. After some consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately chose not to interfere. After all, there is no such thing as a mission that is entirely free of risks, especially with the increasingly tense situation in the ninja world. These non-war tasks were relatively suitable for Feng Ye's training that if unforeseen circumstances did arise and they failed, it would serve as a lesson for Feng Ye, teaching him not to overestimate his abilities and assume he could lead a team at will. After parting ways with Might Guy, Feng Ye returned home to pack his belongings. He gathered the standard equipment typically carried by ninjas: explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, and most importantly, his ninjat, the white fanned. I could see that moment. Kakashi appeared at the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, and addressed Feng Ye. "Are you really planning to team up with Gaia's father?" "Yes," Feng Ye replied calmly. "I learned a technique from Gaia's father and owe him a debt of gratitude. I must assist him in this situation. Speaking of which, you two are a beneficiary, as the technique I learned is the 8 gates technique I taught you. After learning the 8 gates of might from Might Guy, Feng Ye imparted the knowledge of the first 2 gates to Kakashi. Although the latter stages of the 8 gates might not be suitable for Kakashi, the first and second gates hold significant value for him, as evidenced by Kakashi's own study of them in the original work." Kakashi expressed disbelief, pondering from whom he could have learned such a taijutsu. He had always assumed it was a technique developed solely by Feng Ye, finding it implausible that a mere low-ranking shinobi could teach him a high-level taijutsu. Noticing Kakashi's reaction, Feng Ye smiled lightly and stated, "There is no need to deceive you about such matters. Moreover, Dai's strength exceeds your expectations. Having learned this technique, you should have a reasonable grasp of its potential when mastered. What I can assure you is that Dai Senpai is capable of unlocking the final gate." upon hearing Feng Ye's words. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. While he might have been unaware of the intricacies of the 8 gates, he had managed to unlock the first gate and possessed enough understanding of the technique. Should one unlock the 8th gate, the explosive power would likely surpass that of AJ Nin. Initially skeptical, he realized that Feng Ye had no reason to mislead him, suggesting that his claims were indeed factual. How could that guy not be a mere low-ranking shinobi? One should not underestimate the lower ranks of Konoha. Feng Ye fixed a penetrating gaze on Kakashi. After a brief pause, he placed the items he had gathered onto the table, stood up, and inquired about Kakashi's recent training. Kakashi replied his brother, "I've just begun practicing cell activation, have mastered Raikiri, and can unlock the first gate of the 8 gates." "Well done," Feng Ye remarked with a hint of approval. Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu was undeniable. He had seemingly learned Raikiri with ease, and cell activation would likely pose no challenge for him. With the technique of cell activation, Kakashi's future chakra reserves would not be a limitation. Even without the Sharingan or the power of Sage Mode, he could achieve a level akin to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At his peak, he might even surpass Kakashi's father, Minato Namikaze, since that individual possesses such strength. It is of little concern. Furthermore, in a few days, Master Minato will lead us on a mission. Kakashi wore a contemplative expression, suddenly recalling, "By the way, it seems that Uchiha Obito in our team has a fondness for Rin." Feng Ye chuckled and replied, "Isn't it natural for Rin's charming personality to attract admiration? Are you suggesting that I should intervene? You may proceed as you see fit." "What do you mean by that?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. If the person before him were not his brother, such behavior would surely elicit his disdain. The girls visiting their home recently were not limited to just Rin and Yuhi Kurenai. However, this matter seemed to have little bearing on Feng Ye, as he had not actively pursued any relationships. Merely passively receiving attention from those girls, in Kakashi's view, it was somewhat troublesome that his brother was so popular among them. Yet Feng Ye handled it with remarkable grace. By the way, Feng Ye said, looking at Kakashi, "If you accompany Minato on a mission, it would be beneficial to inquire about the Flying Thunder God technique if the opportunity arises." Kakashi looked at Feng Ye with curiosity. "The Flying Thunder God technique? How do you know that Minato can use it?" "Well, let's just say I have my sources," Feng Ye replied, avoiding further elaboration. "The renowned Yellow Flash, whose mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique instilled fear in ninja villages, will be a glaring oversight for someone like him, who had crossed into this world. Given Minato's character, if Kakashi were to ask about the Flying Thunder God technique, he would likely receive guidance on its practice. However, whether he could successfully learn it remained uncertain, as the difficulty of mastering such space-time ninjutsu was not on par with the gradual progression of the 8 gates. Nevertheless, having the opportunity to access it and attempt to learn was certainly worthwhile. The following day, Feng Ye arrived early at the village entrance. After waiting for a short while, Uraha Daisuke and others arrived one after another, carrying only light bundles. After approximately 15 minutes, Might Dai appeared, slightly late. "Apologies, it seems I've kept you waiting." "You're not late. We simply arrived earlier," Feng Ye replied with a warm smile, glancing at the gates guarding Nin. The Nin nodded, recorded Might Dai's name, and signaled that Feng Ye and the others could depart the village. Chapter 44. A chance encounter with Tsunade Land of Fire, in a certain town. "Let us rest here for the day," Feng Ye said, adorned with the forehead protector of a Konoha ninja, as he led the group to a hot spring inn. Uraha Daisuke nodded, and Might Dai voiced no objections that it had been nearly a week since they left Konoha, and they were now heading toward the border of the Land of Fire. The atmosphere in the towns closer to the border grew increasingly tense. "Welcome," the receptionist at the hot spring inn greeted Feng Ye with a polite smile upon seeing him in his ninja attire. The ninjas of Konoha maintained the stability of the Land of Fire and wielded power that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, thus occupying a distinct position in society. After checking in with Uraha Daisuke and selecting their accommodations, Feng Ye did not rush to rest in his room. Instead, he turned to Might Dai and said, "Senpai, please keep an eye on things here. I will conduct a brief reconnaissance in the town." "All right, leave it to me," Might Dai replied earnestly, taking up a guard position in the corridor. Feng Ye removed his forehead protector and concealed his ninja blade, Shirogane, within his sleeve, quietly leaving the hot spring inn to scout the town. Although the strength of both him and Might Dai would allow them to adapt to any unexpected events, conducting reconnaissance was prudent as it might yield valuable information, such as infiltrators from a Wagakure in the Land of Fire. Eliminating such threats could provide crucial insights. Soon, after a brief circuit around the town, Feng Ye sensed a chakra fluctuation that heightened his vigilance. Although the chakra was faint, it felt profound, indicating that it was not possessed by an ordinary ninja. At the very least, it could belong to a Jainin or even a Kage-level shinobi. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, realizing that an unexpected situation had arisen. In an instant, he shifted into a heightened state of awareness. Feng Ye, at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. A familiar figure emerged in the distance, gazing in his direction. It was Shizen from his class, who looked surprised and lowered her kunai, saying cheerfully, "That chakra fluctuation is definitely you." Shizen, Feng Ye was momentarily taken aback. If Shizen was here, then the unusual chakra he sensed could only belong to. Just then, a sound reminiscent of something shattering echoed from a nearby gambling den, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Then, a very familiar figure burst out, calling out to Shizen, "Shizen, we need to get out of here." "Huh, Lady Tsunade." Shizen paused, then turned to see a large group of people wielding clubs, looking menacing as they pursued them, causing her to gasp in shock and hurriedly follow Tsunade in flight. Haha, I accidentally lost everything, including the high-interest loans I borrowed. Let's just escape for now. Silently taken aback, Jingyin realized that she had emerged from the fray with an abundance of chips. Yet at this moment, delving into the specifics was no longer feasible. She could only flee alongside Tsunade. Not far away, Feng Ye observed this scene, releasing his grip on the ninja blade, White Fang, and innocently shrugged. What a coincidence it truly is Tsunade. Speaking of which, as the specter of war looms closer, it is rather perplexing that Tsunade would bring her newly acquired disciple, Jingyin, to gamble. It seems that Tsunade is utterly unconcerned with the village and the impending conflict. However, when war truly breaks out, even with her fear of blood and her inability to take to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen will likely summon Tsunade back to the village, at the very least to oversee the medical corps. As he gazed in the direction of Tsunade's escape, Feng Ye pondered thoughtfully. He actually had some ideas regarding Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, particularly concerning the Ba no Jutsu, a self-healing technique that is nearly on par with the sage body, or at least resembles it in certain aspects. Since the time of Hashirama Senju, no one from the Senju clan has been able to cultivate the sage body, thus there are no concrete methods for its cultivation. To attain the sage body in the future, he sees only two possible routes. One is to transplant Hashirama cells, and the other is to devise a method through his own deliberation. The approach of transplanting Hashirama cells is one he would only consider in dire circumstances due to its immense risks. Even if successful, it would at best yield a flawed sage body. As for the path of self-discovery, mere daydreaming is futile, but a solid foundation is essential. First, the activation of Orochimaru's cells, a technique he has already acquired. Next, the three great sage arts of my Bokuzen, Ryuichi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest, along with mastery of Tsunade's Ba no Jutsu. These five foundations would give Feng Ye confidence in cultivating a true sage body. However, his current training has become somewhat convoluted. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Ye ultimately shook his head that it is not yet the time to practice the Ba no Jutsu. Even if he were to approach Tsunade to acquire the technique, he would not be able to cultivate it in the interim. Mastery of this technique requires an enormous amount of chakra, and he currently does not possess the physique for such an extraordinary chakra capacity, meaning he must also cultivate the Yin sealing technique. This results in an overwhelming amount of training required, and he would not see an immediate enhancement in strength. The sage body remains a distant goal. For now, he must prioritize training that can directly augment his power. Once he attains the strength of a shadow-level ninja, possessing the capability to traverse the ninja world with ease, it would be more appropriate to contemplate the Ba no Jutsu and Sage Mode. Speaking of which, it is quite likely that Jingyin could procure the cultivation method for the Ba no Jutsu, though it may require some compromising. Wait, why did that thought cross my mind? Feng Ye smacked his forehead, feeling as though his thinking had taken a peculiar turn and could not help but silently mock himself. If he could gather sufficient gambling funds, he could wager with Tsunade, thereby winning the Bon no Jutsu. Tsunade, with her passive skill of always losing at gambling, would be an easy mark. At his current age, his body is yet to fully develop. He must resolutely avoid selling his looks unless absolutely necessary. Who knows what excessive actions might ensue? Never mind, there is no rush. He can consider it when the opportunity arises. Feng Ye made his way back to the hot spring inn. After having dinner and returning to his room, he closed his eyes. And the familiar dark space appeared before him, a colossal ethereal clock floating into view. The time until the next multiplier enhancement should be drawing near. The forthcoming enhancement will likely coincide with the unlocking of a new ability. Gazing at the enormous clock, Feng Ye mused quietly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The golden hour hand was inching ever closer to the 2 o'clock position, and he could vaguely discern the gray mist at the 2 o'clock coordinates gradually dissipating. Once the hour hand fully pointed to 2 o'clock, it would signify the unlocking of the corresponding ability. Although he was uncertain of the specific ability, the power of time is rarely without merit. Any ability related to time, when isolated, can serve as a formidable trump card. Chapter 45. Traitors in ambush in a certain inn. A girl of around 16 or 17 with light blonde hair entered a room. Brushing back her ponytail with her hand, she then touched her flat chest and raised her right hand to form a simple hand seal. With a poof, a white smoke billowed, and her ponytail unraveled, cascading her light blonde hair down her back, transforming her from a vibrant girl into a mature beauty. Phew, I finally evaded them. Tsunade adjusted her hair, exhaling a sigh of relief. Jingyin followed him behind, staring at Tsunade's chest for a moment, her eyes reflecting an odd gaze. She understood that Tsunade had transformed into her youthful form to escape her debts, but what puzzled her was how the flat-chested Tsunade of her teenage years had developed into the figure she now possessed. Tsunade approached the table and sat down, casting a glance at Jingyin as she said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and close the door." "Yes," Jingyin quickly replied, turning to shut the door. Tsunade poured herself a cup of cold tea from the teapot on the table, took a sip, and suddenly recalled something, asking, "Who was that ninja earlier?" He is my classmate, Hokage Feng Ye," Jingyin replied as she knelt down in front of Tsunade. Hearing Jingyin's response, Tsunade was slightly taken aback, saying, "So he is Hokage Feng Ye?" "He does bear some resemblance to Kakashi. During the Second Great Ninja War, the renowned Hokage Kakashi served as the commander on the front lines in the Land of Rain. At that time, the 3 legendary ninjas had yet to make their names, and they were all a generation younger than Kakashi." As she spoke, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Kakashi had taken care of her on several occasions, and she was taken aback when she learned of his suicide due to a mission. Upon receiving the news, she specifically returned to Konoha to pay her respects at his grave. Yes, the son of Kakashi. Feng Ye was someone she had heard of, but her more vivid memories were of Kakashi's younger brother, who graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6. This had particularly surprised her at the time, as it showed that the legacy of the White Fang of Konoha was being carried on. Feng Ye is indeed quite impressive. Jingyin, holding a pillow, sat in front of Tsunade, her eyes glimmering with admiration, stating, during the previous nin exams, he single-handedly eliminated all his opponents and even caught the attention of Lord Orochimaru, who took him on as a disciple. Oh, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. Pondering, if I recall correctly, his talent seems rather ordinary compared to Kakashi. That's merely because Feng Ye prefers not to show off, Jingyin replied instinctively, a smile gracing her face. For what I understand, Kakashi has been striving to catch up to Feng Ye, but he has never succeeded. Tsunade shot a sidelong glance at Jingyin, suddenly asking, "Do you like him?" "Yeah, what?" Jingyin's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, and she flustered, "Why do you suddenly ask that? Is it not apparent?" Tsunade placed her hands on the table, fingers interlaced, exuding a somewhat domineering presence. "If you like him, then go after him boldly. What if he is Orochimaru's disciple? You are still my disciple, and no, it's not like that." "What is not like that? Your demeanor has already betrayed you. You still plan to lie before me. However, I am rather curious. What does that boy possess that makes you," Jingyin, hesitant to pursue him? "Moreover, He has even become Orochimaru's disciple. Tsunade's mind briefly conjured the image of Feng Ye she had glimpsed earlier, her fingers crossed beneath her chin as she appeared to be deep in thought. Feng Ye remained unaware that the fleeting glance he had garnered earlier had captured Tsunade's considerable attention. Had he known, he would have surely smiled, for it would make future approaches significantly simpler, following a night of chakra training. The next day, the group set off once more. After traversing several small towns, they finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, marked by a wide river. Beyond that river lay the land of grass. Daiki gazed at the river, now clearly visible ahead, and his expression relaxed slightly. Having made it this far, they were already a significant distance from danger. Feng Ye paused to observe the river for several seconds before turning to face a stone bridge located not far to the northeast, stating, "We have not yet reached the destination of the commission agreement. Let us continue onward." Daisuke Urabe nodded in agreement, following Feng Ye as they proceeded onward. The group soon arrived at the stone bridge, with Feng Ye leading the way and Might Guy bringing up the rear. The 9 individuals swiftly crossed the bridge without encountering any unforeseen circumstances. However, upon reaching the other side, Feng Ye's expression turned cold as he cast his gaze towards a nearby thicket, slowly remarking, "Are you not even attempting to conceal your presence?" Feng Ye's words caused Daisuke Urabe and the others to change their expressions abruptly. Might Guy, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained his composure and leaped to Feng Ye's side. "There is no need," came a faint voice from the direction of the bushes. In the next moment, 10 figures emerged from the underbrush, all adorned with the forehead protectors of Iwagakure, each wielding kunai and shuriken. Iwagakure ninjas? Upon witnessing this scene, Daisuke Urabe's countenance shifted dramatically, and he turned sharply, gritting his teeth as he glared at several members of his team, rage evident in his eyes. How could it be that Iwagakure's ninja ambushed them so fortuitously at the border of the land of grass? From the demeanor of their opponents, it was clear they had been lying in wait for some time. "There's a traitor among us. Damn it. Who could it be?" Daisuke Urabe drew a dagger, his furious gaze fixed on his comrades, who exchanged glances rife with indignation. Feng, unfazed by the commotion behind him, calmly stated, "At this juncture, searching for a traitor is futile. He will not reveal himself. It seems you have concealed some crucial information. The current predicament cannot simply be explained as a C-rank mission." Daisuke Urabe's expression darkened considerably. He turned his attention to the 10 encroaching IWA ninjas, his heart sinking further that a traitor had leaked information, and their adversaries had hired a squad of IWA ninjas to ambush them. While they had only employed a 2-person team from Konoha, that IT was utterly insurmountable. Their only hope lay in the possibility that the mission at hand was to capture them alive, thus leaving them a chance for survival. Daisuke Urabe gritted his teeth and addressed the IWA ninjas. "What is your mission? Are you here to kill us? We can offer double the payment. Our task is to capture him alive," replied the leading IWA ninja, a jounin, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he pointed at the young man behind Daisuke Urabe. "As for the rest of you, we can only send you to the afterlife." For a ninja to alter the mission goal for the sake of commission is the kind of action only a third-rate ninja village would undertake. One of the 5 great ninja villages. Iwagakure's ninjas would never engage in such disgraceful behavior. With that, 3 IWA ninjas charged towards Feng Ye, while another 3 lunged at Might Guy, their expressions as cold as ice, with no superfluous words exchanged. Daisuke Urabe's face turned ashen, although the young master was not their target. Should they perish here, the likelihood of the young master being captured and taken away would render any chance of reversing the situation impossible. The position of the daimyo of Xuanyue town would inevitably fall into the hands of that individual. It was unfathomable that among the most trusted individuals of the daimyo, there could be a traitor. This was an unexpected turn of events that a single misstep would lead to an irreversible calamity. Chapter 46. Accepting your proposal, Huaguang coldly regarded Daisuke Urabe and the others. The mission they had accepted was classified as B rank, and he, as a jounin, had brought along 3 elite chunin and 6 genin. The intelligence received indicated that the escorting ninjas comprised only 2 individuals, a chunin and a genin from Konoha in terms of combat strength. They held absolute superiority, and their intelligence was overwhelmingly favorable, making ambush unnecessary. They could simply wait for their targets to deliver themselves. Huoguang produced a kunai and began to approach Daisuke, or Abe. Aside from the two ninjas from Konoha Corps, the others were mere civilians, requiring little concern. Nonetheless, as the objective was to capture one individual alive, he would personally take action to avoid any unforeseen complications. However, just as he advanced a few steps, ready to execute a swift maneuver to eliminate Daisuke Urabe and his companions, his gaze suddenly froze. He swiftly turned his head to the right and beheld the three ninjas that had charged at Feng Ye, inexplicably frozen in place around him, their hands clutching kunai as if petrified. Meanwhile, a white short blade had appeared in Feng Ye's hand, its blade emanating a ghostly glow. "It seems you did not heed my words." Feng Ye spoke, addressing Daisuke Urabe. "You have concealed important intelligence, and circumstances have exceeded the parameters of the mission. The commission must be increased and the mission rank elevated. Otherwise, this undertaking will be deemed null and void." With the sound of Feng Ye's words, the three IW ninjas surrounding him toppled to the ground like wooden stakes. Upon closer inspection, one could see a remarkably clear line of blood etched between their brows. Extending to their foreheads, Huoguang's pupils constricted violently. They were dead. All three of them had perished in an instant. How could this be? Among the assailants targeting Feng Ye were two genin and one elite chunin. Even he would find it challenging to eliminate three individuals in a mere moment. Just as Huoguang's expression shifted, a series of thuds echoed from the other side. Turning to see, he found Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, enveloped in a radiant green aura, his chakra surging fiercely. The three ninjas attacking Might Guy were sent sprawling backward, blood spewing forth from their mouths, and one of them emitted a series of cracking sounds, indicating numerous broken bones. Daisuke Urabe was left dumbfounded. The three ninjas that had attacked Feng Ye were dispatched in an instant, while those that had targeted Might Guy were also swiftly defeated, leading to a complete rout. Faced with this unexpectedly overwhelming situation, his mind momentarily blanked. It was only when Feng Ye's cold gaze pierced through him that he snapped back to reality. After a moment of shock, he finally regained his composure. A glimmer of astonishment evident in his eyes. They are strong. Incredibly strong. These two ninjas from Konoha Corps, whom he had assumed to be average, were unexpectedly formidable beyond measure. Having regained his senses, he no longer hesitated and urgently called out to Feng Ye. We need to revise the terms of the mission, upgrade the mission to A rank, and increase the commission to 500,000 Rio. Ensure the safety of us all." Understood. Feng Ye slowly withdrew his gaze. Positioning the white blade before him, his expression cold as he turned to face the Iwagakure Jounin. "Huoguang, I accept your proposal for a temporary revision of the commission." Huoguang fixed his icy stare on Feng Ye, coldly remarking, "Illusion techniques? I truly underestimated you. I did not expect this Konoha Corps brat to possess such strength. However, knowing your capabilities, it is impossible to ensnare me. Eliminate his three comrades without a chance for resistance in an instant suggested a small-scale illusion technique, likely prepared well in advance for a lethal strike. Having initially believed that there were only two ninjas from Konoha Corps, he had deemed it unnecessary to take precautions, even neglecting to set ambushes or attacks, opting instead for a direct confrontation upon discovery. The current situation represented a grave oversight on his part. With three ninjas dead and three more severely injured, the resulting strategic blunder would inevitably be attributed to him. The commanding Jounin. Upon returning to the village, he would face repercussions to atone for this error. He had to eliminate the two Konoha Corps ninjas before him and successfully fulfill the mission. With a crack, Huoguang's palms came together in front of him as he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Doton Arcan. In an instant, the earth trembled as if an earthquake had struck. With over 10 earthen spikes erupting from the ground, targeting Feng Ye and Might Guy. "Guy, protect them!" Feng Ye gripped the white blade, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught of spikes as he charged towards the Iwagakure Jounin, simultaneously calling out to Might Guy. Might Guy, bathed in green chakra, his hair standing on end and veins protruding from his forehead, spoke with an air of dominance. "Leave it to me." In the next instant, Might Guy's figure flickered and appeared beside Pu Buddha Jia, seizing the two individuals and hurling them to the opposite bank of the river, deftly avoiding the onslaught of Tulong's assault. Observing Feng Ye charging towards him, a glint of cold light flashed in his fiery eyes. In such circumstances, unable to discern the situation, yet daring to advance alone, it was evident that despite his extraordinary prowess, he was ultimately just a mere child in Guy's eyes. To him, the priority was to deal with Feng Ye, for it was clear that Might Guy was a master of physical combat, and he had no desire to simultaneously defend against Guy's physical techniques while enduring Feng Ye's genjutsu interference. With Feng Ye rushing forward, he was practically offering an opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Guy let out a low growl. His hands weaving seals anew. Earth-style, earth-flowing river. Accompanied by his hand seals, he opened his mouth and spat forth. A torrent of muddy water surged towards Feng Ye, seeking to completely obstruct his movement. At that moment, Feng Ye, suspended in mid-air to evade Tulong's attack, found himself in a perilous position, poised to descend into the mire below. Yet he remained remarkably calm, his left hand forming seals with practiced precision. Shadow clone technique. With a soft sound, a shadow clone materialized beneath him, catching his feet and propelling him upward, while Feng Ye himself plunged into the muddy flow, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Utilizing the opportunistic relay of his shadow clone, Feng Ye transformed into a wraith-like figure, tracing an arc in the air as he descended towards the front of Guy, his ninja blade, White Fang, poised to strike. With a swift motion, swoosh, Guy's body was cleaved in two in an instant, yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, he disintegrated in a brown earth. It was, in fact, an earth clone. I am a Jonin of a Wagakure. You brat! Guy's voice resounded from behind Feng Ye, his figure emerging from the ground, two hidden blades flashing with lethal intent, suddenly slashing towards Feng Ye's back. Chapter 47. Slaying the Jonin. On the opposite bank, Might Guy witnessed Feng Ye shattering an earth clone, and as the real Jonin, Huaguang, erupted from the ground behind Feng Ye, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This is bad. There was no time to lose. He immediately sought to dash across the river to assist Feng Ye, but having only opened the fifth gate, he realized it would take too long to reach him. Opening the sixth and seventh gates in quick succession was not a feat achievable in an instant. The brief delay rendered him unable to avert the impending crisis Feng Ye faced. Moreover, he had overheard Huaguang's words. His opponent was indeed a Jonin from a Wagakure, a true pillar of their village. Meanwhile, the remaining three Idove ninjas stood vigilant on the opposite bank, prepared to intercept Guy's advance. Huaguang was their Jonin, and a formidable one at that, nearing the designation of elite Jonin. Dealing with a mere child from Konoha should pose no challenge. As long as they could hinder Guy, their mission would not reach a catastrophic failure. Huaguang was fully aware of the situation behind him. He understood that at this distance, no matter how swift Might Guy was, he would not arrive in time to assist. The two hidden blades were poised to sever Feng Ye's head. Yet in that fleeting moment, Feng Ye's body exhibited an almost eerie speed, transforming into an afterimage that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shifting from a position with his back turned to facing Huaguang head-on. The blade White Fan cut through the air, striking at the intersection of Huaguang's two hidden blades. Huaguang's pupils constricted violently. A flicker of disbelief crossed his gaze, and a chilling sensation surged within him. For the speed Feng Ye exhibited was beyond that of a normal human. What kind of speed was this? Before he could ponder further, he beheld Feng Ye's White Fan carving arcs in the air, aimed directly at his form. In a state of panic, Huaguang could only muster all his strength to swing his two hidden blades. Clang, clang, the air resonated with the sharp sounds of metal clashing, and soon after, Huaguang felt himself sliding back several meters. Captain Huaguang. The nearby Idove ninjas watched in disbelief as they saw Huaguang's body riddled with wounds and blood, evidently unable to fend off Feng Ye's short blade in their close encounter. How could this be? Huaguang was exceptionally powerful in both physical and ninjutsu. How could he sustain multiple wounds from a mere child in a moment of close combat? Truly, he was a Jonin, stronger than imagined. Feng Ye, observing Huaguang retreating in shock, pondered slightly before speaking. You can still withstand my attack? If that is the case, with that, Feng Ye's left hand formed seals at lightning speed. A surge of chakra coursing through him, coalescing into crackling arcs of lightning along the edge of his white fang, accompanied by a chorus of melodious birdsong. Lightning style? Chidori, after consulting Orochimaru on the nuances of lightning chakra transformations. Feng Ye developed this technique in less than 10 days. Huaguang's expression shifted drastically. From the fluctuations of chakra and its form, it was unequivocal that Feng Ye's technique posed a grave threat. Coupled with Feng Ye's nearly supernatural speed and the devastating power of his lightning technique, it was undeniably perilous. He could not allow Feng Ye to close the gap. Earth style. Mountain earth technique. Huaguang unhesitatingly formed hand seals, shouting fiercely. This was one of the highest tier ninjutsu he possessed, an A-rank earth technique, embodying both lethal force and confinement. Boom! In the next moment, the ground erupted with a deafening roar, causing Feng Ye to halt abruptly. His legs immobilized as the earth on either side surged upward, resembling two colossal hemispheres, converging around his feet, intent on trapping him within. Feng Ye! Hold on! Might Guy, witnessing this scene, felt his heart drop once more as he shouted in fury, breaking through the sixth gate of the 8 gates, charging across the river towards Feng Ye. The 3 IWA ninjas, already on high alert, unleashed a flurry of shurikens and kunai laced with explosive tags, attempting to thwart Guy's advance. However, with the 6th gate opened, a single punch from Might Guy sent a gale that scattered the barrage of projectiles into disarray. The 3 IWA ninjas were taken aback. Such physical prowess was terrifying. Yet upon reaching the riverbank, Might Guy suddenly halted, refraining from rushing into the area where Feng Ye was about to be confined, for in that direction, Feng Ye, on the brink of being sealed away, displayed no sign of panic. His demeanor was eerily calm. Clutching his white fang, he executed a simple yet decisive motion. Swoosh! A visible arc of white light flashed, akin to a crescent moon, the formidable earth mound poised to crush him stilled. A clear fissure appearing at its center, spreading outward before collapsing inward. It had been cleaved in two. Huaguang, still maintaining his hand seals, was taken aback. Such a technique reminded him of the records he had once seen, conjuring memories of a legendary figure from the last Ninja World War, Konoha's white fang. Whoosh! Feng Ye emerged from the shattered earth mound, instantly in front of Huaguang, his white fang poised like a crescent moon. Having mastered Chidori, his speed had increased further. In a state of thrice the normal velocity, he could now perform Moonflash without needing to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. The two figures crossed paths. Swoosh! Feng Ye appeared to the right of Huaguang. Coming to a halt, his white fang suspended in the aftermath of its arc. Huaguang remained frozen in place. His 2 hidden blades still in a defensive posture, yet a clear line of blood traced from his forehead down to his abdomen. Konoha's white fang. A glimmer of disbelief shone in his eyes. As Feng Ye slowly retracted his white fang, turning to face Huaguang, he spoke with a calm demeanor. That was my father. Understanding dawned upon Huaguang as he muttered Feng Ye's words. A fleeting mix of regret and unwillingness flashing across his face before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, blood pouring forth as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 48. Annihilation. No, this cannot be. It must be a trick. Captain Huaguang cannot be. The 3 IWA ninjas, already gripped by fear, stared in disbelief, their eyes reflecting an almost unbearable reality, their minds swirling with incredulity. How could such a trusted jonin of their village fall to the hands of a mere child? It seems I've been overly concerned. Might Guy also turned his gaze towards Feng Ye, and upon witnessing the opposing jonin being slain by Feng Ye, he breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously astonished by Feng Ye's talent and prowess. After all, Feng Ye was in the same class as his son, Might Guy, and at most he could only be around 10 years old this year, yet he already possessed the strength to defeat a jonin. Is this what they call genius? Guy, it seems you must strive even harder to catch up with him and Kakashi. After murmuring this to himself, Might Guy turned his attention to the remaining 3 IWA ninjas. Noticing Might Guy's gaze upon them, the trio of IWA ninjas stiffened simultaneously, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads and dripping incessantly. Those incompetent informants. What do you mean there are only two rather ordinary Konoha ninjas escorting? They are nothing short of monsters. We must flee. Almost simultaneously, the three of them dashed along the riverbank, their spirits utterly devoid of any will to continue fighting. Yet, in the presence of Might Guy, who had opened the sixth gate, the prospect of escape was utterly non-existent. Before they could flee far, their steps abruptly halted, for Might Guy, like an afterimage, darted past them from behind and landed directly in their path. Then they heard him utter incomprehensible phrases such as, "Feel the burning youth," before experiencing a sudden, powerful blow to their bodies, sending them flying backward into darkness, their consciousness fading away, after dispatching the last three IWA ninjas. Might Guy exited the sixth gate state, collapsing onto the riverbank, gasping heavily. Feng Ye searched the corpse of the IWA Jonin, Huoguang, but found nothing of value and approached Might Guy, asking, "Are you all right, senior?" "I'm fine. But for a while, I may not be of much use," Might Guy replied, still panting and appearing fatigued. Even for someone who could now open the eighth gate, the side effects of the sixth gate remained considerable, resulting in prolonged fatigue and muscle soreness. "Not to worry, senior. Just rest for now. I will take it from here," Feng Ye said with a slight and OD, as long as there were no injuries requiring medical attention. All would be well at this moment. Might Guy had reached the capability of opening the eighth gate, and the side effects of merely opening the sixth gate did not seem to reach a level of injury. Feng Ye then turned his gaze towards Arabe, Daisuke, and the others across the river. To this point, Arabe, Daisuke, and his companions appeared somewhat dazed, having witnessed a battle that surpassed their comprehension. On one hand, the Jonin from the 5 great shinobi countries were immensely stronger than the Jonin from their own Kusagakure, and on the other hand, the seemingly mediocre Feng Ye and Might Guy had displayed a level of strength that could only be described as shocking. "These are the ninjas of the great shinobi villages," Arabe, Daisuke murmured in astonishment. As Feng Ye's gaze fell upon him, Daisuke finally snapped out of his daze, thoughts racing through his mind as he turned to his companions. Almost simultaneously, one of his comrades stepped forward, pressing a knife directly against the neck of the young master he was supposed to protect. "Don't come any closer," Jurinki exclaimed, looking at Arabe Daisuke, cold sweat dripping from his brow, fear lingering in his eyes. When passing information to the Kusagakure, he had never anticipated that a ninja team comprised of an eccentric and a child from Konoha would possess such terrifying strength. They had effortlessly defeated an elite IWA ninja squad. Next, there would surely be a thorough investigation for traitors, and he was seized by panic, knowing he could hardly conceal his actions, relying solely on the hope of using hostages to escape. At SUY, Arabe Daisuke glared at Jurinki, his eyes filled with fury. Jurinki gritted his teeth and replied, "The daimyo has long since abandoned this group. How could you expect to gain the recognition of those clans? Your thinking is far too naive, you." Arabe Daisuke glared fiercely at him at that moment. A hand silently grasped Jurinki's wrist, easily prying the knife from his grasp and flinging it several meters away, where it clattered to the ground. After this action, Feng Ye turned to Arabe Daisuke and spoke calmly, "I do not interfere in your family matters." "Thank you very much," Arabe Daisuke said, kneeling and bowing deeply in gratitude towards Feng Ye. Then retrieving the knife that Feng Ye had disarmed him of, coldly advancing towards Jurinki. Feng Ye had little interest in the power struggles and internal conflicts of a small town in Kusagakure. He was too preoccupied with recalling the battle they had just fought. That individual was likely a typical Jonin from IWM, why strength aligns closely with my previous assessments. After mastering Chidori, slaying a Jonin is not particularly challenging. Merely opening the first gate of the 8 gates and using Chidori once was sufficient to cleave through Huoguang's rank earth release technique. Killing him on the spot, if I were to exert my full strength, even against an elite Jonin, I should still be able to gain the upper hand and potentially eliminate them in a short amount of time. This battle reaffirmed one of my beliefs. The strategy of overwhelming numbers holds little significance against me. The ability to dispatch a Jonin in a fleeting moment implies that even if multiple Jonin were to join forces, as long as they cannot match my speed, they will fall one by one. Should there be an even greater number, I could rely on my speed to retreat at my leisure. unless faced with an elite jonin possessing a special dojutsu like the three-tomo Sharingan. Capable of perceiving my movements, other ninjas, regardless of their forbidden techniques, would find it meaningless to attempt casting them against me. Upon reaching this conclusion, Feng Ye exhaled softly, in other words, with my current strength and capabilities. As long as I do not encounter an existence on the level of a Hokage, or find myself surrounded by an overwhelming number of ninjas, even if I face a squad of jonin, I can maneuver freely based on my speed. Such strength affords me a significant degree of self-preservation in the current shinobi world, for encounters with Kage-level beings are far from common. Only a few individuals in each village attain such heights. Forming the pinnacle of village leadership, at that moment, a figure flashed through Feng Ye's mind. Namikaze Minato that he recalled the astounding feat of the latter vanquishing 50 jonin in an instant during the upcoming Shinobi World War. Leaving the major shinobi villages in awe, and a smile crept across his lips, instantly eliminating 50 jonin. Perhaps I should give it a try. Chapter 49, the prelude to 3 battles after a brief rest of approximately half a day. Once my guy was able to walk normally again, the group set off towards their mission's destination, Shimazuki Town in the Land of Grass. Along the way, they encountered no further incidents and safely reached their destination. Thank you both for your escort, that I sincerely apologize for having concealed some information regarding this mission. Upon arriving at the target town, Urabe Daisuke produced a receipt for 500,000 ryo and handed it over with both hands. Bowing deeply to Feng Ye, Feng Ye accepted the money, briefly counting it with his fingers before nodding. Then the mission concludes here. Just as Feng Ye was preparing to divide the payment with Might Guy, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his gaze toward the distance, his eyes flashing several times. Without proceeding to split the payment, he stuffed the money directly into his pocket. Guy-senpai. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh. As his words fell, Feng Ye dashed toward the direction they had come from. Might Guy paused momentarily before quickly following suit, asking as he trailed behind, "What's wrong? Did you sense something? There are ninjas approaching." Feng Ye inhaled deeply, continuing to run forward without pausing, casting a deep, penetrating look back at the town, stating, "A large number of ninjas, at least 100." Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Might Guy's expression shifted in shock. "So many. Are they from the Land of Grass?" "No." Feng Ye shook his head, his gaze deepening. "They don't seem like ninjas from the Land of Grass. And their numbers might even be greater." Guy-senpai. "War may be about to commence." As the words fell, Feng entered a state of double speed, his pace quickening as he swiftly dashed out of the small town. Venturing further away, observing this, Might Guy promptly activated the first gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia, hastily pursuing Feng Ye. After distancing themselves from the town, the two leapt into the forest, traversing the treetops. In their leaps, they glanced back and could vaguely discern a multitude of figures surging into the town behind them. Although the distance rendered it impossible to discern the individuals' features, their attire was unmistakably not that of the Grass-Hidden Village's ninjas, but rather that of the Rock-Hidden Village. The onset of war. Might Guy could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his eyes reflecting a grave concern. The influx of so many rock ninjas into the Land of Grass could not merely signify the execution of a mundane task. It was likely an invasion to conquer the Land of Grass and use it as a front line to assault the Land of Fire. Despite his typical naivety regarding such matters, he understood the implications of war, having personally endured the bloodshed and brutality of the Second Shinobi World War. Might Guy spoke solemnly. "We should hasten back to the village to report the situation." "Indeed," Feng Ye nodded. "The Third Shinobi World War is about to commence." In the Land of Grass, at Xuanyue Town, a significant number of rock ninjas flooded into the town, swiftly taking control of the entire area. Scattered remnants of Grass-Hidden Village ninjas were no match for the rock ninjas. "What do you intend to do?" Urabe Daisuke, now under the control of the rock ninjas, trembled as he addressed them. Before him stood a burly rock ninja who raised a finger to his lips, whispering, "Be quiet for a moment. We merely require your territory as a temporary encampment for the war." War. Upon hearing this, Urabe Daisuke's complexion turned ashen. Those who had witnessed the Second Shinobi World War knew well what war entailed. Especially small nations caught between great powers, which often became the frontline battlegrounds for major ninja villages, lacking any capacity for resistance. left to the mercy of the warring ninjas. Lord Akatsuchi, the town has been secured. A Chunin appeared, kneeling on one knee to report to the rock ninja who had spoken. Akatsuchi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, replying slowly, "Do not harm too many civilians. We still need them as laborers to prepare resting areas for the rear troops." Understood. The Chunin complied and promptly relayed the orders. Akatsuchi cast a detached glance at the pale-faced Uradesuki and the upper echelons of Xuanyue town, who had been captured. Gesturing for them all to be imprisoned at that moment, another ninja descended, reporting, "Lord Akatsuchi, there is no news regarding the Konoha Jainin." How could there be none? Akatsuchi's brow furrowed. The mission they undertook in the land of grass should have concluded days ago. Continue searching and inform them once found. There is no need to return to the village for mission handover. They should come directly to the front camp and join the vanguard. Yes, the ninja replied and swiftly vanished. Uradesuki, upon hearing Akatsuchi's words, felt a twinge of realization, cautiously glancing at Akatsuchi. Hesitating, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, such a subtle action could hardly escape the notice of the elite Jainin Akatsuchi, who immediately caught the unusual glimmer in Daisuke's eyes. Wait. Akatsuchi halted the ninja, escorting Uradesuki, and turned to him, inquiring, "It seems you know something?" "No, I know nothing," Uradesuki instinctively responded. With a swift motion, blood spattered as a kunai pierced Uradesuki's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound, the blood cascading down his attire. The searing pain rendered Uradesuki's face pale in an instant. You know nothing? Akatsuchi twirled the kunai on his fingertip, his voice devoid of emotion. Uradesuki clutched his shoulder wound, cold sweat beading on his forehead, trembling as he sank to the ground, fear evident in his eyes. If it was a team of 10 ninjas. They were defeated by Konoha ninjas. Akatsuchi's expression shifted dramatically. He pressed the kunai against Uradesuki's forehead, demanding, "Konoha ninjas? What exactly happened?" A team of 10 led by a Jainin was annihilated by Konoha ninjas. This was a grave intelligence breach, implying that Konoha might also be active within the land of grass. They could very well be targeting their vanguard. Should they falter, they might fall into an ambush or encirclement set by Konoha ninjas, leading to disastrous consequences and placing them at a significant disadvantage at the onset of war. Cough, cough. Specifics. Uradesuki, his forehead pierced and blood trickling down, trembled as he began recounting the mission and the events that transpired. As he narrated, Akatsuchi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The other rock ninjas nearby displayed expressions of uncertainty. It was inconceivable that Hokage had not fallen into an ambush by Konoha, but rather was defeated by 2 Konoha ninjas tasked with escorting him. What an absurdity! Hokage's accomplishments in the village were nearly on par with an elite Jainin, leading a team of 10 that included sensory and medical ninjas. Even if they encountered Konoha's elite Umbu, they would at least be able to put up a fight. To think that a mere duo could effortlessly annihilate Hokage's elite 10-man squad. They must have been at least 2 elite Jainin from Konoha, or possibly even members of the legendary Sannin. However, from Uradesuki's description, the 2 Konoha ninjas bore no resemblance to such formidable beings. While they might not remember every ordinary Jainin, they could easily identify the few elite Jainin, and the 2 described by Uradesuki were utterly unfamiliar. Chapter 50. The vigilance of rock ninjas. Akatsuchi's brow furrowed deeply as he addressed Uradesuki in a grave tone. "You mentioned that the 2 escorting ninjas from Konoha had one with bushy eyebrows and a form-fitting outfit, while the other appeared to be only around 12 years old?" "Why, yes," Uradesuki replied, his face pale from blood loss. Akatsuchi turned to the ninjas nearby, stating in a low voice, "Does anyone have the detailed information regarding the mission executed by Hokage?" The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. None were responsible for the mission handover, nor were they part of Hokage's team. It was reasonable for them to remember that Hokage had undertaken a mission in the land of grass. But who could recall the specific details and intelligence? Akatsuchi's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered for a few seconds before declaring, "They must be elite Jainin hidden within Konoha. Record the appearances of those 2 Konoha ninjas and distribute the information to all ninjas. urging vigilance. There is no need to concern ourselves with ordinary J-nin, as their numbers are vast. But the elite J-nin are few. Notable figures such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, among the famed Sannin of Konoha, are classified as elite J-nin. Hence, every enemy village's elite J-nin warrants our caution. Understood. The nearby ninjas responded in unison. After issuing the directive, Akatsuchi lifted his gaze, his eyes deep with contemplation as he stared towards the land of fire. The silver-haired boy. From the description, he bore a striking resemblance to that individual. Yet that person had perished. Could he be the offspring of that individual? However, according to intelligence, that person's son seemed to be not yet in his teenage years. Regardless, a child of such age possessing such terrifying power was a threat that must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. They could not allow a second white fan to arise from Konoha. After distancing themselves in a land of grass, Feng Ye and Might Guy journeyed tirelessly back to Konoha without pause at this juncture. It was evident that Konoha was not oblivious to the frontline intelligence. Rather, they had already entered a state of wartime alert. The entire village was enveloped in a vast sensory barrier, and the main entrance was fortified by 2 squads, with at least one additional Umbu team covertly monitoring the area. Upon reaching the village entrance, Feng Ye and Might Guy underwent a thorough inspection, and only after confirming they were not enemy ninjas in disguise were they allowed to proceed. Entering the village, the two made their way directly to the Hokage Tower. The atmosphere in the mission request area on the first floor of the Hokage Tower was markedly different from before. One could observe that all C-ranked missions had entirely vanished, leaving only a few scattered B-ranked and A-ranked missions posted, all pertaining to the Land of Fire, such as serving as personal guards for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. "Is it you two?" Nara Shikahisa, still stationed on the first floor overseeing mission handovers, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Feng Ye and Might Guy enter. But he soon sighed in relief, saying, "It seems you did not encounter any rock ninjas in the Land of Grass. You are indeed fortunate. The IWA Shinobi have launched a large-scale operation in the Land of Grass, and the intelligence has been detected and relayed back to the village by Konoha scouts." He recalled that Furu and Might Guy's mission was to escort a merchant convoy to the Land of Grass, a situation that was undoubtedly perilous. Encountering a substantial force of IWA Shinobi head-on would spell disaster. The mere fact of returning alive would be considered extraordinarily fortunate. No, we have indeed encountered IWA Shinobi. Furu gazed at Narahanji and slowly remarked, "An unexpected incident has arisen. We came across a 10-man detachment of IWA Shinobi at the border of the Land of Grass." "A 10-man detachment?" Narahanji exclaimed in surprise. That a 4-man ninja squad could be led by a Chunin or a Jonin, but a 10-man detachment is most likely led by a Jonin. The fact that Furu and Might Guy had faced a 10-man IWA Shinobi squad and returned alive was beyond mere luck. "As long as we made it back, it is acceptable. An unforeseen circumstance that exceeds the scope of the mission will not be recorded as a mission failure according to regulations." Narahanji lowered his head and rummaged through the mission forms previously accepted by Furu and Might Guy. As Furu approached, he noticed Narahanji had retrieved the mission form and was about to annotate the unexpected section with a pen when he interrupted, "Do not misrecord. The mission was not a failure." Narahanji paused, slightly astonished. Furu tossed a scroll onto the table, walked past him, and ascended the stairs, stating, "I will meet with Lord Hokage. Guy, you can explain the specifics to him." S's words faded. Furu swiftly entered the inner sanctum and ascended the staircase to the second floor of the Hokage building, vanishing from sight. Might Guy murmured, stepping forward to the table. After a moment's hesitation, he scratched his head and said, "How should I put this? We encountered a 10-man detachment of IWA Shinobi, and the client temporarily modified the mission, elevating it to an A rank, and then we eliminated the IWA Shinobi squad." Narahanji listened intently, but upon hearing the phrase eliminated, he froze momentarily, instinctively thinking he had misheard, and incredulously interrupted, "Wait, you said you eliminated? You eliminated a 10-man squad of IWA Shinobi?" "Indeed," Might Guy nodded. Narahanji furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Might Guy. "What on earth are you saying? To claim that you eliminated a 10-man squad of IWA shinobi is a serious offense for misreporting mission details. Might Guy shook his head. How could I possibly misreport the mission details? I am reporting the facts. Besides, the evidence is all in that scroll. The scroll. Narahanji frowned and glanced at the scroll Furo had tossed onto the table. He opened it and spread it out, forming a hand sign as he declared, "Open." Puff! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. In an instant, a multitude of items appeared, accumulating atop the scroll. Numerous IWA shinobi forehead protectors, along with a severed head resting atop them. This scene caused Narahanji's pupils to constrict, and disbelief washed over him as he gazed at the IWA shinobi forehead protectors and the somewhat withered head. 10 forehead protectors. The forehead protector of a ninja symbolizes their identity. Only those recognized by their village are bestowed with one. Thus, 10 IWA shinobi forehead protectors meant they had come from 10 IWA shinobi. Furo and Might Guy had indeed eliminated a 10-man IWA shinobi squad. Narahanji stood frozen, his eyes reflecting shock, his mouth slightly agape as he struggled to find words. After a few seconds, he finally managed to speak. "Why you wait?" Involving a sudden change in the mission to an A rank, especially with the death of enemy village ninjas, was beyond what he could handle. Taking a deep breath, Narahanji quickly left the counter to report upwards. Chapter 51. Reporting inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, deep in thought as he examined 2 maps laid out on the table. Point 1 was a map of the entire ninja world, while the other depicted the land of grass, including a portion of the Fire Country's border. Lord Hokage. Furo entered the office. Upon seeing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his reverie, his brows slightly relaxing as he said, "It appears you have returned safely. Are you here to report on the situation in the land of grass?" Furo replied in a grave tone, "I encountered a significant number of IWA shinobi in Shimizuki town, estimated to exceed 100. Due to their sheer numbers, I did not conduct a thorough reconnaissance, and their intentions remain unknown. That is the advance force of IWA village," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, showing no surprise. The intelligence regarding this force had already been conveyed back by Konoha's scouts stationed in the land of grass. Looking at Furo, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed a hint of appreciation. "You did well. You did not rashly attempt to gather intelligence on the IWA shinobi. Many young ninjas often suffer or even lose their lives due to their lack of caution. For talents like Furo and Kakashi, the concern was not their growth and strength, but rather their judgment of the situation and their own capabilities. A ninja force exceeding 100 would undoubtedly include many sensory-type ninjas, making it exceedingly difficult to gather intelligence without attracting attention. Recklessly probe could result in dire consequences if surrounded by such a multitude of ninja forces. Not even Furo, nor his disciples Orochimaru or Jiraiya, would be exempt from grave peril." Furo surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely already aware of Iwa's movements, and thus felt no need to elaborate on the mission details. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered over the maps for a moment, considering Furo's elite status among Chunin, his remarkable speed, and his relationship as a disciple of Orochimaru, since you have returned from the land of grass and possess some familiarity with the terrain. You should accompany Orochimaru to confront the IWA shinobi advance force. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not remain unresponsive to the invasion of the IWA shinobi advance force into the land of grass. Although there had been no news of them encroaching on the Fire Country's border yet, it was only a matter of time, and preparations had to be made before worse news arrived. Had Furo delayed by a few days, he could have integrated into the following support teams. Since he had fortuitously returned at this moment, it was more fitting for him to accompany Orochimaru to the land of grass. "Understood," Furo acknowledged, adding, "Lord Hokage, there's one more matter that requires reporting." He briefly recounted Might Guy's situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a look of surprise, not expecting that among the genin, there was one whose strength could reach the level of a jonin. Furo had no reason to deceive him regarding this. Given Furo's level of strength, he was unlikely to make a misjudgment, indicating that a hidden talent among the genin had indeed gone unnoticed. While the individual's other qualities might not meet the jonin standard, nor be capable of leading a team, possessing jonin-level strength in itself was invaluable. In any village, the number of ninjas who could reach the Jonin level was limited, with each serving as the true elite, forming the backbone of the village. Just like Kakashi, who graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, yet at 9 still did not possess the standard of a Jonin, indicating a significant gap, as evaluated by Minato Namikaze. Furu, although more gifted than Kakashi, was still somewhat lacking. Very well, I understand. Have him come to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded towards Furu. He intended to meet Might Guy, assess his specific situation, and then decide how to accommodate him. Yes. Furu nodded and departed the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the first-floor mission reception area, he found a Jonin responsible for mission assignments had replaced Nara Hanji, who was inquiring about Might Guy's situation in detail. When he saw Furu descend from the upper levels, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. He had already learned from Might Guy that Furu had eliminated a Jonin. That was a Jonin. The distinction between Jonin and Chunin was stark. The number of Chunin within a village was vast, even exceeding the number of genin, as most genin would typically be promoted to chunin upon reaching a certain age. However, the likelihood of reaching the jonin level among 10 chunin was exceedingly rare, even considering the inclusion of special jonin, who were unique talents. For a mere 10-year-old Furu to slay a jonin, without the evidence of the severed head, he would almost find it unbelievable. It is worth noting that the fastest ninja to be promoted to Jonin in the village was 14 years old, and that ninja's name was Orochimaru. Despite the presence of evidence, he could not help but ask Feng Ye, was it truly you who killed that Jainin during your mission in the Land of Grass? Feng Ye tilted his head, casting a glance at Might Guy, revealing an expression that seemed to say, this is not what we agreed upon. Might Guy scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, and replied, I apologize, I am not particularly eloquent, and wouldn't want to overshadow your achievements. Observing his demeanor, Feng Ye let out a sigh and admitted, yes, it was I who killed him. As he had anticipated, Might Guy was too straightforward. The idea of him taking the blame for the Janin's death was practically non-existent, even if they had previously discussed it. However, it was of little consequence. Let the attention be directed his way. With his current strength, even if you were targeted by a Kaga-level ninja, he could at least escape. There were not many in the ninja world who could pose a threat to him now. The intention behind suggesting that Might Guy take the credit was to ensure he received sufficient recognition to justifiably advance to Special Jainin. Nonetheless, even without this accolade, given his prowess, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely promote Might Guy to Special Jainin regardless, albeit it might stir some controversy as for the alternative of joining the Umbu. That was virtually impossible. The mask of the Umbu would hold no significance for Might Guy, as his personality was ill-suited for the clandestine nature of Umbu operatives. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not make such a decision. Upon hearing Feng Ye's acknowledgement, the Jainin could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his gaze towards Feng Ye now imbued with a certain solemnity. Him. Feng Ye's image now resembled that of the young Kakashi Hitaki. Chapter 52. The shock of Sarutobi Hiruzen. By the way, Senior, the Hokage wishes to see you. After Feng Ye's candid admission, he maintained a remarkably calm demeanor while looking at Might Guy. The Jainin hesitated momentarily before stating, I also need to report to the Hokage, so let us go together. Very well, Might Guy responded, casting a grateful glance at Feng Ye. Feng Ye smiled and gave Might Guy a thumbs up before turning to leave the Hokage building. Not rushing to the meeting point, but instead heading home first. Inside the Hokage's office, Might Guy entered alongside Sarutobi Shinosuke, the Jainin from the mission assignment office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, deep in thought, a pipe clenched between his teeth as he contemplated the forthcoming troop deployments. It was not feasible to simply dispatch Orochimaru to the front lines in the Land of Grass. A certain number of personnel would also be needed to guard against Sunagakure in the Land of Rain, while vigilance against Kyomogakure and Kirigakure could not be relaxed at Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Shinosuke announced as he entered and bowed. I have a report to make. The duo of Hitaki Feng Ye and Might Guy, while on a C-rank escort mission in the Land of Grass, encountered an attack by a Wagakure ninja. Feng Ye eliminated the enemy Jainin, whose identity has been confirmed as a Wagakure Zakari. The first part of the report barely registered with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who continued to ponder while glancing over. However, the latter part completely disrupted his train of thought. Hiruzen stared, astonished at Sarutobi Shinosuke. Feng Ye killed 8 Jainin from a Wagakure. Taking a breath, Sarutobi Shinizuka replied, "Indeed, and it does not end there." He and Might Guy jointly annihilated the enemy's 10-man squad. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. He had initially assumed that the escort mission to the Land of Grass had failed, given the C-rank nature of the assignment, and he had not inquired further. He never expected that a mishap would not only occur, but that Feng Ye would also resolve it, successfully completing the mission. In light of this, encountering the advanced forces of a Wagakure and opting to return to report instead of acting rashly was hardly a negative outcome. That child Tobi Hiruzen turned to gaze out the window, a torrent of emotions surging within him. 10 years old. At 9, he had slain an elite scout from an enemy village, and at 10, he had taken down 8 J-nin from a Wagakure. Even the young Kakashi and Orochimaru had only achieved such feats at the age of 12 or 13 that Feng Ye's performance had utterly eclipsed the accomplishments of those two prodigies of that era. "All right, I understand." Sarutobi Hiruzen took several seconds to compose himself, signaling for Sarutobi Shinizuka to withdraw. He then turned to Might Guy and inquired, "Guy, how many of the 8 gates can you open?" In the account regarding Might Guy, Feng Ye had not only mentioned that Guy's combat prowess surpassed his own, but also that he utilized the 8 gates technique. After all, a perennial genin suddenly possessing strength that surpassed even CH-nin and J-nin levels must have mastered some secret technique. Once a ninja's physical training reaches a certain level, it becomes apparent that the 8 gates exist within them, that he had sensed this himself, but had not pursued the path of breaking through the 8 gates. However, the ability to access the 8 gates does not equate to the capability to open all of them. Such an extraordinary feat is exceedingly rare. To open the 8 gates indicates that Might Guy possesses commendable talent in terms of physical combat. Might Guy, taken aback by Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden question, stammered before responding honestly, "The 8th gate. Oh, no wonder." Sarutobi Hiruzen, still preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Ye, began to respond, but was suddenly struck by the realization, his eyes widening as he turned to Might Guy. "Wait, you said the 8th gate?" He gazed at Might Guy in utter disbelief. The 8th gate, this technique, known as the 8 gates, undoubtedly signifies the final gate, the pinnacle of this martial art. Each forbidden technique, when mastered to its utmost limit, is formidable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had some understanding of the effects of unlocking the 8 gates. Opening the 8th gate is not something just anyone can achieve. "Yes," Might Guy replied earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. He even began to doubt Might Guy's claim. However, observing Might Guy's demeanor, it was evident that he was not lying, and fabricating such a statement would be pointless, as it could be easily uncovered. "Have you opened the 8th gate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but ask, still somewhat incredulous. Might Guy hesitated before stating, "No, the side effects of this technique are severe. I can feel that opening the 8th gate would likely result in death." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply, his lingering doubts gradually dissipating. The technique to unlock the 8 gates comes at a cost. Every forbidden technique carries its own side effects, and it is entirely reasonable that the ultimate limit of this technique equates to death. However, the fact that Might Guy could reach the 8th gate, pushing this technique to its utmost limits, was beyond his expectations. This was not something just anyone could accomplish. It was another form of talent in its own right, although he was uncertain about the magnitude of power unleashed upon opening the 8th gate. The strength gained by sacrificing one's life force would undoubtedly be formidable, perhaps even on par with the Hokage level. "Might Guy, I hereby promote you to Special J-nin without following the usual protocol. Your prior mission was arduous, but there is no time for rest now. I need you to head to the front lines," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with solemnity. Given Might Guy's combat capabilities, he was undoubtedly suited for frontline engagement and well-equipped to act as part of the advance team. With his ability to handle various contingencies, even in dire circumstances, he could activate the 8 gates to safeguard others' retreat. "Yes," Might Guy exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Just as Feng Ye had said, he had been elevated to Special J-nin, leaping from the ranks of a genin to that of 8 J-nin within the village. Moreover, he could sense the gravity of the Hokage's recognition in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. This was the acknowledgement from the Hokage himself. He felt as if his blood was igniting. That it was the sensation of youth ablaze that in this moment. Even if he were to rush towards the front lines, activating the 8 gates, and sacrificing his life to inflict damage upon the enemy, he would not hesitate for a moment. Chapter 53. Calibration 2. Time reversal. He pushed open the door to his home and stepped inside. Kakashi was not present, likely accompanying Minato on a mission. Yet to return. Making his way to his bedroom, he casually removed a stack of mission payment from his pocket and tossed it onto the table before promptly sitting down and closing his eyes. He did not rush to the assembly point indicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. On one hand, he wanted to drop off the mission payment, but more importantly, he had heard a mechanical chime while at the mission office. At long last, after closing his eyes, Feng Ye managed to calm the tumultuous emotions within his heart. Before him appeared an ethereal, colossal golden clock, its features becoming distinctly visible. The hour hand pointed resolutely at the 2 o'clock mark. And the Roman numeral, representing that hour, was no longer shrouded in mist, but shimmered with a dark luster. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, resisting the urge to immediately employ his newfound temporal abilities. Instead, he first attempted to trigger the power of time acceleration. With a mechanical click, the pointer of the illusory clock shifted slightly, realigning itself to the 1 o'clock position. The scale at the center of the clock, under Feng Ye's mental influence, began to rotate with a series of clicks until it halted at the 4th mark. 4 times the speed, an increase as I anticipated. The range of my controllable time acceleration expands by 1 mark every year. Feng Ye exhaled softly in a state of quadruple speed, should he activate the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Even a shadow-level powerhouse would find it exceedingly difficult to keep up, making the elimination of Jonin significantly easier. Below the shadow level, he could wreak havoc, and even shadow-level ninjas would struggle against him. Unless they were as swift as the 4th Raikage, who could pose a genuine threat. Next came his new ability. After calming his mind, Feng Ye focused his thoughts, and the hour hand moved once more, indicating the 2 o'clock mark, the black Roman numeral emanating a dark glow. Upon confirming the activation of this ability, Feng Ye instinctively understood what the 2 o'clock mark represented. A surge of exhilaration surged within him. Almost overwhelming, he took a deep breath, opened his eyes, drew his kunai, white fang, and with a slight grimace, he sliced the palm of his hand. With a sharp hiss, pain accompanied the appearance of a thin line of blood that flowed from the wound. Enduring the pain, Feng Ye fixed his gaze upon the injury, and in an instant, a flicker of light shone in his eyes, as if a golden clock manifested deep within his pupils, its hands spinning in reverse. Silently, the blood that flowed from his wound began to reverse its course, returning into the gash. Soon, the deep cut that nearly severed his palm vanished without a trace. Indeed, a smile crept across Feng Ye's face. Such an extraordinary phenomenon required no further contemplation to grasp its significance. This was the curvature of time, time flowing backward. With his right hand gripping the kunai, white fang, he slashed at the wooden floor, creating a fissure approximately 1 foot long, then focused on the crack in an attempt to activate his ability. However, the crack remained unchanged. It appeared that, like the time acceleration, this ability could only be applied to his own body. Having reached this conclusion, Feng Ye took a deep breath and, after a few seconds of silence while observing the crack, burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. Though it wasn't the time stop he most desired, and he couldn't exert influence on anything beyond himself, the sheer power of this ability was undeniable. Regardless of the nature of the injury, as long as it wasn't instantly fatal, the effects of time reversal would allow for immediate restoration. Moreover, Feng Ye was uncertain about what precisely constituted instant death. The illusory clock was intertwined with his soul. If his body were to be obliterated, he could still activate the time reversal ability. In terms of regenerative capabilities, not even the most formidable techniques or the sage body, let alone the Six Paths body, could compare. It appeared to align closely with the circumstances of Edo Tensei. Feng Ye halted his laughter, murmuring to himself. Although he could not experiment by smashing his own head, he felt confident in this assessment. An immortal body, unless faced with forbidden techniques targeting the soul, or the Taoist gem that could harness the 5 elements of wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang to simultaneously assault both matter and spirit, No ninjutsu or taijutsu could kill him. Feng Ye stroked his chin, speaking to himself. The only precautions to take would be against soul-related forbidden techniques and various sealing arts, as being sealed would indeed present a significant challenge. While he could not die, being sealed away for hundreds or thousands of years would likely allow him to unlock all 12 marks of his abilities, among which there would undoubtedly be a means to break the seal. Yet, he had no desire to experience such a sensation. Thus, the issue of longevity was also resolved. Feng Ye exhaled softly, with the powers of time acceleration and time reversal, as long as he remained cautious. The battleground of the Third Shinobi World War would pose little threat to him, unless Minato Namikaze were to suddenly lose his wits, unleash the Reaper Death Seal, and seek a mutual demise. However, he had no intention of destroying Konoha, nor had he wronged Minato in any way, making such a scenario highly improbable to AS for others. They would need to be able to catch up to him to employ the Reaper Death Seal effectively. The same logic applied to soul-related secret techniques. As long as he was swift enough, he could remain unscathed by such threats. Moreover, with the ability to reverse time, he could disregard the side effects of the 8 gates of Duenjia entirely. Even the fatal repercussions of the 8th gate. He could simply open the 8th gate, venture out to buy groceries, and upon returning home, activate time reversal to revert to the state before opening the 8th gate. He would no longer need to worry about missing the Saturday sales at the supermarket. With that thought, Feng Ye stood up, stretched lazily, and displayed a radiant smile filled with sunlight. After spending so long in this world, things were finally beginning to grow intriguing. Within a certain building, Orochimaru, clad in a ninja uniform, stood at the forefront with an impassive demeanor. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive, surrounded by numerous elite shinobi. Both Jonin and Chunin, diligently preparing and inspecting their belongings. Just then, a silver-haired youth entered through the door. Nearby, shinobi cast bewildered glances, while Feng Ye paid them no mind, striding directly to Orochimaru and offering a faint, elusive smile as he politely bowed. Teacher Orochimaru, Lord Hokage has instructed me to join the advance party. Chapter 54. The Konoha advance party. It seems your escort of the merchant convoy to the land of grass went quite smoothly, Orochimaru remarked, observing Feng Ye with a glimmer in his eyes, a somewhat eerie smile gracing his lips as he tilted his head slightly. Minato Namikaze had intended to bring Feng Ye along for the mission to the land of grass, but had been unable to locate him. Upon inquiry, he learned that Feng Ye had taken a commission to escort a merchant convoy. He had hoped to encounter Feng Ye in the land of grass, and serendipitously, Feng Ye had returned today, assigned by Minato. However, this was not what truly piqued Orochimaru's interest. What had genuinely captured his attention was the palpable change in Feng Ye's aura since their last meeting. Previously, Feng Ye exuded an air of caution. Though there was a hint of confidence, it remained mostly subdued and unexpressed. Now, however, Feng Ye radiated a vibrant, youthful confidence and energy, as if he had transformed entirely. Undoubtedly, had Feng Ye's escort mission to the land of grass failed, his demeanor would not have shifted so dramatically. This indicated that he had completed the mission, perhaps even encountered unforeseen challenges, and had adeptly resolved them. Only such extraordinary circumstances could account for such a significant transformation from caution and restraint to outward vitality and confidence. Indeed, Feng Ye nodded. While there were some unexpected developments, I managed to complete it. Upon hearing Feng Ye's response, Orochimaru's gaze held a knowing glint, accompanied by a chuckle that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. I am quite curious to hear about it. He was intrigued by the unexpected event that had so profoundly altered Feng Ye's demeanor. However, before Feng Ye could elaborate, another figure rushed through the doorway. His movements somewhat clumsy and hurried. My apologies, my apologies. I hope I'm not too late. Mato Dai scratched the back of his head, offering a somewhat clumsy, sheepish smile. Then, in a moment of mild panic, he approached Orochimaru and stated, Lord Orochimaru, I am Mato Dai. The Hokage has sent me to join the advance team. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Kazeyuru to Mato Dai, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his eyes. While Kazeyuru was his disciple and had showcased commendable abilities, the ninja before him, Mato Dai, appeared exceedingly awkward in his movements. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen have dispatched such a ninja to the advance team? This contingent, led by Orochimaru, was tasked with intercepting the rock ninjas at the border. Every member was an elite, comprising 16 jonin, 6 special jonin, and a total of 60 chunin, all of whom were the best among the best. Was this a ruse? Merely a fa-ade of clumsiness? A flicker of doubt danced in Orochimaru's mind. Though somewhat advanced in age, Sarutobi was not one to act irrationally, so Mato Dai must possess some unique talent deemed suitable for the advance team. As Orochimaru pondered, a voice broke through the astonishment of several ninjas in the crowd. "Hey, Mato Dai, what are you doing here? This is not your place. Are you trying to join the advance team because you can't find a squad willing to accept you? Are you an idiot? Such antics could result in punishment." Among the chunin present, there were those who had previously been wronged by Mato Dai, and they glared at him with ire. The advance team was heading to the land of grass to engage in battle against the rock ninjas. Was this a joke? Mato Dai noticed a few former captains among the crowd, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed, and he nervously ruffled his hair. I was sent here on the Hokage's orders." He stammered, "What nonsense! How could a genin like you be dispatched by the Hokage to join the advance team? If you keep this up, the consequences will be dire." Mori no Ibiki frowned, addressing him. "Genin?" Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, increasingly intrigued by Mato Dai. Clearing his throat, Mato Dai raised his right fist to his chest and straightened his posture, stating, "Actually, I am no longer a genin. I am now a special jonin." Enough! Mori no Ibiki could no longer contain his irritation and stepped forward from the crowd, intent on ejecting the disruptive Mato Dai. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene, neither intervening nor voicing objections. He too was curious about Mato Dai's circumstances and wished to observe whether there was indeed something extraordinary about him, or if he was simply a reckless genin causing chaos. However, just as Mori no Ibiki approached Mato Dai, a voice suddenly rang out. "Senior Dai is indeed a special jonin. I can vouch for that." The utterance caused Mori no Ibiki to pause, and many present were taken aback, especially when they realized the speaker was Kazeyoru, standing beside Orochimaru. Not to mention Mato Dai, Mori no Ibiki had reservations about Kazeyoru joining the advance team as well. He had heard of Kazeyoru's early graduation and his success as the sole candidate to pass the Chunin exams. Yet even so, he was still too young. No matter how talented he was, Kazeyoru lacked sufficient experience. Allowing such a young ninja to join the advance team was beyond his comprehension. Nonetheless, Kazeyoru was at least a chunin, which he could reluctantly accept. But Mato Dai, allowing a perpetually clumsy ninja who had botched numerous missions to join the advance team targeting the rock ninjas, was absurd. He could not fathom why Sarutobi Hiruzen would make such a decision. "Hey kid, if you don't understand a situation, don't speak out of turn. Do you know how notorious this guy's track record is? The Hokage would never permit such a person to join the advance team." Mori no Ibiki snapped at Kazeyoru. Kazeyoru maintained a gentle smile, replying, "I am not lying. Senior Dai has indeed been promoted to special jonin. You should have the orders with you, right, Senior? Oh, I almost forgot." At Kazeyoru's words, Mato Dai suddenly realized, patting his pocket and retrieving an order document stamped with a seal. Mori no Ibiki stared in astonishment at the scene. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, accepting the document from Mato Dai and glancing over it briefly. His serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, a grave expression overtaking his features as he regarded Mato Dai. "I see," he murmured, his gaze flickering momentarily before he made a decision, stowing the document away. "Mato Dai, you and Kazeyoru will not be assigned to any other teams for the time being. You will accompany me." Mato Dai exhaled a sigh of relief, responding, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Mori no Ibiki looked on in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss. He could not help but turn to Orochimaru, asking, "Lord Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this?" "You will find out in due course," Orochimaru replied, giving Mato Dai a deep, scrutinizing look. With Orochimaru's response, Mori no Ibiki and the others exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend as Mato Dai stood beside Kazeyoru. What on earth? That guy Mato Dai has actually become a special jonin. Those familiar with Mato Dai displayed expressions of incredulity. Orochimaru did not question the authenticity of the orders, meaning they were indeed genuine. Issued by the Hokage. However, the command was truly perplexing. Just as they were mentally preparing for the frontline battle, the sudden addition of a 10-year-old child and Mato Dai disrupted their focus, causing their minds to spiral. One incompetent ninja was already a burden. Two might lead to significant trouble. Chapter 55. Arrival at the borderland of fire. Border. Orochimaru led nearly 100 ninjas, including Kazeyoru, to a small town. The entire town had been reduced to ruins, with several areas still ablaze and numerous corpses scattered about. Report, Lord Orochimaru. These are the remnants of a battle from 3 days ago. A ninja swiftly surveyed the devastated town before reporting back to Orochimaru. A dangerous glint surfaced in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes as he scanned the town, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "The signs of battle from 3 days ago suggest that the rock ninjas have already departed. However, we have entered their operational range, and we are bound to encounter them soon. Regroup and set up camp here." Orochimaru issued his orders. Having reached the border of the Land of Fire, the group could face combat at any moment. After a full day of travel, while they remained prepared for battle, continuing to probe further would expend unnecessary energy. If they were to be ambushed by the rock ninjas, it could prove perilous. Understood, the Chunin acknowledged. After exchanging glances, the nearby ninjas entered the town, clearing away the corpses and extinguishing the flames engulfing the buildings, proceeding with basic camp arrangements. Once the camp was established in the central tent, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform, studying a map with a contemplative expression. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru suddenly asked, "Which direction do you think the rock ninjas might be headed?" Inside the tent, only Kazeyoru and Orochimaru remained. Kazeyoru, standing nearby and also examining the map, revealed a look of contemplation as he replied, "Since the rock ninjas' advance team is here for harassment, they would not return to the land of grass so quickly." Orochimaru chuckled softly, a sound deduction. "I share your view. Moreover, I believe they would not dare venture deeper into the Land of Fire. Their path can only lead to one of these two directions." As he spoke, Orochimaru placed 2 tokens on the map. After doing so, he pondered, "Go summon the 3rd and 4th teams." Kazeyoru nodded and exited the tent, swiftly retrieving the 2 squads, comprising a total of 8 members. The captains of the 2 squads were both Jonin, one from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan, with elite Chunin skilled in perception and reconnaissance. "Hyuga Shiranui, take your team to scout in this direction. Uchiha Suki, you head in that direction." Orochimaru directed the 2 teams, his voice stern as he added, "If you encounter any isolated rock ninjas, attempt to gather intelligence. Otherwise, do not act recklessly." Understood, the 2 captains of the small squads responded with utmost respect. Even they, hailing from the prominent Uchiha and Hyuga clans, held a deep reverence for Orochimaru, who had gained fame during the Second Shinobi World War with his formidable accomplishments. After issuing his directive, Orochimaru observed the 2 squads depart, tilting his head to cast a faint smile at Kid Ye, saying, "Kid Ye, you may return and take a proper rest to prepare yourself. Battles may be imminent." Kid Ye acknowledged and left the tent. Upon returning to his small tent, Kid Ye did not immediately rest. Instead, after consuming a modest meal, he commenced his training regimen. Throughout his journey from Konoha, he had not paused in his exercises, for he was on the verge of unlocking the 4th gate of the 8 gates, thanks to his relentless training. For someone who possessed the ability to reverse time, once he could open the 4th gate, he would essentially have unlimited access to its power. How swift would the 4th gate be in a state of quadruple speed? Kid Ye could not predict, but he surmised that at that velocity, he would be able to unleash the might of the morning peacock, rendering even shadow-level shinobi unable to keep pace with him merely due to his speed. With such velocity, coupled with his time reversal ability, the number of individuals capable of posing a threat to him on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War would diminish significantly. Consequently, the number of shinobi he could potentially defeat would increase exponentially. Whether it be Jonin or elite Jonin, few could withstand his lethal assaults at quadruple speed, and even those approaching the shadow level would find it difficult to escape death once he set his sights on them. Taking a deep breath, Kid Ye began performing the most fundamental push-ups within the tent. For the 8 gates, the act of opening a gate necessitated the execution of push-ups and squats. fundamental exercises that required no shortcuts but demanded thousands of repetitions to gradually strengthen the body and loosen the restraints of the 8 gates within. Kid donned weighted gear. Thanks to his time reversal ability, he harbored no fears of becoming too fatigued to fight should a battle arise unexpectedly. At worst, he could revert his body to its pre-training state, thus rendering that brief period of training a mere waste of time. Consequently, he carried the heaviest weights throughout his journey, engaging in arduous training during each rest period, and this was now his 4th session. 331, 332, 333. Kid executed his push-ups with remarkable speed, but upon reaching 300, his pace noticeably slowed, his movements becoming rigid, and his arms began to tremble slightly. 486, 487, he mentally counted, the soreness in his arms growing more intense. Yet he persevered, his unwavering will enduring the trial. In truth, after unlocking the ability to reverse time, Kid recognized that even without further training in the 8 gates, he could still possess the strength to traverse the shinobi world through conventional ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, after thoughtful consideration, he chose not to abandon his training in the 8 gates. On one hand, the 8 gates remained well suited to him. On the other, he acknowledged that his willpower was not particularly strong, and the grueling training of the 8 gates could forge both his spirit and resolve, fostering his mental growth as well. Moreover, there existed a pivotal factor. The 8 gates granted immunity to the vast majority of Genjutsu. The essence of Genjutsu lies in disrupting an opponent's chakra, thereby affecting their mental state and trapping them in illusions from which they cannot escape. However, from the very first gate, the 8 gates unleashed chakra in a frenzied state, and this remained true through the subsequent gates. Attempting to employ Genjutsu against a shinobi in the 8-gate state was nearly impossible, as even the shinobi themselves struggled to control their raging chakra, let alone others. Genjutsu represented a particular vulnerability for Kid. His grasp of Genjutsu had always been mediocre. Should a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru employed against him, he would likely find it difficult to resist. Yet, the training of the 8 gates altered that dynamic. The more proficient he became in the 8 gates, the more gates he opened, resulting in increasingly violent chakra in the state of being opened, making it progressively harder to fall prey to Genjutsu. Upon reaching the 5th gate, he would be nearly immune to most Genjutsu.as for the 8th gate. Even Uchiha Madara, in his 6 paths mode, refrained from using Genjutsu against Might Guy in the 8th gate state, as Madara's combat experience indicated that the Genjutsu would be utterly ineffective against someone in that state. To disrupt the chakra of Dead Gate Guy, even the powers of the Rinnegan at the 6 paths level would falter. As for whether Uchiha Shirsue's extraordinary Genjutsu Konoha Tsukumi or the ultimate Genjutsu Infinite Tsukumi could affect someone in the 8-gate state, that remained uncertain, as the original work did not provide clarity. Kid could not definitively ascertain. Nevertheless, he resolved not to allow Konoha Tsukumi to take effect on him, nor would he permit Infinite Tsukuyami to unfold. The ability to be immune to the vast majority of Genjutsu was already satisfactory for him. This was the reason he endured the hardships and continued his training in the 8 gates. 775, 776, 770-7, as the numbers continued to rise. Kid's breathing intensified, sweat cascading down his body. Finally, upon reaching 777 push-ups, his arms faltered, unable to support him any longer, and he collapsed onto the ground. After catching his breath for half a minute, Kid finally sat up. Regrettably, he could not use time reversal to eliminate his fatigue. He shook his head. Utilizing time reversal to nullify fatigue was akin to erasing the memory of having completed those several hundred push-ups, leaving him in a rather helpless predicament. After resting for several minutes, Kid took a sip of water and glanced at the damp patch on the ground caused by his sweat. Shaking his head as he said, "Never mind, I might as well head outside. Better than leaving the tent reeking of sweat and having to clean it up." Stepping outside the tent, Kid clasped his hands behind his head and began his squats. Push-ups, squats, and sit-ups were the 3 foundational exercises that engaged the arms, legs, and core, effectively loosening the 8 gates within point 221, 222, 223. Kid continued to count silently in his mind. His squatting exercise outside the tent began to draw the attention of several shinobi. "Hey, what is that guy doing?" someone remarked, noticing Kidya's actions and addressing a nearby companion who was moving supplies. Mori no Abikomo, carrying a box, followed the gaze of the person next to him and spotted Kid Ye diligently performing squats, an expression of bewilderment crossing his face. I asked the guy really training in taijutsu? It seems so. Mori no Abikomo mused, his lips twitching slightly as he couldn't help but remark, why does he seem a bit not very bright? Is that kid truly the genius taken under Lord Orochimaru's wing? We're at the border. Battles could break out at any moment. In a place like this, at a time like this, shouldn't he be conserving his energy instead of exhausting it on taijutsu training? He almost blurted out, is he mentally challenged? But managed to restrain himself, settling for not very bright instead. After all, Kid Ye was a disciple of Orochimaru. Who could say? His companion shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. What sense does it make to train at a time like this? What was he doing before? Mori no Abikomo felt a twinge of frustration that if a fight were to erupt suddenly, they might have to protect the defenseless Kid Ye, prompting him to question the rationale behind placing such a young and inexperienced shinobi in the advance unit. Had they still been in the village, he would have likely raised his concerns to Orochimaru, but it was too late for that now. They were already at the front lines, and there was no way to send Kid Ye back. Forget it. Let it be. Mori no Abikomo finally sighed, retreating into the tent. After all, Kid Ye was Lord Orochimaru's disciple. Even if his actions seemed somewhat foolish, it was Orochimaru's responsibility to guide him, not theirs. Even if he was a burden, there was nothing to be done. As time passed, Kid Ye transitioned from squats to sit-ups, then repeated his push-ups that he paid no heed to the odd stares from some of the shinobi. For he could feel the heat surging within him, sensing that the shackles of the fourth gate of the 8 gates were loosening more and more. In this particular situation, despite the muscles in his body beginning to ache and each movement becoming increasingly agonizing, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The fourth gate was within sight. Just a little further, and he could push it open. Feng Ye's training did not go unnoticed by the other ninjas. Even Orochimaru took note. Glancing in Feng Ye's direction with a slight furrow of his brow, harboring some curiosity at such a time, still practicing taijutsu. Compared to Mori no Abiki and others, he was somewhat more familiar with Feng Ye, and in his view, Feng Ye ought not to engage in such seemingly foolish and meaningless activities. Feng Ye was burdened with weights, and along the journey from Konoha to the border, he frequently took time to train. A detail Orochimaru had observed but chose not to interfere with it in Orochimaru's eyes. Remaining diligent and striving to improve under any circumstances was commendable behavior. However, the situation was different now. They were already at the border of the Land of Fire, a place where combat could erupt at any moment. Given Feng Ye's mental acuity, he should have been aware of this. Knowing this, Feng Ye still chose to train, which indicated only one possibility. He was on the brink of a breakthrough with some technique. The 8 gates, perhaps? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru shook his head slightly, deciding not to impede Feng Ye. The likelihood of a sudden outbreak of combat was low, if Feng Ye were indeed close to a significant advancement in power. It would be worth the risk to attempt a breakthrough. Feng Ye's strength was likely at the level of a Genin, if he could refine his mastery of the 8 gates further. Perhaps in the state of the first gate, he could rival an elite Genin. Although the duration might be brief and entail considerable side effects, the combat prowess of an elite Genin would still hold significant value. Even on a battlefield with greater numbers, Orochimaru chose not to intervene. While the other ninjas might find Feng Ye's actions somewhat absurd, without any directive from Orochimaru, there was no reason to stop him. At most, they could only voice their complaints. Initially, he had thought Feng Ye, despite being young, would be more reliable than Might Guy. It now seemed he was equally unpredictable. Feng Ye clasped his hands behind his head, silently counting the repetitions of his sit-ups. Sweat streamed down his face as he exerted himself to rise, feeling the strain in his core muscles approaching their limits. Yet he continued to grit his teeth and endure. Chakra flowed within him, continually gathering at the location of the fourth gate, where he felt a searing heat and a slight sting. Finally, after another effort to rise, Feng Ye sensed a significant change at the fourth gate. The previously faint barriers had completely dissipated, and he felt that, should he desire, he could open the fourth gate of the 8 gates. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Feng Ye. The emergence of this feeling indicated that he had indeed broken through the fourth gate. Chapter 57. Ambush. With a sigh of relief, Feng Ye lay on the ground, breathing heavily, having realized that the obstruction at the fourth gate had finally vanished, with the fourth gate of the 8 gates activated. Coupled with a state of quadruple speed, his combat strength would not be inferior to Orochimaru's. Additionally, with the ability to manipulate time, he would become even more formidable than Orochimaru. Considering the time acceleration, he was effectively equivalent to a 12-year-old, nearing 13. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan at 13. Feng Ye murmured to himself, externally appearing 10, yet actually 13, possessing the strength of a shadow at this age. He felt he had not disgraced the title of Transmigrator. After resting for a moment, Feng Ye departed from the camp, moving to the rear where he conducted a brief test of the fourth gate state. As he had anticipated, in the state of the fourth gate combined with quadruple speed, he was indeed able to unleash the technique known as Asa no Ke Geki, which granted him a legitimate shadow-level offensive capability. A short while later, Feng Ye returned to the camp, entering his tent to rest. The next day, within the central tent of the camp, 2 small teams dispatched by Orochimaru returned in the morning to report their findings. Among them, Hinata Shizuka's team, which had headed northwest, discovered numerous traces indicating that many ninjas had passed through the forest. Are they planning to flank us from the side? Upon hearing Shizuka's report, Orochimaru pondered for a moment and commanded, "Rest for 15 minutes, then we shall depart." "Yes," Shizuka replied, leading his team away. After issuing the orders, Orochimaru turned to Feng Ye, who had just entered from outside, revealing a faintly eerie smile, and inquired, "How was your rest last night?" "Your training in the camp should have enhanced your strength." Orochimaru's assessment was indeed quite accurate. Feng Ye responded calmly. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice slightly hoarse, and remarked, "I look forward to your performance. Many from the advanced party harbor doubts about your abilities." Feng Ye smiled lightly in return, assuring, "I will not disappoint you." Orochimaru-sensei. 15 minutes later, a small team of 4 ninjas remained behind to guard the camp while the majority followed Orochimaru, heading northwest to track the path of the IWA ninjas. 2 days later, the Konoha advance team, led by Orochimaru, arrived at a terrain of red earth. 3 o'clock ahead. IWA ninjas. Hinata Shizuka sprinted to the front of the group, his Byakugan activated, and upon spotting the traces of IWA ninjas, he immediately shouted to alert everyone. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "It seems they have already noticed us and wish to engage in battle on terrain more favorable to them." When the number of ninjas exceeds a certain threshold, executing an ambush becomes exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, as both sides will have numerous sensory-type ninjas, making it nearly impossible to conceal the presence of all members. Hinata Shizuka asked in a serious tone, "Orochimaru-sama, what should we do?" Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he replied, "Though this terrain somewhat favors them, it is only a slight advantage. How many of them are there?" "Approximately 80, Shizuka observed carefully, reporting back to Orochimaru. A cold glimmer flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he said, "That means the numbers are fairly even. Prepare for battle. It is time to show them what we are capable of." As Orochimaru's words fell, all the ninjas in the rear drew their weapons, readying their kunai and preparing for combat. Meanwhile, on the desolate red terrain, beneath a vast hill, a group of about several dozen ninjas gathered, led by the elite Jainin, Akatsuchi Akatsu-sama. The Konoha ninjas are approaching. In their numbers, about 80, a sensory-type ninja reported to Akatsuchi. The chakra of their leader is cold and aligns with the intel. It should be Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin. Upon hearing this report, Akatsuchi displayed no sign of fear. Instead, a chilling smile spread across his face. "Excellent. Let us ensure Konoha suffers a significant loss this time." With that command, he waved his hand, and around 70 elite IWA ninjas readied themselves for battle. "They're coming, 7 o'clock. A sensory-type ninja, eyes closed, shouted after sensing something. Almost simultaneously with the shout, a figure exuding a cold aura appeared at 7 o'clock. It was Orochimaru. Having circled around to the flank, without any unnecessary movements, upon being detected, Orochimaru revealed himself, suddenly opening his mouth as an overwhelming number of snakes surged forth. 10,000 snakes formation. Be careful. Earth release. Earth wall technique. Seeing this, an IWA ninja immediately shouted, releasing an earth release technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall rose, blocking the countless snakes unleashed by Orochimaru. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, the Konoha ninjas emerged from the front, each wielding weapons, launching shurikens and fire release techniques indiscriminately. The IWA ninjas reacted almost in unison, unleashing various ninjutsu in response, charging forward to engage in fierce combat with the Konoha ninjas. Clang, clang. Feng Ye refrained from employing the 8 gates of Duenjia, merely activating a simplistic double-speed state, blending into the throng as he engaged in a brief skirmish with an elite IWA Chunin. His gaze flickered ever so slightly. The military strength of the IWA was evidently inferior to that of Konoha, especially considering the presence of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. The leader of the IWA appeared to be a mere quasi-Kage, struggling to withstand Orochimaru's assault alongside 2 Jounin. Yet it was clear that this defense would not hold for long. Under such circumstances, rather than retreating, the IWA opted for direct confrontation. The situation was suspicious. Surely an ambush was at play. With a swift motion, Feng Ye brandished his ninja blade, White Fang, effortlessly parrying the Chunin's attacks while his eyes darted around the battlefield. Indeed, almost in the next moment, the earth erupted with a deafening roar, splitting apart at its center and instantaneously fracturing the battlefield. Approximately 30 IWA sprang forth from the chasm, each adorned with the forehead protector of IWA. Unmistakably, the elite ninjas of IWA Village. An ambush. Damn it, what were the sensory-type ninjas doing? Did they not sense anything in advance? Witnessing this scene, the faces of Konoha's ninjas paled dramatically. Hinata Sakana, previously responsible for reconnaissance, suddenly wore a grim expression. Despite his Byakugan's ability to see through obstacles, he had not anticipated that the enemy would utilize Doton to conceal themselves deep underground, evading his detection. Chapter 58. Leave this to me, I was nearly suffocated. Escaping the scrutiny of the Byakugan was no easy feat, burrowing underground like a rat and hiding for so long. The Idain, emerging from below, wore sinister grins. Home2, engaged in fending off Orochimaru's onslaught, revealed a chilling smile, stating, Orochimaru of Konoha, your prowess is indeed formidable. However, regrettably, your numbers are insufficient, and today, you may very well meet your end here. For this assault, IWA had meticulously devised their strategy. They deliberately leaked information about the advance party to Konoha, launching a frontal attack on the land of grass, allowing Konoha to gauge the overall combat strength of the advance party and dispatch corresponding forces. Subsequently, IWA Village stealthily dispatched roughly 30 elite ninjas, under the guise of accepting missions to various directions, regrouping at the borders of the Land of Fire after completing their tasks, because they were dispatched in batches and used missions as cover. Even if Konoha scouts detected them, they would not take the actions of 1 or 2 ninja squads seriously enough to relay information. Thus, when these squads ultimately converged, they formed a formidable elite unit, with over half being Jounin, including 4 elite Jounin from IWA Village. The objective of this mission was to inflict significant casualties on Konoha's advance party, thereby securing an early advantage in the war. A peculiar glint flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. With around 30 elite Idain, nearly half of whom were Jounin, such a formidable force could not operate without making a sound. Yet, Konoha had received no intelligence regarding this elite unit. This indicated that IWA had indeed exerted considerable effort to create such a scenario. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, 3 elite Jounin surrounded Orochimaru. Alongside Home2 and the previously engaged IWA, a total of 5 elite Jounin encircled him. While this formation posed no immediate threat, it was sufficient to restrain his movements. Ah, I see, Orochimaru mused, a chilling glint in his eyes, his tone laced with an eerie quality. It remains uncertain who will perish here. In truth, he had anticipated the possibility of an ambush from IWA, as the entire situation had been overwhelmingly favorable to Konoha. Under normal circumstances, he would not have launched such a reckless assault. Yet he chose to attack anyway. The reason was simple: the presence of Might Dai in their ranks, a ninja unknown to Iwa's intelligence, whose combat prowess was adequate to handle any unforeseen circumstances. This was also why Orochimaru dared to initiate an assault despite suspecting an ambush. Regrettably, "It will be you who meet your demise," Honta declared coldly, then suddenly charged at Orochimaru, with the others joining in to collectively besiege him. Meanwhile, the situation for Konoha's ninjas plunged into dire straits. Nearly 30 elite Idavunin, of whom more than half were Jounin, had suddenly entered the fray, sufficient to completely reverse the balance of power in battle. "Lord Orochimaru!" Someone shouted towards him, attempting to alert him. Given the precarious circumstances, continuing the fight would only lead to their inevitable defeat. Retreat was now imperative to avoid further confrontation with the enemy. However, Orochimaru showed no inclination to withdraw. He continued to engage the elite Idavunin, consistently launching attacks without issuing a retreat order, appearing intent on fighting to the bitter end. Hinata Sukuna struggled against the assaults of 2 Iwa Jounin. Finding himself in a challenging predicament, he glanced towards Orochimaru, his mind swirling with uncertainty. "Lord Orochimaru, this situation clearly should not continue." Given Orochimaru's keen judgment, it was inconceivable for him not to recognize this reality. Yet, he remained resolute in not retreating, a choice that left all of Konoha's ninjas perplexed. Just then, Might Dai, amidst the chaos, suddenly let out a furious roar, his body engulfed in a vibrant green chakra that surged with newfound intensity. Eighth Gate of Duinjia opened. Upon opening the sixth gate, Might Dai's speed and strength surged, delivering a kick that shattered the short sword of an elite Chunin, sending the unfortunate ninja flying, blood spewing forth. This display left Senju Ibiki and others in astonishment, taken aback by the immense power of a seemingly perennial genin. It was only at this moment that they began to comprehend why the Hokage had designated Might Dai to the advance party. Such strength indeed warranted a place among them, possessing the prowess of a Jounin. However, their astonishment was brief, as they still faced overwhelming pressure. Despite Might Dai's unexpected strength, it remained insufficient to turn the tide of battle. Orochimaru continued to refrain from issuing a retreat order. Senju Ibiki and the others gritted their teeth, persisting in the fight. Even at the sixth gate, they could only achieve this level of effectiveness. The Idavunin were undeniably formidable. That it seemed that opening the seventh gate would be necessary, perhaps even the eighth. The emergence of the sixth gate allowed Might Dai to exhibit the capability to annihilate Chunin and suppress Jounin. Yet this was still inadequate to alter the battlefield's dynamics, given the current state of affairs. Even if he opened the seventh gate and eliminated a few Jounin, it would still be challenging to shift the situation. He would likely need to open the eighth gate. The eighth gate, indeed. Might Dai inhaled deeply, unperturbed by the specter of death. To protect what must be safeguarded, to burn his youth for Konoha, was a duty he embraced. However, just as he prepared to open the seventh gate, intending to follow with the eighth, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Do not open any more gates, Dai-senpai." Feng Ye approached from behind, gripping the white fang. Beside him lay a rigid Idavunin, which he swiftly cleaved in two, the corpse collapsing to the ground amidst a spray of blood. The ability to reverse time could not be applied to others. Should Might Dai open the eighth gate here, the outcome would undoubtedly be death. If that were to be the case, then it would be best for him to take the lead. Feng Ye? Might Dai turned, astonished. Feng Ye advanced steadily, his demeanor calm, as he formed a single-handed seal with his left hand, gliding it along the blade of white fang, unleashing a cacophony of bird calls that intertwined across the battlefield. Chidori blade. He continued forward, and with each step, silver light enveloped his form. This was the manifestation of lightning chakra, surging forth after breaking through the third gate of Duinjia, flowing and radiating outward. The hue was not as deep as the lightning chakra mode of the fourth raikage, nor was it the typical green of the eight gates, but rather a lighter, silvery shade. Thunder of life. This was Feng Ye's nomenclature for this state. The lightning chakra inflicted far more severe damage to the body, with greater side effects, rendering it a near-suicidal endeavor. Yet for someone endowed with the ability to reverse time, the repercussions were negligible. Moreover, in this mode, The Chidori blade could be maintained for an extended period. This technique was developed solely for his use after acquiring the ability to reverse time, offering a slight increase in speed compared to the standard opening of the gates. Most significantly, the silvery light contrasted starkly against the emerald green, making it visually distinct and significantly more challenging to perceive and comprehend. There's no need to use that here, senpai. Here, leave it to me. Bathed in a silvery radiance, Feng Ye softly addressed Might Dai, his white blade flicking from in front of him to the right, weaving arcs of lightning in the air. Chapter 59. The Power of Feng Ye. The unusual screeches of the Sunbon brought the attention of nearby ninjas. Many rock ninjas and leaf ninjas turned their gaze towards Feng Ye, illuminated by the silver glow and the lightning-wreathed ninja's sword, White Fang, in his hand. The ninjas present were all elite, and with a mere glance, they could surmise that the technique Feng Ye unleashed, which clung to the ninja sword White Fang, was an A-rank ninjutsu that combined both nature transformation and form transformation. An A-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Although his actions and experience were somewhat lacking, mastering A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age undeniably spoke volumes of his talent. In the mind of Mori no Kabo. Such thoughts flickered, yet the oppression in his heart remained unabated. Feng Ye's strength was likely approaching that of a Jainin, as was Might Dai's. He had indeed underestimated these two earlier. However, the problem was that even with the combat power of Feng Ye and Might Dai added, the rock ninjas still outnumbered them with over 10 Jainin. With so many Jainin, only a figure of the caliber of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could possibly hold off such a force single-handedly. The imbalance of power remained insurmountable. You say to leave it to you? A nearby Jainin from the rock village fixed his gaze on Feng Ye, a short sword held horizontally before him, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Just a child, an A-rank ninjutsu. Is it? As a Jainin himself, he was equally adept in techniques of such caliber. Hearing Feng Ye's tone, it seemed as if he believed he could single-handedly manage the situation in this area. Such arrogance was unwarranted for a mere child. Feng Ye, Might Dai expressed surprise. His astonishment stemmed from both Feng Ye's insistence on not opening the 8 gates and the silver glow enveloping Feng Ye. Reminiscent of the 8 gates, but fundamentally different in form, as if it were a new type of martial art built upon the foundation of the 8 gates. Indeed, Feng Ye was a prodigy, capable of developing such techniques. Yet could he truly alter the current situation with such abilities when the enemy had more than 10 Jainin? However, that thought was swiftly overshadowed by shock. In an instant, bathed in the silver glow, Feng Ye, gripping the ninja sword White Fang, suddenly vanished, moving at a speed beyond the naked eye's perception, traversing the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! All nearby ninjas could see was a fleeting silver light, tracing an arc in the air before appearing behind 8 Jainin from the rock village. The Jainin's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth to utter something, but only blood erupted forth. Stumbling forward a couple of steps, he collapsed to the ground. Unable to sustain himself, the deep gash was visible on his back, severing ribs and spine, ripping through his heart and lungs from behind. A wave of horror washed over the battlefield. The Jainin who had previously mocked Feng Ye now wore a rigid expression, his pupils constricting violently, his gaze fixed on Feng Ye with a mix of dread and incredulity. What manner of speed was that? As he was engulfed in shock, Feng Ye turned his gaze toward him. That look sent shivers down his spine, as if he were being targeted by some terrifying entity, making him, who had survived countless life-and-death battles, acutely aware of the looming threat of death, danger. That child was exceedingly perilous. From where would he strike? Would he maneuver to the left, or the right, or perhaps behind? His vigilance peaked to its utmost, his mind taut with tension, not daring to relax in the slightest, even his breath nearly stilled. And in the next moment, lightning flashed. Feng Ye uttered a single word. In an instant, he vanished, the silver light flickering as it streaked across the battlefield, appearing before the Jainin. The ninja, sword White Fang poised to cleave downward. The front, the Jainin, already on high alert, never anticipated Feng Ye would choose a direct assault rather than using his speed to flank. He poured all his strength into raising his short sword to meet the descent of Feng Ye's White Fang. Clang! The short sword, infused with chakra, disintegrated upon contact with White Fang, as if it were but rotten wood, severed effortlessly. The intertwining arcs of lightning descended in an instant, bisecting the Jainin, leaving a chasm in the earth that extended nearly 10 meters behind him. A single strike was all it took. The Jainin didn't even have time to invoke a substitution technique. Nearby ninjas, whether from the leaf or the rock, were left aghast, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the scene. Except for a Jainin of the Uchiha clan with a 3-tomo Sharingan and Hinata Shana, who had activated her Byakugan, the others could scarcely discern Feng Ye's trajectory. Was it a lightning release secret technique from the Cloud Village? So swift, Hinata Shana and the Uchiha Jainin inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting shock, even their ocular techniques barely managing to capture Feng Ye's movements. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure vanished once more. All that could be seen was a streak of silver traversing the battlefield. Whereupon the elite Nin of the Rock Village fell, unable to withstand even a single blow in the brief span of moments. 3 Jainin and over 10 Nin from the Rock Village had perished. The battlefield was thrown into utter chaos. Quick, restrict that child's movements. Damn it. My ninjutsu can't keep up. The rock ninjas, who had originally relied on their overwhelming combat power to suppress the leaf, found themselves in disarray. Even those not directly attacked by Feng Ye were now anxiously diverting some of their focus toward him. Yet, it mattered little. Even in a state of heightened concentration, Nin struggled to withstand a single strike from Feng Ye. The disparity in speed and reaction time had escalated to an overwhelming degree. Nin might evade with substitution, replacement, and body flicker techniques, but for Nin, unless they had already hidden away, there was simply no time to release any jutsu. Whoosh! Another flash from Feng Ye claimed yet another Nin's life. Earth-style, earth-binding technique. A voice filled with fury echoed from the side. As the words fell, the ground beneath Feng Ye surged upward, ensnaring his ankles as he dispatched the Nin, restraining his movements. Ninjutsu, secret technique. Kikai, earth deity technique. After binding Feng Ye with the earth style, Ditsu clasped his hands together before him and shouted angrily. Chakra surging within him as the earth began to quake violently. He was an elite Jainin from the Rock Village, with extensive experience in confronting speed-type ninjas. Boom! The ground erupted with countless fragments, rising to envelop Feng Ye in the center, trapping him within the confines of the barrier. The barrier's power acted upon Feng Ye, instantly suppressing his chakra, causing the silver glow surrounding him to fade, and the lightning arcs on White Fang to diminish and dissipate. This barrier could seal chakra flow. Within it, one could not utilize chakra normally. Did you think you could dance about with your speed? This is where it ends, child. Ditsu slowly lowered his hands from the seal, addressing Feng Ye within the barrier with a cold sneer. Witnessing this scene, the nearby rock ninjas collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness for Ditsu. They hadn't anticipated that the leaf would possess speed-type ninjas capable of rivaling those of the cloud. If allowed to rampage unchecked, it would have been troublesome. Chapter 60. Silver Flash. Was it still insufficient? Observing Feng Ye ensnared within the rock ninja's barrier, the nearby leaf ninjas, still reeling from the earlier shock, felt their hearts sink. They had initially believed that with the power Feng Ye demonstrated, he could completely reverse the tide of battle. But now it seemed that such a feat was indeed too challenging, for the enemy comprised elite ninjas with formidable strength. However, trapped within the barrier, the silver radiance receding, Feng Ye exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly. Taking advantage of the moment I was engaged in killing, he utilized binding ninjutsu, followed by a barrier technique to restrict both movements and chakra. Indeed, he possessed considerable experience in countering speed-type ninjas and had prepared in advance. He could sense that the first 3 gates of the 8 gates were still open, yet the flow of chakra within him had slowed by several times, rendering the opening of the 3rd gate nearly equivalent to not opening it at all. Moreover, due to the sluggish chakra flow, the 4th gate could not be breached. This was indeed an elite force of the Rock Village. They were not so easily toppled by mere 3rd gate prowess. Yet, this level was still far from enough. In the next instant, under the astonished and incredulous gaze of the frozen earth, the silver radiance enveloping Feng Ye flared once more. And the white-toothed kunai in his hand was once again entwined with arcs of lightning, emanating the shrill cries of 1,000 birds. This is impossible. The frozen earth revealed an expression of near disbelief. His barrier was designed to significantly restrain the flow of chakra. Even a cloud ninja, utilizing lightning-style chakra mode, should be unable to unleash ninjutsu under such restrictions. Yet, Feng Ye remained composed. This is a reversal of time. The confinement still persisted, preventing him from dissolving the barrier entirely, but his physical state reverted to that prior to being bound, the sluggish chakra erupting into a tempest, and 1,000 birds manifested anew. Before the barrier could once again take effect, the rampaging chakra within Feng Ye surged downward, shattering the fourth gate of the 8 gates. It seemed that he would have to exert himself fully. The lightning of the injury gate, crackle. The fourth gate of the 8 gates was breached by the lightning chakra. His hair began to scatter wildly, revealing interwoven arcs of lightning among the silver strands. Erupting into the fourth gate state, Feng Ye shattered the rocks that had encroached upon him, and with the kunai, imbued with lightning, he struck forward with a sudden slash. The velocity of this strike was astonishingly swift, so rapid that even the eye techniques of Ri and Uchiha Suki barely registered its trajectory. The blades sliced through the air, igniting a flicker of flame. The flames intertwined with the lightning, transforming into a slash reminiscent of the sun, cleaving the entire Earth-style barrier cleanly in half. Boom! The flaming strike, hurtling through the air, crashed into the ground several dozen meters away, causing the Earth to erupt and a chasm to extend for tens of meters. The blade's ability to generate flames through the friction with air transcended mere lightning flashes, surpassing even the moon's flashes. This technique could be aptly named Radiant Flash, Feng Ye whispered to himself, his body vanishing in an instant. The frozen Earth's complexion shifted dramatically. This is bad. He could not comprehend how Feng Ye had unleashed such formidable power within his barrier, obliterating it. But now, there was no doubt that Feng Ye was charging directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, almost as Feng Ye vanished, he formed a hand seal and silently disappeared from his location. Earth instantaneous technique. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure materialized at the spot he had just vacated, his blades striking the ground and tearing a fissure into the earth. Flames dancing within it. How many times can you escape? After missing his strike, Feng Ye's demeanor remained unchanged, his figure disappearing once again, transforming into a silver blur traversing the battlefield. Nearby, some rock ninjas attempted to unleash ninjutsu to halt Feng Ye, but their efforts were futile against his speed. Under the onslaught of silver light, all their attempts fell short. Not far away, the frozen earth reappeared, only to be met by Feng Ye's fiery onslaught. Whoosh! The frozen earth was cleaved in two. Yet no blood spilled. Instead, he transformed into 2 stones. The frozen earth's form reemerged several meters away, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he hastily formed hand seals and attempted to evade once more. But this time, it was too late. A fiery edge sliced through his body. The frozen earth's figure froze in place, his hands barely completing the hand seal before they stilled, bathed in silver light. Feng Ye appeared behind the frozen earth, his kunai poised in a slashing stance. The T will have evaded his attacks twice in the 4th gate's accelerated state. This frozen earth was undoubtedly the strongest elite ninja Feng Ye had encountered on this battlefield, having reached the threshold of a quasi-shadow. Quite impressive. The frozen earth struggled to turn his head to gaze at Feng. He could not discern Feng Ye's voice, only a cacophony that seemed to play at an accelerated speed. However, that was inconsequential. The crucial matter was that he could not fathom how Feng Ye had broken free from his barrier's constraints, as no ordinary ninja's chakra could achieve such a feat unless Feng Ye was a Jinchuriki. Regrettably, he would never know the answer. After struggling to utter a single word, a clear line of blood appeared, running from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood then erupted forth, his body severing into 2 halves. Collapsing to the ground, consciousness fading into darkness. From a moment Feng Ye escaped the barrier to the instant he slaughtered the elite rock ninja Frozen Earth, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Leaving the nearby rock and leaf ninjas momentarily stunned, it was only when they beheld the Frozen Earth's bisected form, blood pooling on the ground, that the surrounding rock ninjas displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Lord Frozen Earth! How could this be? The Frozen Earth held a position in the rock ninja village second only to the Tsuchikage, serving as a trusted captain of the 30-man ambush squad. Both his strength and cunning were reliable assets. Yet such a ninja had perished, killed by a leaf ninja with scarcely any resistance. The leaf ninjas were equally astonished. Marino, Abiki, and others found their minds nearly blank. Unable to fathom that Feng Ye's prowess had reached such heights, effortlessly slaughtering mid-ranking ninjas and even a renowned ninja of considerable repute like Frozen Earth. Previously, they had lost over a dozen mid-ranking and 3 elite ninjas. Yet the rock ninjas had not crumbled. However, Frozen Earth's demise clearly impacted the battlefield, plunging all rock ninjas into chaos. Even those besieging Orochimaru, such as Hong Tu, were affected, one of them falling prey to Orochimaru's counterattack. Losing an arm to a single strike, it seems you have descended into disarray. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his chin, revealing a sinister smile. Though internally, he too was tumultuous, the strength Feng Ye displayed exceeded his expectations. That speed was even challenging for him to track, rendering any attempt to confront him exceedingly troublesome. That state was not merely a peculiar manifestation of the 8 gates. It was as if the frequency had been elevated. A strange glimmer flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. The bizarre details he had observed led him to deduce that Feng Ye's abilities encompassed far more than simple lightning release and the 8 gates. There must exist some other more enigmatic power. Regardless, the astonishing strength Feng Ye revealed and the impact he had already reversed the tide of battle, be why his sheer will. That silver flash resembled the legendary Konoha White Fang of yore. Chapter 61. The Collapse of the Rock Ninjas, even Lord Frozen Earth. Such a being cannot possibly prevail. The Rock Ninjas gazed at Feng Ye, their eyes betraying traces of fear. An elite ninja, sensing the dire situation, gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not panic. That state cannot last long. We still hold the advantage. Continue the assault." Indeed, that brat's chakra cannot sustain itself for long. One of the rock ninjas noticed that the silver radiance surrounding Feng Ye had dimmed slightly, bringing a measure of calm to his heart. After gritting his teeth, he resumed the assault against the leaf ninjas. Meanwhile, the leaf ninjas, emboldened by Feng Ye's rapid succession of kills, 4 elite ninjas and over a dozen mid-ranking ninjas, found the situation had shifted. No longer as dire as at the outset, they met the advancing rock ninjas head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield erupted with explosions, relying on my supposed weakness and endurance. Alas, I am no longer the same as before. Feng Ye's gaze swept across the battlefield, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. Then in a flash, he lunged toward the nearest rock ninja. In terms of total chakra capacity, he indeed possessed little. Under normal circumstances, he was merely on par with elite ninjas, and even in the 4th gate state, he approached shadow level but still fell short of true shadows like Orochimaru, who had a vast reservoir of chakra. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that possessing the ability to reverse time allowed him to continually revert his physical state, extracting chakra inexhaustibly from his cells. It can only be said that while his total chakra capacity may fall short of that of a shadow, high-demand ninjutsu, like the Spiral Shuriken or Tailed Beast Bomb, were beyond his reach. Yet, techniques such as Thousand Birds could be unleashed almost infinitely. Only those resurrected through the reanimation jutsu could contend with him in terms of endurance and consumption. Even Jinchuriki would need to step aside. Whoosh, whoosh. The silver flash darted across the battlefield. Beneath Feng Ye's kunai, few could withstand even 2 or 3 strikes. Even powerful elite ninjas could only rely on instant body techniques and substitution techniques to evade. Utterly incapable of mounting any effective counterattack against Feng Ye. 16.17.18. The number of ninjas falling to Feng Ye's blade continued to rise. Like a machine of slaughter, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, such as Marino, Abiki, and others, were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of shock. It wasn't until nearly 10 jonin fell at the hands of Feng Ye, and Orochimaru had slain 2 assailants, that the rock ninjas finally succumbed to despair. Retreat. Abandon the mission. Hong Tu barely evaded Orochimaru's attack, gritting his teeth as he spoke. His eyes brimmed with a sense of unwillingness at this juncture in the battle. The tide had completely turned in favor of the Leaf Ninjas. Even if Feng Ye were to exhaust his chakra and lose his ability to fight, it would be of little consequence. The combat strength of both sides had reversed, and the forces that could restrain Orochimaru had already crumbled. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! After issuing the retreat order, Hongtu executed a Doton, Shunshin no Jutsu, and burrowed underground, his heart heavy with resentment. To ambush the Leaf Ninjas. The Rock Ninjas had expended tremendous effort, laying a trap for the Leaf, even anticipating that the leader of the advance team might be Orochimaru or Danzo, deploying 5 Jonin to restrain them. Yet, despite their meticulous planning, they had not foreseen the appearance of Feng Ye. Upon arriving in the Land of Grass and witnessing the deaths of Jonin Huoguang and his elite team, he had been wary of Feng Ye, but merely regarded him as a genius ninja to be eliminated beforehand, not as a renowned ninja like Orochimaru, who required careful preparation. Moreover, even Orochimaru would not easily dispatch a Jonin in such a short time. They had confidence that, even if another Orochimaru were to join the fray, they could still maintain control of the situation, at least preventing such a devastating defeat to counter a ninja adept in speed. One must employ those skilled in wide-area ninjutsu, alongside sensory and barrier-type ninjas for a coordinated response in their lineup. The Rock Ninjas could have mustered such elite forces to confront Feng Ye, but without prior preparation. When Feng Ye revealed his terrifying speed, it was already a chaotic melee, leaving no time for a counter. They had hoped that the Doton technique would restrain Feng Ye, yet that too had failed. Was that brat a Jinchuriki of the Leaf? But the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails should be a woman from the Uzumaki clan, and surely that fellow swordsmanship is indeed a legacy of White Fang. Hongtu gritted his teeth and continued his escape. However, before he could distance himself significantly, a surge of danger arose, prompting him to instinctively shift his body to the right. Swish! A searing flame cleaved the earth in twain. Despite his utmost effort to evade to the right, he could not completely avoid the strike, and his left arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound charred. Ignoring his severed arm, Hongtu leaped from the gaping earth and hastily continued his escape. Activating Shunshin no Jutsu once more, bathed in silver light, Feng Ye pursued from behind. The Rock Ninjas were unfamiliar to him, mere shadows from his memory, but from the command structure observed, the elite Jonin he had slain earlier, along with the one who first issued the retreat order, seemed to hold the highest rank within this Rock Ninja team. Thus, Feng Ye set his sights on Hongtu immediately. Upon seeing Feng Ye chasing after Hongtu, Orochimaru cast a deep glance before shifting his attention to pursue another nearby Rock Jonin. With Hongtu's flight, the Rock Ninjas were utterly routed, scattering in all directions as the Leaf Ninjas commenced their relentless pursuit. The chase unfolded from morning till afternoon, only concluding when the Leaf Ninjas returned, regrouping at the original battlefield to clear the area. Bang! Feng Ye hurled Hongtu's severed head into a blood-stained pit, noting Orochimaru approaching from a distance. He shrugged and remarked, "He almost got away." It appears you managed to catch up after all," Orochimaru replied, flashing a wicked smile that bore a hint of admiration, as though gazing upon a rare treasure. Feng Ye nodded slightly, saying, "The chakra fluctuations while burrowing underground were too faint. My sensory ability was somewhat lacking, nearly undetectable. Had I not severed an arm beforehand, he likely would have escaped." Hearing Feng Ye's words, Orochimaru's enigmatic smile widened as he rasped, "With your speed, if you also possessed formidable sensory abilities, once you set your sights on someone, it would be akin to having one foot in the realm of the dead." He had initially thought that this predicament would require Might Guy's intervention, but he did not expect Feng Ye to have mastered the 8 gates and chakra transformation to such an extent. He had anticipated that Feng Ye would need several more years to reach his current level. The growth rate of Feng Ye had exceeded all expectations, reaching an almost abnormal degree. Even during the Second Shinobi World War, when he faced the legendary demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, a battle that earned him the title of Sannin, he seemed to pale in comparison to the current Feng Ye that time. He was already 23, while Feng Ye was merely 10. "At your current level, even I cannot be certain of handling you," Orochimaru observed. his gaze shimmering with intensity. Having never before been surpassed by a disciple, he now sensed that it might not be far off. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Feng Ye offered a modest smile, replying, "That assessment is somewhat exaggerated. I merely relied on your teachings, Master Orochimaru, to develop some ninjutsu, which carries significant side effects that I am still far from your level." That Orochimaru's implication of uncertainty was not about defeating him, but rather about capturing him. After all, winning and killing were two distinct concepts. With Feng Ye's speed and a singular desire to escape, Orochimaru indeed had no effective means at his disposal unless he set up a barrier in advance. Feng Ye's response was humble, yet engaging in a battle with Orochimaru now posed a considerable challenge. Orochimaru's chakra reserves, sensory capabilities, and overall attributes bore no weaknesses. His survival abilities were unparalleled. It was unrealistic to expect a swift kill. The conflict would inevitably devolve into a war of attrition. Ultimately, it would either be a matter of exhausting Orochimaru's chakra, or Orochimaru employing barriers or sealing techniques to restrain him, making it improbable for the battle to conclude in less than several days or nights. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he had truly reached the level of an elite shadow even more formidable than Orochimaru, relying on his speed and the game-breaking ability of time reversal. He felt a certain confidence even against an entity like Orochimaru, while ordinary Jonin and elite Jonin would struggle to endure more than a few exchanges in his presence. After listening to Feng Ye's words, Orochimaru scrutinized him for several seconds before tilting his head and inquiring, "That ability to enhance movement frequency isn't merely a ninjutsu, is it?" Feng Ye did not display any surprise. Given Orochimaru's caliber, it was not difficult for him to discern Feng Ye's abnormal state of time acceleration after observing his combat on the battlefield. The 8 gates could only enhance speed, but would not manifest as A-frame drop frequency disorder. Such a phenomenon could not be explained solely by speed. Indeed, you have noticed, Feng Ye admitted candidly that IT is not merely a ninjutsu. It is a bloodline limit that enhances my overall speed, allowing me to enter a higher frequency state. For him, acknowledging the possession of a bloodline limit was no longer a significant matter. Every elite shadow possessed unique secret techniques to varying degrees. Orochimaru displayed slight astonishment, interest gleaming in his eyes as he asked, "The first-generation bloodline user, apart from the Byakugan and Sharingan, which have been passed down for ages, techniques like wind release and lava release typically did not circulate within families, but rather manifested uniquely in certain individuals. Such ninjas were known as first-generation bloodline users. The bloodline limits of first-generation users were not guaranteed to be inherited by the next generation, with inheritance probabilities being exceedingly low. Currently, the most stable hereditary bloodline in the ninja world was the Byakugan. Each member of the Hyuga clan was certain to possess it. Conversely, not every Uchiha ninja could awaken the Sharingan, while other clans, such as the Mizukage clan's Ice Release or the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaka, had even lower awakening rates. Yes, Maple Knight nodded. Orochimaru, deep in thought, remarked, "The bloodline limit resulting from the fusion of foundational attributes lacks the capacity to enhance frequency. Thus, it can be inferred that the bloodline elimination you possess should not fall into this category. Considering your circumstances and the spiritual secret arts of Yin Release, there appears to be no connection. It likely pertains to a variant of Yang Release." "No, that is not correct." Orochimaru's eyes suddenly flickered with realization, stating, "The nature alteration of Yang Release, which enhances both physical speed and reaction time, is based on constitution. Your ability does not alter constitution, but rather elevates frequency, yet it does not conform to the standards of Yin Release." Upon reaching this conclusion, Orochimaru inhaled sharply, a glimmer of unsettling excitement dancing in his gaze as he turned to Maple Knight, exclaiming, "A bloodline limit that alters the flow of time?" Across the entire ninja world, among all techniques, the mastery of space-time ninjutsu is undoubtedly the most challenging. The vast majority of techniques classified as space-time ninjutsu only pertain to spatial aspects, failing to engage with the temporal dimension. Orochimaru had previously scoured extensive materials on this subject. The only vague historical record of techniques involving time dates back several centuries to the Uchiha clan's Meijiki Sharingan. The specific abilities have since become obscured, The individual at that time sought to unify the ninja world through this formidable power, but ultimately failed. Thwarted by an entity of the Senju clan. This occurred in the early Warring States period, well before the widely known Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Consequently, the information has become muddled, leaving uncertainty as to whether it is genuine history or a fabrication by later generations. If this were a few months prior, the intensity of Orochimaru's gaze would have likely unsettled Maple Knight, but now he could confront it with remarkable composure. Truly, Orochimaru is exceptional, merely through observation and deduction. He has nearly ascertained that his abilities do not belong to the elemental transformations of wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth, nor do they pertain to the transformations of yin or yang release. Thus, the only remaining explanation must lie within the realm of time. Impressed by Orochimaru's insight, Maple Knight stated candidly, "I have conducted some tests and confirmed that this ability does not belong to the elemental releases, nor to yin or yang release. Nor does it relate to spatial techniques. It should indeed be classified as a ninth category of ninjutsu. Given his current strength, revealing his time-based abilities would not pose a significant risk. Moreover, spatial ninjutsu is already exceedingly challenging to counter. Time ninjutsu transcends spatial manipulation, and unless one possesses similar time-based abilities to interfere or negate, the concept of countering does not exist. It reigns supreme over all ninjutsu, an absolute power devoid of resolution. This is the power of manipulating time. It is truly astonishing." Despite having nearly confirmed this, Orochimaru gasped in awe upon hearing Maple Knight's words, gazing at him as if he were a rare treasure. His greatest desire is to attain eternal life, and the greatest adversary of life is time itself. Even beings like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not transcend time, and now, based on Maple Knight's bloodline limit, he may have the opportunity to grasp the power of the temporal dimension, a chance to conquer time and acquire the strength of immortality. In that moment, Maple Knight had become something beyond all of Orochimaru's experimental subjects and data. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to issue a command to eliminate Maple Knight, Orochimaru would defy it without hesitation, even to the extent of aiding Maple Knight in fleeing from Konoha. Chapter 63. White Fang and Kusanagi Sword, do not look at me like that. It is rather unsettling, Orochimaru-sensei. Maple Knight, feeling the weight of Orochimaru's gaze, shrugged helplessly and remarked, "You aren't considering me as an experimental subject, are you?" Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly, a chuckle escaping him as he replied, "How could that be? You are my most esteemed disciple. However, I am indeed very much intrigued by your bloodline limit. Regrettably, I currently lack the time for an in-depth study." After pondering for a moment, Maple Knight replied, "Once the war concludes, I will collaborate with you on some research. Such matters could simply be postponed by the war. By the time the conflict genuinely ends, his strength would likely have surpassed that of the Kage level, rendering any response to situations inconsequential. Should no issues arise, he would not mind assisting Orochimaru with research on life extension, especially since Orochimaru has treated him well. The activation of cells and the transformation of lightning chakra properties were both lessons learned from Orochimaru. Speaking of which, thus far, both of his temporal abilities could only be applied to himself, which has been a subject of exploration for Maple Knight. The ability to reverse time, due to its self-restriction, exhibits a peculiar nature. In simple terms, if he were to cut his hand and let the blood drip onto a wall, using time reversal on the wound would cause the blood on the wall to vanish in a thin air. This ability disregards spatial distance. Maple Knight has conducted tests, and even if he were to pluck a hair and place it far away, invoking time reversal would cause it to inexplicably return to his head. Possessing such an ability means that as long as he is unwilling, no one can take anything from him. The only regret is that while time reversal can reclaim a drop of blood lost thousands of miles away, it cannot cause his physical form to vanish and reappear at the location of the blood. In other words, it cannot facilitate spatial movement. The position of the body carrying the soul determines where it will revert to its previous state after invoking time reversal, which aligns closely with the principles of impure world reincarnation, as for the more astute idea of splitting the soul or physical form to test the effects of time reversal. Maple Knight had no intention of attempting such experiments. To achieve spatial movement, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would suffice. Even if Flying Thunder God proved difficult, lacking talent to master it, there are multiple Sharingan and Rinnegan capable of spatial abilities. These could be acquired through sheer strength. I am honored. Upon hearing Maple Knight's response, Orochimaru revealed a smile. The abilities that Maple Knight currently possesses are quite formidable, even for him, and he is reluctant to employ any coercive methods unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Maple Knight is his disciple. Otherwise, accessing the power of time would be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. However, the duration of the war remains uncertain, and before it concludes, he indeed finds it difficult to delve into research. At that moment, a ninja approached, reporting to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the battlefield has been cleared. Our side has killed 77 IWA Nin, including a total of 13 Jonin that I understand. Orochimaru nodded slowly, stating, the vanguard of IWA Nin has suffered heavy losses, and their plans have been disrupted. They will either retreat for the time being or press forward with overwhelming force. You should first report the situation of this battlefield to the village. Understood. The ninja acknowledged as he departed. His gaze lingered on Maple Knight, revealing a hint of discomfort, yet within the depths of his eyes, there was a glimmer of respect. Despite Maple Knight being significantly younger, his achievements in this battle were enough to warrant the term brilliant. Nearly half of the IWA casualties fell at Maple Knight's hands, making him a hero of this conflict. This respect was earned through strength. Maple Knight noticed the ninja's gaze but paid it little mind. Once the ninja had left, he turned back to Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru-sensei, do you happen to have an extra Kusanagi sword? I feel somewhat ashamed to admit that my White Fang has suffered damage. The IT is not entirely broken yet, but a third of it is compromised, under quadruple speed combined with the Chidori technique. This particular ninja blade is indeed being pushed beyond its limits. The properties of ninja blades vary significantly. White Fang is not crafted from sturdy materials, but rather from a special substance that is more conducive to the flow of chakra. And in terms of hardness, it is somewhat inferior to regular steel. This explains why, under normal circumstances, Kakashi was able to snap this blade, as it lacks resilience. When it comes to attack power, my full-strength strike at this moment likely pales in comparison to a blow delivered by Hokage Sakumo wielding White Fang. Yet the divergence in our methods of attack is substantial. Hokage Sakumo employs a second-stage Hokage sword technique, utilizing pure chakra transformation, reaching a level of stabilization that not only avoids placing undue strain on the blade, but actually reinforces White Fang, making it more durable and resistant to damage. In contrast, my technique relies on the first stage of the Hokage sword technique, augmented by the lightning release Chidori, forcefully creating an effect akin to the second stage. I did not notice any issues during the battle, but after defeating the enemy, I observed a fine crack had formed along the edge of White Fang. If I engage in another battle of this nature, it may shatter completely, unless, of course, I can master the second stage of the Hokage sword technique and attain a higher understanding of chakra flow before that occurs, a feat not easily achieved. Moreover, under the state of the 8 gates released, it is exceedingly difficult to execute the second stage of the Hokage sword technique. AS for resilience. Perhaps only the divine sword Kusanagi could withstand my overwhelming strength. Although Kusanagi is not a short blade and does not physically align with the Hokage sword technique, it appears to possess the ability to transform, allowing it to elongate or shorten at will. Even if it cannot be shortened, I could modify the Hokage sword technique, for I am not lacking in time for training at present. Upon hearing my thoughts, Orochimaru contemplated briefly and remarked, I do not have an extra Kusanagi sword at hand, but I know of a place where one can be found. That I remained silent, awaiting further elaboration from Orochimaru, only to witness him produce a scroll. That he handed the scroll to me and stated, inside, there are approximate coordinates. The ninjas in that village are of average strength, and given your level, you should be able to handle them with ease. This was intelligence he had previously acquired. He intended to retrieve it, but was compelled to set it aside when the war suddenly erupted, forcing him to the front lines. I accepted the scroll, internally questioning how Orochimaru managed to distinguish between the multitude of scrolls he possessed. Did he perhaps categorize them meticulously? However, I refrained from voicing my thoughts and simply nodded in gratitude, saying, Thank you, sensei. Hee. No need for thanks, he replied. Chapter 64. Post-war report. Within the confines of Konoha village, at the pinnacle of the Hokage Tower, a meeting was convened, the atmosphere notably oppressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the central seat. Flanked by Danzo, Tsunagakure remains unconvinced by our explanations, asserting that the disappearance of the third Kazekage is directly linked to Konoha. Now, under the leadership of the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, a substantial force is advancing towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Necessitating a response, Sarutobi's gaze flickered as he spoke in a grave tone. The third Kazekage has gone missing. This incident transpired approximately a month ago. Tsunagakure has been attempting to conceal the news while searching for the third Kazekage, without success. Ultimately, they concluded that Konoha had clandestinely captured him, leading them to declare war on us. Tsunagakure's declaration has exacerbated the situation significantly. Initially, Iwagakure's incursion into the Land of Grass consisted merely of a vanguard unit, limited to harassment and probing attacks, without immediately escalating to a full-scale confrontation. Conversely, Tsunagakure has launched an all-out offensive from the outset. The fourth Kazekage has mobilized, and I believe, Hokage-sama, that you should lead the charge to the front lines. A distinguished Nin interjected gravely. Sarutobi's expression grew somber. He too wished to head to the front lines. But with the news of Tsunagakure's full-scale assault, it is difficult to ensure that Kirigakure and Kyomogakure remain passive. The nations housing those villages are not adjacent to the Land of Wind, thus eliminating the possibility of taking advantage of the situation to invade. They would only seek to exploit Tsunagakure's offensive to harass the Land of Fire. I shall go, Jiraiya declared, rising to meet Sarutobi's gaze with a serious demeanor. Sensei, you should remain in the village to maintain order and deter the other villages. Sarutobi regarded Jiraiya, well aware of his capabilities. He felt some reassurance in sending him to the front lines against the invasion of Tsunagakure. However, given the scale of the invasion, it would be extremely challenging for Jiraiya to manage alone. Danzo, you should accompany Jiraiya, Sarutobi instructed, turning his attention to Danzo. Danzo, leaning on his cane, appeared indifferent, preparing to respond when Jiraiya interjected. Danzo should focus on guarding against Kirigakure. As for the attack from Tsunagakure, with Minato and myself, we can hold them back. Sarutobi mused, ultimately nodding in agreement. Danzo and Jiraiya have never been particularly compatible, making them ill-suited for joint deployment, while sending Namake's Minato with Jiraiya would be more appropriate. The next order of business would be personnel allocation. Sarutobi's gaze swept across the meeting room, where not only elite Nin from Konoha were present, but also the clan heads from various prominent families, such as Uchiha and Hyuga. The true purpose of this meeting was to inform the clan heads of the dire situation and exert pressure on them to send reinforcements for the impending war, since this is a full-scale war. We shall heed the Hokage's orders and direction. The Uchiha clan head spoke slowly. The Hyuga clan head echoed the sentiment. They were all acutely aware of Sarutobi's intentions in convening this meeting. With war looming, it was impossible for anyone to remain aloof. Very well, Sarutobi said, satisfied to see the clan heads express their commitment. He began distributing information and lists of ninjas to organize a frontline force to counter Tsunagakure. Just as he was compiling the personnel list, an Umbu ninja suddenly materialized, kneeling before Sarutobi and presenting a scroll, stating, Hokage-sama, urgent report from the front lines. Is it regarding the battle? Sarutobi paused his actions. Looking down at the Umbu with a flicker of interest in his eyes, the Umbu nodded. That should indicate good news, Sarutobi mused, accepting the scroll, with Orochimaru leading the charge and the exceptional ninja, Might Guy, who could unleash tremendous power in critical situations. No matter what strategies Iwagakure employed, they would likely be thwarted. After opening the scroll and scanning the initial lines, Sarutobi felt a wave of relief wash over him, confirming his earlier assumptions as he began to read aloud. Frontline report. Konoha's vanguard has reached the border. Tracking the Iwagakure forces, they encountered them in the wasteland and engaged in a decisive battle, ultimately repelling the Iwagakure troops and eliminating over half of the enemy ninja, severely crippling the vanguard of IWF. As the first line of the overall report resonated within the meeting room, The atmosphere lightened considerably, with the heads of the various clans visibly relaxing in light of Sunagekire's full-scale offensive. Receiving news of a significant victory against a Wagakure was undoubtedly excellent news. This development helped stabilize the situation at the border of the Land of Grass, allowing them to observe a Wagakure's movements before taking further action, alleviating the urgency to dispatch support troops. This would enable them to concentrate the majority of their combat strength against Sunagakure, thereby minimizing losses for the clans involved. Orochimaru has performed admirably, Danzo remarked, casting a glance at Sarutobi with a tone of indifference. The news of a significant victory against a Wagakure at the border was also welcome to him. They could now focus their forces on defeating Sunagakure before addressing a Wagakure. Even if they were to engage on two fronts, that guy Orochimaru is still trustworthy in times like this. Jiraiya, seated nearby, wore a confident smile, declaring, "Leave Sunagakure to me. I'll 1T let them run rampant." Having been rivals with Orochimaru for a long time, he felt compelled to match his accomplishments. Sarutobi continued to peruse the scroll, noting the subsequent details and specific battle reports, including Konoha's losses in this engagement. Our vanguard suffered 11 fatalities for severe injuries and 21 minor injuries. As Sarutobi Hizashi contemplated this moment, the elation from the resounding victory began to wane slightly. The toll of war is inescapable, with 11 fallen and 4 gravely injured. Such a record, traded for the demise of over half of the Idahonin's vanguard forces, remains an indisputable report of triumph. But what are the specifics of the battle? Danzo turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hizashi and inquired. Sarutobi Hizashi continued to read, stating, "Orochimaru led our forces in pursuit of the Idahonin, successfully pinpointing the enemy's position in the wasteland and launching an assault. Our numbers stood at approximately 80 against 70 of the enemy, granting us an advantage. However, Idahonin had nearly 30 elite troops lying in ambush, half of whom were Jainin. During the conflict, they suddenly emerged from underground. Upon reaching this juncture, Sarutobi Hizashi's voice faltered momentarily. The expressions of Danzo and the heads of the prominent clans shifted subtly, revealing a hint of gravity as they looked on, awaiting the continuation of the narrative. Although they were already aware of the victorious report, the prospect of nearly 30 elite Idahonin ambushing them and striking unexpectedly presented an undeniably perilous situation. How had Orochimaru managed to turn the tide under such circumstances? Chapter 65. The shock of Konoha's upper echelons, even from afar. One could sense the imminent danger of the situation. The concept of an elite force comprising nearly 30 individuals was well understood by all present, particularly by Danzo. His root division had cultivated no more than 60 true elites, with the remainder still in training, thus not qualifying as elite. This meant that Danzo could only muster 2 such units. Among the prominent clans, only the Uchiha and Hyuga possessed comparable strength. The smaller clans stood no chance against such an elite force. In fact, not only them, but even the majority of the smaller shinobi villages across the ninja world would struggle to assemble a comparable elite unit. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow. Under such circumstances, it was likely that Might Guy's abilities had been employed to reverse the situation. The moment the 8 gates technique was utilized, the practitioner was doomed to perish, sacrificing such a unique ninja. Alongside the loss of over a dozen lives, to achieve a majority casualty rate among the Idahonin, although still a victory, could hardly be deemed a grand triumph. The ambush by the Idahonin elite had thrown their forces in a disarray. Casualties mounting rapidly. In this critical moment, Hatake Kafuyu resorted to a self-developed lightning release forbidden technique, inflicting severe damage and slaying over 30 Idahonin, including both Ch-Nin and J-Nin, thus completely thwarting the Idahonin's ambush strategy. As he spoke, his voice gradually faded into silence, enveloping the conference room in a profound stillness. Even Jiraiya, who typically exuded an unstable demeanor, now displayed a hint of astonishment. Danzo, who had maintained a calm and composed exterior, cast a glance at Sarutobi Hizashi, his eyes flickering with a hint of uncertainty, as if questioning, "What are you saying?" Sarutobi Hizashi, too, exhibited unexpected bewilderment. Grasping the intelligent scroll in his hand, he found himself momentarily unable to continue reading. staring in shock until he reached the roll's conclusion, ultimately discovering the statistics from this battle. 33. This was a number of Iwnin slain by Kafue. Among them, there were 9 Jainin, including the esteemed Iwnin elites known as Red Earth and Frozen Earth, who held considerable renown in the ninja world. In the ensuing silence, Sarutobi Hizashi gradually lowered the scroll in his hand, turning his gaze towards the Umbu ninja who had delivered the scroll, and asked, "Is this intelligence from the front lines?" "Indeed," the Umbu replied in a somber tone. "The scroll was delivered by Orochimaru's summoning beast. Then it must be genuine." Sarutobi Hizashi inhaled deeply. Orochimaru's summoning beast, hailing from the Dragon Cave, was difficult to disguise or impersonate, and expending such effort to deliver a false intelligence would serve no purpose. That it was not Might Guy's forbidden technique that had reversed the situation, but rather the 10-year-old Hatake Kafue, who employed some forbidden technique to alter the outcome of this war. Shock. Incredulity. "That must be the son of White Fang," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, seated to the side, his arms folded before him. He took a deep breath and slowly broke the silence. He recognized Kafuyu's name, having heard of the young ninja recently labeled a genius. But that was merely a fleeting impression. The Uchiha clan had never been lacking in prodigies. A youth yet to reach his prime, even if bearing the title of genius, was hardly worthy of the attention of the clan leader. Yet now, the situation had changed. If this intelligence held true, it signified that Kafuyu was no longer merely an unripe genius, but rather a ninja already worthy of inheriting the title of Konoha's White Fang. A ninja of such caliber could scarcely be overlooked or dismissed even by the Uchiha clan. Unbelievable, was he not merely in his teens? Hyuga Hayashi, sitting beside Uchiha Fugaku, could not help but inhale sharply, his voice tinged with astonishment that a self-developed forbidden technique, slaying 33 Idonin, 9 of whom were Jainin. Even if this achievement is somewhat embellished, with other Konoha ninjas providing support and not solely engaging in the defeat of 33 enemies, is still profoundly astonishing. For any ninja, such a feat is sufficient to cement their fame. After all, it was through a similar battle that the once heroic Konoha White Fang earned his renown throughout the ninja world. And Kafuyu was barely 10 years old, not yet 11. Danzo withdrew his gaze from Sarutobi Hizashi, a shadow of intrigue flickering within the depths of his eyes. Unexpected, utterly unexpected. Who could have anticipated that Kafuyu would possess such prowess at the tender age of not yet 11? Had he known this, even adopting a more forceful stance, he would have ensured Kafuyu's placement within his root division. A ninja like that, nurtured with care, could become an exceedingly formidable and valuable asset, a trump card enabling the completion of myriad tasks. Alas, Danzo felt a twinge of regret. His previous lack of regard for Kafuyu had allowed him to slip through his fingers, ultimately becoming Orochimaru's disciple, had he been a bit more assertive, employing a few more tactics. Extracting Kafuyu from Sarutobi Hizashi would not have been a monumental challenge. But now, it was too late. Perhaps if he could manipulate the war's circumstances, it might prove more challenging on Orochimaru's side. However, he could utilize Sarutobi Hizashi to resolve it, but that would need to occur post-war. Danzo closed his eyes, concealing the shifts in his gaze, as his thoughts raced. Sarutobi Hizashi pondered for a moment before raising his head and addressing the Umbu ninja. "Convey my orders to promote Kifuyu to Special Jainin, directly under Orochimaru, allowing him to participate independently in missions that Kafuyu's accomplishments and abilities warrant his promotion to Jainin. Yet the role typically requires leadership, command, and situational assessment skills that in these areas, Kafuyu remains an unknown quantity. Until further assessments can be made regarding Kafuyu's capabilities, promoting him to Special Jainin under Orochimaru, without leading a team, is the most prudent course of action." Understood, the Umbu ninja acknowledged before vanishing from the conference room. Sarutobi Hizashi surveyed the room, noting the astonished expressions of Jiraiya and the clan heads, still reeling from the previous intelligence. After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, let us resume our discussions concerning the personnel issues of the frontline forces." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, the clan leaders and elite Jainin, including Jiraiya, exchanged glances, inhaling deeply as they suppressed their astonishment and returned to deliberating the ninja personnel needed to respond to the Sand Ninja's full-scale assault. Chapter 66. The stunned Team Minato in Konoha. In a certain clearing, Obito, you are late again. Kakashi stood atop a stone stump, arms crossed before him, gazing expressionlessly at the hurriedly approaching Uchiha Obito, who wore goggles. Uchiha Obito dashed over, exhibiting no signs of fatigue due to his maturity as a ninja, and replied, I encountered an elderly lady on the way. Every time it's the same excuse, Kakashi remarked, casting Obito a look of disbelief and sighing. Could you possibly provide a more convincing reason next time? What constitutes a convincing reason? Uchiha Obito retorted, glaring at Kakashi. Just as a quarrel was about to ensue, Rin, standing nearby, intervened, saying, all right, no more arguing that I believe Obito. And besides, isn't Minato-sensei also late? He must have encountered something. Upon hearing Rin's words, Kakashi expressed his curiosity, surveying the surroundings. He had never witnessed Minato Namake's arriving late. Almost as soon as Kakashi's words fell, a figure silently appeared behind him, adorned with a Leaf Village forehead protector and sporting a head of golden hair. It was Minato Namake's. Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered a minor issue, and oh worries. I just arrived as well, Obito remarked, scratching the back of his head with a chuckle. Kakashi shot Obito a glance, his eyes conveying a message that said, how dare you speak? Rin turned to Minato and inquired, what is the mission for today? There is no mission today, Minato replied as he glanced at Kakashi and Obito, speaking in a hushed tone. The Sand Village has officially declared war on us. So the planned mission has been terminated. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the border to confront the ninja from the Sand Village. Upon hearing Minato's words, Obito was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. Are we really going to the battlefield? That's fantastic. My moment to shine has finally arrived. With your propensity for tardiness, by the time you reach the battlefield, the fight will likely be over, Kakashi remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Obito's expression stiffened, filled with irritation as he glared at Kakashi. Kakashi, you jerk. You two brothers are both insufferable. Ever since joining this team, he had been subjected to Kakashi's relentless teasing and disdain. In comparison, he felt that Kuru was somewhat tolerable. The only thing that irked him was Kuru's excessive popularity among the girls, who seemed to revolve around him. Minato-sensei, what should we do? Obito asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Minato, however, paid no mind to Kakashi's jibe at Obito and turned earnestly to him, stating, when we go to the front lines, you must obey orders without question. There must be no acts of insubordination. Kakashi's ability to execute orders was reliable. Rin need not worry too much. The only concern was Obito, who had a tendency to cause trouble, necessitating a stern warning, for this was not a routine mission, but rather an engagement in war. I understand, Minato-sensei, Obito replied, his head drooping under the weight of Minato's admonition. Rin took a deep breath, recovering from the news brought by Minato as, we are heading to the battlefield. I wonder how Ku is faring. Minato pondered for a moment, then said, how should I put this? Noticing Minato's demeanor, Kakashi's expression turned serious, and he could not help but ask, Minato-sensei, what has happened to my brother? Obito also lifted his head, his gaze heavy with concern. While he despised Kuru, he did not wish to hear any ill tidings regarding him, as he aspired to surpass Kuru in strength and recognition, ultimately aiming to become Hokage rather than to witness Kuru suffering misfortune on the battlefield. How should I say this? Minato, under the scrutiny of Kakashi and the others, pondered briefly before stating, Kuru is likely on the high alert personnel list issued by the higher-ups of the Rock Village. Rin expressed her surprise. Struggling to comprehend this statement, Kakashi paused, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind, yet he found it hard to believe. What has he done on that battlefield? I am not entirely sure of the specifics. Minato shook his head and continued, but what I can confirm is that in a recent battle, he killed over 30 elite ninjas from the Rock Village, including numerous jonin. The moment those words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Even Kakashi, who had harbored some suspicions, could not help but display a look of shock, utterly astounded that Kuru had achieved such astounding feats on the battlefield. Rin sat in a daze, The phrase killed over 30 elite ninjas from the Rock Village, including numerous Jonin echoing in her mind, almost beyond belief. The Leaf Village currently had more than 20,000 ninjas, among which there were approximately 10,000 Genin and over 6 or 7,000 Chunin. Yet the number of Jonin did not exceed 300. Each Jonin was a remarkably exceptional individual, capable of leading a team of ninjas, a true backbone of the village. Yet such formidable beings have been slain by Kuru in a single battle. Incredible. To what extent had Kuru's power reached? No, it can't be true. Minato-sensei, did you mishear? Obito's expression mirrored Rin's disbelief, finding it hard to accept such an assertion, which sounded like a fantastical tale. Minato shook his head, stating, "This is confirmed intelligence. That child has inherited the talent of the late White Fang remarkably well. No. This is beyond mere talent. He must have exerted efforts far beyond what is typically imaginable." Indeed, Kakashi inhaled deeply. As Kuru's brother, he understood all too well the extent of Kuru's training, often practicing until midnight, sacrificing sleep. Such a fanatical dedication to training was beyond the capabilities of an average person. He had attempted it himself, only to find his energy dwindling after just 2 days that he recalled Kuru once saying. To attain strength that far exceeds others, one must invest effort that far surpasses others. Every ounce of strength is earned through relentless practice. What troubled him was that Kuru had unknowingly reached such heights, capable of slaying Jonin. And yet, I still haven't mastered the Chidai. My cellular activation technique is still in its infancy. My own strength still lags slightly behind that of Jonin. Kakashi sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of the gap that had suddenly widened between them. How could he ever catch up? With Minato's confirmation, Obito's expression grew somewhat dazed. That moment, he was still a Genin, while Kuru had already achieved the feat of slaying multiple Jonin. The chasm between them felt insurmountable, almost surreal. Just months ago, they had been mere students in the same academy. How had everything changed so drastically? He must have cheated. However, being Obito Uchiha, he quickly shook off the daze, inhaled deeply, and regained his confident demeanor. Clenching his fist that I will surpass that guy. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Once I awaken my Sharingan, my strength will surge exponentially. Enjoy your moment of arrogance for now. I will catch up and become Hokage. Chapter 67. Promotion to Special Jonin in the Land of Fire. At the border camp, within the central tent, Orochimaru and several Jonin from the advance party were gathered. After a brief wait, a small snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve. With a small gulp, the snake opened its mouth to reveal a scroll. Here it is. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and opened it. It contained directives from Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Leaf Village. After a quick glance, he read it aloud. The content instructed Orochimaru to dispatch a team to escort the severely and lightly injured ninjas back to the village, while the remaining personnel would stay at the border of the grass country to monitor the movements of the rock ninjas. Lastly, it addressed the appointment of Kuru. Although he was merely a special Jonin, he was still a Jonin, and becoming a Jonin at the age of 10 was unprecedented in the history of the Leaf Village. Orochimaru, having finished reading, turned to Kuru. The other Jonin in the tent exchanged glances, their minds stirred by Kuru's promotion to Jonin at such a young age. Yet there was no hint of dissatisfaction or doubt. Given Kuru's demonstrated strength in the previous battle and his established achievements, no one in the advance party would question or oppose his promotion to Special Jonin. Kuru smiled slightly and remarked, "It is merely an exceptional promotion during wartime." Orochimaru redirected his gaze, contemplating. "Now, regarding the selection of personnel to escort the injured, I believe your team, Shurhan, should take charge. There were only 4 severely injured, while the remaining lightly injured still possessed normal mobility and combat abilities. Thus, only a small team was necessary for escorting them." Understood. The oil-skinned woman, known for her taciturn demeanor, responded with a single word before promptly striding outside. The other ninjas engaged in a discussion regarding the subsequent arrangement of the camp and whether to venture into the land of grass for a cleansing operation. After deliberating, they too departed, returning to their respective tents. Sitting cross-legged, Feng Ye retrieved his ninja blade, White Fang. Upon examination, a faint crack was discernible along the blade's edge, stretching from the center to the hilt, a grave impairment for any weapon. Holding White Fang, Feng Ye closed his eyes, and in the darkness, an ethereal golden clock materialized before him. After a series of attempts, he pressed his hand against the fissure in the blade. Seconds elapsed without any unusual phenomena. The crack remained unaltered that it was, as he suspected, futile. With a sigh, Feng Ye opened his eyes. Following his acquisition of information about the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, he had refrained from immediately seeking it out, choosing instead to first explore his own abilities, attempting to harness time reversal to mend White Fang. Regrettably, regardless of his efforts, he could not extend the power of time to objects beyond himself. Both acceleration and reversal of time proved ineffective. He had always believed that White Fang was better suited to him than to Kakashi, for his Konoha swordsmanship surpassed Kakashi's, and it aligned more harmoniously with his techniques, ensuring it would not easily sustain damage. Yet, ironically, the deterioration of White Fang had occurred prematurely. He pondered the possibility of finding a craftsman capable of repairing it. If restored, it would be better suited for Kakashi, as it no longer resonated with his style. Feng Ye contemplated the situation further. It seemed that Sunagakure had launched a full-scale offensive, while the circumstances in Awagakure were less clear. Should there be no further movements, he could first secure the Kusanagi sword. For him in the present, the absence of an appropriate weapon no longer posed an absolute detriment to his strength, as he could execute the Chidori without reliance on a weapon. While his melee attacks would not suffer significantly, his ranged capabilities would be considerably diminished. Given that Konoha swordsmanship serves to concentrate power, it allows for long-range slashes that possess greater lethality than the Morning Peacock technique, which relies on striking with fists to release fireballs. Under normal circumstances, his chakra reserves already matched that of an elite Genin. However, this amount still fell short of the requirement for mastering Sage Mode and Senju. Feng Ye contemplated his future training path. Ordinarily, at 13, his chakra capacity would peak at the Genin level. Yet, due to the existence of a secret technique of cellular activation, his chakra level had ascended to a higher tier. This level of chakra seemingly surpassed 90% of the ninjas in the Naruto world. But in reality, he could not even unleash a single spiraling shuriken. There was no pressing need for him to cultivate the spiraling shuriken. However, the chakra required to enhance Chidori into Raikiri posed a considerable challenge. Chidori was classified as an A-rank technique, while Raikiri, as an S-rank lightning technique, demanded a greater chakra quantity and precision. The power of Raikiri undoubtedly exceeded that of Chidori, and evolving Chidori into Raikiri represented a vital aspect of his training, albeit one that he currently found difficult to achieve, that if he could elevate his chakra to the next level, he would reach the level of a Hokage, enabling him not only to practice Raikiri, but also to commence training in Senjutsu, resulting in a leap in power akin to opening the 8 gates. Unfortunately, this advancement was not easily attainable. Across the entire shinobi world, few could elevate their chakra to the level of a Kage. With only a handful in each village capable of such feats, the To progressed methodically. He estimated that his physical age would need to exceed 16 to possess Kage-level chakra. If he desired a quicker route, he would have to resort to alternative methods, such as becoming a Jinchuriki or absorbing the energy of the Long Mai from Lulon. However, the prospect of becoming a tailed beast Jinchuriki was currently unsuitable for him. With his physique, he could only withstand a quarter of the Nine Tails chakra. As for the other tailed beasts, while he could contain their chakra, he would be subject to constant mental influence, necessitating the establishment of a harmonious relationship with the tailed beasts, along with their indoctrination in socialist ideals. This endeavor was not something that could be accomplished in a short span. It was excessively cumbersome, making it more practical to cultivate chakra to Kage level through conventional means. The Long Mai energy from Lulon was similarly inappropriate. Although his ability to reverse time would allow for infinite recovery, the energy's density was too great, capable of distorting time and space, if he were inadvertently transported thousands of years into the past or future. The consequences would be dire. As for other options, such as Orochimaru's Curse Seal or the various dubious chakra-enhancing techniques from Hashikure, he found them unworthy of his consideration. The energy expended on such pursuits would be better allocated to training at quadruple speed. It seemed most prudent to focus on advancing to the next gate of the 8 gates that, in Feng Ye's view, given his current level of strength, mastering the 5th gate of the 8 gates should grant him peak Kage level power. Upon reaching the sixth gate and enhancing his time acceleration, he would surpass even Kage level. Feng Ye had previously read novels that categorized strength beyond Kage level into Super Kage and Six Paths levels, a classification he found largely valid. The prowess displayed by Pain's Six Paths, in terms of destructive capability and other facets, evidently eclipsed that of Kage level, whether it was the Tsuchikage, Inoki, or the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. These pinnacle Kage-level figures would be destined to defeat against Pain's Six Paths. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were even more formidable. The combined strength of the five Kages would not suffice against the single hand of Madara. Such strength was clearly beyond the definition of Kage level. Classifying it as Super Kage is entirely reasonable, considering the current augmentation of his abilities through the 8 gates, if he were to cultivate to the 6th gate. In conjunction with time acceleration and reversal, he should possess the power to overwhelm even Kage level. Of course, there are varying strengths within the Super Kage tier. Uchiha Madara, wielding the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and commanding the mightiest of the tailed beasts. The 9 tails would still struggle against Senju Hashirama. Thus, beyond the 6th gate, the hierarchy of power becomes nebulous. Feng Ye speculated that merely relying on the 6th gate of the 8 gates and time acceleration would not suffice to contend with Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. He would also need to incorporate Sage Mode or Sage Body to truly compete. What lay beyond that, the capabilities unlocked by the 7th gate, remained uncertain, and he could not guarantee that he could even achieve it. After all, the training required for the 8 gates necessitated both talent and physical constitution. Not everyone could unlock the 8th gate. If that were the case, the existence of all other ninjutsu and taijutsu would be rendered meaningless. In truth, reaching the 6th gate would be an accomplishment in itself. Feng Ye exhaled softly. For a traveler like him, achieving Super Kage level power before the onset of Naruto's storyline would signify the end of the game. Destroying Uchiha Madara would be a mere trifle. He would have no concerns regarding the broken mechanics of Edo Tensei, as he could simply gather the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. With this thought, it became clear that the 8 gates remained paramount. The journey to the 5th gate would indeed be a rigorous trial. Feng Ye suddenly spread his hands in resignation, having trained to the 4th gate of the 8 gates. He found the process increasingly vexing. Though time acceleration could hasten his training, the time he personally experienced was undeniably real. Furthermore, his natural aptitude for the 8 gates was not particularly high, while he opened the 5th gate within a year. Feng Ye estimated that he had spent a year and a half merely achieving the 4th gate, and he anticipated that reaching the 5th gate would require another year. This was also why he sought breakthroughs in his chakra. After all, mastering Sage Body and becoming the 9 tails Jinchuriki to enter a tailed beast chakra mode would yield greater strength than merely advancing the 8 gates to the 6th or 7th. Resolving to prioritize his training in the 5th gate of the 8 gates for now, Feng Ye's thoughts drifted to the power of the ethereal clock. Closing his eyes once more, he saw the elusive clock reappear before him. He could discern that the 3 mark on the clock was shrouded in a thick gray fog. He was uncertain what the 3rd temporal ability might be. Feng Ye murmured softly to himself. The acceleration and reversal of time have bestowed upon him an extraordinary power. Should he manage to unlock yet another time-related ability, he might not need to rely heavily on the skills of other ninjas and could rise above the entire ninja world. In the rock ninja village within the Tsuchikage building, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood before his desk, his expression dark as he glared at the ninja before him and spoke in a low voice. Failure? How could such a plan fail? You mean to tell me it was thwarted by a mere child? My lord Tsuchikage, the rock ninja, kneeling before Inoki with beads of cold sweat on his forehead, stammered. Lord Akatsuchi and Lord F-Tun had not anticipated this, nor did we foresee that such an anomalous presence would exist among the ninjas of Konoha. A flicker of anger flashed in Inoki's eyes. He had invested considerable effort into this operation, intending to catch Konoha off guard in the early stages of the war to gain a decisive advantage. Instead, they had been utterly routed, plunging into a passive state. However, blaming the forward unit at this juncture was futile. Both Akatsuchi and F-Tun had perished on the battlefield, and nearly all others had sustained injuries. We have any information on this young ninja? Yes, the kneeling ninja took a breath, preparing to relay some intelligence to Inoki. After listening to his report, a glimmer of realization crossed Inoki's gaze. Feng Ye. So he is the son of Konoha's White Fang. How infuriating. During the Second Great Ninja War, we suffered greatly at the hands of Ma, and the failure of that war was significantly tied to him. I was elated when I heard of Ma's demise a few years ago. As Konoha had lost a formidable ninja. Now, with the outbreak of the Third War, the White Fang is gone, yet his son has emerged. It is this Feng Ye who has caused such grievous losses to our forward unit. Am I fated to be at odds with the Kiki clan? A ninja seated on a nearby sofa rose and addressed Inoki solemnly. Lord Sachikage, given the severe losses of the forward unit, what do you plan to do next? He was Akatsuchi, an advisor to the Sachikage and second only to Inoki in the village hierarchy, having formulated the ambush strategy in collaboration with him. Inoki levitated, deep in thought, as he floated in the air. After several moments of contemplation, he raised his head and spoke gravely. The forward unit has suffered significant losses. Continuing to engage with Konoha would place us at a disadvantage, and there is a possibility that Kumogakure may seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Akatsuchi furrowed his brow in thought. However, Sunagakure is already at war with Konoha due to the actions of the Wind Shadow. This still presents an opportunity to strike Konoha. Patience, Inoki replied, a glint of insight in his eyes. Even if we refrain from action, Konoha will remain wary of us and will not commit all their forces to the Wind Country. Thus, whether we act or not, we are essentially applying pressure on Konoha. Inoki continued, if Sunagakure prevails, we can join them in offensive. If they fail, we need not engage Konoha under unfavorable circumstances. Chapter 69. Exploration. Listening to Inoki's words, Akatsuchi appeared contemplative. Indeed, launching a full-scale attack on Konoha would compel them to deploy their reserves to counter us. And even if we chose not to attack, Konoha would be reluctant to send those forces to the Wind Country. Given the recent failures of the forward unit, the prospects of engaging Konoha do not seem favorable, especially considering the potential for Kumogakure to strike from behind. Thus, waiting is indeed the wisest course of action. Moreover, let us keep the situation of the forward unit under wraps for now, and do not disclose any information regarding that ninja named Feng Ye. Let the Sand Ninja engage Konoha without hesitation. Inoki commanded he could not allow the news of the forward unit's catastrophic defeat to affect the battlefield dynamics in Sunagakure. If the Sand Ninja were to perceive a dire situation and suddenly withdraw, Konoha would likely refrain from pursuing them, thus yielding no advantage. Akatsuchi remarked solemnly, yet that son of the White Fang is merely 10 years old, possessing such formidable power. He may well become a significant problem in the future. He relies solely on the strength acquired through forbidden techniques, Inoki replied, arms crossed, suspended in the air. There is no need for excessive concern. Forbidden techniques cannot be wielded casually. Had you not been so fixated on those techniques in your youth, you would not have ended up in your current state. According to the assessments of the numerous ninjas from the forward unit, Feng Ye's abilities on the battlefield differed from those of the White Fang in his prime. His current state was undoubtedly not normal. It must have involved the use of some forbidden technique. The employment of such techniques invariably incurs a cost. Akatsuchi, having suffered life-altering consequences from over-reliance on forbidden techniques in his early years, could only barely maintain his current state of chakra, unable to progress further. Ninjas who excessively depend on forbidden techniques find it exceedingly difficult to reach higher levels of growth, a reality reflected in countless examples throughout the ninja world. Feng Ye's audacity to employ forbidden techniques at the tender age of 10 may seem remarkable, but to Inoki, it appeared a foolish endeavor. Typically, ninjas should only engage with forbidden techniques when their growth reaches an impasse. Thus, while he may seem a significant threat, it is likely a mere fade. Even in the absence of side effects, there must be weaknesses. Once identified, those weaknesses could be exploited. There do not exist forbidden techniques without weaknesses or repercussions. Akatsuchi shook his head. That may be true, but he remains a nuisance, and the weaknesses of forbidden techniques are not easily discerned. Inoki stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, if we remain inactive, Konoha may well redeploy him to the Wind Country battlefield, allowing the Sand Ninja to uncover his vulnerabilities for us. Perhaps they might even eliminate him. Indeed, Akatsuchi mused, stroking his chin. I wonder if the situation will unfold in that manner. At the Konoha frontline camp, within the central tent, nearly half a month had elapsed since the previous battle, and no word had come from the Rock Ninja village. Nor had there been any substantial movements. It appeared that the Rock Ninja would remain inactive for the time being. Orochimaru, listening to the intelligence provided by Konoha, as well as the recent explorations concerning the land of grass, chuckled softly. The third Hokage is likely waiting to see the outcome of our decisive battle with Tsunade before determining his course of action. Feng Ye regarded the map thoughtfully and replied, if the Rock Ninja and the Cloud Ninja were to ally and attack us, the Mist Ninja would likely break their previous agreements, plunging us into a perilous situation. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. But regrettably, that old fox of a Hokage won't take such a risk. He will do everything in his power to preserve his strength and would not dare to launch a full-scale assault. Even if an alliance with the Cloud Ninja were possible, trust would be a significant issue. It is precisely because the major villages cannot trust one another that they cannot easily form a coalition, which allows us in Konoha to retain the most substantial resources. Upon hearing Orochimaru's insights, Feng Ye nodded slightly. Indeed, while Konoha's strength is formidable, if the four great ninja villages were to unite against us, even with his presence as a wild card, it would be exceedingly challenging to cope. However, due to the inherent distrust among the four great ninja villages, even if they attempted to besiege Konoha, they would inevitably hold back a portion of their forces for mutual protection, allowing Konoha to endure the assault. This is the fundamental reason Konoha is poised to achieve victory in the Third Great Ninja War. Since the Rock Ninja village is inactive for the time being, I intend to leave the camp briefly to retrieve the Kusanagi sword. Even if the Rock Ninja does decide to act, I should be able to return in time, Feng Ye declared, looking toward Orochimaru. With the Rock Ninja village currently dormant, now presents the optimal opportunity to procure the Kusanagi sword. In this chaotic period of war, it is uncertain whether that sword might be seized by other factions. Go ahead, Orochimaru replied. With your caliber, I trust you will exercise caution. Orochimaru revealed his signature smile. The news of the Kusanagi sword was imparted by him to Feng Ye, and indeed, the timing was now ripe for retrieval. After all, Iwagakure would likely remain inactive for the foreseeable future, and the location of the Kusanagi sword was not far from the land of grass. Most crucially, he estimated that within a few days, Sarutobi Hisashi would likely assign Feng Ye to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Given the lack of movement from Iwagakure, the presence of both him and Might Guy was sufficient to handle the majority of potential emergencies, rendering it unnecessary for Feng Ye to remain. Dispatching Feng Ye to confront the Sand Ninjas in the Land of Wind was the most prudent choice, one that Sarutobi Hisashi was highly likely to make. Feng Ye nodded, his figure vanishing silently. The intelligence provided by Orochimaru regarding the Kusanagi sword indicated that it lay at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, where a certain faction resided. This group, comprised of renegade ninjas and independent shinobi, masqueraded as an ordinary small village, subsisting on various dark tasks from the underworld. This faction was relatively obscure and situated at the border, and due to its modest size, it had never attracted the attention of either Amigakure or Kusagakure. Orochimaru had stumbled upon the fact that the leader of this faction possessed a Kusanagi sword during his intelligence-gathering efforts, prompting him to take note. Several days later, Feng Ye arrived at the village. The settlement appeared somewhat desolate, with hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Every household was shuttered, giving the impression of a village trembling in the grip of war. At that moment, Feng Ye donned a raincoat and a conical hat, entering the village from the outskirts. Quickly sensing that he was being watched from the shadows, the individuals observing him did not feel like ordinary folk. Indeed, something was amiss. Chapter 70. Uchihara would call you the most cautious. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly making his way toward the village's only open establishment, a tea house that also seemed rather empty. The proprietor of the tea house appeared somewhat surprised by the arrival of a guest, yet quickly served tea and snacks upon seeing the substantial amount of money Feng Ye had produced in the shadows. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on Feng Ye as he entered the tea house. One individual, displaying a fluctuating expression, swiftly vanished into the rain, making his way to a small house in the northern part of the village. Leaping directly to the second floor and entering through a window, the leader has a ninja with him. A ninja, a scarred-faced individual sitting cross-legged in the room, opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. What type of ninja? Young, likely only 12 or 13 years old, not wearing a forehead protector. He could be from Amigay or another village, but he doesn't appear to be a rogue ninja. The scarred ninja squinted. Only one person? The sudden appearance of a teenage ninja in the village, without a forehead protector, was undoubtedly a matter of concern. The subordinate nodded, a glint of cold light in his eyes. Yes, it's uncertain whether he has discovered our leader. Should we take preemptive action and eliminate him? No, the scarred ninja shook his head, speaking firmly. Go notify everyone to leave this place. The subordinate was momentarily taken aback. A mere young ninja of unknown origin, whose intentions were unclear, warranted a complete evacuation. Was the leader being overly cautious? The scarred ninja rose, his gaze flickering. Hurry! He was uncertain whether the young ninja was merely passing through or had intentions directed at them. But during wartime, caution was paramount. It was most prudent to vacate the village for half a month before returning. As a deserter from Hokage during the Second Shinobi World War, he had survived to this day and established a small faction solely through absolute caution and vigilance. Any confrontation with ninjas should be avoided whenever possible, especially with those of unknown origins. Otherwise, a single careless misstep could leave a trace, leading to pursuit by the ninja villages, which would spell significant trouble. Not to mention, they could not afford to provoke even the smaller villages like Amigay or Kusagakure. Understood. After a moment of surprise, the ninja complied and swiftly departed. The scarred ninja retrieved a bundle from a cupboard, placing a stack of bills hidden within inside the package, along with a long wooden box. Moments later, nearly a dozen ninjas wearing conical hats gathered in the courtyard, all clad in raincoats. Boss, it's just a kid. Isn't this too cautious? Exactly. That little brat might not even be coming after us. Perhaps he is just passing through. Ignoring him is all we need. Several ninjas furrowed their brows, voicing their dissent. Evacuating the village solely due to an unknown young ninja seemed excessive, especially considering the present wartime conditions. Leaving the village might not guarantee safety if they encountered a large ninja force. It could prove exceedingly perilous. Those who wish to stay may do so. The scarred ninja emerged with his burden, disregarding the opinions of his peers, coldly stating, "Those willing to follow me, come along." With that declaration, the scarred ninja turned and walked out of the courtyard, heading toward the village exit. The remaining ninjas exchanged glances. A few hesitated before quickly following suit, while 3 or 4 others displayed uncertain expressions. Boss is being overly cautious. It's just a kid. If we're worried about exposure, we should just eliminate him. Indeed, during wartime, even the major ninja villages wouldn't care about losing a single ninja. They wouldn't launch a massive effort to chase down a lone ninja. After sharing a glance, they reached a consensus. Let us quietly take care of that kid. There might be unexpected gains that a moment later, by a river on the eastern edge of the village, the scarred ninja and his 7 subordinates left the village and arrived at this location, preparing to cross the small river when they suddenly halted in their tracks on the opposite bank. A figure had appeared, seemingly no older than a teenager, without a conical hat, his silver-white hair drenched by the falling rain. It was Feng Ye. Feng Ye wore a peculiar expression. Standing on the riverbank, he fixed his gaze on the scarred ninja, remarking, "To survive in such a perilous world until now is not without reason. This fellow actually fled immediately upon hearing of my arrival in the village. If it weren't for his subordinates behaving relatively normally and attempting to ambush me in the tea house after I eliminated a few, he might have escaped undetected. What was most critical, however, was that if this fellow had recognized him, it would have been understandable. But the truth was he did not know who Feng Ye was, nor was he aware that he was a ninja from Konoha, let alone his achievements on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. He merely deduced that Feng Ye was a ninja and chose to flee. I, Uchihamadara, would call you the most cautious. Do you possess a Kusanagi sword? Feng Ye asked straightforwardly. The few ninjas on the opposite bank regarded Feng Ye with cold stares. Upon hearing his words, one could not help but retort, "You seem to be rather arrogant, kid." However, just as his words fell, the scarred ninja suddenly drew a wooden box from his bundle and hurled it toward Feng Ye. The box burst open in midair, revealing a Kusanagi sword, complete with its sheath, landing directly before Feng Ye. An awkward silence ensued. The remaining ninjas froze, momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before them. The kid had approached for the Kusanagi sword, and their leader had simply tossed it to him before fleeing. What was this kid? Was he truly that terrifying? Interesting. Feng Ye caught the Kusanagi sword, momentarily stunned. After a second, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amusement. A smile gracing his lips. He had never encountered a ninja quite like this before. He had been prepared to kill and seize the sword, yet the opponent had been so cowardly, surrendering the Kusanagi sword without a fight. This was not the plot he had anticipated. Among the scarred ninja's subordinates, one of them, upon recovering from his astonishment, stared at the Kusanagi sword in Feng Ye's hand, gradually revealing a glint of greed. The Kusanagi sword, the legendary Kusanagi sword. If he could obtain it, selling it would allow him to live a life of affluence and fulfillment for the rest of his days, freeing him from the need to undertake perilous tasks in the underworld for meager rewards. Previously, the Kusanagi sword had always been in the hands of their leader, who, fully aware of the scarred ninja's formidable prowess, dared not entertain any thoughts of seizing it. However, now their leader had carelessly tossed the Kusanagi sword to a mere child. This youth was likely a ninja from the great hidden village, someone even their leader was reluctant to provoke, as the 5 great ninja villages indeed inspired fear. Yet fortune favors the bold. Should he eliminate this child here and seize the Kusanagi sword, he could sell it in the underworld and then retreat into the civilian world, where even the great hidden village might struggle to trace their whereabouts. With a deep breath, a flicker of indecision danced in his eyes. But he ultimately resolved to act. His kunai slowly shifted in his hand, and the chakra within him began to flow. Chapter 71. Encounter with the Sand Ninja. However, before the kunai could be thrown, the silhouette of Feng Ye, standing across the river, abruptly vanished. With a silent swiftness, Feng Ye crossed the riverbank and appeared behind the ninja, the Kusanagi sword drawn from its sheath, piercing through the ninja's chest before he even had a chance to react. Your leader is quite clever, but you are not so astute, Feng Ye remarked, shaking his head as he withdrew the Kusanagi sword, droplets of blood cascading from its blade without leaving a trace upon it. It appeared to be the genuine Kusanagi sword, and judging by its appearance, it resembled the one Orochimaru had given to Sasuke in the original storyline, almost identical in form. Coughing, the ninja, pierced through the chest by Feng Ye's strike, wore an expression of disbelief, his hand instinctively reaching to touch his blood-soaked chest. Fear and horror flashed in his eyes as strength rapidly drained from him, and his body collapsed to the ground. The remaining ninjas, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished, their gazes toward Feng Ye filled with incredulity. Wait, is this a joke? Could this fellow be a jonin? That speed and chakra level surpass even our leader's capabilities. Such strength is undoubtedly that of a jonin, possibly even a jonin from one of the 5 great ninja villages. With this realization, their greed was doused by a cold splash of fear. And without hesitation, they fled in terror, a jonin from one of the 5 great ninja villages. That was a level they could not contend with. However, it was too late to escape now. Feng Ye had no intention of allowing the ninja, who had shown him murderous intent, to escape. Gripping the Kusanagi sword, he wove through the crowd in an instant. With a swift motion, a blur passed before everyone. Fear and shock froze on their faces, and one by one, they fell to the ground. Blood mingling with the rain, quickly staining the wet earth and flowing into the nearby stream. What a bunch of fools! The scarred ninja, having managed to escape to a considerable distance, caught sight of the unfolding events with a sidelong glance. Cursing inwardly, "See, I knew it would turn out like this. This guy, so bizarrely fast and with such intent, is clearly after the Kusanagi sword in my possession. Either there are numerous ninjas lying in ambush nearby, or his own strength is exceedingly formidable." Though he felt a pang of regret for the hard-earned Kusanagi sword, he threw it away without hesitation. After all, his life was far more precious than any artifact. As Feng Ye dispatched his subordinates in seconds, the scarred ninja surged his chakra, increasing his speed further as he fled into the distance. Meanwhile, Feng Ye, clutching the Kusanagi sword, gazed intently at the retreating figure, contemplating whether to pursue and eliminate this overly cautious ninja. Allowing him to escape could potentially leak the information regarding the Kusanagi sword now in his possession. However, with his current strength, possessing the Kusanagi sword did not instill fear of anyone daring to covet it. Besides, it would undoubtedly be useful in future battles, as Orochimaru had never hidden the Kusanagi sword on the battlefield. Yet, just as Feng Ye was deep in thought, his gaze suddenly fixed upon something. The scarred ninja, now far away, abruptly froze in place before a vast, open forest. Then Feng Ye witnessed the ninja turn around, attempting to flee in another direction, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying in the forest. But soon after, a chaotic barrage of attacks erupted from the woods, comprising searing flames and water jets sharp as blades. The relentless assault descended upon the scarred ninja, who desperately tried to evade it, fleeing to the side. But ultimately, he was struck by a flurry of ninjutsu. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes. It seemed this overly cautious ninja had run into some bad luck, first colliding with him, then stumbling into an unfavorable situation. In the next moment, a multitude of figures emerged from the depths of the forest, rushing out in a chaotic mass, estimated to be nearly 100 strong, a veritable ninja battalion. Despite the distance, Feng Ye could discern that their attire was not that of the Leaf Village ninjas, nor did they belong to the Rock or Rain villages. They hailed from the Sand Village. What on earth was a Sand Ninja battalion doing here? As he observed the swarm of Sand Village ninjas charging from the forest, Feng Ye's mind raced. This area was the northeastern border of the Rain Country, far from the Wind Country, yet relatively closer to the Earth Country. A Sand Ninja battalion appearing here likely meant they had taken a long detour. 100 Sand Ninjas did not intimidate him, but he had no reason to engage in battle. Simply discovering their presence and relaying that information back to the Leaf Village would suffice. However, before Feng Ye could retreat, a multitude of Sand Ninjas surged toward his direction. 3 o'clock. One ninja detected. A sensing-type ninja from the advancing Sand Battalion shouted. The elite jonin from the Sand Village, Yakura, spoke in a grave tone. 6th and 7th teams, flank him from both sides. Do not let him escape. Understood. Several ninjas responded, and immediately, a number of them split to encircle Feng Ye. Yakura's gaze remained cold as she focused on Feng Ye. While she did not know which village he belonged to, she was determined not to let him escape, having discovered their presence. Their mission was to execute a surprise attack on the Leaf Camp, eliminating the logistical and medical teams along with the wounded. This was a plan devised by Elder Halazang, and they had taken nearly 10 days to traverse the Rain Country, using the most obscure routes to arrive. If successful, this surprise assault could catch the Leaf Village off guard, potentially determining the outcome of the war. Therefore, there could be no possibility of information leaking. A swarm of Sand Ninjas swiftly closed in on Feng Ye. Feng Ye sheathed the Kusanagi sword and retreated into the distance, casting a sidelong glance at the pursuing Sand Ninjas, gradually piecing together the situation. This battalion was likely on a mission to surprise the Leaf Camp, which explained their relentless pursuit of him, an apparent bystander, even after dispatching the scarred ninja. Despite Feng Ye's retreat, the Sand Ninjas showed no signs of letting up, continuing their pursuit for several miles. If you keep this up, I won't hold back, Feng Ye thought, glancing back at the Sand Ninjas trailing him. That a mere 100 Sand Ninjas did not compel him to resort to the 8 gates to escape, while a 100-strong ninja battalion could pose a threat. If they relentlessly pursued him, the disparity in strength and speed among the ninjas would lead to disarray, rendering their formation ineffective as long as he avoided being surrounded. The sheer number of opponents held no significance to him. Even 1,000 ninjas would not pose a threat. Chapter 72. The scorching escape of Yakura ninja speed was impressive, especially among elite ranks. In mere moments, the Sand Ninjas had chased Feng Ye for several miles. Aside from Yakura and a few other jonin who managed to close the distance slightly, the majority of the battalion had already fallen behind. This is no ordinary ninja, Yakura mused, furrowing her brow. Such speed was not something an average ninja could possess. Uncertain of his village affiliation, he likely was a jonin. Being detected by an unknown jonin posed complications, even if he were from the Rain Village. He could still relay information back to the Leaf Village, jeopardizing their carefully orchestrated surprise attack. Rear units, halt and regroup. You, Kimyun, you three continue the pursuit with me. After a flicker of light in Yi Tsong's eyes, she issued her command in a low voice. Feng Ye, being a high-ranking ninja, it would be rather foolish to allow the main force to continue the pursuit that on one hand, they would be unable to catch up, rendering their efforts futile. On the other, such a large group moving together would be too conspicuous if they were discovered by others, or if Feng Ye were to dash into a village, the chances of leaking vital intelligence would greatly increase. Thus, the most prudent strategy would be for her to pursue alongside several other elite ninjas from her team, significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Understood, a ninja responded affirmatively, promptly relaying the order backward. Causing the ninjas at the rear to halt. Yi Tsong and her companions continued their chase after Feng Ye. As the pursuit progressed, the distance between Yi Tsong and Feng Ye gradually diminished. Once they were within a certain range, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of one of the elite ninjas beside her. This distance is sufficient. Earth style, earth flowing technique, he called out in a low voice, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing his hands against the ground. While earth-style techniques are generally weakened in the humid climate of the land of rain, certain exceptional techniques, such as earth-flowing river and earthquake technique, actually enhance their power and range. As this earth-style technique was unleashed, the ground ahead surged suddenly, resembling a carpet that made it difficult for Feng Ye to maintain her footing, her advance abruptly hindered. Without hesitation, another sand ninja, wielding a short sword, leaped forward, aiming a strike at Feng Ye from behind. With the ground in upheaval, Feng Ye seemed unable to evade this blow, and despite a desperate attempt to dodge, she was still struck from her left shoulder to her right abdomen. Her body cleaved in two. However, instead of blood, she dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone technique. To your right, came the warning from a companion behind. The sand ninja, armed with the short sword, did not hesitate to swing it to the right, clashing with the grass-cutting sword in Feng Ye's hand. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal rang out as Feng Ye retreated a step. I am not quite accustomed to wielding the grass-cutting sword instead of short blade, Feng Ye mused, glancing at the sword in her hand. With her left hand, she formed seals, and the shrill cries of Chidori echoed. The light of lightning intertwining upon the blade's edge, in near simultaneity. Three figures surged towards Feng Ye from different directions, opting to engage in physical combat without employing ninjutsu, clearly aiming to avoid accidental injuries and leveraging their numerical advantage to directly overpower her. The eyes of the three glimmered with cold determination. The encirclement from three directions closed in, leaving no room for escape. A fleeting glimmer of a golden clock appeared deep within Feng Ye's pupils. Suddenly, she exhibited an extraordinary speed, her blade deftly arcing and weaving through the trio's assault. In the next moment, a surge of silver light erupted, accompanied by flickering arcs of lightning, as an intense and violent chakra emanated from Feng Ye, causing Yi Tsong and her companions to change color in shock. What chakra is this? Who are you? Yi Tsong scrutinized Feng Ye, wariness evident in her gaze. Such a chakra fluctuation was far beyond that of an ordinary high-ranking ninja, even surpassing her own, indicating that she was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the ninja world. Yet Yi Tsong did not recognize her, and the youthful appearance of Feng Ye only added to her confusion. I'm from Konoha, Feng Ye replied nonchalantly, her voice barely audible, and in an instant, she transformed into a streak of silver light, darting towards one of the elite ninjas who had attacked her. The ninja's expression changed drastically, every hair on his body standing on end as he realized that the previously slower Feng Ye had unleashed such terrifying speed. There was no time. In that instant of velocity and proximity, he could not employ the substitution technique or body flicker technique. He could only channel his chakra into a kunai, swinging it toward the silver light, approaching him, an elite ninja from Sunagakure. His reaction was still remarkably swift. However, to Feng Ye, everything was agonizingly slow, akin to moving in slow motion, allowing her to clearly perceive the trajectory of the sand ninja's kunai. The ability to accelerate time does not merely enhance physical speed, it accelerates everything within the range of the body. Whether it be awareness or sight, a fourfold increase in time means that to Feng Ye, The entire world felt as though it was moving at a quarter of its usual speed. What does this imply? Even between high-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas, such a discrepancy is exceedingly rare. Why is it that in Feng Ye's presence, any high-ranking ninja daring to engage in close combat struggles to survive beyond a single exchange? Only by relying on the substitution technique and body flicker technique can they barely avoid her, as the differing flow of time places them in two entirely distinct realms. Swish, a flash of silver light zipped past. The Sand Ninja's expression froze, a lingering look of horror and disbelief in his eyes, utterly unable to fathom such a turn of events. He was an elite ninja from Sunagakure, and yet could not withstand even a single strike from her speed. Yuji, the nearby Sand Ninjas gasped in shock. In their view, they saw Feng Ye transform into a streak of silver light, and Yuji's body became rigid, frozen in place before splitting apart. Blood spraying in all directions. Damn it. This guy's doing it on purpose. Yitsong's pupils constricted, her expression shifting dramatically. With such speed, it was impossible for them to catch up. The only reason they were able to pursue was that Feng Ye was deliberately leading them on. Scorch release. Overheating kill. Without hesitation, she decisively unleashed her signature ninjutsu, the Scorch release Kekkei Genkai, born of the fusion of wind and fire chakra. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye tilted her head slightly, saying, "Now I understand why this feels familiar." It turns out to be the renowned ninja, Yitsong of Sunagakure. Yitsong of Scorch Release. The voice, under the influence of fourfold speed, was challenging to discern, yet Yitsong managed to catch the last word, her name. "It seems you are aware of my reputation, Konoha ninja," Yitsong replied coldly. Although she had not clearly heard Feng Ye's earlier words and did not bear the Konoha headband, it was now evident that Feng Ye was indeed a Konoha ninja. No other ninja from a different village would behave so provocatively, choosing to engage them in battle rather than fleeing. Buzz. 5 crimson fireballs materialized, radiating light not merely as flames, but as spheres formed from the combination of wind and fire. Containing terrifying heat, these fireballs did not launch outward but circled around Yitsong, enveloping her on all sides for protection. "Interesting," Feng Ye remarked, narrowing her eyes slightly, yet she did not engage with Yitsong. Instead, she dashed towards another elite ninja. The ninja's face paled, and without hesitation, he employed the body flicker technique to evade Feng Ye's attack. However, once Feng Ye forced him to use his technique, she immediately turned her attention to another target. "Curse it!" Yitsong gritted her teeth. Witnessing her comrade in peril, she rushed to assist, but her speed could not match Feng Ye's. The power of Scorch Release was formidable, yet in this situation, she found it challenging to deploy, as Feng Ye's speed made it more likely for her to inadvertently harm her allies. In a brief skirmish, swish, the silver light flashed again, as Feng Ye's grass-cutting sword, crackling with lightning, pierced through the heart of one elite ninja, causing him to cough up blood. Why Yitsong had brought 6 individuals to pursue Feng Ye. Aside from herself, the other 5 were all elite ninjas from Sunagakure. Yet within mere moments of engagement, 2 had already perished. The Yue clan, the remaining 3 elite ninjas shuddered at the sight, one of them gazing at Feng Ye with sheer terror, unable to suppress a trembling voice, bathed in silver light and employing lightning techniques. These hallmarks were entirely consistent with the Yue clan of Kimogakure. Yet the youthful figure before them bore no resemblance to the third Raikage or his sons depicted in the intelligence reports. "No, he is a Konoha ninja." Yitsong commanded her subordinates, "Set up a barrier." Against a speed-oriented ninja like this, the only means of countering was to employ a barrier to restrain her. The remaining 3 elite shinobi, seasoned warriors in their own right, without the need for a reminder from Yitsong, were already in silent accord. Astonished by the swiftness of Feng Ye, they swiftly formed hand seals with a resonant hum. In an instant, a yellow luminescent barrier unfurled, taking the shape of a triangle at their positions, suddenly expanding and merging to create a pyramid-like confinement. The damp earth beneath was enveloped by the dry yellow glow, rapidly losing moisture, while torrents of sand swirled upward, spiraling along the yellow barrier, obscuring the view of the outside world. Within this barrier, Feng Ye unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, casting his gaze upon the arid yellow confinement that enveloped him and Yi-Tsang. In a fleeting motion, he darted towards the nearest corner, the Kusanagi sword crackling with lightning as he struck. The blade met the surface of the barrier with a resounding impact, igniting flashes of lightning and fire. Yet it felt as though it had plunged into a quagmire, twisting and warping the barrier, but failing to breach that a constant maintenance barrier, reminiscent of the four purple flames formation. Feng Ye mused inwardly as he observed the scene. The barrier, conjured by the three elite ninjas, was smaller than the four purple flames formation, yet it appeared more resilient, impervious to his singular assault. The advantages and disadvantages of such a barrier were evident. It formed instantaneously and had a substantial radius, making it difficult for even the swiftest of ninjas to escape its grasp before it solidified. However, the limitations were equally clear. Attacks could not penetrate from within to without, nor vice versa. Moreover, it required the sustained effort of three elite shinobi to maintain, rendering it futile even if it ensnared one or two foes, as persistent assault from within would quickly surpass its threshold, leading to its collapse. Such barriers were typically not employed to imprison enemies, but rather to restrict their movements, crafting a battlefield more favorable to the user. Yi-Tsang was acutely aware of this. Hence, she chose not to seek reinforcements, but instead approached the edge of the barrier, where the three sand ninjas knowingly opened a gap, allowing her entry. Yi-Tsang conjured a fireball, igniting it with intense flames, and surged through the opening to ensure Feng Ye could not exploit the opportunity to escape, followed closely by her own entrance into the barrier. With a swift motion, the three elite shinobi sealed the gap. "Now your speed is of no consequence," Yi-Tsang remarked coldly, her right hand cradling a fireball as she declared, "Having inadvertently been eliminated by you, the two of us elite shinobi shall now relish my blazing release within this barrier." As her words fell, she abruptly gestured. The searing fireball shot towards Feng Ye, unleashing a blinding white light. In a blink, Feng Ye vanished from his position, a silver flash appearing to Yi-Tsang's right. The Kusanagi sword, entwined with lightning, descending upon her. Yi-Tsang deftly flicked her fingers, causing the fireball on her right to rapidly expand and envelop Feng. He evaded the expanding fireball, and once again, a silver glimmer signaled his reappearance at her right side. The Kusanagi sword poised to strike once more. Unperturbed, Yi-Tsang manipulated the fireball on her left to expand again, unleashing it towards Feng Ye. The air crackled with the clash of lightning and fire. The overwhelming heat, even at a distance, singed the fabric of Feng Ye's attire, making the scorching sensation palpable against his skin. Within this barrier, your movements are constrained, and with your strength, you cannot overcome my blazing release. Konoha ninja, Yi-Tsang declared, having thwarted two of Feng Ye's assaults, as fireballs materialized around her like miniature suns, exuding a menacing power, bearing down on Feng Ye. Observing this, the three elite shinobi maintaining the barrier exhaled in relief. Thank goodness for Yi-Tsang Danod. If she were not present, even if they managed to temporarily confine Feng Ye with the barrier, it would not last long. It would inevitably collapse, leaving no one to restrain his speed. I never anticipated Konoha would harbor such a terrifyingly swift ninja. If it weren't for the fact that the Cloud Ninja had no reason to engage us, I would suspect he belonged to the Yue clan of Kimobikure. Even now, doubts lingered, but it mattered not. Whether he was a Cloud Ninja or a Konoha shinobi, soon he would merely be a corpse. Trapped within such a barrier, facing Yi-Tsang's blazing release, even the fourth Kazekage would find it challenging to contend, let alone others. A melee ninja, already at a disadvantage, faced restrictions that hindered his speed. It was a certainty he would meet his demise. Chapter 74. Victory or defeat indeed. Blazing release was a rather troublesome ability. Feng Ye regarded Yi-Tsang from a distance, recalling her reputation as the hero of Sunagakure. In her village, she held a status akin to that of Konoha's White Fang, and her fate mirrored his. Her dazzling achievements threatened the position of Kazekage Raza, resulting in her untimely demise at the hands of Sunagecure's higher-ups following the war. Becoming a hero likely meant successfully executing this particular assault, inflicting severe losses upon Konoha, and now he found himself confronting her, Without question, Yi Tsong's strength was at the level of Hokage, yet from the fluctuations in her chakra. It appeared that during this period, she had only just reached the Kage tier, not yet rivaling the prowess of the White Fang. This marked the first time Feng Ye faced an opponent of Kage caliber. Initially believing he could effortlessly dispatch the sand ninjas lured into confrontation, he had not anticipated the emergence of a rather troublesome figure. However, to Feng Ye, she was merely a complication. For him, Blazing Release held no efficacy against his ability to reverse time. Let us use you to adapt to the change from short blade to long sword. Feng Ye mused internally, gripping the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. This time, rather than charging towards Yi Tsong, he unleashed a distant strike. With a swift motion, the blade, crackling with lightning, cleaved through the air, igniting flames upon contact, creating a crescent-shaped arc of energy. The two fiery tips of the arc intertwined, resembling a full moon. Yi Tsong, slightly taken aback by Feng Ye's capability for long-range attacks, remained unruffled. With a dismissive hum, she waved her right hand, sending a white sphere of flame hurtling toward the crescent moon. The collision was explosive. The ground erupted into a pit several meters wide, the shockwave rippling through the barrier, causing the damp soil to churn. "Are you unwilling to engage me in close combat?" Yi Tsong remarked, her expression unchanged as she coldly retorted. "But long range is also my forte." As her words resonated, she elegantly gestured forward, unleashing another white sphere that soared towards Feng Ye, swiftly followed by another. Observing the incoming spheres, Feng Ye unleashed two crescent moons, entwined with flames which soared through the air to collide with them. The ensuing explosions were deafening. Feng Ye did not glance at the detonations in the sky. The shockwaves forced him to shut his eyes. Yet his strikes with the Kusanagi sword never faltered, continuing their relentless assault towards Yi Tsong. With swift, continuous flourishes, he released a barrage of dazzling slashes, akin to spinning silver jewels, tearing through the earth and slicing through the air, advancing upon Yi Tsong. Witnessing this, her expression shifted. Such attacks can be unleashed in succession. This is unreasonable. She discerned that Feng Ye's strikes utilized lightning chakra, delivering high-speed slashes as ranged attacks. Yet this method should have consumed chakra far beyond what her blazing release required. Blazing release, overheating continuous explosion. Despite her uncertainty regarding Feng Ye's audacity to match her in consumption, she called out, thrusting her hands forward, unleashing a torrent of white fireballs from her palms, directing them at Feng Ye. Colliding with his relentless barrage of dazzling slashes, the violent explosions were relentless. Each blast detonated almost centrally within the barrier, yet the resulting shockwaves caused the entire confinement to tremble, prompting the three elite shinobi to strain themselves to maintain its stability. The onlookers within the barrier were left in shock. They were well aware of Yi Tsong's strength and capabilities, yet that young ninja was capable of engaging her in long-range combat with her blazing release. This level of power exceeded their expectations. Had they encountered him on a battlefield, he would pose an extraordinarily difficult challenge. Such a being must not be allowed to persist at Yi Tsong Dano. We beseech you. The three shinobi exchanged anxious glances, inhaling deeply. Feng Ye's displayed strength was formidable. If he were outside the barrier, the situation would be exceedingly perilous. However, within the barrier, Yi Tsong, wielding her blazing release, held an undeniable advantage. Boom! The series of explosions continued to erupt. Within the confined barrier, the aftershocks incessantly compounded. The scene inside had long descended into chaos. No one could discern the internal circumstances. Only the relentless sound of detonations reverberated. Accompanied by the faint tremors of the earth, as the battle raged on, Yi Tsong, who had initially maintained her composure, found it increasingly difficult to do so. This was hard for her to believe. More than half of her chakra had already been depleted, yet Feng Ye continued to launch an unceasing barrage of attacks, showing no signs of diminishing intensity, even more ferocious than at the onset. Was the opponent's chakra boundless? No. This could not persist. Yi Tsong gritted her teeth slightly, not out of fear of being outlasted in a battle of attrition, but because the relentless explosions and their aftershocks were stacking within the barrier. The confrontation between her and Feng Ye had transformed from long-range attacks to a reliance on her blaze release to withstand the continuous aftershocks. It was becoming increasingly arduous to fend off the waves of energy. If this continued, the barrier would inevitably collapse under the strain of the aftershocks. She resolved herself. A flicker of determination flashed in Yi Tsong's eyes. At that moment, she recognized the terrifying prowess of a ninja like Feng Ye. Should Feng Ye escape, the potential destruction on the battlefield would be unimaginable, and due to her incredible speed, containment would be nearly impossible. Thus, she had to eliminate Feng Ye here. Blaze release, scorching detonation. Taking a deep breath, she felt her chakra surge violently within her, simultaneously mobilizing two luminous spheres positioned at her sides to guard against a sudden assault from Feng Ye amidst the chaos. A multitude of light spheres whirled, converging in her palm to form a colossal sphere wreathed in crimson flames, which she then thrust forward with tremendous force. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion ensued. The dust-laden, ochre barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered into countless fragments. The three Jonin maintaining the barrier were flung aside, their chakra disordered from the violent impact, blood spurting from their mouths. Lord Yi Tsong! Swoosh! Swoosh! The three, disregarding their injuries, immediately sprang up upon landing, racing towards Yi Tsong. They saw Yi Tsong, having unleashed her final strike, being unable to withstand the backlash, hurtling backwards, her clothing torn apart by the force, yet revealing no modesty, her body marred with charred and scorched marks. Cough! With the assistance of one of the Jonin, Yi Tsong managed to stand, forcing a bitter smile. I never anticipated it would be so challenging. The upcoming ambush may also be affected, having exerted her utmost effort in that strike. Compounded by the preceding aftershocks, Feng Ye was likely reduced to nothing more than a mere fragment. Yet she too had sustained grievous injuries, uncertain if she could heal such severe wounds before launching her ambush. That ninja was likely a clandestine weapon of Konoha. Taking her down would significantly impact the frontline battle. A nearby Jonin consoled her. To force Lord Yi Tsong to such an extent that ninja's strength is indeed formidable. Another Jonin, seeing that Yi Tsong was no longer in mortal danger, moved towards the shattered barrier, intending to search for any remnants of Feng Ye, perhaps a broken body or a headband. Chapter 75. Humanity for the Lord's additional update. Dust hung in the air, rendering visibility poor. However, it was certain that even Yi Tsong, who had endured the aftershocks, had been severely wounded. Needless to say, Feng Ye, who faced the explosion head-on, must have perished. Surely, there would be some remnants left. The Suna Jonin, Moku, stepped into the haze, his gaze sweeping over the devastation, approaching the center of the deep crater created by the explosion. Ninjas typically carry their village's headbands and nameplates with them. Thus, even in death on the battlefield, should their bodies be utterly destroyed, their identities can be ascertained through these items. Both are metallic and generally resistant to complete destruction. Finding a headband would confirm the origin of this powerful young ninja. And if a nameplate were found, it would definitively establish their identity. Indeed, a Konoha ninja. Moku soon noticed fragments at the bottom of the pit, moving closer to discover a ninja headband emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha. However, the headband alone could only ascertain Feng Ye's origin, not her identity. Moku continued scanning the surroundings, attempting to locate any nameplate she might have carried. But, almost in the next moment, his body froze in place as a sword's blade abruptly pierced through his chest from behind. Blood gushing forth, staining the scorched earth red. Moku's pupils dilated in disbelief as he struggled to turn his head, barely catching sight of the figure behind him. None other than Feng Ye. How could this be? He managed to utter in that moment. Feng Ye's attire was tattered, yet the skin revealed beneath was pale and unscathed, devoid of any burn or blast marks. Completely unharmed, to endure such an explosion within the barrier, and emerge unscathed. The clothing was indeed a different matter. Feng Ye did not respond to his question. Instead, she withdrew the Kusanagi sword, glancing at her torn garments, shaking her head. This was likely the difference between her and the reincarnated ninjas. When injured, her clothing and external belongings could not restore, while the reincarnated ninjas could regenerate. Swoosh! Feng Ye's figure flickered, leaping onto the edge of the pit. The two jonin assisting Yi Song had sensed the change, their expressions shifting dramatically. Upon seeing Feng Ye, horror flickered in their eyes. Yet, their shock was of no consequence at a flash of silver light. The injured and chakra disorder duo had no time to react before their bodies were cleaved by the Kuzunagi's blade, collapsing into the rain-soaked earth amidst a spray of blood. How is this possible? Yi Song's pupils constricted violently, disbelief evident as she gazed at Feng Ye, attempting to summon her chakra, but in her grievous state. She could barely muster it, forcing out a cough of blood as she knelt on the ground. Gazing at Feng Ye, whose flawless skin lay beneath the torn garments, she was filled with incredulity. Yi Song was acutely aware of the power of Blaze release. Within that barrier, her full-force attack, coupled with the aftershocks, would likely be insurmountable even for the adeptly defensive 4th Kazekage. Yet Feng Ye emerged without a single scratch. How could she have achieved this? Feng Ye approached the kneeling Yi Song, her silver aura dissipating, indifferent to the exposure of her form while Yi Song formed hand seals, struggling to channel the remaining chakra within her, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Feng Ye. In the next instant, Feng Ye thrust the Kuzunaji forward, her blade entwined with lightning, tearing through the flames. Cough! Yi Song spat blood, laboriously raising her gaze to Feng Ye's face, desperate to comprehend her feat, but alas, her consciousness began to wane, and she could discern nothing further. As darkness enveloped her vision, she slowly closed her eyes, her body swaying before falling backward. Had she lost consciousness? Feng Ye observed this scene, refraining from approaching immediately, instead continuing to sense and observe until she noted the diminishment of her opponent's presence. Her surprise slightly piqued. She cautiously drew closer, receiving no reaction. It seemed that due to her severe injuries and chakra depletion, life had indeed slipped away. I had intended to capture her alive. Feng Ye shook her head in resignation. A ninja like Yi Song was certainly worth the attempt to subdue, but it appeared she had exerted too much force. Note, it was likely that she had been frightened, ultimately exhausting all her chakra in her final flame release. If time could be reversed to aid others, it would be possible to attempt a revival. Yet regrettably, that was not feasible, and she was not adept in techniques like reincarnation. Oh well. Perhaps another opportunity will arise. As Feng Ye sheathed the Kuzunaji sword, he contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding against any form of intervention with the body of Yi Song. After all, once resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, they would no longer be adversaries. And there would still be an opportunity for conversation. Strangely enough, peculiar thoughts flitted through his mind, likely due to his body having reached the age of 13 or 14, an age where one instinctively begins to crave physical desires. Ah, humanity, Feng Ye mused, gazing skyward as his thoughts meandered. The Third Great Ninja War was an era rife with tumult and brilliance, a time teeming with prodigies. Among them were Yi Song from the Sand Village, Minato Namikaze from Konoha, Shursui Uchiha, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee from the Cloud Village, as well as several distinguished members from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist and the future 5th Mizukage. Terumime, so many that it would be arduous to enumerate them all. Now, standing upon the battlefield of the Third War, he was bound to encounter these figures and engage in conflict with them. Aside from Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and the Reaper Death Seal, which posed considerable challenges, the abilities of the others did not threaten him significantly. As for the Raikage, that remained uncertain. He would need to enhance his own strength further. Muttering softly to himself, Feng Ye bent down and rummaged through Yi Song's belongings, discovering a small metallic plate engraved with Yi Song's ninja identification number from the Sand Village. Such metallic plates were also found on his person, typically employed by villages to identify ninjas posthumously. If, unfortunately, such an item were to fall into enemy hands, it would serve as a trophy of their accomplishments in battle. Generally, these were rarely utilized, only coming into play during times of war, as the chaos of battle often led to situations where remains were obliterated, rendering the identification of the deceased impossible. With a swift motion, Feng Ye collected the identification plates of several other jonin, then cast his gaze toward the direction from which Yi Song and the others were pursuing him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yi Song and these jonin were likely the leaders of that team. The Sand Village had not yet attained the strength to dispatch a 100-strong ninja battalion led by 2-level ninjas. The remaining members were merely inconsequential pawns to him. Given this, it would be prudent to eliminate them all at once. After mending his attire with scraps from Yi Tsang and the others, Feng Ye proceeded to sever the heads of several jonin and seal them away, subsequently employing a transformation technique to assume the appearance of one of them. Making his way toward the Sand Ninja forces. Chapter 76. Suicide. In a land of rain, beneath a massive rock, a throng of sand ninjas had gathered. "Why hasn't Lord Yi Tsang returned yet?" inquired a Chunin, glancing toward the direction where Yi Tsang and others had pursued Feng Ye. Another, frowning, remarked, "It's merely the pursuit of a solitary ninja. If they had caught him, the battle should have concluded by now. If they failed to catch him, they wouldn't waste time chasing. Could it be they fell into an ambush? That is a possibility." A jonin who remained with the team spoke somberly. He gazed toward the direction of Yi Tsang and the others, stating, "That young ninja might be problematic. He could be a decoy. However, given the strength of Lord Yi Tsang and the others, even if they fell into an ambush, they should be able to return. At the very least, one of them ought to come back to inform us of the situation." Another jonin frowned. "Our operation shouldn't have been detectable by Konoha. How could a ninja decoy conveniently appear in that position?" "Hard to say." The initial speaking jonin replied gravely, In any case, we can only wait for further developments. If there is still no news in a quarter of an hour, we will go in search of them." The multitude of jonin and chunin nodded slowly, their expressions grave. This surprise attack was crucial. It could very well determine the outcome of the war. Now faced with unexpected circumstances and the disappearance of Yi Tsang and his team, it was undoubtedly disheartening news. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time slipped by quietly. Rain continued to drip, flowing down the rocky cliff. Whether the sand ninjas huddled beneath the rock to escape the rain or those standing atop the rock surveying the surroundings, silence enveloped them as they awaited developments. Suddenly, a ninja atop the rock glanced in a particular direction, his gaze flickering. After scrutinizing for a moment, he leaped down, exclaiming, "Ninja spotted at 7 o'clock, identified as Jonin Yuki." Upon hearing his voice, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and all the sand ninjas turned their attention to him, with some rushing out to gaze toward the 7 o'clock direction. The leading jonin observed Yuki approaching swiftly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. If Yi Tsang and the others had dealt with that ninja, they would have returned together. Yet now, only Yuki was present. Could it be that the earlier conjecture held true, that the ninja was indeed a decoy, leading Lord Yi Tsang and his team into an ambush, now returning to seek reinforcements? Other sand ninjas also grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting apprehension. This was an exceedingly serious matter. Countless eyes were riveted on Yuki as he drew nearer. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. That Yuki's distance diminished rapidly. In the sand ninja ranks, a sensory-type ninja, fixated on Yuki, suddenly paused. As if sensing something amiss, as Yuki approached within 500 meters, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Beware! That guy is not Jonin Yuki." His voice reverberated, causing all the sand ninjas to change their expressions. Just then, the Jonin Yuki hurtling toward them, amidst a cloud of white smoke, abruptly transformed into a young ninja with tattered clothing and silver hair. In the next instant, the speed of this young ninja surged, nearly quadrupling as he charged toward them. How fast? Be cautious. Squad 8, 9, and 10, prepare your jutsu. Seeing this unfold, a jonin among the sand ninjas bellowed, issuing commands as a dozen ninjas promptly advanced, hands racing to form seals. At that moment, the chakra within Feng Ye surged, breaking through the third gate, enveloped in a silvery glow, and subsequently bursting through the fourth gate, arcs of lightning weaving through his silver hair. Whoosh! His speed instantaneously multiplied several times. Under the astonished gazes of the sand ninjas, they could only perceive a streak of silver light, akin to a flash of lightning, traversing the battlefield, closing the final couple of 100 meters. Wind release. Wind blade technique. Over a dozen sand ninjas shouted in unison. The combined wind blade techniques manifested, intertwining to form an extensive net of wind blades, sweeping toward Feng Ye. The commanding Jonin regarded the scene with a darkened expression. He did not fear this ninja overly much. After all, they had over 100 elite forces, and no matter how fast he was, it was improbable that he could breach their collective large-scale wind-release ninjutsu blockade. The true concern lay in the current circumstances, which could be dire. An enemy masquerading as Yuki had launched an ambush against them, while Yi Tsang and his team, who pursued, had vanished without a trace, likely ensnared in a perilous situation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his commands remained unbroken. While 3 squads jointly unleashed their wind techniques to obstruct Feng Ye directly, he continued, Squad 4, Squad 5, secure the right flank. Squad 6, Squad 7, secure the left flank. Eliminate him. The Sand Village, adept in wind release techniques, held no fear of speed-type ninjas. Wind counters lightning. The cutting power of wind could tear through lightning's defenses, and the expansive range of wind ninjutsu could encircle speed-type ninjas, ensnaring them in a deadly trap. Feng Ye observed the approaching net of wind blades, as well as the similar wind blades converging from both sides, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. It was true that wind-release ninjutsu could counter typical speed-type ninjas. But the emphasis here lay on the term typical. For someone with the monstrous defenses of the Third Reikage, or for him, who possessed the ability to heal infinitely, wind release held no real advantage. At this moment, looking down from above, one could see a silver glimmer charging directly toward the nearly 100 disbanding Sand Ninja forces. Before that silver radiance lay an interwoven net of wind blades, with Sand Ninjas on either side rapidly forming seals, preparing to unleash similar techniques to confine the silver light within their net. Believing that mere speed could grant him unfettered freedom before the Sand Ninjas was an overestimation of his abilities. Your swiftness is indeed your weakness. The Sand Jonin's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Speedy as one may be, it also implies difficulty in altering direction. From the perspective of Feng Ye's speed, if a complete 180-degree turn could be executed immediately, it would indeed be possible to escape the entangled range of the wind blade net. However, such a maneuver would likely prove exceedingly difficult if one were only to barely manage a turn. Tracing a 90-degree arc, they would inevitably collide with the wind blade net released from the flanks. Thus, it became clear that escape was utterly impossible. Some individuals still drew breath, yet they were already dead in spirit. The remaining Sand Shinobi, observing the rapidly evolving situation on the battlefield, arrived at a similar conclusion, their minds wandering to the unknown circumstances in the direction of Yetsong. But, almost at that very instant, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before all. There stood Feng Ye, bathed in silver light, who, facing the oncoming wind blade net, made no attempt to alter his course, but instead charged straight into it. What? This scene left all the Sand Shinobi in a state of astonishment. Then, in a heartbeat, Feng Ye, still enveloped in silver light, surged through the wind blade net, his form seemingly sliced into net-like fragments, a torrent of blood erupting forth, leaving a crimson trail in the air. But a profound shock enveloped the arena. Was this suicide? Chapter 77. Annihilation. Even the commanding Jainin was taken aback. Was it truly the case that at such speed, even a slight change in direction was unfeasible? Indeed, speed, while formidable, was not without its drawbacks. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Yet, almost in the very next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The blood trail, sculpted into a humanoid form by the force of speed and ensnared by the wind blades, suddenly surged towards the silver radiance. Not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. Every drop that had streamed forth from the slicing wind blades soared back into the embrace of that silver light, which showed no signs of pausing, carving a flawless trajectory as it darted towards the nearest cluster of individuals, like a streak of silver lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen Sand Shinobi found themselves frozen in place, only to have their bodies explode into a multitude of sanguine droplets. Impossible. What on earth is happening? The nearby Sand Shinobi were engulfed in dread. In their haste, they could scarcely react. Some grasped kunai, attempting to defend against Feng Ye, yet they could not even discern his trajectory. The commanding Jainin's expression shifted dramatically, revealing sheer astonishment. He had never anticipated that one could recover from such a dismemberment. The opponent was not merely too swift to change direction quickly. Fourth squad, fifth squad, block his route. Second squad, provide support. With his countenance grave, he bellowed commands, simultaneously drawing a katana, his gaze fixed on the silver flash weaving through the battlefield. Striving to lend assistance. Under his command, some of the astonished sand shinobi managed to regroup, initiating a large-scale wind-based ninjutsu to obstruct Feng Ye's path. Yet Feng Ye continued to evade nothing. Once more, he charged headlong into the wind blades. Disregarding all harm, his Kusanagi sword crackling with arcane lightning as it cleaved through the air, reducing another 10 sand shinobi to lifeless forms. Stay composed. Enclose him! Enclose him! Witnessing the sand shinobi's ranks descend into utter chaos. The commanding J-Nin's expression darkened profoundly as he shouted incessantly. Immediately, some sand shinobi attempted to erect barriers to confine Feng Ye's movements. However, having previously encountered the barriers, Feng Ye, forewarned, deftly maneuvered around their confines. Though the barriers posed no significant threat to him, merely delaying him momentarily, his current objective was annihilation, not confinement. Whoosh whoosh! The barrier's attempt to ensnare him again failed, claiming yet another 10 ninja beneath the blade of Feng Ye's Kusanagi. At this juncture, the sand shinobi were utterly in disarray. Countless expressions of horror and trepidation surfaced among them. They were elite shinobi of the Sand Village, unafraid of battle, daring to engage even against overwhelming odds, yet in the face of an adversary like Feng Ye, who struck before they could even comprehend their demise. Fear seeped into their hearts. All they knew was slaughter. From the moment Feng Ye plunged into their ranks, he had already caused the death of over half of their number. All the elite Nin had been unable to withstand even a mere exchange against Feng Ye. In a flash of silver light, they were torn asunder, facing no resistance whatsoever. Such combat was utterly unfeasible. Damn it, we cannot contain him. The commanding J-Nin, witnessing this scene, could not help but grit his teeth. His gaze towards Feng Ye fraught with rage and panic. He understood their mission had irrevocably failed. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate their losses. Retreat. This order to withdraw was immensely difficult for him to issue, for it was a crucial task entrusted with high hopes by the village, aimed at decisively determining the outcome of the conflict. It was precisely because of the difficulty in giving this command, compounded by Feng Ye's rapid slaughter, that in mere seconds, nearly 10 more ninja perished. They are finally beginning to flee. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes at the multitude of sand shinobi responding to the retreat order. Having previously broken through the wind blade net, he now stood without clothing, all garments torn asunder. Although cloaked in silver light and enhanced by his speed, rendering him nearly undetectable, he remained intent on not letting a single soul escape. The previous killings were merely a prelude. What lay ahead was his true trial. Should the sand shinobi scatter in all directions, even with his speed, it would be challenging to annihilate them all. However, due to the ingrained thought patterns of ninjas, the already chaotic sand shinobi did not immediately choose the optimal retreat strategy, but instead formed a large group moving in one direction. This was precisely the scenario Feng Ye had hoped for. Without hesitation, he continued to plunge into the crowd, sword raised and falling. In the subsequent 10 seconds of carnage, yet another dozen sand shinobi fell beneath his Kusanagi sword. Split and retreat. Do not head in the same direction. Only then did the sand shinobi fully grasp the situation, dispersing in various directions. Yet by that point, the fallen had exceeded 80, leaving fewer than 20 remaining. The drastic reduction in numbers significantly eased Feng Ye's pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye maintained a state of fourfold speed, rendering both Nin and J-Nin incapable of enduring even a single exchange against him. After methodically dispatching a dozen ninjas in a seemingly circular fashion, the last 4 or 5 remaining sand shinobi fled several hundred meters away, yet that distance still failed to liberate them from Feng Ye's grasp. The terrain was far too open. Apart from a solitary rock where the sand shinobi initially sought refuge from the rain, there was scarcely any other complex terrain nearby. It was a completely open expanse. Were this a dense forest, Feng Ye, lacking in sensory skills, would find it challenging to pursue once his quarry escaped several hundred meters. Yet in this open terrain, that was not the case. They would need to flee at least 1,000 meters to have any chance of employing basic concealment techniques to evade Feng Ye's line of sight and escape in another direction. Whoosh, whoosh! The silver light flitted through the downpour. The number of sand shinobi continued to dwindle 0.5.4.3. Ultimately, at a distance of approximately 2,000 meters from the initial battleground, Feng Ye caught up to the last remaining sand shinobi. His Kusanagi sword ruthlessly piercing through the man's chest. "You demon!" The sand shinobi gazed up at Feng Ye, fear glimmering in his eyes. Trembling, he uttered a single word before consciousness began to fade. Feng Ye withdrew his Kusanagi, watching the lifeless body collapse into the rain-soaked ground, shaking his head. "Demon, no, I am merely a human, striving earnestly to survive until the very end." After uttering these words, Feng Ye turned his gaze back towards the battlefield. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, he could still barely discern that the ground had been stained crimson. Corpses littered the landscape. Blood flowed like a river. It resembled a hell's cape. Chapter 78. Kazekage Rosesa of the Wind Country. Frontline battlefield. Due to the Sand Ninja Village's decision to mount an all-out offensive, nearly all the ninja of the village have been deployed to the front line, leaving only a handful of ninjas and juniors to guard the rear. Such a bold maneuver is not without justification. On one hand, the Wind Country's desert environment renders resources scarce, and ninjas ill-suited to the terrain suffer greatly within its borders. On the other hand, the only force capable of launching a surprise attack deep into the Wind Country is the Rock Ninja Village. However, should the Rock Ninja Village expend significant manpower in an attempt to invade, the Cloud Ninja Village, ever watchful, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The advantages on multiple fronts empower them to pursue a comprehensive offensive. Within the camp, in the central tent, a high-ranking ninja from the Sand Village presented a report to the 4th Kazekage. Rosesa Kavesama. Here are today's casualty statistics. We have lost 21 men, sustained 43 severe injuries, and 109 light injuries. Rosesa glanced at the report and set it aside on the table, stating solemnly, "There is no need to alter our battle plan. We shall proceed as originally scheduled tomorrow." "Understood," the high-ranking ninja replied before departing the tent. In the tent, aside from the 4th Kazekage, Rosesa were the chief strategist, Hiri Izumi, and several other senior members of the Sand Village. Before the assault on the Leaf Village commenced, it would have been prudent to remain stationary to minimize casualties. However, such a strategy might arouse suspicion from Konoha. Hiri Izumi gazed at a map on the table and spoke slowly. Rosesa nodded in agreement. "Indeed, to avoid alerting Konoha, we must maintain our presence on the front line, even at the cost of some casualties. Once the operation at Yitsong succeeds, we will swiftly turn the tide of battle." Chio, with a penetrating gaze, looked at Rosesa and remarked, "Let us hope it proceeds smoothly," noticing an unusual glint in her eyes. Rosesa chose not to respond, instead advising, "It is getting late. Elder Chio, you should return to rest. It would be best if you led the next round of attacks tomorrow." Chio said nothing further and left the tent. Rosesa watched her retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable passing through his eyes. Among all the Kage throughout the history of the 5 great ninja villages, Rosesa was considered one of the weakest. Had the 3rd Kazekage not encountered misfortune in his prime, it would have been improbable for Rosesa to ascend to the position of 4th Kazekage. Yet, despite the hurried transition, his control over the village and his immediate subordinates paled in comparison to that of the 3rd Kazekage. Yet he had firmly secured his position. His reliance lay in cunning. Initiating an all-out war against Konoha, igniting the 3rd Great Ninja War, was one of his strategies. The notion of avenging the 3rd Kazekage or demanding accountability from Konoha was mere pretense. Even the plundering of Konoha's resources was but a secondary goal. His primary objective was to solidify his position as Kazekage through warfare. By leveraging this conflict, he aimed to weaken rival clans and other high-ranking officials while cultivating his own elite subordinates. Thus, he remained indifferent to the so-called casualties, and the outcome of the war was of little concern to him. Feng Ye's assessment of the 4th Kazekage Rosesa was that he resembled Danzo, possessing a far weaker overall perspective. After all, Danzo at least had the ambition of unifying the ninja world. What had Rosesa accomplished? He recklessly instigated a full-scale war against Konoha, significantly depleting his own village's combat strength in a bid to elevate his own power and status. Securing his position as Kazekage. Afterwards, when Yitsong achieved remarkable success in battle and posed a threat to his standing, Rosesa swiftly conspired with the Mist Village to eliminate Yitsong, and he then expelled the respected Chiyo and Hiraizumi from the decision-making circle, forcing both into retirement. Ultimately, during the Chunin exams, he was eliminated by Orochimaru. One could argue that throughout history, this Kazekage had never accomplished anything genuinely beneficial for the Sand Village. All his actions were solely aimed at consolidating his own power and status. In a sense, Rosesa's methods were indeed formidable, having ascended from a hasty assumption of the Kazekage role to wielding absolute authority within the Sand Village. However, Feng Ye held a deep disdain for such manipulative political tactics. The reasoning was simple, a narrow-minded view. This world is not one governed by political maneuvering, but by the supremacy of strength in the presence of titans like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Engaging in so-called political stratagems is utterly laughable. Both Chiyo and Hiraizumi were well aware of Rosesa's intentions, but found themselves powerless to intervene, as Rosesa held the upper hand, employing overt tactics that leveraged the third Kazekage's disappearance as a pretext for war against Konoha, an argument that could not be easily countered. Additionally, the long-standing enmity between the Sand Village and Konoha had garnered the support of the entire village. Elder Hiraizumi, you should also take your rest. Rosesa turned to Hiraizumi, who was studying the map. Hiraizumi ran his fingers over the map for a moment, then looked up, a hint of worry etched on his face that I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. I have an ominous premonition. Ominous premonition? Rosesa asked, puzzled, shaking his head. You are simply fatigued. It would be best for you to rest. We still require your guidance for the subsequent battlefield arrangements. Perhaps, Hiraizumi sighed, rising to leave. Just then, a figure burst into the tent, kneeling before Rosesa with urgency in their voice. Kazama, we have lost contact with the surprise attack unit. The previously tranquil atmosphere in the tent shifted dramatically. Hiraizumi's heart sank, exchanging a glance with Rosesa. Rosesa's expression darkened, though much of it was a fa-ade. The surprise attack unit was not directly under his command, and while he might not have been overly concerned, the suddenness of the news warranted a reaction. When did we lose contact? This afternoon, the messenger ninja reported urgently. According to the original plan, the surprise attack unit was supposed to contact us around noon. But we received no word. This afternoon, the relay team attempted to make contact, but by evening, there was still no response. That we have just received word from the summoning beast that the relay ninja over there has perished. Hiraizumi's complexion turned grim. The ominous premonition had come to fruition. The relay ninja held a crucial position within the surprise attack unit, protected at the center of the team. Their death signified that a significant issue had arisen within the surprise attack unit. Rosesa's expression also darkened, though much of it was a pretense. The surprise attack plan was Hiraizumi's strategy. Should something go awry, Hiraizumi would bear the brunt of the blame, significantly undermining his position, which, in turn, would serve Rosesa's interests. Kakasama. Elder, what should we do next? The messenger ninja anxiously inquired. Hiraizumi took a deep breath and replied firmly, do not panic. The surprise attack unit has Yitsong. Even if they encounter difficulties, they should be capable of managing. Their current situation is likely one of scattered disconnection. Dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate and re-establish communication. Let us proceed with that. Rosesa nodded, his voice steady. The messenger ninja acknowledged and swiftly exited the tent to relay the orders. Chapter 79. Return to the camp. Konoha's forward camp in the Land of Grass. After annihilating the Sand Ninja's surprise attack unit, Feng Ye had no intention of further exploration within the Land of Rain. While Nagato's Rinnegan was indeed of interest, it was not something he could afford to focus on at present. After all, Uchiha Madara was still alive, surveilling the ninja world, and Nagato was similarly under watch. Prematurely delving into the secrets behind this world was ill-advised. But it is Feng Ye. It seems you have succeeded, Orochimaru remarked, engrossed in his studies within the tent, upon noticing the Kusanagi sword hanging at Feng Ye's waist. A smile graced his lips. Feng Ye nodded, replying, Teacher, your intelligence was entirely accurate. Orochimaru scrutinized the Kusanagi sword at Feng Ye's waist for several seconds before inquiring, "May I take a look at that Kusanagi sword?" Feng Ye drew the sword and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru examined the Kusanagi sword with keen interest for a moment, infusing it with a trace of chakra and attempting to wield it a couple of times, declaring, "No doubt about it. This is indeed the legendary Kusanagi sword." Pondering thoughtfully, Feng Ye asked, "How many Kusanagi swords exist?" The Kusanagi sword is not merely the name of a single blade, but rather a collective term for many swords. He has heard of the Tenbiryu sword, and it seems to be the one in the possession of Sasuke, as its appearance corroborates his recollection. Orochimaru's words further validated his previous conjectures. Orochimaru handed the Tenbiryu sword to Kid, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It is said that there are a total of 11 Kusanagi swords, but 8 of them have been lost to time, leaving only 3. However, the veracity of this rumor remains unconfirmed. What we can ascertain for certain are these 3: the Tsumagari sword, the Tenbiryu sword, and the Shikutsaku sword." Kid was not particularly surprised by Orochimaru's response, as this information was already known to him. The only unexpected aspect was the realization that the only confirmed swords were indeed the 3 that appeared in the original text, with no others to be found. Orochimaru continued with a smile, "You have witnessed the Tsumagari sword in my possession, which possesses the ability to freely transform and alter its length, allowing it to be manipulated at the will of its master. The sword you hold is the Tenbiryu sword, characterized by its exceptional resilience and sharpness, making it highly suitable for channeling chakra, effectively accommodating all forms of ninjutsu. The final sword, the Shikatsumiku, also known as the Sakagari Tachi, is documented as a blade with sealing capabilities, capable of sealing anything it pierces." Kid was well aware of this information. He lightly brushed his fingers along the blade's edge, among the 3 Kusanagi swords. The sealing technique of the Shikatsumiku posed a certain threat to him, while the Tsumagari sword appeared somewhat ostentatious. However, the one that suited him best was undoubtedly the Tenbiryu sword he currently wielded. From his battle with Yakura, he sensed that the Tenbiryu sword's capacity to channel lightning chakra was a notch above that of the ninja blade, White Fang. The term capacity refers to the degree of loss. When ordinary kunai are infused with lightning chakra, due to the inferior material of the kunai, this lightning chakra can only manifest less than 20 to 30% of its potential. In contrast, when infused into the White Fang, the lightning chakra can unleash nearly 70 to 80% of its power, an efficiency that approaches the direct release of ninjutsu. The Tenbiryu sword, however, is even more formidable. It can achieve over 90% efficiency with negligible loss. This explains why, even after acquiring this sword, Kid could still execute the Radiant Flash technique despite the influence on his Kiba's swordsmanship. While his swordsmanship was affected, the efficiency of his chakra had improved, resulting in virtually no significant change to his overall strength that I see. Kid replied, displaying an expression of enlightenment. Despite having already known what Orochimaru was saying, Orochimaru's lips curved into a slight smile as he added, "That Kusanagi sword is quite compatible with your techniques. However, you may need to make some modifications to your Kiba swordsmanship." Kid nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, adapting from a short blade to a long sword presents some challenges. However, since they are of the same weapon type, making adjustments should not be overly difficult. Transitioning from a short blade to a long sword only involves a change in length. It does not become an entirely different weapon, such as a hidden blade or a hammer. Thus, transforming Kiba swordsmanship into Kiba sword techniques does not necessitate discarding all previous experience. It merely requires some adjustments in detail. Men are generally adept at manipulating variations in length." Orochimaru remarked with a chuckle that, "I have faith that with your talent, Kid, you will quickly master the modifications." Orochimaru casually inquired, "Did you encounter any issues in the Land of Rain?" Initially, it was merely a casual question. Observing Kid's swift return, it seemed he had faced no unforeseen circumstances during his journey. However, upon posing this question, he noticed a contemplative expression on Kid's face, as if he were organizing his thoughts. Well, after a brief pause, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the pile of metal plaques on the table, revealing a look of astonishment. After Kid tossed the metal plaques onto the table, he shrugged at Orochimaru, stating, That's roughly the situation that a profound silence enveloped the tent. The two Konoha Jonin, standing nearby, were momentarily rendered speechless. There were nearly 100 of these metal plaques. If they were not fabricated, it would imply that Keed single-handedly eliminated nearly 100 sand ninja. Even if they were all genin, that figure was still somewhat alarming. If your assessment is accurate, then your achievements this time far surpass those of your previous battle, Orochimaru said after several seconds, his tone contemplative. Eliminating a sand ninja detachment that attempted to circumvent the Land of Rain and launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Konoha frontline camp. This feat alone could earn you the title of a hero. Keed displayed no pride or sense of accomplishment, responding, it was merely a coincidence. For him, the merits he accrued on this battlefield were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the enhancement of his own strength ditto. And there's this, he added, tossing a scroll to Orochimaru. I collected some blood samples from that Shikoten ninja. I thought you might be interested. Typically, Orochimaru would be highly intrigued by bloodline limit samples. But since learning about Keed's abilities, his enthusiasm for researching other bloodline limits had diminished significantly. Nonetheless, he possessed a collector's obsession. The blood sample from the Shikoten bloodline limit ninja were precisely one of the samples he lacked. Well done. I will relay this information to the village, Orochimaru said as he accepted the scroll, a smile gracing his face. By the way, a day ago, the third Hokage issued instructions to dispatch you to the front lines in the Land of Wind. You may depart at once. Keed shrugged in resignation, saying, I haven't even caught my breath, and now I'm off again. He was not surprised by this order. Unless Minato suddenly launched a sweeping assault on the Sand Village and decisively defeated them. It was likely he would be dispatched as long as the situation remained somewhat stagnant. In fact, he wished to temporarily leave the battlefield and find a quiet place to cultivate for a while. But doing so during wartime was tantamount to treason, and he had no intention of leaving Konoha just yet. On one hand, there was Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and others. On the other hand, the greatest threats to him in the ninja world, aside from the half-dead Uchiha Madara, were Minato from Konoha, whose abilities with the Reaper Death Seal combined with Flying Thunder God were particularly troublesome. Furthermore, remaining in Konoha allowed him to pursue some of his own plans. You eliminated a sand ninja detachment. Resting for a while awaiting new instructions from the village is perfectly reasonable, Orochimaru concluded, smiling as he stored away the scroll. Keed exhaled deeply, saying, Then I'll go rest for now. He had not managed to sleep soundly during his journey and was feeling somewhat fatigued, necessitating a return to replenish his rest. Chapter 80. Danzo and Sir Toby Hiruzen, after the information regarding Keed's annihilation of an elite sand ninja detachment numbering nearly 100 in the Land of Rain, reached Konoha. It sent shockwaves through the higher-ups of the village, including Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen. The source of their astonishment lay not solely in the fact that Keed had eliminated a 100-man unit, but that this sand ninja detachment had successfully infiltrated the rear of the Land of Rain without detection. Had they not encountered Keed, the sudden attack on the rear camp could have led to dire consequences, significantly altering the course of the war. While it seemed like merely eliminating a 100-man unit, the impact of this action could very well determine the outcome of the entire conflict. Following this shock came a sense of trepidation. Whether among the clan leaders or within Danzo and Hiruzen, a certain anxious sentiment began to take root. Although similar feats could be accomplished by other ninja, Keed's youth was disquieting. He was alarmingly young. In the highest conference room of the Hokage building, Danzo spoke gravely to Hiruzen. This transcends mere talent. That child possesses something otherworldly. 10 years old, not yet 11, despite having showcased extraordinary prowess on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, signifying a rare and exceptional talent. This time was different. Setting aside the coincidence of encountering the elite detachment from the Sand Village, the fact that he single-handedly decimated a 100-man unit was almost fantastical. Even Hiruzen himself might not have been able to achieve such a feat. What a revelation! Demon, Hiruzen's eyes reflected a weighty gravity. The term demon merely served as a figurative expression. He understood Danzo's implication, that Keed was not normal, and that something unpredictable might have transpired within him. Such an event, capable of influencing the outcome of a war, could also result in significant losses for Konoha, rendering it a matter of considerable danger. He is the child of White Fang. It should not come to that, as the gentle spring breeze wafted through. The figure of Chushuan, seated nearby, slowly opened her squinting eyes and spoke softly. Mito Minyan's voice resonated deeply as he remarked, "Is it not somewhat premature to classify the child of such a resolute ninja as Kakashi, known for his unwavering spirit, as a threat?" "No," Danzo replied, shaking his head with a grave demeanor. "I do not regard him as a threat per se. Rather, it is the peculiar circumstances surrounding him that merit caution that a mere child, not yet 11, cannot possibly attain such a level of power. Regardless of the nature of this anomaly, it demands our vigilance." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, his expression solemn. The ninja world harbors myriad monstrous forces. The tailed beasts are but one example. The 9 tails possessed by Konoha is a formidable deterrent, yet if it were to spiral out of control, the repercussions for the village would be dire. There exist other threats that could rival the danger posed by the tailed beasts. Hiruzen was not particularly concerned about Keed. He believed that while the child possessed the intellect of an adult at such a tender age, he bore no malice and thus posed no threat to Konoha. However, if a monstrous entity were to dwell within him, the situation would indeed be different. "What are your intentions?" Hiruzen inquired after a moment of contemplation. Danzo narrowed his eyes and replied, "I propose we impose restrictions to ensure he does not become a threat. If there truly exists a parasitic creature within him, we must employ sealing techniques promptly." Immediate containment? Hiruzen pondered if there were even a remote possibility of a threat to Konoha. Then early intervention would be prudent, yet he was reluctant to delegate this task to Danzo, for it would only amplify Danzo's influence. At that moment, a curious thought struck him. It was peculiar that Orochimaru, who ought to be the most qualified to make such a judgment, had not mentioned any anomalies in his reports. Keed is Orochimaru's disciple. "Do you truly believe he remains oblivious to this?" Hiruzen suddenly questioned. Danzo squinted, responding, "Perhaps he is aware and is merely acting in secrecy, choosing not to inform you." Upon hearing Danzo cast suspicion on Orochimaru, Hiruzen scoffed. "You two have never fully disclosed the activities you conduct in the shadows." He resolved to continue communicating with Orochimaru, seeking further insights about Keed and refraining from rash decisions against the child. He still held trust in Orochimaru as a mentor. Moreover, everything Keed had achieved thus far was through his prowess on the battlefield. To control him based solely on unverified suspicions would undoubtedly incite turmoil. During wartime, such disturbances must be avoided. Upon hearing Hiruzen's determination, Danzo slowly remarked, "It seems you hold great faith in your disciple. Thus, I have no further recommendations." As he spoke, he rose to leave, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness. Over the course of 3 days, Hiruzen engaged in multiple discussions with Orochimaru, ultimately receiving startling news. Keed had awakened a unique bloodline limit, a bloodline limit that enhanced speed, allowing Keed to exhibit extraordinary power on the battlefield. All prior doubts dissipated. As one of the foremost figures in the ninja realm, Hiruzen understood the significance of speed for a ninja. The bloodline limit that could amplify speed could indeed grant one the capability to contend against numerous adversaries. Such an enhancement could render conventional tactics ineffective, enabling fluid movement even in dire circumstances. In O Wonder Keed achieved feats that even Hiruzen found challenging. That the power you bestowed upon your child. White Fang, holding the latest scroll of intelligence from Orochimaru, Hiruzen gazed out the window, murmuring in wonder. The will of the deceased can indeed leave an indelible mark, bestowing protective abilities upon their progeny. Such phenomena have been documented. Of course, it is also possible that Keed's spirit and body underwent some mutation, resulting in the emergence of this bloodline limit. Regardless of the scenario, it is a fortuitous development, for Keed is a ninja of Konoha. Such formidable combat prowess can significantly impact the tides of war. Hiruzen swiftly made his decision. He would inform Orochimaru to maintain previous directives and deploy Keed to the front line in the Land of Wind. He opted to uphold his earlier choice to send Keed to the battlefield, but this time the mission would be one of offense rather than support, taking advantage of the devastation inflicted upon the Sand Ninja forces. He intended to launch a grand offensive aimed at crippling their strength and decisively defeating them. Chapter 81. Kid and Orochimaru moments later, at the frontline camp in the Land of Grass. Orochimaru received Hiruzen's orders and turned to Kid with a sly smile, saying, "It appears that Lord Sarutobi has begun to trust you." Kid shrugged, replying, "Possessing such power at not yet 11 years of age would indeed raise suspicions regarding its origins. I owe my gratitude to you, Orochimaru-sensei, for your assistance in clarifying and concealing the truth." The intelligence provided by Orochimaru to Hiruzen indicated a bloodline limit that enhanced speed, yet did not specify the temporal aspect of the ability. Kid was unconcerned about the revelation of a speed enhancement. The only ability he sought to keep hidden was that of time reversal, for it allowed him to deftly navigate unforeseen events. Orochimaru's careful concealment seemed to stem from his own judgment. Kid surmised that Orochimaru's motives for shielding him were likely rooted in a desire to protect him from Danzo's scrutiny. Orochimaru had long maintained clandestine collaborations with Danzo, and likely understood the potential consequences if Danzo were to discover Kid's true capabilities. It would indeed be challenging to directly associate your abilities with time manipulation unless one had thoroughly studied your physique. The notion of a speed-enhancing bloodline limit serves as an effective guise. In truth, even if your power were disclosed, adversaries would struggle to counter it. However, should certain individuals become privy to this knowledge, it could lead to unnecessary complications, Orochimaru remarked with a knowing smile. Through their prolonged interactions, Orochimaru recognized that Kid's mindset transcended that of a mere child. He was a cautious, mature, and rational ninja. Thus he subtly broached the topic, confident that Kid would comprehend. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kid couldn't help but sighed. If Orochimaru's intentions were genuinely to protect his disciple without ulterior motives regarding his bloodline limit, such sentiments would indeed be quite touching. The implications of their conversation were unmistakable. The distinction between time acceleration and a speed-enhancing bloodline limit was negligible in terms of their applications. Both pertained to variations in speed. Should adversaries develop strategies against speed-oriented ninjas, they would similarly pose a challenge to Kid. Thus, the ramifications of exposing this ability were not particularly significant. The crux lay in the potential complications stemming from the revelation of this ability, which undoubtedly referred to Danzo. Lord Danzo has always shown a keen interest in me, Kid remarked with a light laugh. When I first displayed some talent, he attempted to recruit me into the Umbu. With his current strength and status, Kid felt no need to conceal the truth from Orochimaru, as he now possessed sufficient influence to touch upon the highest echelons of power within the village, especially since Orochimaru now stood alongside him as an ally. Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle, saying, "Danzo has consistently been drawn to the young prodigies within the village. However, his motives are always self-serving, disregarding any established rules. Had you revealed your talents earlier, perhaps either you or Kakashi would have fallen into his grasp. I share the same sentiment." Kid shrugged. He is likely still harboring designs on me. Yet, during wartime, he would be less inclined to act rashly. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Do not dwell on it too much. Lord Sarutobi would not permit him to act with impunity, especially against you. However, the current system within the village has grown somewhat stagnant and necessitates reform. If I were to ascend as the fourth Hokage following this incident, Orochimaru recognized that he and Kid were aligned on the same path, at least until the power dynamics within Konoha underwent a significant shift. And thus he felt comfortable discussing his thoughts on the village's issues. I will support you, sensei, Kid affirmed. Feng Ye lightly nodded. There was no connection between both Feng Shui men and him. In the future, as they vied for the position of the fourth Hokage, he would undoubtedly align himself with Orochimaru. From any perspective, Orochimaru possessed the capability to assume the role of the fourth Hokage, even during this period and the subsequent Chunin exams. Orochimaru still harbored feelings for Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have gazed at Konoha with moist eyes during his assault on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reckless capture of Konoha's ninjas for human experimentation occurred only after Sarutobi Hiruzen chose both Feng Shui men as the fourth Hokage, leading to Orochimaru's complete disillusionment with Konoha. Furthermore, both Feng Shui men's methods were overly gentle in the original text. Both Feng Shui men's rise to the position of fourth Hokage was not significantly tied to his achievements. as Orochimaru's contributions from the Second Great Ninja War to the Third were hardly inferior to those of both Feng Shui in terms of experience and seniority. Orochimaru far surpassed both Feng Shui men. The reason both Feng Shui men could become the fourth Hokage was quite simple. He was easier to control compared to Orochimaru and posed no threat to the status of the Konoha elders. Should Orochimaru become the fourth Hokage, he would not meekly relinquish power to Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gate, but would undoubtedly eliminate them one by one. It was precisely for this reason that Konoha's higher-ups collectively supported both Feng Shui men. Ultimately, Konoha's system was in disarray, as evidenced by the handling of later events such as the Uchiha Massacre. Feng Ye did not wish to leave Konoha, for it was home to many familiar faces. However, since he did not want to depart, his presence would invariably threaten the status of Konoha's upper echelons. He would either be marginalized or become Hokage and enact a thorough cleansing of the village. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was an unexpected turn of events. Feng Ye originally intended to become Hokage himself, cleanse Konoha, and then pass the mantle to Kakashi, allowing him to retire early. He pondered what the scenario would be like if Orochimaru were to become the fourth Hokage. A soft smile graced Feng Ye's lips as he mused. He estimated that on one hand, Orochimaru would need to deal with the decayed elders like Tsunade, and on the other, he would have to manage Konoha's exceedingly busy political affairs while coordinating the relationships among the various clans. Tackling such a plethora of responsibilities might leave Orochimaru with little time to study forbidden techniques like Edo Tensei and impure world reincarnation, effectively allowing him to serve as the fourth Hokage until retirement. With your support, I feel more assured, Orochimaru remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges he would face in assuming the role of Hokage. The upper management of Konoha would likely oppose him en masse. The only favorable aspect was that both Jiraiya and Tsunade had shown little interest in the position. Yet now Jiraiya's disciple, both Feng Shui men, was being groomed as a successor, lacking sufficient influence and power. Orochimaru's ascension to the fourth Hokage depended solely on Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, requiring Hiruzen's unequivocal support for any hope of success. Maintaining even a neutral stance would be insufficient, with Feng Ye's backing. However, he had secured a formidable ally, significantly enhancing his prospects. After all, Feng Ye had established a certain level of influence and status within Konoha, both in terms of power and accomplishments. Chapter 82. The Crisis of Yuhi Kurenai after departing from Orochimaru. Feng Ye set off alone, heading towards the front lines of the Land of Wind. However, this time he did not rush at full speed. Instead, he advanced steadily while practicing, not particularly concerned with the speed of his arrival. Moving at quadruple speed, he could save several days for training. During the 3 days he spent at the camp, he had been diligently training to adapt to the transition from short blade to long sword, familiarizing himself with the characteristics of the Tenbiryu swordsmanship and modifying the Hatake sword technique into a style uniquely his own. The difference between a short blade and a long sword was fundamentally one of size, rather than a change in weapon form. This size disparity hinged upon the point of force application. The points of force application for short and long swords differ significantly. Using a short blade's grip to wield a long sword would feel awkward and result in a strike that lacks sufficient power, necessitating adjustments that, in a secluded grove, the apparent similarities masked considerable differences, yet the improvements were not as daunting as imagined. Feng Ye held the Kusanagi sword, executing the simplest of sword swings. Over the 3 days of training within the camp, he had completed approximately 80% of the modifications to the Hatake sword technique. The further he progressed, the more challenging it became. After leaving the camp, he spent 2 more days elevating his technique to around 90%. The remainder was purely a matter of practice. He needed to refine his basic swings to achieve a more adept cutting action, progressively enhancing his proficiency to its zenith. This mechanized practice was, paradoxically, the simplest for Feng Ye. Thanks to the time acceleration, in a quadruple speed state, he could train at a pace 4 times that of an ordinary person, making 2 days equivalent to 8 days of training for others. Previously, when he practiced the Hatake sword technique, starting from scratch to reach a certain level of proficiency required approximately 1 million swings over the course of a month at AT that time. He could only manage a 1. 5 times acceleration, and both his physical strength and chakra were quite feeble, merely at the level of a genin. Now he was entirely transformed. 1 million swings. Training at quadruple speed, he could likely complete this in less than a week. Moreover, this figure was merely a rough estimate. Feng Ye calculated it based on his average swings per minute, so it would likely take even less time, especially since he had already conducted part of his training while at the camp. 3,281, 3,282.7,776, 7,777. How many was that again? Never mind. Feng Ye quickly abandoned the counting. He simply knew that in this grove, he had been diligently practicing the most fundamental swings for 3 full days, during which he had consumed 2 deer and 3 sheep. Ultimately, he reached a point where swinging the sword felt entirely natural, able to produce cutting effects equivalent to the Hokage sword technique. With a swift motion, Feng Ye cut through the air, and a sudden flourish that a flash of white light danced along the blade. And a tree several meters away was cleaved in two with a sharp crack, the force cascading to topple 7 or 8 trees behind it. The power had increased by at least 20% compared to when he wielded the white fawn. Should he encounter the previous Yakura, he could potentially break her jutsu defenses directly without necessitating a war of attrition or relying on time reversal. Feng Ye exhaled softly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he surveyed the fruits of his labor. Though the 5th gate of the 8 gates might still be out of reach for a short time, any improvement in other areas was a cause for celebration, especially as it enhanced his offensive power. For someone with sufficient speed and the ability to reverse time, considerations of defense and evasion were moot. Offensive power was thus his paramount attribute. It was time to depart. Feng Ye sheathed the Kusanagi sword and gazed toward the land of wind, his body swiftly transforming into a blur as he dashed through the forest towards the frontline camp in a land of fire. Amidst a thicket, 2 groups of ninjas clashed and became ensnared in battle. One side consisted of Konoha ninjas, while the other comprised Suna ninjas. Yuhi Kurenai's expression was somewhat strained. Merely venturing into this area for reconnaissance, he had unexpectedly encountered Suna ninjas who had infiltrated the region. Although he faced no immediate danger, he found himself entangled with an enemy jonin that, on the other hand, there were 3 lower-ranking ninjas from Kurenai's team, along with a special jonin who accompanied him for the reconnaissance, all facing another jonin from Suna. Despite being 4 against 1, the special jonin from Konoha was a reconnaissance-type ninja and lacked significant combat prowess. Meanwhile, Kurenai and her companions were still only lower ninjas, barely approaching the level of chunin, which left them at a disadvantage even when working together. They could only just hold their ground. "This is troublesome," Kurenai remarked, furrowing his brow. He now faced 2 choices. One was to continue battling. If he could eliminate the opposing jonin first, he could immediately rush to assist Kurenai. However, it was uncertain whether he would secure victory before Kurenai's team could no longer hold on. The other option was to employ a wide-range genjutsu to temporarily restrain the 2 Suna jonin, allowing Kurenai and her team to retreat safely. Retreat, as the crimson sun began to set. The discerning Shinhong made a decision that, on one hand, Shinhong was his daughter, and her safety somewhat influenced his performance. Continuing the fight posed a significant threat that, on the other hand, the mission was originally intended for reconnaissance rather than combat, and this battle was still too premature and perilous for Shinhong and her companions. Swiftly, after parrying an attack from her opponent, Shinhong leapt towards the formation of her allies and declared in a deep voice, "Hong, Hokage, retreat." Understood. Upon hearing Shinhong's command, Hong and her companions immediately began to withdraw, while Shinhong remained behind to form hand seals, casting a wide-range genjutsu to affect 2 of the Sand Village's J-Nin. Although Hong had proven herself to be an exceptional genin, facing a J-Nin brought immense pressure, and she felt the sting of a torn shirt on her right shoulder, a testament to the danger she faced. Had her comrades not intervened at that crucial moment, the injury could have been far worse. She inhaled deeply, her back drenched in cold sweat. The encounter with the J-Nin had pushed her psyche to its limits. Her companions were similarly strained, the strongest among them visibly sweating profusely. A clear sign of their heightened tension that a fleeting thought of Keed crossed her mind. Despite being contemporaries, If Keed were present, surely they would not be in such a dire predicament. Just as her thoughts wavered, an urgent voice echoed from behind her. Shinhong's voice. Hong. The exclamation jolted her back to reality. Hong felt a chill creep in from her right side, and her peripheral vision caught a shadow that had stealthily approached her. A kunai poised to strike with deadly intent. One of the Sanjainin. Panic gripped her heart. At such a close distance, evasion was impossible. Her momentary lapse had proven to be a fatal error. Chapter 83. Emergence in a critical instant. The Jainin that had lunged at her abruptly froze in place, allowing her to narrowly avoid the kunai aimed at her neck. This was the result of a hastily cast illusion by Shinhong. However, this maneuver came at a cost. She had been unable to defend against the other sand ninja behind her. Although she managed to dodge the lethal strike, her shoulders still bore the mark of a blade's cut. Quickly move. Shinhong gritted her teeth against the pain radiating from her shoulder as she urged Hong and the others to flee. Having escaped the clutches of death, Hong quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her complexion paling as she realized that her moment of distraction had led to Shinhong's injury. No, it was not entirely her fault. The Sanjainin had initially deployed an earth clone and had deceived Shinhong. Evading the effects of her Jinjutsu, his true self had launched an attack at precisely the moment she faltered. Had that not been the case, she might have sustained only a minor injury while barely evading his assault. Now, however, Shinhong bore the brunt of the injury, and the situation had taken a dire turn. Such similar eyes. Indeed, you must be father and daughter. Now, neither of you will escape. The Sanjainin who had wounded Shinhong sneered. Had Shinhong remained unscathed, eliminating either of them would have been a daunting task. Hong and her companions were merely burdens, their injuries or deaths inconsequential. But now that Shinhong was hurt, her injured shoulder would surely impede her ability to form seals, creating an opportunity to eliminate this formidable leaf Jainin. Go. Shinhong pressed her palm against her wounded shoulder, her gaze steely as she confronted the two sand ninja, urging Hong and the others to flee. Seeing her resolve, Hong bit her lip. Despite the overwhelming concern gnawing at her heart, she understood that remaining would only hinder Shinhong further. Without hesitation, she and her companions continued their retreat. Yet the sand ninja had no intention of letting them escape. While their primary objective was to eliminate Shinhong, these genin posed no threat. Attacking them could elicit even greater vulnerabilities from Shinhong. With a swift movement, one of the Jainin charged toward Hong. He had discerned the familial bond between her and Shinhong. Whether or not they were truly father and daughter, they were undoubtedly close. Striking Hong will be the most effective strategy once you step onto the battlefield. Be prepared for the inevitability of death, little girl. The Sanjainin's voice dripped with malice as he seized the opportunity to instill fear with his words, fully aware that these genin lacked the mental fortitude to withstand such intimidation. Indeed, under the weight of his menacing tone, Hong's gaze faltered, a flicker of fear crossing her features. After all, she was merely a child of 10, sensing the dire turn of events. Her nearby companions rushed to support her, hurling an array of kunai and shuriken at the Sanjainin. Strangely, he did not attempt to evade. Thud! Thud! The kunai and shuriken struck their mark, and the Sanjainin stood frozen, disintegrating into earth. An earth clone, Hong's body tensed as she realized the implications, and a chill coursed through her. With great effort, she twisted her head to see that the real Sanjainin had crept up behind her. Injured and unable to offer assistance, Shinhong had witnessed the unfolding scene, but her wounds rendered her incapable of intervening. In that moment, time seemed to slow. Hong could see the kunai in the Jainin's hand inching closer to her back. Yet she could not evade it. It was a moment of existential crisis. Though her awareness surged, her body lagged behind, leaving her helplessly watching as the deadly weapon approached. Am I to die? A thought flickered through Hong's mind. Hong! Shinhong's anguished cry echoed through the air. The others nearby gritted their teeth, eyes fixed on the unfolding tragedy. But in the next instant, their expressions froze in astonishment. A flash of silver light, unseen by the naked eye, surged from the distance, sweeping across the battlefield. And with it, Hong's figure vanished without a trace. The Sanjainin's pupils dilated in shock, He jerked his head around to witness a figure bathed in silver light standing atop a nearby treetop. The missing Hong cradled protectively in his arms. Hong stood there, stunned, gazing at the silver-haired figure that danced in the light, faintly recognizing it as Keed, momentarily rendered speechless. "Have I already met my end?" "Not quite," Keed replied with a gentle smile, "but I won't let you die." Having fortuitously passed nearby and sensing a disturbance, he had come to investigate, only to find Hong in imminent danger. Logically, Hong should not have faced such a life-threatening crisis here. Had Keed not arrived, she would have become a lifeless corpse in the next heartbeat. Has my presence begun to alter the course of events? Keed pondered inwardly, his form shimmering as he descended to the ground, gently setting the still-dazed Hong down before turning his attention to the two Sanjay and in an instant. The two Nin felt a chilling dread as Keed's gaze locked onto them, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over them. "Run," one of them exclaimed, making a hasty decision without hesitation. Keed's speed in rescuing Hong was nearly imperceptible, and the chakra emanating from him was undeniably formidable, far beyond what they could contend with. "Do you think you can escape?" Keed murmured softly, forming hand seals with his left hand, while his right extended outward, lightning crackling and intertwining, unleashing the shrill cry of Chidori. He then surged forward, in an instant. A streak of silver light swept across the battlefield. The two Nin, caught in its wake, found themselves frozen in place, their left chests and hearts obliterated, as if erased from existence. Shock and disbelief filled their eyes as they struggled to gaze towards Keed, striving to discern the figure enveloped in silver light. Yet, darkness quickly engulfed their vision, and consciousness faded away. Thud! Thud! Accompanied by the thud of two lifeless bodies hitting the ground. Bathed in silvery light and adorned with the arc of 1,000 birds of thunder entwined around his right hand, gradually turned and regarded the scene. In this moment, both Yuhi Kurinai and Inazuka Kiba, among others, fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixated on Feng Ye, as if entranced. Just moments ago, what had transpired? Chapter 84. Kakashi's growth at the very instant when Yuhi Kurinai and the others were ensnared in a stupor. A figure flickered into existence upon the scene. With short, golden hair, he landed and immediately launched 6 or 7 shuriken, only to then discern the circumstances at hand. "It seems you all are unscathed," remarked Minato Namikaze, releasing a breath of relief upon noticing the two corpses on the ground. He straightened his posture and inquired, "Are they scouts from Sunagakure?" Not only was Yuhi Kurinai's team engaged in patrol duties, his own squad was also nearby, as such tasks were typically employed to hone the skills of the lower-ranking ninjas. After all, these lower-ranked ninjas were not yet suited for direct engagement in the battlefield. Executing such missions served as appropriate training, generally led by CH Nin, while J Nin would oversee these tasks when not preoccupied with other missions that no, Yuhi Kurinai responded, visibly relieved at Minato's arrival. "These are two J Nin from Sunagakure. It should not merely be a simple reconnaissance." Pausing momentarily, he turned to the approaching Feng Ye and said, "You must be Hitaki Feng Ye, correct? I am grateful for your timely assistance. But how did you come to be here?" "I was dispatched by Lord Hokage to the frontline encampment and happened to pass by the vicinity. Upon sensing the battle, I hurried over. The situation was indeed quite perilous," Feng Ye replied, approaching and glancing at the wound on Yuhi Kurinai's shoulder. "How is your injury?" "I'm well enough," Yuhi Kurinai assessed, believing the wound to be not particularly grave, as his right arm retained sensation of fatigue that moment. The others finally regained their composure and rushed over. Yuhi Kurinai was the first to reach Yuhi Kurinai's side, anxiously inspecting his injury. After a moment of reassurance, he turned his attention to Feng Ye. "Do you have any orders from Lord Hokage?" Minato Namikaze inquired. Gripping a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, his demeanor calm, yet vigilant, for he had not witnessed Feng Ye's decisive actions against the two Sunagakure J Nin, nor his rescue of Yuhi Kurinai. Leaving his identity in a state of uncertainty, Feng Ye, unperturbed, produced a small scroll.